This is the most important election of our lifetime. The stakes are high.
To be a part of the most important election of our lifetime.
In the most important election of a lifetime, where everything that you care about is on the line.
This is the single most important election any of you in this room will ever have voted on.
That's why this election could not be more important. This election is the most important election of our lifetime.
It's not an exaggeration to suggest that this is the most important election anyone in this room will ever participate in.
I can't think of a time in my lifetime when this country has faced a more important election. Now, I know politicians always come out and say, this is the most important election. Well, this time, we're telling you the truth.
This is the most important election in our lifetimes.
When we vote in this election, we'll be deciding what kind of country we want to live in.
I really believe it's the most important election of our lifetimes because we've never had a clearer choice.
There are only now 7 days left in the most important election of our lifetimes.
Voice is important, it matters, and this is one of the most important elections of our lifetime.
Hyperbole. This election is bigger than politics. This is the most important election you have ever voted in, no matter how old or young you are.
The real reason I came down to Miami, because this Tuesday might be the most important election of our lifetime. Politicians will always say that, but this time it's actually true.
This is a national emergency of our moral values. That's why this is the most important election of our lifetime. This is a moral reckoning as much as anything.
This is clearly the most important election in the modern history of this country. And Joe Biden, you have a human being who is empathetic.
3 days until the most important election of our lifetimes. And that includes mine, which was pretty important. This Tuesday, everything is on the line.
I believe this is the most important, and this is not rhetoric, I truly believe this is the most important election in our lifetime.
It's the most important election in our lifetime, not because I'm running.
This is the most important election of our lifetime.
I can't do the insurance reform stuff.
We took a long time to do our bill.
I can't dictate this stuff.
But I can't do that by myself.
We don't have the assurances.
One of the lessons I've learned in my first 4 years is that you can't change Washington from the inside.
All right, welcome to Election Day coverage. This is the most important election of our lifetime, and we really, really mean it this time. Isn't that right, Craig Pasta Jardula, our co-host today?
We do mean it, and we'll have another co-host along shortly. We have a jam-packed show for all you people who understand that this is the most important election of our lifetime. That was beautiful, Matt. Always depend on Matt for the good stuff, the good clips. So, yeah, I mean, I got my little I voted sticker over here. Excuse me. You can see it. It's a Florida one. I did my duty this morning. I participated in the, as what Steve would say, the blood ritual for pedophiles. It's done. Yeah, and for you guys, I voted for Chase Oliver today because I do believe, from what he said at the last debate and when I talked to him, and there's a lot of things I don't like about him, but I do believe the libertarian values, and I think a lot of libertarians should probably take note of this, the libertarian values is what's really important right now. I mean, we need to get on that kick of being freedom of speech, a Bill of Rights. It's under attack. It really is, has been for quite some time. I don't think you're going to get any luck with Donald Trump or Kamala Harris for that matter. So it's going to be easy. It's going to be interesting to see what takes place moving forward over here, because at the end of the day, we don't have elections, right? We have selections.
That's right.
And Matt, they're going to give us who they choose, and whoever they choose, we should be rejecting because they're choosing that person, because that person is going to serve the donors and the oligarchs' needs, not the people's.
100%. And we're going to be getting more into this. And I know we have a lot to get into today. A lot of people coming from different points of views. We do understand, the way we run our shows, and we try to keep independent media alive in an honest, principled way where we're coming at it from a non-tribal point of view. So if you guys are tuning in with us today, it's because you agree with that. You understand that the only way we can have honest discussions, even when we disagree, and it's important when we disagree, we have these type of debates. These are healthy debates. What's the best way to move forward? How do we battle this oligarchy? How do we counter the uniparty, this two-party duopoly that's kept us butting heads at each other's throats, hating each other, hating our neighbor, hating ourselves, really, just living out of fear? How do we battle that? And there's a lot of ways to go about it. There's not just one solution. Like we said, there's not just a one-size-fits-all. There's nuance. There's things that we have to look at closer. And that's why we do these shows. And again, you guys are watching us today because you understand we're coming from that honest place, non-tribal approach to news, a non-tribal approach to life. So we're going to have plenty of great discussions today. A lot of great guests we're getting into today. But we have to keep it moving, man, because we got a great lineup today. And I look forward to talking with each and every one of them, talking more with you, Craig Pasta, on this approach to what do we do on a day like today when we know the system is rigged against us.
Yes.
With that said, I think we need to get to our first guest just because but
really quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
Really quickly, Matt. Just everybody, you can follow us on Fiorella Isabel's Twitter, my Twitter today. We couldn't fit in Matt's Twitter because we have those two Twitters. We have a limited amount of space. The Truthwire YouTube, Pasta to Go YouTube. Please check out Matt Weinglass, The Homeless Left. That Rumble is very important. He's got a locals over there. I got my my Rumble up. We have the Truthwire Rumble up, and we'll talk to when Fiorella joins the show. We will talk about what Truthwire is all about. So yes, let's get rocking. Let's get rolling. A lot of things to cover today. Man, I wish I wore my favorite Pompeo shirt on, but since I didn't, maybe this guy can give a little insight to it. Go ahead, Matt. Let's bring him on in.
Okay. So the first topic of discussion is we're going to take a step back from the ground, from the national level, and I want to look at the election from more of an international perspective. What's important to note is, and we talked about there's no difference between red and blue. There's no difference between Kamala and Trump on a lot of stuff like Israel. I mean, we've talked. You guys know that like this let's nuke Iran BS. We know those are very, very similar. However, we have looked at the Russia and the Ukraine war, and we do know there's a lot of people in Europe directly affected by the failing economies, the energy that we're stealing, the way we have rigged the system to try and stick it to Putin has only backfired and destroyed a lot of Europeans' economies. And so the people there, the anti-establishment people, the populist movement in the streets in a lot of countries in Europe, they're paying attention today. And it seems like they want Trump to win this just for that reason alone, just the mere hope that he can put an end to this Ukraine war and help bring these economies back to life. That is the hope, or at least that's the idea in the air. For more on this topic, let's go directly right now live to Serbia, Belgrade, Serbia, with our special guest. He is an independent filmmaker, Sasha Nezev. Sasha, welcome back to the show.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up, Sasha?
Happy Election Day.
Yeah, right?
Happy Selection Day.
Yeah.
We forgot our party hats, but Sasha, we wanted to bring you on today because I think this is an important place to start the day with is what is the environment like out there? You're in Serbia, but you obviously you keep a close look on what's happening right, next door, right there, Germany, France, Italy, Poland, what's happening right now with the sentiment out there, and as they're looking on to our election, what kind of vibe are you getting as far as what are they looking for today?
Well, it's complete panic. The German government, the coalition, the very fragile coalition that they've cobbled up is falling apart. The UK's budget, I mean, they're running heavy. They just announced actually a new budget where they're going to be running really big deficits. Their inflation is going to be running high. And unlike the United States, where you have some, I would say, some support for Trump, be it Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, or even, neocons such as Sean Hannity, who like to, jump on board on the bandwagon. You have none here in the EU. I mean, it's you will not find one article, one news reporter, independent. I mean, yeah, independent. You can find somebody like Richie Allen or 21st Century Wire, but in the mainstream, you'll find nobody that supports Trump. You'll find nobody in Germany. You'll find in France a little bit. But I would say that the reaction here, because the panic, I mean, one thing you guys have to understand about the Ukraine war is it's over. I mean, there's really little Trump can do, except he's going to stop it because he knows that victory is in Russia's hands. There's nothing he can do to stop it. There's nothing anybody can do to stop it. So the fact that he's saying he's going to stop the war in 24 hours, they're going to be on Russia's terms. And he knows that. He's smart enough to know that because he knows the situation here. But the Europeans are very worried because once the United States pulls out, they really have nothing left because the United States finances the majority of NATO. They pay they're the primary source of income for Ukraine, fiscal, military. Without the United States, there's nothing. And they're going to pull out because there's nothing they can do short of nuclear war. It's unavoidable. The United States cannot beat Russia in this area. Nobody can. It's a fact. He knows it. J.D. Vance has brought this point up. And so from that matter, where I stand here in the Balkans, particularly in Serbia, people want Trump to win because during his administration, it's the only time, and I would say at least perhaps close to 40 years, that we had a balanced approach in the Balkans, where we had a fair and not a biased approach, where everything was so one-dimensional. We had stability in Kosovo. We had stability in Bosnia, which we don't have right now. They're all boiling points. And he brings more of a balance, which it's hard to explain to people that have not been bombed by NATO in the United States, which they have here. If you've been a victim of NATO bombing, United States bombing, aggression, which they have here, my family has, and then when you have somebody like Trump that has brought stability here, and I can tell you that from a first-hand perspective from people that I know here, it's really hard to look the other way, and he did. So people here in Serbia and the Balkans and want Trump to come back because of that stability he brought, and I still think he will bring. That's not to say that it's going to be difficult, but the Europeans are panicking because without United States money, the EU is nothing, and they're going to have to start thinking for themselves. And economically, the EU is the euro, and the EU as a whole it's just a matter of time before it falls apart. They just are trying to add Moldova. They're trying to do another color revolution in Georgia as we speak. Greta Thunberg's over there, great old Greta Thunberg, who knows nothing about Georgia. And I'm not talking about the state in the United States. I'm talking about the country and the Caucasus. So that's pretty much the point of view over here.
Yeah. Chaucer, the question I have too, as well as, you talk about stability when it comes to Donald Trump. However, Donald Trump had record-breaking contracts through the Pentagon, and he armed the Kiev regime. I don't know how you're supposed to say it nowadays, but he armed that regime to the nines. I mean, he gave them weapons that Barack Obama wouldn't have given him. Are the people in your neck of the woods aware of that, a little bit skeptical, and at least when they're making this decision? I know we've talked about this, and I don't hold it against a lot of people for saying that Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils. I still think that he's not. I mean, he might look like that on paper, but we've played this game before. Is there any sense of like, okay, we have to be very skeptical if Donald Trump gets back in? I mean, Vladimir Putin himself said he'd rather have Kamala Harris than Vladimir Putin. Your thoughts on that?
I could tell you from sources that I have, there's plenty of Serbs. In fact, the most foreign fighters in the Russian army are Serbian. And we won't get into that, in this interview, but let's just say I have sources there. And I can tell you that all the Russians want Trump, and even the Putin and the administration want Trump. They just imagine if Putin said Trump, what a field day the press would have. No, he did arm them, and he was in a very precarious situation. I've said, this is sort of, we have a short segment here. So, I went over this before with Matt. I haven't voted since 2008. Ron Paul was the last person I voted for. And I was a former libertarian. There's things fundamentally that I believe in with libertarians, but there are things that I don't. For example, Glass-Steagall, which allowed this banking crisis to, to take place that we're in right now, that's never really been resolved, was because they took out the regulation. So a libertarian would say, well, let the market swallow that up. I used to believe in a lot of that, but I've changed my mind. And I've also looked at a lot of things like, you have to look at the world as the way the world is rather than the way you want it to be. And I look at historical precedents about, give me one example of some leader that hasn't been flawed. Let me ask you this, Greg, can you give me one leader? I don't know if you're a fan of JFK or not, but can you give me one leader or one movement? It doesn't have to be a political leader, one movement in history where political elites weren't involved, or where you think it was an organic movement, that there wasn't any financing or any type of top-down influence.
Yeah. The second Bolshevik revolution of that year, when they got all the elites out, not the first one in February, but the one later that year, I think was somewhat of an organic revolution. But then again, there's questions about that. As far as the United States is concerned, I would just say that I did like Eisenhower. However, Eisenhower got fooled with the anti-communist rhetoric too, and supported coups in Guatemala and other areas, including, I believe, in Iran. So, to answer your question truthfully and honestly, Sasha, not really. I feel like we've been a captured nation forever.
And Jacob Schiff, the banker Jacob Schiff, who Al Gore's daughter's married to, the great-grandson, financed the Bolsheviks. And
that was the first one. That was in February, not the later one.
We had so many different revolutions going on in Russia for a very long time. But the point is that the British and the Western elites financed that. We know where Trotsky came from. We know the whole thing about the international Bolshevism, traditional one, and all that. But anyway, and I also use the example of JFK, who I'm a fan of. But we know who he was surrounded by and who he put in his administration. And God knows we know his father was a criminal. So I use those examples, and I look at, see, the difference is when you look at this area of the world, let's look at Russia. In Russia, Putin is the leader. There's no musical chairs. There's no political elite where it's a rotating, chair where whoever gets in, it doesn't matter, which is what you're explaining. You're absolutely correct. The entire Western civilization has been like that. The EU and the United States are like that. In China, Xi's in charge. Okay. In Libya, Gaddafi, the great Gaddafi, who they murdered, was in charge for several years. Libya had the highest standard of living. In Libya, they had the highest literacy rate. They had the most gold. They had gas, free education, healthcare, and they killed him. Okay. Now, does that mean I want an autocrat or leader? No, I'm just saying we need to look at these things, because the system we currently have is what you said, a rotating chair where whoever comes in, it doesn't matter. It's a managerial class that keeps, that just keeps shifting. We have the same leaders in and out. We don't need politicians the way we used to, because we have technology. We have blockchain voting we can use. But the point is, if you look at history, Caesar is a good example. When the Roman Senate was so corrupt, and when he crossed the Rubicon, the Senate fled Rome, and the people welcomed Caesar. Okay, does that mean he was some great? No. You can look at the same thing with Napoleon. So I know there's people I always ask, it's like, well, what do you want? What do you want? Some egalitarian, society where we're all, enlightened and all that. That's not happening. I would love to have that on some deep level of human consciousness, believe me. But as a species, we're about 1,000 years at least from that. But I am very optimistic.
I can't give us like 200 years, 300 years. We're gonna be 1,000 years away from it.
Maybe on the short end. Yeah, but but the other thing is that we have a movement. You can't deny this, Craig. I know Matt and I talk about it. That people are awake. Like, I've been following this for many years. Those of us who've been following these, what they used to call conspiracy, and these organizations like, the Chatham House and Council of Foreign Relations, people know about this stuff. People are willing to listen. Now, the problem is that people, they're subverted, they're co-opted, they sway, everything's, from within, co-opted, and it goes so many different directions, particularly now with AI and with media. But people will eventually get, astute to that, and they already are slowly. Not everybody. But there's this desire that people want to know what's going on. Everybody knows something's wrong. and everybody knows that they have to figure it out. The problem is it's getting more and more difficult, but it's there. So am I saying Trump is not? He's incredibly flawed, but he didn't start any wars. And yes, he did arm Ukraine because he has that military industrial complex, but he did not start any war. And he didn't start any war. He tried
Listen,
to
you hold on, Sasha. You got a short time here, but I don't want you to say stuff that we can't stop talking about. Donald Trump increased the drone warfare by 300%, which kills a lot of civilians. He armed the Yemenis to the T. The Saudis to kill the Yemenis to a T. He did try to whack Nicolas Maduro. He was part of a coup in Bolivia. He might not have started any new wars, but he sure as hell didn't end them. And the point I'm trying to get at is all those things you talked about Chatham houses. Yeah, okay. Well, wouldn't you consider Donald Trump to be one of the first complete Bilderberg presidents coming in? I mean, Mike Pompeo, who he's been bringing on stage with him now, went to Bilderberg with Jared Kushner. Peter Thiel, was the steering committee of Bilderberg here. So I mean, what I'm kind of concerned about is,
you're
if
right
you
about
make a choice. Let me just finish this. I'll pass it. Okay. If you make a choice, let's just be conscious of the choice we are making. That's all I'm saying. So
no, you're right. But let me ask you this: do you think that there's so I look at it as a war, a tech war between big tech and little tech. We know Elon Musk does not like Bill Gates, correct?
They appeared to not like each other, but that's just what they appear to do. Elon Musk made his money from defense contracts.
He made it from
the
defense
little boy of DARPA. He's a DARPA boy. He's
100%.
directly tied to the defense industry.
100%. And then when the Biden administration wanted to give long-range weapons to Zelensky, which Blinken wanted to do, and so did Biden, and so did it's the Pentagon that stepped in and said no. That's a fact. They stepped in and said no. They did not allow them to do that. Okay, so what was that? And another thing that's important was in Syria that Trump likes to say, I know Trump, he loves to blow hard, that he finished ISIS. He didn't. It was the Russians. But you know what? He cut off the funding. That's all he did. And we know that ISIS is a product of John McCain, Obama, and Hillary Clinton and all that. Yeah. The Russian generals and the United States generals were on the phone together, and they gave them the coordinates, and it was over. And we used to keep saying, "Oh, we can't get rid of ISIS. We can't get rid of ISIS. Give me a break." And they did get rid of ISIS together, and they did work together. It was the Russians that came in 2015, and Trump had to blow up some empty warehouses in Syria because they were giving him a lot of grief with Michael Bolton. So that's one example. Also, when he did, and I don't agree how he killed General Soleimani in Iran, but Michael Bolton was pressing him. So was the British ambassador, Lord Keys, to attack Iran, and he didn't. He tried to pull out of Afghanistan. He tried to pull out of Syria. They wouldn't let him. So, and you're right about everything you're right about with the coups and all that. But let's see on a macro level, this war that is going on in Ukraine is something that is existential to the world. Okay. And in the Middle East, as far as Israel goes, to me, I don't even look at that because Israel, do you guys know that the defense minister just was fired by Netanyahu about an hour ago? Gallant?
We have to check that.
By the way, really quickly, jump Keaton in. We got Keaton Weiss here. Sasha, we know you got to leave when you got to leave, but let's bring the guest in because we got little time. Keaton Weiss is joining the show now too as well. Sasha, please finish your last comment too as well about what's going on with Netanyahu and the defense minister.
It's breaking news. I don't know, maybe an hour ago, he just fired Gallant, his defense minister. The reason being a breach of trust is what Netanyahu called it.
So listen, Sasha, before
throw in there.
So, Sasha, these are all incremental steps of the fact that you and I have had this discussion many times as far as that there is no way out for Netanyahu. There's no way out for Israel is ending. It's done. We know that Ukraine's not going in. Ukraine's done. So we know these things. So I just wanted to circle back. Can I just circle back to our original point here? Because you were saying at the top that people are watching this from these European countries. They're watching from Germany. They're watching to make sure they think that Trump ending the Ukraine war is going to help them economically. But you also at the same time are saying that it's inevitably going to end. There's not much Trump's going to do one way or the other anyways. So if you look at Israel inevitably ending, the Ukraine war inevitably ending, then why would anybody even care in Europe anymore about what even happens today? Why are they even paying attention at all if these are inevitabilities and it doesn't really matter which Trump or Kamala get in at this point, if these are already foregone conclusions? Your final thoughts?
Well, I'm saying they're foregone conclusions. They're still, in my opinion, the three-letter agencies are still controlling the war in Ukraine. I think that the United States military and the Pentagon are against it. They have been for some time, but you still have the three-letter agencies, the MI6 and CIA, that are running it sort of on their own. And they need United States money. They need United States backing. They cannot organize Davos without the United States. The United States is in a terrible situation in terms of its own financial stability. Jerome Powell, I think, is going to have another statement, I think tomorrow, on if he's going to, how much he's going to lower rates, interest rates again. It's coinciding with the election, which is going to be really interesting. But it's something you have to look at. First of all, the abolition of the euro dollar, and when they got rid of LIBOR, which is something that Jerome Powell did. LIBOR was the London interbanking rate. That was basically the City of London and European banks that were in charge of determining our global interest rates. Our interest rates that we paid on our credit cards or mortgages were determined out of LIBOR, okay, not out of the U.S. Treasury. What the Federal Reserve, their interest rates that they would raise or lower would be the budget of the United States government, not the amount that we would pay on our debt personally. They got rid of that, and they created something called SOFR, Secure Overnight Funds Rate, which is bringing that back to the United States. And the reason the United States got in this problem to begin with was because euro dollars were dollars that were created outside of the United States. Okay. I think personally that the United States, and that doesn't mean I like Jerome Powell or the Federal Reserve, no, but the United States to control because the United States is going to have a hard time, but the European Union and the British and probably Japan, but I'm not quite sure, where they are at this moment. They did for the first time in I don't know how long, 40 years, raise their interest rates very slightly. But we're going to have a complete reshuffling of the world financial order, and this coincides with BRICS, the meeting in Kazan. But I believe that there are elements within the United States financial banking system. Now, doesn't mean that these are good guys, but that they want to keep their power base in the United States rather than go globalist. So if you want to look at it your way, Craig, you can look at these same players, not good guys, but they want to be they're nationalist oligarchs, if you want to go look at it that
instead
way.
of global
They're internationalists. But where do we stand? Who do we benefit from more? Because if they want to create Davos in the World Economic Forum, then you have to get rid of all commercial banking. And is that something that these major banks in the United States want to get rid of, or the industrial base of the United States, or big oil? No, they don't want that. It's a consolidation of power, and you have the nationalists and the globalists. This happened in Russia prior to Putin when Yeltsin was in power. It happened with Xi. And, it's basically the way you want to view it. Again, I try to look at this, the world we live in and who benefits more. Am I going to get more freedom under the nationalist movement, or am I going to get more under the internationalist movement? Am I going to get forced vaccines? Are we going to put RFK Jr. to be in charge of the FDA and the CDC to clean house? I mean, I don't know. That's been his life work. Let's see.
Yeah.
But
Sasha,
I know.
thank you so much for your perspective today.
That's all I want to say.
Sasha,
anyway,
we're gonna have to cut it short here. But thank you so much for your perspective.
Thank you,
usual,
Sasha,
giving us that international point of view that we appreciate, and we will look forward to having you back on with us in the future. We can talk more Trump and Kamala, depending on what happens at the end of today, and we'll go from there. So,
we'll figure out it in about a month. We'll speak to you soon.
I have a sense of that. All right, guys. Good luck.
Thanks,
later,
Sasha.
buddy.
Bye.
Well, one of the guys who had people voting for Donald Trump today was Keaton Weiss, because Keaton Weiss of Due Dissidence with Russell Dobular made a prediction and said that Kamala Harris is going to win. Can you give us a little bit of insight to why you think Kamala Harris is going to win? Do you have some insight to the cheating that's going to take place? I mean, let me know.
Well, I mean, if there is any, it'll certainly favor her, so that gives her a leg up, right? I mean, you have to say.
Yes, the mail-in ballot scandal favors Kamala Harris, but
sure, right? So I mean, that's one thing, right? But I mean, beyond that, I think there's a better than 50-50 chance she wins. I don't think it's a great chance. I wouldn't bet any money on it. I don't know if it's I don't know if you're allowed to bet money on these things. I think in certain forums you are. I wouldn't bet a dime on it. I'm not that confident. When you're in this business, you got to play the game, and part of playing the game is making a prediction. So I think there's a better than 50-50 chance she wins because the early vote skewed female. And the latest polling has her doing very, very well with independent women. It seems like Democrats are hitting their turnout numbers in the early vote. I know they say that the early vote, that Republicans have gained ground in the early vote. Republicans have gained ground in the early vote relative to 2020 because 2020 Trump told the Republicans not to vote early. So of course and this year they're telling them to go vote early. So of course there's going to be more Republicans voting early than last time, which is going to be more as a percentage of the early vote, but that's zero sum in the sense that means fewer are going to show up today. Overall, you had women outpacing men by at least 10 points in 5 of the key swing states. Independent women seem to be breaking for Kamala pretty big. Since Dobbs, there's been a hidden women's row vote that Democrats have benefited from in every single race until now. Do I think independent women are going to vote for the man who they feel is responsible for killing Roe v. Wade over a pro-choice first woman president? No. I think there is going to be a surge for Democrats based on that issue. And I think the Republicans will turn out too. Turnout seems to be high across the board. The question is it big enough to overcome that? It may very well be. Like I said, I think there's a greater than 40% chance that it is. I would give Trump greater than 40% chance of winning. I just can't get to greater than 50% chance of winning. Could I be wrong? Absolutely.
Yeah. I love the math, by the way. I love the math. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay.
No, because Craig, you and I have had this discussion for the last several weeks, and Keaton, I'm glad you're here right now because I have to throw this up because this says to me, look, there's clearly an effort on the Democratic side, on Kamala's side, to get whatever they can get out of these swing states. They're going to do it, whether it's legal or illegal. They're doing it, and we're seeing this happen in Ohio right now. And I want to know both of you guys, who do you think is responsible for this? This was posted by Hotspot earlier today, and I know Kit covered this on his show. He did a pre-show earlier. Any vote for Jill Stein will not be counted. Ohio Election Board posts signs in every voting booth saying their vote will not be counted if they vote for Jill Stein or Anita Rios, claiming they had dropped out of the race. So they're just lying here. Here's another look at this. They're telling people when they show up, these people that Jill and Anita have dropped out of the race and their vote will not be counted if they check that box. Who is responsible for this? Why is this happening? And if this is a foregone conclusion that they are, looking like they're not going to be winning this thing, then why would they put this type of effort? Because this is clearly illegal. This is tampering. This is beyond, a crappy ad or a crappy celebrity giving a stupid speech at an event. This is illegal. What are your guys' thoughts on this, Keaton?
Well, I mean, I saw that earlier this morning. That's the Ohio Elections Board. I don't know, who oversees that in terms of what the, what the partisan bent of that is, but obviously they have not dropped out. I know there was some sort of legal issue in Ohio with the Greens, was there not? But that's not to say just she's dropped out. I mean, if they're saying that, that's just that's what they would call in the business misinformation, right?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, but look, I mean, to the broader point, yeah, they are scrounging for every vote. Ohio's not a particularly close state, as I understand, but Democrats are really trying to run up the vote in these suburbs. Clark County, as I understand, is a suburb of Dayton, Ohio, so that's kind of the community that they're really relying on. Republicans are going to win in the rural areas. Democrats figure to drive up margins in the cities, but those kinds of counties are the counties where these things are going to be won and lost. And so, yeah, they're going to fight tooth and nail for every single vote. I don't know who. I mean, the Ohio Elections Board, I don't know who oversees that. So I couldn't really tell you if that's Democrats or Republicans, or if it's a nonpartisan thing, or why they put that sign up because as I recall, there was some issue in Ohio with the Greens, but they clearly didn't drop out of the race.
Yeah.
Right.
These things happen every single election. It might not be a sign on the door. It might be an email that goes out, a phone number, a text.
Yeah.
They happen every single election. The thing that has me convinced that if this was a fair race, that Donald Trump would blow the doors off, and even when counties that you hear the mainstream media talking about, oh, Kamala is turning out the vote, is the fact that there's no enthusiasm once again for Kamala Harris. I mean, the last rally she had yesterday, she had some people that were there. Maybe that's because Oprah was speaking, so people were drawn out. But I mean, she had a rally literally in the middle of the day. Team sports partisan Trump lackey Benny Johnson was there, and he reported it was like less than 100 people in the room. And we constantly see this all the time. I mean, she has these rallies, she gets heckled all the time. And here's the deciding factor that we're not, you can't figure this in the polls, is the fact that what people say in the public is different than when they get into that booth, when they close that door, and what they mark off is totally different. I don't believe that independent women are going to swing to, Kamala Harris. I believe they're going to swing very hard towards Donald Trump because independent leaning women or family women, they go to grocery shopping, they see the bills, they see the inflation. At the end of the day, it's still the economy, stupid. And I think that, like I said, if this were a fair race, you would see Kamala get the doors blown off. Of course, if we had fair races, Donald Trump would still be in office, whether I like that or not. So that's the big point. What do you consider, in your mind, Keaton, to be Donald Trump's weakest point? In other words, the thing that can really cost him the election. Once again, talking as if this were a fair election, what do you think would be the thing that would cost him the most, other than Israel, since we have both candidates that are loyal to Israel? And by the way, did you see the early numbers in? And instead of red and blue, it was all yellow, and it said Israel on it.
Yeah, no, we have the early numbers. This is it. We guys, we got the first results in. Here we go.
He has it up. Oh my God, I didn't even see that. There it is.
Breaking news.
Landslide.
Israel takes the lead, 538. I don't know if
he even got Hawaii.
Damn. I don't know.
They even won Hawaii.
Either side can. I don't know. I think we can kind of call it. Yeah. I think it's time to call it. It's hard to catch the 538 at this point when you have all of them.
Yeah. Keaton, give us Donald Trump. What can really cost him votes?
Well, I mean, it's the same answer, and it's Roe v. Wade, it's abortion. I think that's a very, very, very deadly issue for the Republican Party. To counter what you just said, I think the rage around inflation was white hot in 2022 in the midterms. I mean, that's when the shock of it was very real and very raw because it was kind of new coming out of the pandemic. I felt a much more palpable sense of anger about inflation and the price of groceries then. And it still was not enough to overcome the Roe v. Wade backlash surge in a lot of these critical states. And I think I don't have any real reason to believe that the same thing isn't going to happen again. The Republicans have never come up with an answer on that issue that makes sense. They've never really come up with a solution to inflation that's made sense either. That's why they didn't really capitalize on that as much as they should have in the midterms. I don't see them having come up with an answer on either of those two questions that would really change things dramatically this time. I think, what might make a difference, what might give Trump an opening is that you can vote pro-choice in a statewide election for a senator or governor and still vote Republican for president, figure, okay, my Democratic senator, my Democratic governor is going to insulate me from a lot of those anti-choice policies that the Republicans still seem to be running on to some extent. I still think that is a major weakness of his. And just generally, I think, the Trump campaign looks a lot like what the Ron DeSantis campaign would have looked like if he were the nominee. It's very online, very podcasty. That Madison Square Garden rally was all wrong. Not just the Puerto Rico joke, but everything about it is wrong. Elon, I don't think pulls nearly as much weight as we think he pulls online. Yeah, he pulls a lot of weight on Twitter. He fucking owns Twitter. I don't think ordinary people really care that much what Elon Musk has to say about things. He comes off as extremely weird and off-putting to the average person. I think the same could be said for a lot of people that show up at a lot of these rallies. I think he's run too much of a niche campaign to put him over the top. Now, does he have support? I drove to Vermont today to get my favorite beer for our election night live stream. And so driving through rural areas, you see a lot of Trump signs. a lot of Trump signs. And so there is going to be enthusiasm out there in the country. He is going to turn people out. But in a race that's decided at the margins, I think the abortion issue is a major, major vulnerability for him. And I also think that his campaign doesn't have the grubbiness. It doesn't have the earthiness that the 2016 campaign had. It was a real populist campaign in 2016. It's really not that anymore. It's a very online. It's a very online campaign, which was what did Ron DeSantis in. He assumed that what plays well on Twitter plays well in real life, and that's not always the case. At least not in a one-to-one reflection.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't think that the abortion issue would be something that we would really kind of move the election either way, because even when we were in Chicago, right, Matt, and Russell can probably attest to this too as well, is that we didn't see many of those abortion shirts out there.
No.
But I'm in Florida right now, and I got to tell you, nonstop the commercials about, and there was an answer for this, Keaton. Donald Trump did say it's a states issue. Well, let's kick it up to the states. That's the best thing you can do. Take your hands off it. But, you know, low-informed voters, and you can hit this drum over and over and over again. So at the very least, they'll use the abortion issue as a reason why Donald Trump lost the election. But I don't think that it is holding much weight, but who knows?
Well, it doesn't drive the activists, because the activists are so tuned in that that's kind of baked into what they think. But I think it does affect the ordinary person who pays attention at the margins. I think that's why they run all of these ads about it. And, you know, Trump could say what he wants, but the other issue in the minds of these voters is the president appoints Supreme Court justices. So if Clarence Thomas retires, who's going to replace him? And what is that justice going to look like? This issue matters to ordinary people. It's frustrating for guys like us because we consume political content and produce political content every day. And this is an issue that's so sort of baked into the two parties and so sort of baked into our understanding of politics that it doesn't make for great conversation or content to keep talking about this over and over again, because it's fairly simple and we pretty much know what we think about it. But to ordinary people who don't pay attention to politics very much, this issue has proven deadly for Republicans in every race pretty much since the midterms, with the sole exception, oddly enough, of the Ohio Senate race where J.D. Vance won. All the other MAGA candidates took a bath in the midterms, largely because of this. Kansas passed abortion rights 60-40. You know, now you're staring down an election where, yeah, the numbers say independent women are breaking for Kamala, and if they're breaking for Kamala in ways that the latest polling says they are, he's going to have a tough time. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to lose. Like I said, I drove to Vermont today. I drove through the countryside. Trump signs everywhere.
Yeah.
There could be a MAGA surge as well that could cancel that out. That's totally possible. I'm not trying to tell you it's in the bag. It is totally not in the bag. Anything could happen. But if I had to bet money, I would bet on Kamala at this point.
All right, let's bet $10
I would not advise it.
Let's bet $10. I'll take Joe Biden.
All right, fine. I'll bet you. Yeah, yeah.
Listen, I'm going to hand it over to Matt real quick, but you know, I'm in a disagreement with you here. I think that if that card has been overplayed too much. I think that inflation and the finances always out Trump mostly anything. And I think also the fact that we're coming out of the COVID era where my body, my choice, we saw the Democrats really don't stick to that theory when it comes to my body, my choice with all the mandates and everything. I think it's watered down, but I could be wrong.
In terms of, you know, if I get knocked up, can I take care of it or can I not? Or if I have a miscarriage, or is the doctor gonna worry about whether they're gonna go to jail if they treat me for a miscarriage? Because what if the state doesn't consider it a real miscarriage? That shit matters to ordinary people.
Yeah, but you know what the number one question people ask when deciding to have a baby or not?
Yeah, can I afford
it?
Yeah, no, listen. This is why I'm telling you.
You know that.
Of course. Well, yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
As soon as you guys started getting popular on your channel, then you had another baby.
Yeah. I probably should have done more research. But anyway,
at least check into that childhood vaccine schedule. That'd be something to definitely research.
But
that's another topic.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I say it's a better than 50-50 chance, but it's going to be very close, and it's going to be a very long night of counting because it seems like the Republicans are showing up too. Turnout seems really high across the board. It does. Like we're seeing long lines everywhere as far as what I could see.
Yeah. So, and for the record, by the way, Matt, somebody's saying it sounds like Pasta wants Trump to win. No, I just want the Democrats to lose. You know what I'm saying? I do not want Donald Trump. I did not vote. I got my I voted sticker, the Florida edition. You can see the palm trees. Can you see the palm trees, Keaton? They're beautiful.
I can. Looks good.
Let me
So
say
that's
this
your
much. I
room?
voted for
That's not
Chase
a virtual
Oliver today.
background? That's your actual living room back there?
Not my living room. It's my good friend's living room. So I'm in Florida.
Whoever it is, he keeps a very clean house. That's impressive.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, he does. Okay, yeah. Most podcasters are very, like my room here is a mess. Yeah.
Well, yeah, mine's a complete disaster too. That's why I use the green screen,
the
guys.
green
I don't know
screen,
where your guys. Come on, guys, get your backgrounds on point, so you don't have to show the mess. But anyways, look, guys, I have to double down on this abortion thing because I just being here in Hollywood, being here in this like capital of the world of diversity, equality. We care about women. We care about everyone. That is the calling card every 4 years. That's the one. They can't. That's what makes them sleep at night, and that's what's happening right here. Now, obviously, California's not even close to a swing state, but I'm telling you, the psychology of this. And Craig, I have to say, whether they win or lose, they're using the abortion as it's the calling card. It's the VIP card for their tribal entrance. That's how you get in the door. You show your card at the door. It checks the box of abortion. It says, I believe in women, and that's your way. That means you're part of the club, and that's it. And that allows them to sleep at night about bombing the shit out of Gaza, genocide, occupation. None of that matters because we care about women, and we care about women in other states. That's their compassion beyond themselves. When we accuse them of not giving a shit about women in Gaza, they go, well, you don't care about women in red states. That's how they defend their vote. And again, whether Kamala wins or loses, they have that. Look how much they accomplished with just throwing that out there. They get the money, so they get all the donations. So all the texts that come in, send us $5, send us $10. We have to save women's rights. They make a lot of money off of this. So they don't. It doesn't matter the outcome. They have this, and they reel people in. And the bodily autonomy was just a little hiccup, Craig. They just reworded it. They just don't say that part anymore. They say women's rights. We care about women. What's the matter with you? You don't care about women? That's their go-to right now. It's everywhere here in California, and I know it resonates in other places, and especially if it's resonating in swing states right now, it might be the make or break element for today.
Yeah, and I would say this just real quick because I have to go in a couple minutes because I got to feed the family and then get ready for our stream. But
make your last statement and get on that, brother. We held you long enough.
No, you guys are fine. No, what I was going to say is, if Kamala does win tonight, then that puts, I believe, the Republican Party back into rebuilding mode. Like, they are going to have to do a platform rewrite from page one, because if they cannot win this election, which was in the palm of their hand, that means that their abortion stance is just unviable. They are just not a viable national party if they can't win this election. What the hell are they going to do? They're going to have to just tell the evangelicals, sorry, and that takes a huge chunk out of their vote count. They're going to have to start piecing together their coalition with other groups, because if they lose tonight, then, I mean, that's it. If they can't win this election, that means their platform is just not viable, because everything was in their favor. I think Trump made a lot of mistakes that he didn't have to make. I think he performed terribly over the summer, tightened it up in October, which got him back in. And then, these last 10 days have not been great, starting with that MSG rally. But still, all things considered, this was theirs to lose. And if they lose it, they have a lot of questions to answer before even the midterms. Like, it could put the Democrats in a very dominant position if they win tonight. Because then they got Kamala as the incumbent in 4 years, and you got a Republican Party that is pretty much in shambles. I think there's less at stake ultimately for the Democrats tonight, because if Trump wins, he can't run again, so there's no incumbent in 4 years. They will still run on essentially the same brand, but there's potentially a big reckoning for the Republicans if they cannot piece this together tonight.
That's Keaton Weiss, ladies and gentlemen. Due Distance. He'll be streaming later on. Go there, check out his stuff, check out all his Twitter, check out his YouTube, check out everything you can. The Due Dissidents, they're hot right now, but not as hot as Keaton Weiss. Thank you, brother.
Well, you guys are doing great. It's great to see you as always. We'll keep in touch. Let's talk more.
Hey, look, the cartoon just starts tomorrow, so let's.
That's right. Yep.
It restarts tomorrow, Keaton. So we'll have a lot of things to discuss in the next year, buddy.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Keen. Okay.
All right. So we got 2 more guests waiting in the wings. Would you like me to
We got a
introduce
third
them,
one
man? Or you
coming
got
up,
something to
too.
say first?
What's that?
You got
Nope.
you got something to say first?
Oh no,
or
I'm
you want me to introduce
just
them?
this is crazy, man. We got some great so far what a great first hour. We got a bunch of great guests coming up. I know we got 2 more in the wing and we got 1 more. We also have Kit coming in soon as well. But let's
just keep jumping them in. That's all we got to do is just keep jumping these guys
Okay.
in. This is like gang style, man. Vita Loca. Ladies and gentlemen, where'd he go? He just left.
Nope. Well, we have
is he coming back? There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get him going over here. We got a guy who is a Marxist and a guy who's not a Marxist. Both coming to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Don DeBar and Alex Strenger are here today, buddy.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Hey, guys. Guys, welcome to the most important election day of our lifetimes. We actually mean it this time, really, guys. We really, really mean it this time. So thank you for being here on the most important day. I mean, really, the most important day of our lives is today. So thank you guys for being part of this. And we really do mean it this time.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Happy to be here.
All right, guys. So, Alex, I'm going to start with you. Okay. Not only is, I think a lot of us, the 3 of us, the 3 lefties you have that you're with on the show, we're like the common sense leftists, right? We're not the typical leftists that you met at all those Kamala rallies where you see a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
We're I think a lot of us look at the whole Russia-Ukraine situation as, America's fault and Russia maybe having no choice but to get involved. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but obviously we look at that, the Maidan 2014. I think a lot of the COVID situations and the protocols, we looked at them. You're looking at free speech absolutists, but we, even as lefties, we're lefties who kind of noticed what was going on behind the scenes with the deep state, with the Bilderberg. My biggest fear right now, and I always look at the biggest fear, like people would say, Pasta, you went after the Democratic Party for the last, since 2016. What changed? What happened? I said, well, to me, I thought this whole kind of notion that they're the lesser of 2 evils need to be put up front. And we had to understand that as leftists, the Democratic Party is an establishment party. It's an oligarch party. It's a donor party. Okay. So now, once I think RFK joined the campaign, a lot of us kind of switched our antennas and said, wait a second. It looks like Donald Trump is going to win this thing. And I think he became the biggest burden for some of us. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but at least for me, everybody's been like, why have you been so hard on Trump lately? Because I fear they're the greatest threat. The reason why I do is because of that deep state, because of those donors. I think that we need to pay very close attention to them. Mike Pompeo went to Bilderberg with Jared Kushner, where Peter Thiel, who made J.D. Vance, also is part of the steering committee. This is Pompeo the other day at a Trump rally.
And I often get asked, Mike, what was it like? Right, the Washington Post described me as the most loyal cabinet member to Donald J. Trump. I had to remind the president that they did not mean that as a compliment. They asked me, what was it like to serve for President Trump? And I told them, and I've told everyone hundreds of times in these 3.5 years, it was the greatest privilege that Mike Pompeo could ever have. I was proud to be a part of President Trump's team. I talked to him every day for 4 years, first as CIA director and then as Secretary of State. And what I was so proud of is that we understood the greatness of this nation and we never once apologized for the United States of America, not once. Now, President Trump's going to secure our southern border. We will bring peace back to the world. We will take down the ring of fire. We will support our friends in Israel, but he's going to need help to do that.
Strenger, I'm going to let you go first because, at the end of the day, it was always about this guy's an outsider. The deep state doesn't want him there. Mike Pompeo screams deep state. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Trump is going to win. I think that when you look at the 2 candidates, it's pretty obvious when it comes to speech and when it comes to everything that's happened, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to growth, when it comes to avoiding these conflicts prolonging, Trump is still a better choice. But there are a lot of concerns with Donald Trump winning, and one of the concerns is the digital prison that they might wind up opting us into. And when Trump gets in, it becomes a lot easier for people to consent to this because everything will just get monetized. You know, look, everybody already has a podcast, right? People get paid to post on X. Like, there's just an incentive to just give up everything to these people. And it's being done voluntarily because there's a financial reason and incentive to do it. And so the theory is that, like, okay, well, I'm giving all my data and all my information to Musk because I trust him, and I trust all these people at X because they allowed me to have a platform. They didn't silence me. They didn't censor me. They didn't do any of this stuff. They let my voice grow. But guess what? Now you just gave them now you're giving these people all your stuff, all your information, and who knows what they're doing with that information, right? Like they could still be going to the same meetings. They're still friends with the Bilderberg guys. They're still there's still a connection with the Davos class and whatnot. So it is concerning. I do think that it's still better than having Liz Cheney in charge of the CIA, which is what they're floating around on The View and whatnot. It's still better than a government that's openly going after their political enemies and just choosing who to audit and who to show favorable treatment towards based on whether or not they like you, whether or not your views align with theirs. It's still better than all your money being sent to Ukraine and there being a financial incentive to keep this conflict going. It's still better than being looked at as a criminal because you own Bitcoin. Like, it's still better than being forced to than these people trying to force a shot that doesn't work on you in order to function in society. Right. It's still better than and I know we disagree on this, but it's still better than 20 million people coming over here unvetted, also to be used as cannon fodder for these forever wars. But maybe that's the plan. Maybe they're deliberately choosing people that are this terrible because either way they kind of win. So that's kind of my worst case scenario on the whole thing.
Don? Hi, by the way, you guys.
Hi.
Don DeBar, Alex Strenger. Alex, Don.
Good. Hi, Jayme. I see you there in the background. What's up, brother? Swallow that. No.
He's eating pizza.
First of all, everything that we know about this stuff, this is the biggest problem that I have. Everything that we know about these people is, through virtual means. I've met a couple of people, here and there, like in passing, maybe sat in a press conference once in a blue moon with, some live person and heard what they actually said. But otherwise, all of this stuff that goes on is strained through the media. Let's see. So this one is going to be looking at all your stuff and have the media saying, isn't that great? And this one's going to be looking at your stuff and having the media say, isn't he Hitler for doing that? I mean, that's kind of what the choice that we have. Each one is a bad actor. One of them acts in unison with the entire apparatus, and the other in apparent opposition. And I say apparent because that's all we know is what we see. I do like the fact that there's a distinction between what Trump says he's going to do with respect to Russia and NATO and all of that, as opposed to what Harris says she's going to do, which is, a continuation of what she and Biden have done and what Obama was doing and what Clinton was doing. I mean, we're looking at the war in Ukraine now. The first shots were the bombs dropped on Belgrade, okay, by Bill Clinton. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, there's a continuous march of NATO up to Russia's borders and a continuous war. Trump did facilitate some of that stuff for sure. He sent some arms there that they weren't able to get through before. The worst thing that he did, the sanctions were actually forced on him. You had a congressional vote. I think it was 5-10 between the House and Senate to 3 and 2, not voting. Some ridiculously lopsided. In other words, dear sir, sign this bill or we will override your veto practically unanimously. Your pals, Congress. One no matter what he does, I think there's value in having the people elect someone because he says he's not going to go to war with Russia. I mean, we have nothing to wield if they elect Harris. The people are on board with the dumbest shit they could roll out, the craziest shit they could fire across the battlefield, when we're sitting for it and actually voting for it and asking for more. That's the scenario where if she's actually elected. The alternative is telling the world we have it so bad here that we elected this crazy son of a bitch because he's better or not as bad as that one. I mean, that's the best that we can say we're getting out of voting for Trump. But at least there is an articulate or a stated distinction between their two policies, particularly in foreign policy. And based on that and on if we weren't talking about being at war with Russia already, I'd be balancing the equities among the other issues. But this is an existential threat. It's being handled by people. We don't even know who it is. It's not even we know it's not Biden. So who is the commander in chief in a war with Russia that keeps, getting escalated? That's at the point now where Lavrov said 2 or 3 days ago, if you guys take this next step, you can't hide behind the Atlantic Ocean. We're going to use whatever we have to protect ourselves, and we're going to use it on you. What do you do with that? This election is like the metaphors I have. I can't say on
You looked upset. You looked depressed.
Look, I'm facing the reality of tomorrow we're going to have one or the other, and all these big problems. Assuming the best case, okay, for that I'm out of this, the best choice for the lousy choices we've got is that Trump wins, and he means what he says about this stuff. That he intends to do with Iran what he was doing with North Korea. That it was all bluster to carve out political space to make peace. Whatever, even forgetting that, the most urgent thing in front of me is to settle this war with Russia and to back off of war making with China. And if Trump means to do that, then tomorrow morning he's got to live between now and January 20th. And first, he's got to win the Electoral College, no matter what the scoreboard says tonight or in a week or two when they finally finish filling out absentee ballots and tallying them. Whatever it is, they're already out loud lining up with faithless electors, finding different ways of throwing it into the House of Representatives. The Republicans, the House is a weird construct in doing, in picking a president. You don't have the 435 individual votes weighted by population, so New York has more votes than Kansas or whatever. Each state has one vote. And so the majority delegation, whoever the majority party is in each delegation, that's who that vote will be. And the Republicans have more delegations that they win, forgetting population. And so if it goes into the House, then if the Republicans vote for Trump, which is another question, then Trump wins. Outside of that, I see every effort that could possibly be assembled being tossed at Trump, including killing him. And in any event, then we live with the aftermath. Finally, last thing, and this is something that's been a condition that, Apostle, I was talking about this on Crosstalk back in 2016, but at this point in the election then. You have two cohorts here who, are angry and at each other's throats. You have an entire working class that's now 40 some odd years into austerity with, huge numbers of foreclosures and evictions, huge credit card debt, declining or vanished incomes, not enough money for healthcare and or energy and or food, desperation, basically. And then a record, and this is something for the last 20 years, but a record loss of confidence in the institutions. 2016 election convinced Democrats that the election was stolen and that Russians and others that it has no integrity. 2020 convinced Republicans of that. And, these have been just really reinforcing things like that have happened over the years. So you have something in the vicinity of 80% of the electorate on both sides, red and blue, whatever, don't have any faith in the institutions that we're about to see express a winner. And they are, we're looking at a match being lit that may not be able to go out until there's an awful lot of violence and perhaps even blood.
Kevin.
So I think we're all kind of in agreement on one of the main issue here is that there's nothing to be excited about right now. We know that we have a uniparty captured system. We have one candidate who represents the current administration that we don't even know who's running it right now, and they have checked the box on so many horrible things and Alex, you listed it earlier with the whole the mandates and there's a list a mile long of the current administration, what they've done, not to mention the occupation, the genocide. Although every administration has done the occupation for the last 76 years, it's this current administration that's done the genocide in Gaza and is continuing to fund that. So I think that the takeaway right now is, regardless of what happens tomorrow, I think that, people who vote for Trump, I think we need to acknowledge that a lot of them are doing it to teach this current administration a lesson. There are other ways we can teach this administration a lesson, and that's by opting out or writing someone in or voting for one of the third-party candidates or an independent. It's a way to punish this sitting administration. And so what we can debate is the principled way to do that for yourself, what feels right for you. But at the end of the day, I think we all agree on this, that at least there's a glimmer of hope. Maybe Pasta, maybe you're the most skeptical at all of us that there's any hope whatsoever, but at least Trump has spoken about these things that the current administration is not speaking about. And that speak is something, because it's something to say you're campaigning on these things. You're campaigning on ending this Ukraine war. You're campaigning on the censorship issue. You're campaigning on the RFK element of going after big food and big pharma. You're campaigning on these things. So at least there's that. And I don't think I'm being over optimistic with a little bit of hope, but I'm saying there is a difference. I think it is important we recognize those differences, regardless of how we choose to punish this administration. Before Don or Alex takes that, Craig, I want to pass to you, because I know out of the four of us, you have been the most, I would say, skeptical that there's any difference at all between the two, even when Trump campaigns on these things that Kamala and the current administration is not doing at all.
Alex, did you want to jump in for that?
I mean, yeah. Look, I think that there's definitely a difference between Trump and Kamala, right? And you could just see in terms of how they speak to common everyday voters. You'll have when you see the just even the long form podcast that Trump and Vance go on, they sound relatable. Even people like Howard Lutnick, who there's plenty of reasons to distrust. Like when he's talking like Anthony Pompliano, they sound like normal, people that you could sit down and actually have a beer with and talk to human, right? Like the people in the Kamala campaign, they sound like robots, dude. Like they sound, everything they say is on a talking point. It's all filtered. They're going through a bunch of focus groups and teams to kind of figure all this stuff out. So I really don't think that I just don't see like relatability wise, like Trump is a lot more relatable. The people that are around Trump are more relatable. RFK is very relatable. I think that when it comes to I think that the RFK endorsement is getting a lot of people who otherwise would not vote for Trump to go and vote for Trump. I think that I wrote out a whole tweet too, and I wrote a whole post about what the case for Trump winning is and what the case for Biden is. And I think that the case for Trump is that the coalition with Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., these are new people. These are people who have been like fighting against the deep state and fighting against like these apparatuses for years, right? They've been doing this forever. And all of a sudden, and they've done it from the left mostly. All of a sudden now these guys are on Trump's side. You're going to get a whole new voter, a whole new demographic, a whole new person to try and vote for these people. And like the Kamala campaign is attracts people with very rigid thoughts who've been brainwashed and gaslit by the media, which is a propaganda outlet. Whereas the Trump team is actually kind of the opposite, where it's like you have everybody on every single viewpoint could be voting for Trump for a multitude of reasons. And there's way more infighting on the right than on the left. And they infight over the stupidest things too. Like really the stupidest things. They'll infight over whether an OnlyFans girl deserves to be deserves to have a platform on X or something like that. Or they're infighting now about Peanut the Squirrel, about the owner of Peanut the Squirrel. Like, well, he shouldn't have been making OnlyFans content, right? Or people are arguing with people will argue about whether or not like Nick Fuentes is a free speech advocate or something absurd, right? And so like when we're arguing and fighting with each other that much, it's a lot harder for somebody to coalesce and manipulate one group of people into like thinking the same thing, because like this group thinks so differently that it's a lot harder to get any kind of authoritarianism. You can only get authoritarianism when everybody thinks the same and everybody's like in lockstep and in compliance, which is why it almost worked with COVID. With Trump, yeah, there are problems, but the problem is not going to be with Trump necessarily, like with Trump and how he governs. It's going to be more with the fact that it's going to be more about the fact that people are willingly going to be giving up all of their data and just giving it on X totally without even any kind of thought or question whatsoever. And then people like Elon Musk or Thiel or Vance and those characters, or David Sachs, the PayPal mafia, they're going to it's going to basically be like a different kind of new world order where they wind up becoming the power brokers versus the Klaus Schwabs or the Bill Gates or the George Soros. So it's like right now you got a battle of billionaires, and we're kind of choosing to see which group of billionaires benefit us the most. And right now, the billionaires that benefit us the most are sadly the PayPal mafia billionaires, at least where we are right now.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think that it's all just a plan that they're, both sides are playing their masters, right? Like, once again, this is truly a deep state, a hidden government of oligarchs, of globalists. And really, to tell you the truth, I listen to Catherine Austin Fitts the most, and I really wish people would get this whole scare tactic about illegal immigrants to vote. My prediction is they're going to have Donald Trump win, but somebody like Carrie Lake is going to lose, some other Republican that was supposed to lose, and they're going to blame immigrants for that one. So then they're going to use J.D. Vance with Peter Thiel and Palantir and tell everybody you got to get on digital IDs because we have to stop. You want to fix the problems at the border? You want to fix the problems with immigrants voting? And immigrants don't vote. I mean, they are exploited for their ballot in states like Nevada, which I think CheeseSlice put up. And I also predicted on Patrick Henningson's show, 21st Century Wire, the other day, that Nevada will go to the Democrats because of the way people vote.
No, it's not. It's not going to go. I don't think so.
You want to bet? The numbers. I'll bet you right now.
How much you bet?
You have automatic registration to vote when you get a license or renew a license. So all the immigrants, the undocumented workers, a ballot is generated for them. Ballot harvesting is legal. The only thing the Republicans got when it comes to election reform was to get those mail-in ballot boxes moved into the vote centers. It's still vote centers. You know what I'm saying? They have mass mail-out ballots. They have dirty. I mean, think about how many people, Alex, go to Vegas, leave, die, move. They have dirty ballots, and they have weeks of counting those votings.
Here's what I think. I think that the early voting numbers have been favoring Republicans a lot more than Democrats. Like literally, there's more Republicans that voted early in Nevada than Democrats. That's never happened in the state. The numbers in Vegas and in Reno, which are the only left-leaning counties, are way more red than they were in the past. Yeah. They're almost evenly matched. So I think that when you just look at the early voting numbers, it's mostly Republicans that are voting early. And when you're winning in early voting and you're a Republican, Republicans never fucking vote early. This is the only time that they've been voting early. So I think
you're thinking about voters. You don't need voters to swing an election. You just need ballots.
Okay.
And in Nevada, they can produce as many ballots as possible.
Trump loses
and like
Nevada,
I said, ballot harvesting is legal. I can walk in to a vote center with 50 ballots and put them in there.
Yes,
so I'll make you that bet. $10 if you want to make a bet right now.
$10. Let's do it. All right.
You got it. And I don't want to because really, to tell you the truth, Alex, you're so on the money. Everybody, I lived in Nevada for 1 year, right? We did the AM wake up show there. Nobody's getting into trouble because everybody's packing. It's a Second Amendment state there. Everybody's packing in Vegas.
Yes.
So it's just like, you know.
Also, dude, what was I going to say about that? The Trump campaign has actually been winning a lot of the election lawsuits this time around. There have been issues in Bucks County. There have been issues in Georgia. There have been issues in Virginia. They've had a track record of winning these types of elections and winning these kinds of cases. And when you you can only get fraud like if people are like, if there's a margin, right? Like, you know, people are only willing to do fraud if there's no way to prove it, right? And when like you look at the early voting numbers, this overwhelming for Republicans, if Trump loses Nevada, it's obviously fraud. Like, because I can't think of another. When you look at numbers in Nevada, and I went to a Kamala rally in Vegas, and it was barely packed, right? So like, when you look at all of that, and a bunch of these people weren't even from Nevada anyway. So when you look at that, and you look at the demographics, and you look at the fact that like the early voting numbers, it's obvious that Trump should win Nevada, and if he doesn't, a lot of questions are going to wind up having to be asked as a result of the numbers. Pennsylvania, maybe not, just for the fact that at Kamala Harris's last rally, you had 100,000 people at Kamala Harris's last rally in Philadelphia, right? So, but even then, the early voting numbers are way better in Pennsylvania for Republicans than for Democrats. And the RFK Make America Healthy moms, they are voting for they're going to change the demographic of how women vote. Everybody thinks that like it's abortion is going to be what causes a bunch of angry women to be at the polls to vote. I'm like, no, actually, there's a lot of Malha moms that are pissed off as fuck as a result of their kids being poisoned and as a result of like the vaccine injuries that maybe their kids received, and finally they're being listened to, or as a result of like some of the ideology that's being put in the schools. So this stuff is being totally not even looked at. So it just, there's so many factors that make it seem like if Trump loses, like the case for fraud is a lot higher than the case for fraud would have been in 2020.
It was obvious last time, but we got the Dumb and Dumber answer. Remember the time when Lloyd Christmas asked Mary Swanson, Mary, what do you think about me and you, huh? 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million. Mary, just give it to me. And she goes, more like 1 in a million. And what does he say? So you're still saying there's a chance. Those numbers that came in the still of the night, they were mathematically impossible. So I don't know. And I can get into the election thing. But the question I want to ask you, Don, because I agree with Alex here and I disagree with Keaton Weiss. And Matt, I'm sorry, I'll give you the next question. I know I'm stepping over here. But the question I have to you, Don, is I agree with Alex. I don't think the abortion issue matters as much as it used to. I think when people were like, well, ladies are saying, if I have a baby, maybe this Republican won't let me, let me have my body, my choice. But I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned with rent. I'm concerned with gas. I'm concerned with paying, putting food on the table. More than anything, I always think it matriculates back to it's the economy, stupid. And women are feeling it just as much as men.
Yeah. People are feeling it for sure. And that motivates a lot of people, and it clears the eyes of some folks who might otherwise be more focused on these other issues. But there are, constituencies for these individual things, and the great fear of the great Hitler that has been, peddled for, since 2015, really motivating a good number of people. According to the polling, it's close. The polling has, for two successive elections, completely underestimated Trump's vote by a good 5%, as someone mentioned. It might even be more that now. And we're going to find out. We're going to get an inkling tonight, and we're going to see what develops over the next couple of weeks. And I got a jet. I got a rehearsal in 15 minutes, and I got a ride waiting for me upstairs. So,
were you jamming with the guitar tonight somewhere, buddy?
Yeah, tomorrow I got a gig. Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, Don DeBar, we love him. He's a regular on the show. We'll see him soon. And as always, he always makes great meatballs and Chianti.
Yeah.
Thank you, Don.
Love you, Don.
Don, thank you.
Bye, guys.
So, you got any more questions for Alex? We got Jose Vega coming on soon, surprise guest. He's going to jump on in, but and I think Alex knows Jose. I don't know if
I
you
know
guys
Jose.
met.
Yeah, we never met in person, but I've definitely spoken to him and done. His
He's the
podcast
left
with him.
version of you, right? He's
I
like
guess so.
he's like the left's version of you. He doesn't do it with comedy. He does it with just straight up rage and anger. But he gets in he got in what's his name? The guy who pulled the alarm. Bauman's face.
Yeah.
He got in AOC's face. He gets in so many people.
He has a He's right. His election's today.
Yeah, he is. He does have an election today.
He has an election today.
Yeah.
That's it. That's right. So he taking the time today. It's very cool that he's going to come on with us here. That's awesome. Great news. Yeah.
Matt, any more questions for Alex before we get him out of here?
What is your prediction for tonight?
I'm cautiously optimistic on Trump. I'm cautiously optimistic, although Donald Trump's stock took a nosedive right before I went on the show.
Why is that?
I don't know, but I actually I had to take care of something. I don't know if you were paying attention, but I had to take I bought a bunch of shares of the Trump stock, right? And I also sold a covered call, which basically means that if it hits a certain price, you get if it hits a certain price, you're obligated to sell what you bought at that price. So the risk is you don't profit as much if it goes higher, but you're safe because you just made some cash, right? And so I also did a stop loss where I was if it goes down to a certain price, sell it, right? And I decided to do a stop loss yesterday at the cost basis. And I thought that it would only it expired only in a day, right? I didn't think that it was going to expire. I thought it already expired, but when the thing took a nosedive, all that shit just hit. And so I sold basically everything I bought, didn't make any money, didn't lose any money, but I have this covered call that leaves me where I made I got $900 for this covered call, but it leaves me exposed that what if Trump wins and the stock moons, then I got to cover this shit. And so I was trying to figure out what to do with this, but which I'm probably going to wind up doing right after I get off with you. But what that is odd. That is odd that the Trump stock takes a dive like this right before the election. That is kind of weird. And I don't know if that means that they're pricing in Trump losing or if people are just trying to manipulate the market. But it is weird.
Might be a manipulation.
It seems like a manipulation.
Yeah, that's my hunch. But
well, now is the time to buy the Trump stock cheap, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Strenger, he's been all over the place, man. And
there's a lot more. There's a lot more to come. I put it to you this way, dude. After this shit's over with, no matter who wins, and I should have said this earlier, but no matter who wins, it doesn't end. There's no getting complacent. If Trump wins, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that you have a little bit. You guys to continue fighting tyranny without these people breathing down your neck as much. And that's how you look at it, right? It's look, Trump isn't going to save you. No one's going to save you. And there's a lot of tyranny afoot. And one of the big, there you go. Bring in Jose. One of the big concerns is that businesses are starting to not accept cash. Oh shit! Businesses are there's certain businesses that are refusing to accept cash, and that shouldn't be allowed because it's a financial privacy issue and it leads the way to CBDCs. So that's going to be the next project I do is go to find companies that don't accept cash and refuse to pay with a credit card and film it.
Excellent.
There's a lot of that here.
Thank you so much, brother. By the way, for coming on. Jose Vegas
New York.
Alex Strenger's out. Thank you, Jose.
Hey, good luck. Good luck on your election.
Thank you. Good
right.
luck on your endeavors, Alex.
Yes, sir. We got to catch up next time I'm in New York.
Okay.
Hey, wait a second, Alex. After this election, right, now that media has been closing down left and right, that they closed down RT, the affiliate, Sputnik's been closed. TNT Radio just lost its funding. I mean, they're closing independent media left and right. Do you think you can get me a job on a pedicab?
I got you, bro. I got you. Let me know. Holla at your boy.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I'm going to move to Austin, Texas, get on the bike, lose some weight, and at least have some fun with Alex Strenger in the streets of Austin. We love you, brother.
Let's go. All right.
Hey, if this Congress stuff doesn't work out, I'd like to join you on that too.
Man, let's do
I got
that.
you.
Me and Jose are going to lose about 40 pounds in about 2 months over there.
All right. Good luck.
All right.
Later,
Alex.
Thanks so much.
Love that dude, man. Love that dude. Jose Vegas here.
We are rocking and rolling. Homeless left, pasta to go. we are bringing people together. That's what we like to do on the shows, the multi-streams, all day. Election day coverage. This is the most important election of our lifetimes, everyone. And we mean it this time. Absolutely. This is the one. Forget what we said the other years. This is the most important one. We are joined with Jose Vega right now. I know Craig Pasta is going to come back in with us in just a moment. Wow, Jose, I didn't even know you'd be able to take even a little time to come on with us today. How's everything going on the ground? What is election day like for you out in New York?
Wow.
What has it been like for you this last 24 hours here?
We're pretty busy out here. As you can see behind me here, my volunteer Hassan is very busy there calculating the polls, looking at crunching all the numbers and stuff. So no, actually we all just came back. We were all out in the field. If you look at my social media, you'll see I've been going around in a truck. We have this like decked out truck. We call it a sound car. And I've been going around basically just like repeating over and over, vote Vega, vote Sarah, we're for peace. And whenever we come into like a busy intersection or a corner, we just tell people, hey, vote for peace, vote for us, because all of your money is being sent to Israel or to Ukraine, and there's no money coming over here home. So vote for me is a vote to get your money back home.
Awesome. Yeah. You know what? I see the video here. Let me bring it up so we can play this. I'll try and grab this right now because that's a great message. Let me grab this here. Hold on. So this is what you have on your Twitter right now. Okay, here we go.
Oh, we just posted this one. Okay, yeah, I've been posting a lot of videos. This isn't the sound truck, but it's you can play it if you want.
Is this one okay? You want us to play? Yeah, this is a little.
Let's see if I can find you one that like has the.
Oh, you want to? Okay,
let
me grab the other one. Hold on. So it's below.
Let me see if we can.
Is it one of these?
Yeah, this one's good too. I'll put it in the little private chat here.
Okay.
Bam, bam, bam.
Okay, we'll grab it from the private.
Bam, bam.
Listen, let me ask, while you're getting that together, Jose, too, as well, I have a question for you, being a LaRoucheite, Schiller Institute person. Well, no, I mean, listen, so, all right, well, let's play this first and then we'll talk after.
We can talk about it.
Yeah. Do you want to play some of the video, the first video of that one, Matt?
Jayme was throwing that. Jayme was throwing that one up. Do you want it?
Which video?
Oh,
that video?
That's one. Yeah, that just gives you an example.
Okay, Jayme, you got that? Okay. Let's go for it.
So this is just the sound truck. You can kind of get around and stuff. And then you'll see me just going out talking to people.
Awesome.
If you're wearing a hoodie, you will be voting Jose Vega. And a bicycle, you are a Vega for Congress supporter. Vote Vega. Jose Vega. You're going to vote Vega. Combo, that's purple, and you're matching. You will vote for Jose Vega. Pueden votar para Jose Vega y Diane Sayre. Okay, tienen que votar Vega. Thank you. Yeah. Este martes, vota Jose. Okay. Okay. Usted sabe. Okay, Vega, vota Vega.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, he's independent, but he's independent. Even better. Yes, good. Okay.
He's pulling the Blues Brothers.
We are independent. We want more hospitals, more schools, less money for war. No money for war, money for peace. Vote Vega.
No, you're it.
Here you go. This is how you can remember him.
Jose Vega, yeah.
He was like, you on the bike, you in the cab. He was pulling the Blues Brothers part. It's ladies' night at the what was the name of the club, whatever it was in the Blues Brothers. I forget. That's what you were pulling there. I love that, man. That's great. Here's my question to you, Jose.
Yeah.
So obviously, I mean, listen, this is a no-brainer. I wish I can go vote for you and Diane today. I'd love to do that. That would be amazing. Yeah. There are some conflicts that I've heard from old school bad blood between socialist or communist and I I don't understand why we still hear that, right? So when we met up in New York and we had that terrible Mexican food, before that we were at a rally together. There were some people out there that had issues with LaRouche, but they were lefties. Can you explain why lefties today? I mean, other than the fact the nuclear power thing. So there might be some differences when it comes to climate, nuclear power, and whatnot. But you guys don't the LaRoucheites believe in a socialized medicine, a state-run medicine, Medicare for all, something like a universal health care plan? In other words, I believe that they feel that healthcare is a human right, just like a lot of leftists do. They are anti-war, just like a lot of leftists are supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Believe in. Where do you think and why is there that bad blood or that kind of like misconception that the Schiller Institute, and people on the left can't get along?
I think, first of all, people should just get over it. People like to reference to, I'm 26 years old, right? So people like to reference to me all the time something that happened in the past, right? I don't know what happened in the 1970s. I don't know what happened in the 1980s in terms of interpersonal whatever between whatever other socialist leftist groups. I don't know. I was born in 1998, and I was recruited to this organization when I was about 15 years old or so. And that was mostly just myself trying to be some smartass going to their meetings every Saturday thinking I knew more than them. And then I realized I didn't know anything that I was talking about. And I thought that their ideas actually made sense. And I liked the fact that they actually had real solutions and so on, and that they had an idea for a global vision. I know that there are slanders out there that he was a cult leader. That was mostly written about in the 80s when they put him in jail. And who is the they? The they is Henry Kissinger. The they is George H. Bush, Reagan's VP. These were people who were writing articles and slanders about trying to get and synergize Lyndon LaRouche as like whether he was this ultra left wing or ultra right wing, whatever, or they call him like all kinds of different. Like one of the things I hear is that he's actually like a spook. That Lyndon LaRouche was a spook, and that I just hear like all these absurd things that just aren't true. And as to why they continue to stick around now, well, it's because, frankly, you look at the fact that Diane was able to get on the ballot, where Jill Stein couldn't do it or RFK couldn't do it. But we were able to get on the ballot here in New York when no other independent candidate could do it. And I think the reason these slanders exist is because the FBI and the CIA and others are still using their smear lines as a way to discredit everything we do by saying, well, the only reason they can do it is because they're this or they're that. Or no, we're not any of the smears that people call us. You have to actually ask yourself, how do you get 70,000 legitimate signatures in 6 weeks? That's people power. That's organization. Yeah. That's grassroots. And I think the reason the bad blood still exists today is because there's resentful people who are unable to do what we do and operate at the level that we do, and they wish they could. And so as a way, they try to bring us down. But the truth is, I'm open to working with anyone. So,
I like the answer right out of the gate, right? You didn't bury the lead. They need to get over the old stuff. I'm 26 years old. I don't know what happened. Even when I speak to Diane about it, she's like, yeah, everybody was beating the shit out of each other in the streets back in the 60s. It's not the 60s now. And I've asked her before. I said, Diane, why do you got to kind of like, carry the LaRouche name anymore? You always mention LaRouche and stuff. And, sometimes when she mentions it, I'm like, I don't know if she should have done that, if it was the best political move, right? But I think it's also amazing that some of the stuff that Lyndon LaRouche was able to do, and, when people say he worked, and there's somebody in the chat saying he worked for the CIA, I have the hard time believing that, because his foreign policy was directly like opposed to what the CIA was doing. And the historical context that comes out of this, that comes out of Diane's mouth that she was able to talk about from her time studying what LaRouche did. I mean, it is definitely a quagmire of sorts, and I'm glad that you pointed out that you'll work with anybody, and the past is the past. But I do definitely think that this is also one of those rifts in the left that could be repaired. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, these guys are like believe in a socialized, universal socialized medicine for the United States, a Medicare program of sorts. And, you don't have the right doing that. The right is like fearful of that. You know what I'm saying? They don't want any socialized medicine.
I'll give you a good example. So you remember, like, one of the things that made myself and Kind and Famous was when we went after Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah.
Right. This was like 2 years ago. And then there were a series of interventions done, not just by myself, but by my friends too, and other people as well who were not associated with LaRouche. And then I remember Rania Kalick went on a podcast with Brian Becker. I guess these people are PSL people.
Brian Becker's head of PSL.
Yeah. So Brian Becker's, Rania's like, these guys, these LaRouche people are painting themselves as like anti-war leftists, but they're not that. They're actually right-wing extremists. This Jose Vega guy is a right-wing extremist, which, first of all, she never reached out to me. She totally could have if she wanted to, right?
She's an idiot.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Did I say that out loud?
You said it, not me. You said it, not me.
Out loud about Rania Kalick. I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm not. Anyway, she's like, yeah. So anyway, these guys are like total right-wing nut jobs. Brian Becker, can you please tell me what the deal is with them? And Brian Becker goes on like this 15-minute tangent about how in the 70s, LaRouche did this, this, and this. I don't give a fuck what happened in the 70s. You know why? Because I care about now. We're on the brink of nuclear war. The reason I yelled at AOC was because she was giving money to neo-Nazis. And everything I said there, maybe not the Tulsi Gabbard thing. I mean, that thing I kind of look back on. And like this, I guess I'll just address it now. Because I say in the AOC intervention, Tulsi Gabbard had the guts, where you show cowardice. What I was referring to was a very specific thing where Tulsi Gabbard had left the Democratic Party at the time. Also, I was like 24 years old, so cut me some fucking slack.
Yeah.
Or 20. I was 23, I guess, or 20, whatever. I was 20 something at the time, and like I didn't know Tulsi Gabbard that well. I should not have done it. So I think just a lot of people just kind of like, first of all, need to get over it. And secondly, should just stop being afraid. Like if Rania Kalick or Brian Becker actually wanted to know why I confronted AOC, they should have just reached out and asked. I never got an email or an invite. They just ran off assumptions. If they actually wanted to take it up, they should have called me. They should have DM'd me on Twitter and said, you know what, let's talk about it. Because that's what Katie Halper had the balls to do. Katie Halper, she even disagreed with the AOC intervention that I did. She put out a statement famously saying, like, I actually disagree. I think there's an art to protesting and I don't like the way they did it. My response to her was, I think people should watch the video that got her fired from The Hill. And she appreciated that so much. She had me on the show. I could tell she was a little nervous to do so, but she even asked me about the LaRouche stuff. And I admitted that I don't know a lot about the LaRouche slander because I know what I know coming in. Lyndon LaRouche has been dead since 2019. I never spoke with the guy personally, maybe like once, I think, in his last years, right? I came around because of these ideas that other people resonate with today, ideas that most people, if they would just stop getting upset and hung up over the name, they would not disagree with me at all. And they would actually find agreement with it. So honestly, I think if you're a younger person, like a Rania Kalick, who is going around spreading the slanders, that means you have somebody you consider who's a so-called mentor, who's older, who's been around in these circles, who carries around grudges, I mean,
yeah.
You
should refer to her, Jose, as pro-vax Rania Kalick. She's pro-vax. The PSL kept us out, me and a couple other people, out of Venezuela, literally, from observing their election. I mean, these guys are, the PSL is just the PSL. I mean, and they are a woke movement. It's just like, what I'm saying, they've run a lot of the protest in LA for Palestinians, and they were not what they should have been turned out to be. Because why? These guys, they draw lines. They're divisive, and
they hate Rumble, by the way.
What's that?
They hate Rumble, by the way. If you tell them we're on Rumble, they go, "What are you? What kind of infiltrator are you?" We had interactions with them in the LA protest. I'm like, dude, you were trying to get the message out about the Palestinian protest, and you're coming at us about being with. I mean, that was insane. These guys, they are like that. They're very wokish. Very woke.
And all those people are funded by Roy Singham, right? And just look into that guy, right? He had a woke company that he was given millions of dollars for, billions of. I don't even know what they did. I started looking up for them. They were definitely a DEI company of sorts, a software company. But it's their ideology. What I'm saying, it's the way they're going around calling Russia like junior imperialist, as if Russia just has this imperialist mindset, and that's why they went into Ukraine. I mean, why don't you understand what's going on in Russia, Ukraine, PSL, and take your head out of you know what?
Yeah,
But that's beside the point.
I don't want to smear any other organization because I'm not really trying to increase division. But I will say this: I've ran into PSL organizers in the street who've like gone after me personally, who've been tearing down my posters in the Bronx because I'm some infiltrator or something. I know this because they've told me this personally. Even then, I could have called them out on it. I didn't. You know why? Because I think the fact that I'm on the ballot and Diane is on the ballot and their candidate is not speaks volumes. PSL has the ability to gather people in the street, hundreds of people that come out in the street. Okay, to make noise? Great. Diane and I are not about just protesting. We're about trying to win. We're about actually trying to win. Okay, we're not just there to make noise. We want to make change. So, I think that I don't need to say anything about PSL because we've proven that we're more effective without all that funding, without the ability to get hundreds of people to cheer and chant in the street and say all the right, leftist things. We do it. We actually are here for it. And we're not here for the vanity reasons. So,
They were the ones in the beginning. It was the Answer Coalition with the PSL. And don't get me wrong, there are people within the Answer Coalition. I love Margaret Kimberly from Black Agenda Report. I really do. I don't agree with her on everything, but I think that the majority of things we do agree on. I was just on crosstalk with her. But a lot of those other people in Answer Coalitions, I'm not crazy about them, PSL being one of them. They're divisive. They didn't want to remember with the first Rage Against the War Machine, we were encouraging some of them to come on. Chuck Modi was supposed to stop in today. He was in the streets. He might not get in here. He knows a lot of the Answer Coalition people. And regardless, Jose, I'm the same way as you, and I probably shouldn't have said those things. But I'm just speaking from my my feelings.
I don't want to get you in any kind of hot soup or something because frankly, impotence is one thing. That's the thing. I don't feel the need to have to go after them because they're just impotent. They just go, they sit, they chant, they cheer, then they go home and they feel better about themselves. But there's nothing actually happening, But what we've been able to do here in the Bronx is actually catalyze something that's real, something where people feel like, hey, you know what, there might be some hope here, not just in me, but in themselves. We're trying to actually do something different. So, and it's hard, right? I could just be out in the street every day going around saying, we have to go after the neo-colonialist apartheid state and dismantle the American empire. No, let's just go out and do something. Let's not just go make noise. So
their coverage, by the way, of the Venezuelan election was so bad. They didn't understand elections. They didn't look at elections. Well, what's going on? Was this a legit election? Rania Kalik, right? Well, we have a fascist country trying to punish a socialist country. That has nothing to do with the election being legit. Talk about the system. Talk about how it works. Talk about the audit. It's like they have nothing to speak of. It's the same lines again. We're socialists. You either conform to our ideology or you're the enemy. No, it doesn't work like that way. You have no populist message whatsoever. And the only reason why you're still around or relevant is because you got a billionaire like Roy Singham funding you. If he didn't have that money from Roy Singham, you wouldn't be doing a damn thing. You'd be nobody, guys.
I remember when Kynan and I called Nancy Pelosi a sad old drunk. There were PSL people outside of the venue. And this thing was open to the public. And I was like, hey, you guys want to come inside? We're going to go yell at Nancy Pelosi. We're no, we're just going to hold up our banner outside here and cheer about how much Nancy Pelosi sucks. Yeah. And I was like, okay. So Kynan and I go in. Then, we call her sad old drunk. We come out and we're showing the video around to our folks. And they're like, whoa, you guys did that? No way. You could just do that? It's like, I offered you to come inside.
Yeah.
They didn't want to do it. So, I just wanted
they didn't want to do it because you are doing something unique, Jose. You're doing something that you're kind of redefining the protest. You're redefining the disruption and actually getting something done from it. And when you first started doing it, you upset a lot of people because they were not used to that approach. But when you mentioned the AOC one, I thought that was a pinnacle moment. Or at least I'll tell you this, because we started our show, The Homeless Left. That was I think that was the first protest we covered. And I think we were a few weeks since it had happened or a couple months off. We were just getting started.
I remember that. Yeah.
And we put that up because we said this is how protesting is supposed to work. And our previous co-host disagreed with it. And of course, you know, we had it was probably the first debate I had on the show was with my co-host at the time. We were kind of having a little debate about it. He's like, no, this is not how protesting works. I said, well, look what you can accomplish when you do it like Jose Vega does it. So I think from that point, it's only been proven that absolutely it's an effective way, and it is a new thing. And when you say I'm going to do something new and different and unique, that's what comes with the territory of being unique, is you're going to get that pushback, but you stay on course, you keep your vision strong, and over time, history will write the story that Jose Vega was an innovator of protesting. And that's how I'm not just trying to, you know, talk you up, but I'm saying that this is there's a documented proof of you doing this and being one of the first ones to do it. And I think that people have only taken that example and applied it themselves ever since. And so you should be 100% proud of that.
Right, Luke Rudkowski is one of the first to start doing this to globalists and putting them on the map. And I told Luke, I said, Luke, you should see what you've spawned. We got this guy on the left, Jose Vega, who's probably taken your method, what you started years and years ago, and is just taking it to another level. Because what you've done is like really, like he's done some stuff, and like, you know, they've thrown him out and then he's gone. But it's like, to get you out of the room, man, it's like people are like, security, we need backup over here. This guy's not for nothing. He's not a small dude. We're going to need at least 2 or 3 guys to take him out. Can you help us out? He looks wound up. You know, he's foaming at the lips over here, and he knows a lot of facts.
The one I did recently on Nancy Pelosi, I don't know if you saw that one. That one, there was like 4 of us who did it. And we had 2 women who were like very skinny, short, petite. And then there was me, not skinny, short, and petite. And then there's Kynan, who's taller than me, but skinny. And so with Kynan, like the big, beefy, 300-pound, 6'5" guy just like pulled Kynan by the arm, and Kynan went flying across the room. Yeah. But with me, right, they were struggling to pull me out, and then they would throw me to the ground. But what I would do is I would like sort of like kind of slide up and then just sit right back down, really make it hard for them. And I saw the dudes sweating, and they were getting angrier as they couldn't pull me out in one go, until I had like 4 dudes like each like pulling me at my extremities, finally getting dragged out of there.
I've done the same things when somebody's tried to throw me out of something. I just kind of use my weight and go down, and after 2 people are like trying to move me, they're like, we need backup over here. Can we get like 2 more guys? This pasta dude is really big. Jose, you got a lot of stuff to do. I don't know who's Alan Lichtman's whatever COVIDian lockdown, or there's people in the chat there kind of saying certain stuff, talking about, you know, what do you want.
You want to address some of this stuff?
What's that?
You want to address the stuff? What's going on in the chat? How do I see the chat?
We can throw some
CheeseSlice. Yo, CheeseSlice. Morgan says hi. He'll know what that means. We met in DC.
Well, I don't really want to address it because I don't know. I'll talk to you about it off. There's somebody who made some comments in the chat, and I really like that person, but
they're not saying that about that we endorse Kennedy, because I can tell you right now we don't.
All right, yeah, but you know her, right? So I mean, I don't want to.
We do not endorse Kennedy, nor will we ever endorse Kennedy. We don't endorse anybody who supports or votes for genocide. There was a point before October 7th where I took a picture with Kennedy because
I was supporting before October 7th.
Yeah, everything was before October 7th. He was in LA. We were all we were having a good old time right before October 7th. Right before.
And you know, it's so fucked up because I think he declared his independence on like October 3rd and 4th.
October 10th. It was October 10th.
It was after.
So he had it scheduled. He had the whole thing all made up. Declare your independence. All the signs, all the marketing in Philadelphia. So he was scheduled to be there, ready to go. We were scheduled to be there. We were gonna cover. This was a big day. And then on October 8th, 48 hours before that, he's tweeting out no red line to Netanyahu and unprovoked attack and basically blank check forever, whatever he wants to do, as he's about to declare his independence on the military-industrial complex cap 2-party system duopoly.
That cut that rally in half, Matt.
What?
Matt, that cut that rally in half. He would have had 3 times as many people if he didn't do that. I'm the one who went. I think it was the weekend I saw you, Jose. I went up to New Hampshire. I'm the one who asked him about Israel-Palestine. The only thing is is that it's one thing to go, oh, okay, I think Israel has a right to exist. It's another thing to say, I'm going to give you a green light on genocide. Do what you got to do. I really did think, despite him supporting Israel, that on October 7th, that he would call for a ceasefire. But I was scared of it. And I was like, please, somebody take his phone away. Please take his phone away. And as soon as that tweet came, it was like, gone. See ya.
Yeah. I know.
Dennis Kucinich's face. I'm going to tell you guys, on the 10th in Philly, he's standing there on the side. I went up to talk to him, and he was introducing him. He had to get up on that stage and be all enthusiastic. Here's our guy. He was the campaign manager at that moment. I would have put money down that within 48 hours, he would no longer be the campaign manager. And that was correct. He had resigned within that 48 hours. And then, of course, his daughter went in there. CIA op went in there to take over. I was just like, man, what a weird day that was. I'll never forget that. We were just like out there, just like zombie. We're just like, what is happening right now? This is so weird. But here we are now, 1 year later, and those of us who stuck to our guns. Jose Vega stuck to his guns. Craig Pasta Jardula stuck to his guns. We all did, and we said, we have a red line, and it is genocide. So we did that, and I'm proud of all of us. But I'm especially proud of you, Jose, for sticking to your guns on the ground, doing this type of campaign work, being innovative, being unique in the way you approach this. And here we are. This is the day. How do you feel about these last few hours counting down?
Look, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. All I know is that no matter what happens tonight, we don't stop.
Yeah.
This was never about, we've been operating this campaign as if we had already been a congressman. What are we doing? What can we be doing now that we don't have to wait to win to do? One example is, you guys know this doctor, Dr. Mark Perlmutter, who was in Gaza for a few weeks. He was a Jewish doctor from North Carolina who was in Gaza for 3 weeks. And he was supposed to give a talk here in New York at Mount Sinai Hospital. It's a very big Jewish hospital. Has a lot of Jewish roots. In the 1850s, it was the only hospital for Jews. It was called the Jewish Hospital, and he was supposed to speak there on the realities because he's seen like sniper bullets in children's skulls and hearts, sometimes at the same time, a bullet in a child's skull and heart from the so-called best snipers in the world. He was over there. He's not trying to denounce Zionism. He's not trying to denounce this. He's just trying to say, like, hey, man, there's a lot of children dying. Mount Sinai cancels his talk. And so what we do, Diane and I do, is like, hey, wait a minute. We've got some money left over from the Peace Fund. Let's just get a new venue right now, right next to Mount Sinai. And that's what we did. And everybody who was going to go there came to our event instead. And the reason it was canceled was because there were doctors in Mount Sinai who said that this was going to spread anti-Semitism and hatred, him just reporting on what he experienced. It was horrible. But that's an example of what we did with our campaign. And that's something we can just keep doing. Stuff like that. Just moving back and forth, left and right. In fact, so we've got a lot coming this weekend. So people should follow my social media for more.
We will, ladies and gentlemen. Jose Vega, he's running in New York. Go help him out. Go look him up. Jose, you're right. It's not going to stop. We got a lot of work to do after this, and I look forward to being in the battlefields with you. I probably won't do what you do because I have the opposite approach. I'm the nice guy approach, right? Like I do that, but it works for me. It really does. I get in the spots. I get confidence, but I'd love to go with you to one of your shakedowns and go have a fun time with it.
Okay, well, different strokes for different folks.
That's right. Same goal.
Right. You like your strokes. I like my strokes. And we keep it that way.
That's getting too phallic. We got to get out of here, buddy. We love you. It's getting too weird. Jose Vega, ladies and gentlemen, go look him up. We love him. We love you, Jose.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Take care, buddy. All right. So we have another guest waiting in the wings.
We got show, we got content, we got guests on this election day special, the most important election of our lifetimes, guys. This is the one. Forget all the other ones. This is the one, the most important election day coverage of our lifetimes. Want to introduce our next guest?
Yeah, since it's the most important election of our lifetimes, this is the most important guest of the night. She's going to probably be one of our truthers or a part of the truther movement, which is something, people were saying they're very proud of the things I've done. And somebody said, Pasta, way to go screw up RFK. CheeseSlice said, no, October 7th was months after Pasta asked that question. But there were a lot of people who really, we put them on the radar. As soon as I asked that question, the next day, Max Blumenthal was on the Hill, and they were using my clip because they said, "Can we use your clip?" He was on the Hill, and they were asking him all questions about that. Glenn Greenwald brought him in. So I kind of shined a light on there. Like I said, it's one thing to say I support Israel. It's another thing to say a genocide is necessary. Well, he didn't say it's a genocide. He still denies it's a genocide.
Of course.
But that's beside the point.
The Palestinian people are the most pampered people on the planet, just to be clear.
I wondered if he would call for a ceasefire today. Are you still going to make your excuse? I don't see a lot of Hamas militants getting handcuffed. I see a lot of Palestinians getting handcuffed. But let's get back to this truther guest over here, because it is very important to understand what's going on behind the scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend Monica Perez from the Monica Perez Show is here.
Hey guys. Yes, this is the most important election of our lifetimes until the next one. It's like the national debt. Like it's always going to be worse with the next president. And I think that's probably true. But as we get more and more polarized, it seems to me we get closer and closer together. The welfare, warfare, super state just grows and grows, and it really doesn't matter. I used to call it the liberal fascist center, and even those terms have gotten inverted, but it's still the liberal fascist center.
So here's my question for you, Miss Perez.
Yes.
Probably the most important question of the night.
Yes.
Right? Most important. Who does the deep state want to be president?
I think it's
put you on the spot there, huh?
Yeah, that's big because I'm about to just alienate probably 90% of anyone who might be on I don't have a side of the aisle, but like in my sphere. I think it's Trump. I think Trump is the deep state candidate, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
Because say the most important job of this president is to escalate in the Middle East. And I thought you guys said in the beginning, Ukraine's over and Israel's over. So maybe if you think that war stuff is over, I don't. And I think
we said Ukraine's over.
Right.
We didn't say Israel's over.
That I got.
Israel has just begun.
That's what I think. So if the goal is to totally reshape, and I mean like topographically, the Middle East, then who would be the easiest? Who could do that the easiest, the fastest? And I would say it's Trump, because the Democrats still make this claim to political legitimacy that the Republicans have their own like never Trumper. They're in schism. I mean, I know that ebbs and flows, but the Democrats act like they are still legitimate, holding on to democracy, and that they're responsive to their constituents, and they have the pro-Palestinian protest group in their realm. So they would have to show some restraint. They would have to pay lip service. They would have to whatever. Trump isn't even owned by Republicans. So Republicans could distance from him. He can go completely rogue. He's established this image as a hothead, as irrational, as take the guns now, worry about due process later. He's a guy who just doesn't think things through. And that's why they like him. Like they had Ron Paul, who thought things through, who talked about the Bill of Rights. And but with Trump, they took that whole energy and they transferred it to Trump, because he says things like, Maxine Waters is stupid, so you've got this guy who like shoots from the hip, and that is what people are liking about him. So I think he would be the easiest one to just escalate in Israel without bringing down the whole system here. And then I also think that it's being teed up to be very much, I mean, I don't know if this is going to happen, but I could see a pattern where it may be being set up just like the kind of Vietnam 60s thing. And we see how these patterns repeat themselves. They try to use these established, archetypes and stuff. So you have the pro-Palestinian protest, which never really got much mainstream oxygen. So I've been trying to puzzle through why in this last year they've gotten so much oxygen from the press. And I think there's a chance that what's happening is they're being teed up so that if Trump were to escalate in Israel, you would have domestic unrest throughout the Western world. And then, so you have and Biden can even light the fuse. I think there's a chance over the next couple of months, no matter whether it's Kamala or Trump who's going to be inaugurated, that Biden does something fucking addled and stupid and puts some troops in harm's way. And then you've got U.S. injuries. You've got what they call a tripwire. And then the next guy, so like LBJ is the one who escalated Vietnam, and Nixon was going to stop it. That's where he came in. But in the end, he's carpet bombing Cambodia, and then he looks like the villain. So you've got Biden might be just lighting that fuse, and whoever catches that bomb has got to throw it. And then, so you have the foreign unjust war that's very unpopular. And then you have instant domestic unrest, which I think all of us can see that both of those things are, in the offing. We've been moving towards that for a really long time.
So here's my theory, and we're gonna bring in our next guest too as well. And I love this. I love doing, I love the shows I do because I speak to so many different groups. I love going on the Union of the Unwanted with you, right? Like where that's the truther moment. I spoke at Rebels for a Cause, Courtenay Turner, her thing, right? I've spoken at the American Project. It's a Donald Trump, Patrick Burns, election integrity groups. I started this going to the Bernie Sanders Diner activist group, marching in the streets with teachers. I mean, I go all over the place because I think it's important to talk to everybody. And our next guest, I'm sure you would call him, he's a true leftist, right? Not a common sense leftist, not this fugazi leftist out there, a real leftist, because a real leftist, number one rule is anti-imperialist before anything. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend, Jayme Font is joining the show. What's up, JB?
Hey, good to see you. Good to be here. Nice to see all of you here. Matt, Craig, and Monica. Nice to have a plethora of different voices here.
So Monica was just talking about the deep state's choice is Donald Trump. And listen, I say this all the time. We don't have elections. We have selections. And I'm not going to tell you who to vote for other than the fact that vote outside the two-party duopoly, right? The ruling class is going to give us who they want. And we should reject whoever they give us. JB, who did you vote for and why?
That's a personal decision.
Let us know. Give us a little breaking news. Give us a little something for the show that they can't get anywhere else. JB tells us who he's voting for only on the election show.
I actually voted for Jill Stein and Butch Ware for president and vice president. And so the reason being is because genocide is my red line. And when I say genocide, everybody immediately goes to Gaza. Gaza is one of the genocides that I also am against. I'm also against the genocide that's going on in Sudan, in Congo, in Haiti. I'm also against the genocide that's going on with my people here that's been happening for 400 years. I'm also against the genocide that's been going on with the indigenous people here for 500 years. And so I am against empire and imperialism that either happens here on this land or happens on any other land in this world. So when it comes to that, that's my red line. Also, the cop cities are also my red line. People who not having healthcare for everyone is also my red line. My red line is also corporations that have ownership of our government and that are running roughshod, that are allowing our government to basically be a tool, their tool in order to control all of us as the masses. They are the hand up the government's behind that's moving the government that controls the deep state. So if you really want to find out who controls the deep state, you look at people like Peter Thiel. You look at people oh my gosh, what's his name? You look at all the billionaires who really are the ones who are controlling the politicians. Look at all the central bankers. Look at all the corporate banks. These are the people that are actually the ones that are running our government. We live in a corporatocracy, and my vote was against corporatocracy. Now, I say that voting is a side quest. The real main quest is actually organizing on the ground, building dual power in order to flip this table over, because we need a brand new system. This system it's not conducive for human survival or for humans to thrive. And so as somebody who I am a communist, I do feel that this system is unsustainable whatsoever. And so I did my side quest last week, but my main quest continues on in building dual power and organizing.
I love that philosophy, so much, James. It's very resonating to us here, and what I like about it is that I think it does cross over beyond just people identifying as communists. I think that there's people as populists. I think people are picking up on that sentiment, like in a major way we've never seen before. And we can sit here and debate about whether Jill Stein or whether another one of the one of the third parties, whether it's Chase Oliver, whether it's somebody independent altogether. There's a lot of different ways you can go, but just applying those principles, I'm seeing that there is certainly a people paying attention to that and thinking like this where they never have before, where you clearly seem like somebody who's had these principles for many, many years. Have you noticed a difference in more people being woken up to this, whether or not they're voting for Jill Stein today, but that they are waking up to this attitude towards our political system, and that they're done with the whole thing. They're done with this uniparty, and they want to send a message, however that is, even if they stay home, but they want to send a message, say, I'm no longer a blue or a red. I'm not supporting this thing. Are you seeing more of that this time around?
I'm seeing a lot of people who, even Gen Z, right? I have a nephew, 20 years old. He said, I don't see a difference between Harris or Trump. Now, he's not voting, right? Even though he could. This would actually be his first presidential election if he were voting. But he sees no reason to, really, because it's like hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. They don't see much of a difference. And the issue I find is that if you notice, and I'm pretty sure every single one of you have seen this, everybody knows that the government and the politicians are owned by big money. Everybody. There's not one person that goes, oh, well, no, not this person, right? Unless you're talking about third parties, which, are by and large just, people powered. Democrat, Republican, they're all owned by somebody. And if they say they're people funded, that doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if you say you're people funded, but you're following the steps and the orders of somebody who is corporate funded, right? So this is the Rashida Tlaibs, the Ilhan Omars, the AOCs, the Rokanas. They call themselves progressive, and they say, well, I don't get any money from any corporations. Yeah, but you follow in the footsteps of people who do.
Your bosses do. Your bosses take the paycheck. They run you. So there you go. Yep.
Whoever runs you funds you, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. But from what I see, to answer your question, is I do see a lot of angst on the ground. Part of this is also when people choose the couch, they are making a choice. They're just saying that they reject whatever the government sends their way. But one thing that a lot of people don't talk about is the people who are living in poverty and in poor. They don't vote because they know that they don't have a voice. And then the people who are politicians don't go to them because they know that they're not going to vote. So it's a circular, it's a vicious cycle. Yeah. And so, people like me who are within a hair's breadth, above the poverty line, look, I get disability. I'm not rich. It's like I'll be happy if I got above $35,000 this year, right? And so the problem is that we all know that we're not listened to. The issue is that are people going to be activated enough to go out and change the system itself because they're sick and tired of being sick and tired? And I hope that apathy turns into action. That's what I'm hoping for.
Monica, I have a soft spot for the Greens. I don't necessarily support them 100% because I do believe they get lost a little bit too much in the centralized power discussion, right? Like when we have talks about Medicare for all, that's a tough conversation because I believe healthcare is a human right. However, I believe that we have a sick care system, and I'd like to see something like a libertarian-minded healthcare system where it's a stipend, maybe a tax write-off, but something where we can change the whole system where we don't get people sick in the first place. And I don't think we acknowledge that. How do we in the freedom movement find a way to form a bond, or should we, with Green Party members and people who vote Green, like Jill Stein, because I just covered an election. I voted for Chase Oliver today, right? And there's a lot of things I don't like about Chase, but when it comes to libertarian, what's that?
I didn't.
You didn't. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, and I'm a libertarian, but
I'm not crazy about Chase, but I think he's okay.
yeah,
And
it's fine.
I covered the election, the debate the other day in Los Angeles. I thought Jill Stein had her best performance yet. I didn't get to ask her about geoengineering, but I think these are weak spots sometimes for Greens when they say, okay, we need to take care of the climate crisis. Well, what does that mean? Can we talk about that? Because I believe sometimes the right just throws it away and looks at the fact that, okay, this is more about consolidation, getting rid of those small farmers, creating 15-minute cities, and putting us, into our dungeons of sorts. However, we should look at making sure that we have clean water, clean air, and stop tic-tac-toeing the sky. But we never have the conversations because both parties, it gets so, back and forth that we never really get into the crux of things. How do we make a populist pact with members of the Green Party and people of the Green Party coming from the Liberty movement where we're at?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to kind of make policy around or try to structure coalitions among the parties. I think that the main problem, it seems to me, is that I would say everybody here, I totally can assume the title of anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-corporatist, anti-globalist. I'm all of those things. But a lot of the people who assume those titles also couple that with a centralized economic vision. So central medical care. And I feel like that's basically impossible because once you have that, you need a central authority that's going to get hijacked. So I actually feel like going back to foundational documents of our country isn't like a conservative movement necessarily. If you got the Constitution back, in its box, you can do all the economic things, all the welfare things, everything that you want based on your ideologies at the state level. And you would have that. California and New York would have that. And those are the most populous places. They have the most people. They have the most money. And we have so much conflict because, and this is why unlike a lot of people like the Electoral College, we have a lot of conflict because the majority wants everyone in the whole country to follow the exact same program. And maybe if the states were smaller, you wouldn't have the money to redistribute to give people medical care or whatever. But the states that are most welfare oriented, probably because it allows you to pay a wage that's below subsistence, that those the rich states actually like subsidizing people's subsistence so that it doesn't have to come off the actual wages. So I feel like if we could segregate our government, our ideology, our parties between what we stand for on a federal level, which would be a minimalist, decentralized thing that's anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-globalist, anti-corporatist, which are federal issues. And then at the state level, you could have totally different parties. You could have subsidiarity and all that. As far as the climate conversation, if you didn't have wars for oil that made oil so cheap, if you didn't highly subsidize the highway systems that bring in foreign goods and subsidize, import extremely low wages, you wouldn't have these problems, in my opinion.
See, it's kind of crazy too, and I'll pass it to you, Matt, to get into the question, because at the Libertarian Convention, right, I think I'm in the bottom 8% of people, a leftist libertarian, right? I do believe that we are one human, one species, then we have to play nice in the sandbox. And if we want to have nice things, why can't we work together for infrastructure, right? And I also want the most vulnerable in our society to be taken care of. I know JB Font, right? Like, you've had issues with financial bills and for medical bills. Our friend Shanda Master will be on later on today. She has throat cancer. It's like, how do we take care of, and I can never really get an answer every single time I've asked Dave Smith or asked Clint Russell or asked all these other guys, how do we take care of this? And I'm saying their answer is kind of like, Chase Oliver, let the free market forces work itself out. I have a problem with that, so I do think it is a quagmire, but I do like your answer, and I think you hit it right on the nose when it talks about the decolonization and the anti-imperialism. I mean, all those things that we spend so much money on, you know what I'm saying, and kill people, pollute the air. I mean, if we can find a way to curtail that back and then have those other discussions, I think it would be great. JB, before you get on out of here, because we got some new guests coming out at 5:30, do you have any final thoughts on what to say? And by the way, Monica, we're going to ask you the way we asked JB Font, who you voted for too as well.
Sure.
I admitted I voted for Chase.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Who?
Ron Paul.
All right, we'll wait. We'll give you the final word. Let JB get his final words.
Sorry.
And JB,
Okay.
I want a prediction of what you think is going to happen tonight as well, buddy. And I hope you feel great, and I hope you get the medical attention you need. We all love you. We're fighting for you. You're known as one of the nicest guys out there. That I'm known as the nicest guy, and you're like the runner-up. So that's why I like you. Give us your final thoughts.
Thank you so much, Sugar Biscuits. So,
What's your nickname? You're Sugar Biscuits. I was going to use that at the end.
You're smoothie. You're smoothie.
Got you to that. But look, hey, one of the things I think that is really important is that, you know, we continue to do as much organizing as you possibly can. But as far as what my predictions for tonight is, I think I'm going to stand by my prediction. I think I have a 60%, in my mind, 60% chance that Trump will sweep all the swing states, and he will win Michigan, but he'll barely win Michigan. But my 40% says he'll win all the swing states except for Pennsylvania. And if Kamala wins Pennsylvania, it'll be just by a hair's breadth. But I do not see her winning any one of the swing states. I don't see her winning North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin. I don't see her winning Michigan. I don't see her winning Georgia. I don't see her winning any of the swing states because there's so many people that are against. You have two things. You have the genocide and the economy. Those are the two big issues. And she failed. The administration she's with has failed. Now, as far as Electoral College goes, I think that, yeah, it will probably be close to 300 Electoral College votes for Trump versus Harris. And yeah, but if Harris wins, that means genocide wasn't as much of a red line. And that means that the Democratic Party can still continue with their genocidal, their genocidal, proclivities. The same thing as, I mean, the Republicans would do the same thing in my eyes, but this would be a thing that, it's like in our minds, collectively as Americans, genocide as not as a red line as we thought it was. And truth be told, we're going to be seen as, in my eyes, we're going to be seen as less moral than our ancestors who fought for World War II.
That's a great prediction, James. Unfortunately, I have to tell you, we have breaking news. We got some electoral votes coming in right now. Not looking good for either side. It looks like Israel took all 538. Every state went gold, I guess. Unfortunately, so that's it, guys.
That ain't the libertarian gold either. Somebody messed that up.
Yeah. We're calling it. That's it. I guess that's it. We should probably just end the show right now. But I do appreciate your. That's a good prediction. We're going to follow all those states as we go through the evening and see how much of that you got right there, James. Very cool.
Let's give Monica the last word too, and then we'll say goodbye to our two guests. Monica, first off, who did you vote for? Your thoughts on tonight? You
Ron
know, and
Paul. I always write in Ron Paul for as long as he lives. Although I think I saw him do some kind of vague endorsement for Trump, but
it was vague.
and also he appears to be stroke addled, which I'm not happy about. But I'm gonna take him on the body. Even if he was controlled opposition, at least when they gave us him, they gave us the Bill of Rights. Now they get like calling people fat. Like I just So yeah, I just always write in Ron Paul. My mother died, or I might have written her in. And I have a son who has Down syndrome. I think he would probably do a better job than either of the candidates. Maybe next time I'll write him in. And I only really vote. The reason I vote is that I live in California and there are referenda. And I think I like that a little bit of direct democracy there. At least I can try to stop the bleeding. And that's it. And then as far as tonight, I mean, I can't imagine that they're going to come up with an answer right away.
No, it's gonna be 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
2-3
So, and I
weeks
don't know.
before-
People were
yeah.
predicting violence and stuff, but I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Well, listen. They want to use false flags to try to get us to fight each other. I think the other day you weren't there on the Union of the Wanted. I said, well, if they make Harris win, they want a civil war, and there's like no chance for a civil war. But we know that it's false flags for civil war. But this is my personal feelings on voting, guys. You know what I'm saying? We don't have elections. We have selections. And the ruling class is going to give us who they want, and we should reject whoever they give us because they're going to give us part of the two-party duopoly. So at the end of the day, it's like what Matt put up. Israel and the deep state wins. None of us win. So Monica Perez, JB Font, thank you so much, guys. Go follow them. We love them.
Thanks,
you only
guys.
get it on this show. People from all over the place, all different sides of the aisle. If there's even an aisle left, we love you guys. We'll see you guys soon, okay?
Take care.
Thank you, guys.
All right, JB. Feel good, Bubba. Wait, sugar biscuits.
Oh man, how you doing there, Pasta?
We're almost 2.5 hours into this thing, and it feels like we just started it.
We barely started. We barely started talking about this stuff. That's the thing. That's what happens when you bring the guests, when you bring the crew. That's what happens. The time goes
Fiorella's
double.
on Fiorella time.
That's okay. We've been. I think we've been holding it down. I think we've been doing a good job. She'll.
I need coffee and Chinese food, buddy.
Yeah.
In that order.
Okay. Well, let's see let's welcome everyone who's just joining us or joined us recently to our all-day coverage. This is our look at that. Hey,
What's
Craig,
up, Jay
love you,
Sev?
brother.
Love him.
That's good.
Love you, Jay Sev.
If you're joining us to our all-day coverage, election day coverage, so the most important election of our lifetime, this is really it, guys. We super duper double swear. This is the actual most important election ever. So thanks for being with us as we count down to democracy. We had a super chat on our end. Jayme, how do I throw that up? I want to make sure we get that up.
I'm getting clowned by Blue Moon over here.
Look at that. You want to read?
Go ahead, buddy.
That one. There's your Truthwire.
Mr. Owada, 1896, $5. Thank you so much for the super Rumble Rant contribution. Is always appreciated on Truthwire, The Homeless Left, and Pasta to Go. We the people endorse Jose Vega. Only socialism or Vega can save America. He put safe America. Capitalism without socialism is fascism. Socialism without capitalism is communism. America is fascist. It is very much fascist. And I wish that people would understand the fascist state. I wish they would understand what fascism is. Fascism is the merger of corporation and state. It does have some racial entities to it, like some censorship built on in. But it is really more about the merger of corporations and states and the states running stuff. So, we have more guests coming in shortly, too, as well. I believe we had another super chat. Didn't we have a super chat contribution or we had something else, Jayme? In capitalist America, Tool uses you. In capitalist America, Tool uses you. He's doing the whole, and that's DC, my good friend, guy who's taught me a lot. Another person, him and DC and Steve were the ones who told me about the Libertarian Party, right? And libertarianism has been rejected around the world, too, as well. Blue Moon made a point when it comes to their economic, stance. But listen, they were born out of the socialist French parties, libertarianism. So, I mean, there is such thing as leftist libertarians. Somebody else is like, hey, send me a link and I'll be your fee.
Right?
Nobody can be our fee. But I mean, Daniel told me, I would say this. I was going to make a tweet. The Libertarian Party. Tell me what you think about this, Matt. Ready?
Okay.
The Libertarian Party is one of my greatest discoveries, but it also happens to be one of my greatest disappointments.
Yeah, it seems that seems to go hand in hand with things. I think you could apply that to Bernie Sanders in 2015.
Oh, yeah.
You can apply that to some people who weren't paying attention to any of that. They might be able to look back on maybe they were in the street with Obama in 2008. Maybe that's their biggest disappointment. Maybe those are all the African American voters that said, you know what, we're done with this crap, and never voted for Hillary, and certainly didn't vote for Biden last time, and are certainly super duper definitely not voting for Kamala today. That's not happening with them. But the greatest discovery becomes your greatest disappointment for sure. 100%. Can I, before we bring our next guest, can I go ahead and do I have a Rumble rant here. I don't know how to bring it up here. Jayme, can you help us with that? Or how can I do that? Because it's not showing up on the comments on StreamYard here, but I see it on the screen, on the Rumble screen.
We did it. That was the one we read.
Oh, that was the one. That was
the one we read.
Homeless
Our
Left.
guest left.
Yeah, that was from Homeless Left.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh. I'm
You
sorry. Thank you
made
so
her wait
much
too
for the
long.
Rumble. I thought that was coming off the other channel. I'm sorry. My bad. Thank you so much for that one.
Since I'm
not
here,
getting us so
can
much.
I-
So thank you guys. It's very cool. Thank you.
Since I'm here, can I share? We do have updates coming in
Well,
already.
why? We already saw the whole yellow Congress thing.
No,
This is
real
what we know
update.
so far.
That's a real update. That's official. That's from CNN. That's an official mainstream media approved update. Thank you, Jayme. We need to know what's going on,
Yeah, we're going to keep you abreast of what's going on all night, so stay tuned.
Yeah. As our next guest is getting set up, we could do something funny here, or I can give you my personal story of voting this morning. Do you want to wait on that one, or do you?
Yeah, I didn't know you did that. Cheese, wine, and pasta. Yum yum. Yes, definitely give me.
All right.
But I have to introduce our next guest because I have a joke. To introduce our next guest.
All right. I was gonna do one of the funny voting ads. We got a few of them for today. We'll scatter them out throughout the day. But some funny voting
Tell us
ads.
about your voting, because I don't know. This is interesting. Can I guess who you voted for?
Okay, you guess.
I'm gonna guess that you wrote somebody in.
Is that your final answer?
No, that's my question. I had a landline.
Oh, that was your ask. Okay, you were
I could
doing
either phone a friend or
the
use
narrow
a
it down
landline.
to
I'm gonna
two,
use
right?
the landline. It said,
50-50. You were doing the 50-50.
50-50.
Okay.
Did you write somebody in?
No. Remove those two answers, please.
So Dr. Shiva is not the person you voted for.
I had to
Somebody put it in the chat today. Dr. Shiva has the greatest ideas. He doesn't need anybody telling him what to do. Yeah, he does. I mean, he's got so many great ideas and whatnot. I just wish he didn't act unhinged, because he does act unhinged. I mean, I'm sorry. He just goes off sometimes. Him calling Kim Iverson, I know she's my friend, but it's so stupid. A racist and stuff. And I mean, literally, we were trying to work backdoor to get him involved in that debate, because we thought, that would be at least the firework aspect of it, right? Like have Dr. I don't think Jill Stein would have been in the debate, and Jill Stein denied when she had the chance to do so. But listen, tell us who you voted for. So
can I?
It's not. Wait, I have my guess.
I know this. You give me a second. I want to finish because people want to know, because I've been holding off on this. Everybody else got to say it. I haven't said who I voted for. Okay.
I know. I want to guess.
Okay. You guessed. You guessed wrong.
I said that was my question. I said I eliminated Dr. Shiva since it wasn't a write-in.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to Jill Stein.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to share
final answer.
I'm just going to share the post, and I'm just going to do it like this, because you guys, I just want you to see this. This is important. So this is what I did today. So what I did is this was a tough one because no candidate fully did it for me. I decided to wait until the last moment to make my decision, which is the beauty and the true power of the voter, the choice to hold out and make the candidates come to us. So this morning, here's what happened. I voted for humanity, for the right to protest, for justice, against warmongering donor class, against mandates, against censorship, against the military-industrial complex, against the two-party duopoly, which really, obviously, we know it's a uniparty, keeps us divided, afraid of ourselves and each other, and forever compliant to the oligarchy. I voted against the mainstream media propagandists, against AIPAC, against the three-letter government agencies, against apartheid, against occupation, against the Western Empire, against NATO, and against American imperialism. I voted for peace, for love, for courage, and humanity. I voted for Palestine because we're all Palestine, and Jill Stein. And this is it. So this is the hat I wore into the booth, and I went in and put the voted on my Laker emblem. And then I want to be very clear here. And we could let me get rid of that. That's done. And then I'll just show you this. If you guys didn't see the bottom of my tie, this is my for today. It's the Palestinian tie
awesome.
I'm wearing. You guys can't see the green below it, but so you guys know, that's what I'm representing today. Even though the candidate isn't what I'm voting for, or the party, the Green Party is not what I voted for, but that's what I ultimately decided to make my voice heard this morning. And it was a last minute decision. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, let me just belittle you a little bit while I got you here right now before we bring our next guest in, because I can never vote for Jill Stein and the Green Party because of their stance from the steering committees on vaccines. And Jill Stein, unfortunately, was wearing a mask as late as this last February. Like I said, she had a great debate, and I thought she nailed it the other day. But I was definitely voting for Chase Oliver because even though he, I think, it was kind of pro, believed in the shot and whatnot, he still stuck by his libertarian ideology and said, no way, I would never thrust this upon anybody. But let me tell you my joke real quick as we introduce people. And hey, congratulations. I'm glad you did what you thought was right. I voted for Chase. You voted for Jill. We voted for third party. I think that's the most important thing, even though our votes don't even count, and that's my belief. But when I was on AM Wake Up a lot, I was so proud that I didn't take the shot that I said, I'm going to the sperm bank and I'm going to donate my sperm, unvaxxed sperm. And Steve would always nail me down, says, Pasta, you're over 50 years old. They're not taking your sperm regardless if you're vaxxed or not. So I was all upset. But I used to say, at least I can join Unjected. That's a group that won't take me for my age, but they'll take me because I decided to say no to Big Pharma and no to the Jibby Jab. And a person who's built a whole organization for people to collaborate, meet, maybe fall in love, just be friends, do whatever, but know they're of the same like-minded people because they refuse to capitulate to Big Pharma and the government and their mandates. Ladies and gentlemen, from Hawaii, who's done amazing work on the Lahaina fires, is one of my contacts when I went there. I love her. She's amazing. She's such a fighter. Ladies and gentlemen, Shelby Hosanna is in the building.
Oh, aloha, my friends. So happy to be here. Hello.
You got the studio rocking.
And you know what, Pasta, we'll definitely accept your sperm at Unjected. I think it's still very viable. Absolutely.
Even though I'm 51?
Even that. No problem.
I have to kindly decline. Because, as you know, this,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Woot, woot.
Thank you.
Oh God.
We definitely have a like-minded. I'm now, my teammate now for life. She's on board with everything. Being an RN in the medical arena, she knows exactly what happened in the capture of her own industry, just like I know the capture of my industry of Hollywood. And everybody seems to know that ended up here in this space knows that their industry was captured, and we're mad as hell. We're not going to take it anymore. So bringing people together and finding that significant other is something we all champion. We hope others can do it too through Unjected and find that counter person just like you that knows something's wrong and something needs to be done, and we can get each other's backs as we fight ahead.
Oh, thank you guys. And really it's, being like-minded is everything. When it comes to being in a relationship, at least that's something in my opinion I've come to discover. But also, too, being like-minded might mean the actual safety of your children's future. We've seen court cases where there's a divorce custody situation and a judge goes and mandates your children to get vaccinated against your will. There's nothing you can do. And I'm sorry, if you choose a like-minded partner, you're not going to have to live with fears like that. So I know that's a little extreme, but really, guys, when you're choosing a partner right now, this is your apocalypse partner. And are they going to be running the tribe, or are you going to be, without? Let's be real.
Yeah.
Shelby, man, like it was not too long ago was the year anniversary of the greatest fire, the largest wildfire in the United States history. It was a sad thing. It's kind of interesting because I see a lot of people today liking some of the tweets that I made when I came back 100 days out One of the things you said that stuck with me for so long is like a family is leaving Maui every single day. And what is Hawaii without Hawaiians? What's going on there right now from what you've seen? I know you have a lawsuit going on, and you have to tell us about this lawsuit, because even though sometimes I believe it's a cooked situation and the judges are bought off, we still get that information out there. The Arizona hearing last year, 2 years ago with Carrie Lake, was so informative. Really, so much information comes out. Now, I'm not suspecting that anybody in power is going to pay a price for what they did with those situations, with the lack of response in those fires. And to this day, I still haven't seen answers on why things fell apart. And we can talk until the cows come home. Was it direct energy weapon? Was it a laser? Was it geoengineering? Was it global warming? Which, Matt, who voted for the Green Party, that's what they think it is. Just kidding, Matt. But we can talk about.
Hey, we can't win them all. No.
The truth is, I'm just busting your chops. The truth is that there have never been answers given to the people why the response itself failed miserably. Every single time I talk to Ellie Cochran, I'm like, did you speak to the governor recently? No. Did you speak to the mayor recently? No. This is the district woman for Lahaina, and there's no communication to her when she's out there trying to figure out what's what. Where do we stand with this whole situation? Can you make some light? Tell us about your lawsuit, and please take the floor for a while. You're the most important guest of the night for me because I've been there twice, and this is serious. I mean, this is, once again, for me, what I see, it's a well-managed gentrification.
It absolutely is. And I wish there was more light to the situation. I kind of feel like every time I give a Lahaina update, it's very dark, but that's the reality of what happened here is they burned down the entire city. They MK'd, ultra'd everybody into oblivion, that they don't even remember what happened to themselves. Everyone's been left homeless or to leave the island. And now, a year later, we still have all of those prefab houses not built, not with any families in them. Front Street, if you guys have heard recently, they said that, of course, this is something we've been talking about, but they kind of officially said, anything 150 feet from the ocean line cannot exist anymore. And then if you kind of dive a little bit deeper into the planning zoning laws for Maui County, they're running into an extreme problem, and no one wants to talk about this. Only a handful of permits have been issued for all of Lahaina, and if Front Street doesn't exist, where is everybody going to go? This is just a well-orchestrated, long drawn out land grab by the state of Hawaii. Josh Green made some sort of sad attempt saying, everybody is going to be able to rebuild. I vow to that. But as long as Maui County planning says that they can. So let's be real, they're not going to. And it's just a really sad reality that Lahaina is never going to be Lahaina again. People are still leaving in droves. There's no water to the town. They think it might still be another 5 to 7 years before water is adequately, back to Lahaina. People are still paying mortgages on houses that don't exist. It's a nightmare. And yeah, there's zero accountability. Nobody gives a flying fuck. I went to the congressional hearing in Lahaina, and this was, 2 months ago, and Bisson was there, and then the emergency management guy, I can't remember his name right now.
I know who he is.
Yeah. They had just bodyguards surrounding them. No one in the audience was allowed to ask any questions. At the end, I approached Bisson to, of course, ask him some real questions. Then his handler approached me and then tried to completely gaslight me. And she said, how would it be possible for us to lie about all of the people that are dead? She goes, don't you think that would be a really big lie for us to keep up? And it was quite shocking. It was like, yeah, you would actually. And, the truth will come out. I do feel that it will. I've seen the evidence myself. Lahaina was destroyed by DEW weapons, and the footage is coming out. There's multiple people that have evidence, that have seen the proof, And, we're kind of just waiting for this HECO lawsuit to, blow over. They want to use HECO as the fall guy. Let them. But we know who's the criminals, and it's the state of Hawaii. It's the federal government, and it's the satanic elitist pedophiles that want to steal this land. So that's my Lahaina update. I'm sorry it's not very happy, but
No, it's
Lahaina's in
truthful.
disrepair.
Yeah.
Do you feel when you see what happened in North Carolina recently, and you have the same exact problems? You got the death count issue. It's actually more obvious this time with North Carolina how ridiculously low the number they're throwing on the screen, and all of the other, like you check every single box for the incompetence, which is not even incompetence, it's deliberate. We see that. Do you think by seeing that unfold and the same kind of, and you mentioned it like MK Ultra reaction, it does seem like there's this foggy memory of what actually happened. We see people respond in a very weird way, like they don't know, they still don't know. All this year, all these months and months later for Lahaina, and you're seeing people respond very similar in North Carolina. Do you think this is it moving the needle in the right direction that more people could see, oh shit, this looks like the same thing again? Or is this a step backwards because they're kind of normalizing this? Like, yeah, this type of thing happens, and hey, we get numbers wrong, FEMA messes up, oopsie, and we do what we can. It, or are we moving a little forward because there's more people that maybe missed Lahaina but see this one? What is your thoughts on that? Are we going further? Is the glass getting fuller or emptier in this scenario?
Well, I mean, both. Regardless, the awakening is now. People are, and I think we see so much more evil around us because it's just brought to our attention because we're awakening faster than ever. But yeah, North Carolina, are you kidding me? A hurricane in a mountain town, a couple thousand elevation, and yeah, the missing lists are. The last one I saw was like a lot. Was it 30,000 or something?
It was in the tens of thousands. Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. And they had the gall to flash the number 98 on the screen. Like, it's like, are you and we talked about this with Lahaina, trying to keep the down to a 2-digit as long as possible. You're like, okay, come on.
And I believe that's because, I've had that lawyer who gave me that statement before, and it really never left my mind, which was every person that's passed on in a settlement should be equivalent of $20 million. So you do the math. If 5,000 people died at $20 million apiece, you are looking at billions of dollars that the state would need to pay out, that the federal government would need to pay out, not even including the land that they destroyed. This is literally only loss of life, not even to mention, the emotional damages. So of course they would keep the death count non-existently low, because then they don't have to, give justice to any of the people who lost their lives. If entire families are gone, then it's the same exact situation in Lahaina. No one's looking for them. The whole family's gone. And people have a really hard time accepting that, especially, with Lahaina, people living 25 people in a house. They don't want to accept that there was a level of poverty and there was a whole entire, intermeshment of population that was completely overlooked and murdered. And would it surprise me they did that in North Carolina? No. That was a lot of back hills, hollers, deep woods. We don't know how many people were really in there, and why it just seems a little too convenient that they would roll through such a place where they really are so sustainable, and really, those types of people are the ones that would probably survive this next coming times. So do I think it's convenient that that's kind of, the areas that they go after? No, I think that sounds right on point. And, FEMA is a captured corporation for money laundering. They do not help the people. The U.S. government launders money through them to pay themselves for their own crimes, which is why FEMA is on our lawsuit. We have many, many people listed in this lawsuit, which I will stop for now. But as far as North Carolina, FEMA, they're all in on it. And I guess I'm absolutely horrified for what happened to them. But, at the same time, the truth is going to get out. They can't keep murdering everybody and expect that no one's going to wake up.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching The Homeless Left, Pasta to Go, and Truthwire's election coverage. At the top of the hour, we have two great guests coming on. I can't wait to have them because they're people I respect a lot. But we got some hard questions for them. We're with Shelby Hassana right now. Shelby, I'd love for you to stick around if you want and hang on out, like kind of be a co-guest with us, co-host kind of thing. When we bring on Manila Chan and Clint Russell of the, I don't know if he's in the Libertarian Party. We'll ask him when he comes here. We'll give your opinions on that. And there's a lot of people that were working for RT and Sputnik and all these other groups that are kind of, I think, hoping for Donald Trump to win because we see how the Democrats have been so pro-censorship that they're feeling that that's their only shot to get back to work. Shelby, really quickly, give us 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes before we bring our next two guests in.
Got it.
Tell us where we're at with the lawsuit. Who is on this lawsuit with you? I saw you interviewing a woman. I believe you called her. Is it your Ona or your Aina when you're?
It was our a family friend, Lonnie. But the Team Humanity lawsuit was something that I've helped create with 6 other plaintiffs. We filed it completely pro se in federal court in the Southern District of Texas 2 weeks ago. And it is very massive. It's 114 pages with thousands of defendants, but 74 primary defendants, which include the Biden-Harris administration, the DOJ, the DOD, the FBI, FEMA, EPA, basically any corrupt criminal, Fauci. I mean, you name it, they're on the list. CDC, go take a look. We're also suing every employee of all of these captured corporations because we believe that they are also complicit in mass-scale genocide. Right. So this is done. We're tired of karmically consenting to all of the people we know are doing illegal activities, but yet we sit around and do nothing about it. So we are going after the constitutional violations that we can prove in court, only constitutional violations. The Constitution is our, it's our tool bag, and we're not using it effectively. And, I think we have a chance. Like you said, Pasta, do I believe that everybody is bought, sold, kangaroo court? Yes. But they can't deny the Constitution, which is our given rights. Yeah. So, interestingly enough, we have had one judge recuse himself. He had stock in Merck. But we have been given another judge who we feel very good about. He's also filed some injunctions against the Biden vaccine mandates. But essentially, we're calling to end the distribution of COVID-19 vaccination, chemtrails, 5G technology, the border crisis, and all of our tax dollars going to illegal foreign aid.
Shelby, thank you so much for the update. We're going to put you aside, bring some other people in. Somebody did ask, how did the handling of the Lahaina affect people's voting for the election today? Do you have a quick answer on that? You probably don't participate in bloodline pedophilia.
I don't participate. Red or blue, they don't care about you.
But do you know if it had any effect whatsoever today?
I think a lot of people voted for Trump, but I see a whole lot of cunt mala signs everywhere. So who knows?
All right. So let's see. Let's bring in our guest. We got to
before we do. Can I play the intro, the election day little segue to get us back on election day coverage? And then bring in
how long is that section thing?
It's 20 seconds.
All right, let's play this here, guys. We're going to bring in our next two guests. We got a third guest waiting. Sarah, hold on. I'm going to introduce her to the guests. You give you 15, 20 minutes, Sarah, if you can wait, because we got to I got to grill Manila Chan and Clint Russell. I love these people, but I'll grill them on air on who they voted for and why. I kind of understand, but I don't understand. We'll get some clarity for them. We'll talk more about this election. Shelby Hassana is here. Matt Weinglass. Matt, take it away. And
all right, let's do it. Okay, here we go. All right. Welcome back, guys, to our all-day election coverage special, Homeless Left, Pasta to Go. We have a great guests we've been having for you guys all day long. We have more coming up. Pasta, I'm going to pass it to you to introduce our next two guests, and we'll keep this discussion going on the most important election of our lifetimes. No, seriously, guys, this time it really is. Truly, truly, really is this one. Okay, take it away, Pasta.
So for years, we've been told that when we go to the polls, we have a choice of two people and we have to vote for the lesser of two evils. However, we've been playing this game for so damn long that I've gotten out of this duopoly quite some time ago, and I voted today for Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate, because even though I don't agree with him on a lot of views, I think the Libertarian values right now are so important. Our next two guests, I don't know who one voted for. I know who the other one voted for, but I think because of foreign policy, they might have gone with Trump for that reason, or for censorship, they might have gone for Trump for that reason. Here to give us a little bit of light and a little bit of understanding of why they voted and why they might be hoping for Donald Trump to win over Kamala Harris, who they feel is the lesser two evils. Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend Manila Chan and Clint Russell joined the show.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Yeah. Thank you for having us. Unfortunately, Pasta already answered my answer. So yes, it is the censorship and the potential for World War III. It is the war in Ukraine. That is the primary driving force behind why I opted to not vote for the Libertarian, which, by the way, I have voted Libertarian in every presidential election in my lifetime, which is a lot now because I'm getting older. I ran for the vice presidency under the Libertarian Party in this election cycle up against Chase Oliver. So, there's no real bad blood there. I do disagree with him on a few policy positions, but I totally support Pasta in bucking the duopoly and voting third party, and any Libertarian that feels as if that is most in alignment with their values. I support that entirely. I personally feel that there is a distinct possibility that under the current State Department direction of Antony Blinken, which would almost certainly be the same kind of modus operandi under a Kamala Harris presidency, that the current situation against Russia, the proxy war that we're waging against Russia, could boil over into World War III. That got me off the sideline. I know many libertarians that got off the sideline, as well as the COVID pandemic censorship regime was just absolutely vicious under them. So those are the two primary forces. I'll shut up and let Manila now get in there.
Manila, he invited me to the party, and then as soon as I got there, he walked out the door. We'll get back to him for a second. But I know your line of work, and a lot of people I've spoke to at Sputnik and RT, they're hoping that Donald Trump wins because they feel that if there's any chance for any sanctions to be lifted, it would come from him. Your thoughts?
Yeah. So I got to say, you correctly read the room with all of us RT Sputnik folks. Let me preface this. I went into this thinking I was going to vote for Jill Stein, and then September 13th happened. And September 13th was precisely the date that Tony Blinken sashayed out to the podium and said he was issuing a whole new round of sanctions against the whole of Russian media. And given that in my background, I've usually voted third party. I left the duopoly back in the Al Gore days. That was like my first and last time that I voted in the duopoly until now. I went in thinking I was going to vote for Jill Stein until also in September, Dr. Stein, when pressed by Mehdi Hassan on his new show or network or whatever on Zeteo, when he pressed her about calling Vladimir Putin a war criminal, as a juxtaposition against what she said on Benjamin Netanyahu, she folded. She completely folded. And then ultimately, I'm paraphrasing, but she ultimately said, well, I guess, I actually have the quote here. Well, by implication, yes, when he asked if she was a war criminal. And the same thing she said about Bashar al-Assad in the very same interview. So up until that point, I was on board with pro-Jill, pro-Green Party. This time, I usually vote third party, and I usually vote, my conscience. And this time I voted in pure self-interest. I'm not even gonna try to veil it. I'm not gonna hide it. Pure self-freaking interest. I believe that Donald Trump is the only one that is, as with as much bluster as he gives about, like, I'm going to be dictator day one, or it's bluster. We saw it 4 years ago. He said he was going to act this way or whatever. And he puts up a show. And then when the rubber meets the road, none of that ever happens. So should I actually have any faith that he's going to do this with, the Russia-Ukraine stuff? I don't know. The proof has been in the pudding in the past that he, like I said, the rubber met the road and that car didn't burn any gas. So I don't know. That's the only hope I have in my own vested self-interest, is that if Donald Trump wins, then perhaps I will be unlaid off.
Yeah, I got to go into the studios and fill in for you while you took vacation.
No, not vacation. The double mastectomy.
I know.
We can't say it. I actually would prefer that we just say it outright, so that way women that are, like my age, early mid 40s, can understand that you could be physically fit and healthy and whatever, and cancer can befall you. It doesn't care.
When she was getting her cancer treatment, I was in the studio, and Manila also gave me one of the greatest compliment I knew. She says, "You made a right choice by not doing a remote and going into the studio. You look good in that studio." I'm like, I know I look good, right? So, and listen, I was supposed to be, today we're doing this here. I was supposed to be on the Rick Sanchez show today with you tonight. We were supposed to be covering it. They offered me a nice little gig, a little part-time gig. They were very interested in what I was doing in the future. I was in Sputnik in DC. We met over there. I was really trying hard. And at the very least, they had me on the shows all the time so I can bring people on over to my, my donation links and try to get that done. That closed down. Here's my question to you guys, though, right? As we are anti-imperialist, anti-interventionist, Clint, Manila, I called you the anti-imperialist. Clint, I called you the anti-interventionist. Donald Trump is getting funded $100 million from Marion Adelson, right? We've seen this game before. I don't look at this as a selection of being Kamala versus Donald Trump. I look at this as Blackstone versus BlackRock. Which part of Wall Street do you want? And as a freedom of speech guy, Clint, when he's talking about if anybody burns the flag, you 1 year in prison. I mean, these things are just crazy. And at the end of the day, I believe the strongest thing we can do in voting is vote outside of the two-party duopoly. Clint, you represent the biggest third party in the nation over here. I know what you're saying, but I still don't buy it. I can't jive with it. We've seen this game before on the left side. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I understand your instinct. I do. Like my entire life, I have bucked the duopoly and lost every election in my lifetime. I don't think I've ever voted for a referendum that won. Like, I am accustomed to voting against the system. This is the first time I'm actually playing to win. Like, I think that this war, this proxy war against Russia, is the gravest danger that the people of the planet face right now. And I don't think that's hyperbole whatsoever. So I completely share your concerns about his funding from the Adelsons. Let's keep in mind, though, his funding from the Adelsons was persistent. That happened in 2016 and 20 as well. He did assassinate Soleimani, and that was a truly provocative and dangerous act on the part of Donald Trump. But he did not take us to any new wars, and my belief is that he will continue to push back, whereas the Kamala Harris-led White House, which would not really be led by her, will do whatever the military-industrial complex and the State Department desires. And that will include enormous provocations against the largest nuclear power on the planet, which is Russia. I want a president that is willing to try and have a good relationship with Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump has done that consistently. I think that it is a grave injustice that this current White House is unwilling to pick up the effing phone and have a conversation with the largest nuclear power on earth, which we are waging a proxy war on their border. It is suicidal. It is existential. And that is the primary reason that I'm supporting Trump, despite all of my grievances against him, which are plentiful. Yeah. The name of my show is Liberty Lockdown. No one is going to convince me that Donald Trump is a great guy and he is on my side entirely. I am viciously angry about what he did in 2020. I am totally concerned, and I share all of your concerns when it comes to Iran and the funding to Donald Trump. I just think that he is the preferable option given the current serious conditions we face.
Yeah.
Manila,
Can I interject real quick? Yeah. I got a question for Clint. Since you're a libertarian, or you're within the party, right? Why didn't you guys put up Uh,
A good candidate?
Dave Smith. Yeah, I wish I could get behind the
Oh,
libertarian
you're
candidate.
opening up a can of shitworms there, Manila.
Everything you said there. I don't know what can of worms I'm opening up,
You
but I
open
mean, I
up a
listened
can
to,
of shitworms, but
No, it's okay.
but why Chase Oliver and not Dave Smith?
Well, that was the plan. We had what's called the Mises Caucus, and we took over the Libertarian Party in 2022. I was a participant in that. Dave Smith, we did that under the pretense that Dave Smith was planning to run for president in this election cycle. His son had a heart condition that required open heart surgery, and it ultimately, his wife and he consulted with one another, and they decided that it wasn't right for them, that his career was going great, and they've got 2 young kids at home, and this would just require too much of him. So he decided to step down. I decided to step up as kind of like the surrogate for Dave Smith, because he and I have almost, carbon copy beliefs. Like he's Ron Paul, I'm Dave Smith. Like that's kind of how it works. So I ran as VP though, because I also was too busy with my life to give the full energy to the top slot. So it ended up being a very narrow race, and it was decided by I think had 17 delegates flipped out of 1,000. I would have ended up being the VP along with Michael Rechtenwald as the presidential candidate.
Wow.
But that's the way the cookie crumbles. There was a major civil war between the more kind of progressive wing of libertarianism, those that are very concerned with racism, things like that, and then those that are more concerned with war and the state and things like that. So that's how it played out.
And that's precisely why I didn't go with Chase Oliver, because I thought I would go Jill Stein. Then I thought maybe Chase, but that's, the culture war stuff is not my jam. I'm precisely just like you said. I'm concerned. I have a 6-year-old son. I want tomorrow to come. I want him to live to see 30, 50, 70. I want him to have that opportunity to grow old. And I feel like if we pick anybody else, that future is greatly diminished.
Yeah.
So
let me add one other point too, because I think that the other silver lining of Donald Trump's first term is that he's just such a great I don't know, kind of like windsock against the lies of the corporate media. And I think that opened up millions and millions of people's eyes as to like the actual system that we function under. I think that after 8 years of them so aggressively propagandizing us to believe that he's Mussolini, he's Hitler, he's all these things, right? And then the American people just go, you know what? We want that again. Like that is just such a profound repudiation of their endeavors. I just want to see that too. On top of I want to avoid World War III, which is obviously the biggest thing. That's a nice perk benefit.
I'm gonna jump in here and say this. I think that we are experiencing a pretty important moment right now. Like on this show right now, we're multi-streaming on multiple platforms. We got, we have the Homeless Left show, we have Pasta to Go, we got Truthwire. We have audiences that have been following us and these conversations over so many months as we've been leading to this today. We've been leading to today, and from my vantage point, and Craig, I think it's I mean this is a healthy conversation, but more importantly, to have people like Manila and Clint who are representing, from what I'm seeing here, representing lifelong statements, making these statements against the duopoly, like every single time. And then something different has happened this time. We got a guy that nobody here likes. We have nothing good to say about him, but there's an opportunity, I think, to kind of step back and look at the optics right now, that some of these issues are so damn important that for the first time I'm seeing a lifelong green and a lifelong libertarian are saying for the first time they want to get on board a winning train with just the hope that something might come from it, that's something we need, like the planet not being incinerated or the other things we spoke about. But like Craig, I will add to this because I want you to hear this too, because we've talked about this. I went and voted for Jill today. I'm not happy about it. You went and voted for Chase today. You're not totally thrilled about it. So we all have things that we're not totally thrilled about. Nobody is sitting here saying they're 100% happy about what they did. But I think what we all agree on is the principle we brought to the table today. And we understand the importance of this moment, regardless of what happens at the end of the day or in 3 weeks when they finally count everything or don't count everything or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But this conversation is what's important. And I've never seen I've never seen a moment like this before. But both of you guys, Manila and Clint, representing so many people that are doing something different they've never done before right now, and I think it's pretty awesome,
good
regardless of what happens. That's my
That's
take.
a good point. I've never voted Republican before in my life, so it almost scared me to do it today in the booth. I got to admit, and
It felt weird, right?
I felt like I was outside of myself when I was doing it. And I was going, "Am I really coloring in this dot? Is this really happening?"
I had
know,
the
right?
exact same feeling.
Listen, we have to make sure that we hook up for more shows. We have guests waiting in the wing, and I want to get to them. I was planning on doing 20-minute spots all day today, and I didn't know I was that popular that people would return my calls and jump on my shows. I can't wait.
I
For
love
the next
you,
round
buddy.
of
Of course.
guests. These are
We
great.
all love some pasta.
Oh,
Come
stop.
on.
When you call, I'm there.
Let me bag on you guys for a while, especially you, Clint, because like I said, I felt like I came to the party and you left the door. Here's the thing that I'm a little bit disappointed about, because I think that when we're concentrating on winning the battle, we're not concentrating on winning the war, right? And from what I saw in the Libertarian Party, first of all, witnessing that type of convention where you have a process that is so grassroots, so clean, so democratic. And I've been to Democratic conventions before, right? It was so bad. And I'm sure there's some politics that were being played too as well. We kind of heard the chuckles. You know more than me what goes on with the politics of the Libertarian Party. Sure. However, what I would have liked to seen is that after Chase Oliver won, because he did campaign in 50 states, he won the debate. The Mises Caucus, unfortunately with the Dave situation, dragged their feet, put a guy up who had a Joe Biden moment because he took an edible on stage over there. I was just like, what the heck is happening? A lot of people didn't even know who Mike Rechtenwald was unless you were a Libertarian until you showed up.
Right.
What you should have done is understand that you have a party that is a grassroots party that has a mechanism where the people can actually hold power. What should have happened was Angela McArdle, right, should have walked on over, shook their hand, figured out how do we make this work? Because at the end of the day, when you look at all the views, right, all the issues, foreign policy, Chase Oliver is way more libertarian than Donald Trump. I'm so sorry, by far. He sometimes fences when it comes to Israel and all these other things, but way more of a libertarian. He doesn't. Donald Trump's not going to end the Fed. You'll hear that come out of Chase Oliver's mouth. I saw him in the debate the other day. He talked about the non-aggression policy. He talked about nobody has a monopoly on violence. There was an opportunity to repair the breaches within the party, go over there, shake their hands, use this just like you use Maj. This is a way to recruit. I imagine that a lot of black people, when they met Maj Touré and Maj told them, hey, just because you're black doesn't mean you have to vote for a Democrat. And he showed them why. He opened the doors. He gave people a sense of consciousness and brought them in. This was a time to bring a lot of people from the LGBTQIA community in, regardless or not, because at the end of the day, even on that issue, when it comes to those things, Chase Oliver's, his positions are different than his ideology. His ideology is that of a libertarian. In other words, it's the parents' decisions on what the children should do. Should we ban gain of function, Jace? No. I believe that's all about free market forces, and the government should never ban anything. If we would find a way to use this as a recruiting mechanism, repair those breaches, then maybe down the road you get a candidate that's worth it. You have ballot access, Clint. You guys got to keep this going right now. So I feel that the Libertarian Party, with the way they handle this situation, and I've said this almost feels like Clint, Angela, Dave have almost sabotaged this guy. I mean, you guys had a party. You had the Zionist Woodstock out there, and Angela's promoting that, make America healthy again. And you have Zionists on the stage. You guys lost the opportunity for the future to make the Libertarian Party better, and you've opened a lot of eyes because people are like, why did you vote for the Libertarian Party candidate? And I'll tell you why. And I'll hand over the microphone, let you get your last statements. Because the libertarian values is what's important right now. Censorship is the biggest issue out there. Nobody fights for civil liberties more than the Libertarian Party. Nobody has a non-aggression principle stronger than the Libertarian Party. So many people on the Democratic side have capitulated and made Putin the enemy, but Ron Paul and Daniel McAdams are holding strong. So I think you guys blew a big opportunity over here by not getting behind Chase Oliver.
I know
Your final thoughts. Wrap it up. We'll get Manila, and then we'll get on out of here.
Yeah, I know we're running out of time, so let me get in real quick. First off, Chase Oliver is not very good when it comes to foreign policy. He doesn't understand the intricacies of the war in Ukraine.
Is he better than Donald Trump?
Slightly. Like it's not dramatic. Let me get all of my points out. He also was absolutely terrible about the lockdown era. Basically what I'm saying is he is a blue-pilled libertarian, and that is not to say that he's a left libertarian, though he is also that. He is just not really awake. Like, he did not recognize the things that Tom Woods and Ron Paul and Daniel McAdams and Dave Smith and myself all identified in 2020. That is a problem, particularly when it should have been one of, if not the biggest issue going into this presidential campaign. What the hell happened in 2020? Why is, like, we have participants on both sides of this thing that committed grave crimes against humanity. There's no one to speak to that outside of perhaps at times RFK Jr. Chase Oliver also can't speak to that. That's the whole reason I ran, is because we needed someone that could actually demonstrate what happened. I mean, we had basically biological warfare waged across the planet funded by Anthony Fauci and the NIH. And like, that's it? We're just moving on? This isn't even an election topic? It's madness. On top of that, he's also extraordinarily woke. He is lost in the wokeness, and he takes that as his primary concern over libertarian values. That is a non-starter for someone like me. It's a non-starter for someone like Ron Paul. He literally said that he would support, or he would stay out of the way of, prisons funding sex changes for prisoners. State funding. This is a libertarian saying that he would allow for state funding for what is an elective procedure under the pretense that it is in fact healthcare. Because from his woke worldview, a sex change is in fact healthcare. These are beliefs that I simply don't hold. So here's at the end of it, this is what really matters to me. If I'm going to waste my vote, which is what voting third party ultimately is, in scare quotes, is wasting your vote, right? It needs to be someone who actually brings my message in a way that's compelling and actually matches my worldview. He simply does not. I know him personally. He didn't want my support. He was invited to go on. Part of the problem with Dave Smith, the largest libertarian platform in the country, he said no. He was invited to go on Timcast. He said no. A campaign that is ran so poorly that turns down the largest independent platforms to try and reach millions of people, and you say no, you deserve to lose. You deserve to lose badly. And the delegates that supported him deserve to feel the consequences of that catastrophic decision to go against what the Mises Caucus wanted and to go with what they preferred. You're getting exactly what you wanted. Now you get to deal with the consequences of it. That's the reality. Just as you said that Maj led black people away from the Democratic plantation, I'm letting libertarians know. Just because you're a libertarian doesn't mean you need to vote for a libertarian presidential candidate if they do not match your worldview. Chase Oliver does not match 80% of the libertarians in this country's worldview, and as a consequence, the vast majority of us are going to be voting for Donald Trump. That's on him, not on me. And I didn't say a word about Chase Oliver for 6 months, so don't say I sabotaged him. It was up to him to go out and get his name out there. That's his job. He got the job. Go do your job. He didn't do it. He deserves everything he got.
Clint, to be continued. Have me on your show.
Just turned me full libertarian. I think Clint just turned me full libertarian.
See, this is why I should have been the candidate, just like I said.
To be continued, Clint. You're not getting away with this because I have a lot to say. We'll continue this at another time. Manila, your final thoughts too, and then we'll get you out of here. We got 2 candidates standing by, three candidates, 3 guests standing by that are awesome. I love them all, but please, Manila, man, I'm hoping that listen, I'm not going to lie. Donald Trump wins, lift these sanctions, and then I can go to work with you, right? Like, because I think I was
Wouldn't that be great?
It would be so great. I love going into the studios, both of them. I love the RT family. I love it. I want to go back.
So do I.
I want to check.
I love 10 years I've been with them. They are my family, and we have churned out work for 10 years that I am proud of. I stand behind 110%. So look, I know, Donald Trump is, I just cringed and did it. It probably doesn't matter in my district because I'm in Northern Virginia. It is staunchly, thickly blue. Is that a Trump term? Thickly? Did that just happen because I voted for him? It's thickly blue here in Northern Virginia. Blue, 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 blue. So my one little red dot vote today is not going to make any difference. So it's kind of my way of a protest vote because I think ever since Al Gore, every vote I've ever cast is a protest vote because I'm from Los Angeles. That's also blue and blue and blue. So where we're at now, I feel like, unfortunately, in 2024, every candidate that's out there has some sort of shit and some sort of baggage that is hard for me to overcome. And it's just a matter of which shit sandwich do I want to eat? Like, is it shit soup? Is it shit salad? Is it shit whatever, right? Everything is shit. So I was, like I said, massively disappointed in Dr. Stein. If she was willing to fold that easily from Mehdi freaking Hassan pushing her just a little bit to call Vladimir Putin a war criminal, pushing her just a little bit to say that Bashar al-Assad is a war criminal. Can you imagine what would happen if people like Jim Jordan were pounding her about, a policy or whatever? She would fold. That is when I lost faith in Dr. Stein. And then, everybody, Dr. West, I feel like he wasn't very serious of a candidate. I love him. If we were voting on vibes alone, it would be Dr. West, because ain't nobody out there that's going to give you a better, gap tooth smile and a warm hug and make you feel like family more than Dr. West. But that's not what we're electing here into office. We have to base our votes based on the realities at hand. And even though there are glaring, huge flaws with Donald Trump, I feel like that is the only chance that if you care about freedom of speech, it can't be Kamala Harris, because the Democrats, their entire party for the past 4 years have shown us exactly what they claim, what they purport the Republicans are, right? They have created, a czar for this, a czar for that, social media, everything, you name it. They have been there for censorship all 4 years. And I'm not about that life. I'm, whether people love me, hate me, whatever, you can all talk trash. We can all talk trash. But that seems to only be possible right now in this election cycle in the Trump camp. So there I am on the final day, on the final moment, I fell into Camp Trump.
Closing thoughts. Chase Oliver said that he rejected Ron Paul, so the Ron Paulians inside the Libertarian Party rejected Chase Oliver, and he can live with that, because that is a blasphemous thing to say.
I have voted Ron Paul before, and I was just with him at his Ron Paul Institute thing the weekend before my mastectomy, and he's so warm and lovely and wonderful and sharp as a tack. Sharp as a tack.
And not the BS way that Joe Biden sharp as a tack. The actual way.
No,
the guy is a gem.
Actual way. Yes.
Manila Chan, Clint Russell, I think you guys are wrong, but I love you both dearly. Working with you.
I got both your backs, guys. I appreciate.
Shut up, Matt. You voted for Joe.
I heard you explain your last name the other day, or not too long ago, which was a very interesting story. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And my wife now just took, because we just got married, she took the name as well, and we're hey, it's an interesting thing,
Please
where
do
our
a
names come
food
from
cooking show or a wine show.
People don't know this about me.
Yeah.
People don't know this about me, but my middle name is actually Vodka Bottle. So it's weird.
Oh, well, hey, I was Beer Mug growing up, and then I graduated to Weinglass, but Vodka Bottle, that is a definite raise up on the echelon, on the top shelf. We'll go top shelf with you on that
Guys,
one.
we got to get to our next guest. We love you. We'll speak to you soon. Manila Chan, Clint
Hi,
Russell,
guys.
ladies and gentlemen. This is
All right.
the election show. We're going to see you in a little bit, okay? All right. And we just want to say goodbye, Manila. We want to say goodbye to Shelby. Shelby, thank you so much for holding on. I thought you were going to be able to jump in there with us. Let everybody know where they can find you and they can get more information. We got to get to our next guest.
Yes, you guys are on it. Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure to hang out with you guys and let me ramble about the government that I hate so much. But of course, please go find me at Injected. The app is actually back out. You can download it on Apple and Google Play Store. And then for the lawsuit, we are looking for as many plaintiffs as possible because actually, if we overwhelm the courthouse, they will turn it into a class action lawsuit against all of the things I just previously named. So please reach out to us at humanitysuit.com. You can read the whole filed suit there and get joinder information.
Very good. And Shelby, we'll continue the conversation on the homeless left with you, because I want to get more into this lawsuit. We have more time and we're not doing election coverage.
Perfect.
But I'm going to throw, this is for you. I'm throwing this up just because we know how you feel.
Yes.
So after 24.
I was
that's for
listening
you.
to you guys, and it was like, why
Yeah.
are we even voting for shits
Yeah.
that we don't like?
Yeah.
Fuck them all.
Yeah. So that's for you. And
Love
keep
you
the-
guys.
Yeah, keep the fight going,
you too,
and
sweetheart.
we'll be talking again very soon.
Sounds
thank you so
great.
much.
See you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Can I jump right into the guests because they've been waiting?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All
Let's do
right.
it. I'm ready.
So this is awesome. First time I met this guest. I met her at Freedom Fest in Vegas, and then we reunited Awesome person, great mind. I'm really happy she's come back to the show. She's been on the morning show before. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Higdon's here.
Hey, what's up?
We already know who you're voting for. You got that? Make America healthy again.
Yeah,
We'll get to you in a second over there. Okay, all right. The next person I've been on his show before. He's been on mine. He has something called Middle MAGA America, but I don't believe he's supporting Donald Trump at this time. He is also awesome too as well. Wayne McEachron is on the show. Middle MAGA America.
Oh, let's go. What's up? Thanks for having me, man. I like the energy coming in hot. Great guest. How you doing, Sarah? What's up, Matt?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Great. Thanks for being here, both of you guys.
And the last person right now, we got a 3-person panel right now. He was wrong about the statements he's making in the private chat, but he's right about a lot of things. We got to appear on a documentary. I think it's an Alex Jones documentary, but we got to have a conversation. Man, if you ask me and this guy one question, we're going to ramble on for 40 minutes. He likes cigars, hockey, and meat. He eats a lot of just straight old meat. I wonder if he's still doing that, right? Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Luongo is on the show.
Hello. How are you guys? What's going on? And no, I'm not wrong about the Libertarian Party. They were taken over by a bunch of fucking Trotskyites, and that's just what happened. And the left libertarians are not libertarians. They never have been. They never will be. I've known these people for 20 years, and they're why I left the party in 2004 after they wouldn't fight the GOP incursion to save their own party then, and that's what happened. I know. I was there. I saw it happen. And Yeoman's worked at Clinton, Dave, for actually trying, but I'll be honest with you. Like, I was just at the Mises Institute like last month doing the keynote speech, and I told them all, like, sadly, you guys sent those guys in there unarmed against a bunch of Trotskyites, and they destroyed your party. And the Libertarian Party, 50 state access, has had zero, and I mean zero, momentum for 20 years, and that's because it's been destroyed from within. When they destroyed the platform in 2004. And then we ran like Wayne Allen Root and Bob Barr and Dopey Weed Guy and Joe Jorgensen and the rest of them. Like, I haven't voted Libertarian since Mike Badnarik, okay? Because he was the last Libertarian they ran. Because that guy didn't even have a driver's license and he was running for president. They had to get him a driver's license. He's like, I'm from Texas, I don't need one. Like, I like that guy. Yeah. That guy was cool.
It's almost hard to argue with you witnessing what's going on over here. Now, first of all, I don't think they're leftist libertarians. I think that's culture war libertarians. For me, I believe I'm a true leftist, right? And I don't believe in the culture war stuff. I believe that being a true leftist is being an anti-imperialist first. But true leftists are freedom of speech absolutists, plain and simple. You know what I'm saying? We believe in our civil liberties across the board. These people didn't come walk with us when they were Julian Assange. I don't believe they are left. I call them Fugazi left. But wouldn't you agree, Tom, that at least this is a mechanism in which you can, if you run the right candidate, had they run Dave Smith and Dave Smith won that nomination, it would be a different story over here right now. And he was ready to win that nomination.
I mean, I
nomination.
I wanted Dave and company and Clinton, those guys, to do well. I really do. And believe me, my partner Dexter White over at Cold Goats and Guns is like, dude, you're a post-libertarian. You're not a libertarian. It's a dead brand. It's a tainted brand. And he has killed it this summer. Like, guys, they ran in there with our meme. The whole thing was become ungovernable. Well, who? Right? We created that stuff out of whole cloth on Twitter, and then Dave and company ran with it. I don't care that they didn't give us credit for it. It doesn't matter. I love the idea that they did that, and then they ran, and then they don't fight properly at the convention to save the party. And this is part of the fundamental problem with where libertarians are, which is that they're like, it's like that moment in Fight Club when he's like beating the crap out of Jared Leto. You and I talked about this last week when we were on with Alex Jones. I think I did this one with you. I said, look, I said, remember when he's beating the crap out of Jared Leto? And we all remember why I just wanted to destroy something beautiful. But what he's saying in the monologue before that, every punch was basically, this is for all the pandas that wouldn't fuck to save their own species. Well, that's exactly the way I feel with the libertarians. They won't fight to save their own party because they won't get their hands dirty philosophically when they've got a freaking election to run, and politics is dirty. Like it or not, politics is dirty. I mean, if you're going to do politics, do politics. If you're not going to do politics, then be the Mises Institute, which doesn't do politics, right? And that's fine. If they want to be a think tank and they want to be an intellectual book club and the keeper of the scrolls and the sacred scrolls and all that, great. If that's what you want, fantastic. But the Libertarian Party is a different thing. I urge everybody to go back to the Monday after I spoke at the Mises Institute. Lou Rockwell ran Murray Rothbard's 1977 speech that he gave at the Libertarian Party convention. And the title of the speech is, "The Goal is Winning." There are too many people in this party who think that the goal is like to have an intellectual book club, or to do education, or do this or do that, or give people a home who don't feel like they have a home. No, at the end of the day, Murray Rothbard voted for freaking Pat Buchanan, dudes. Like, because Murray Rothbard understood that you vote for the guy who's going to get you closest to the things you actually want. And that's why I voted for Trump 3 times now. I voted for Trump more than I voted for Ron Paul. I became a Republican to vote in the closed primary, like to vote for Ron Paul in 2008, 2012. And then I forgot to leave because voting means so little to me ultimately, because I usually don't like to encourage them. And when I fill out my ballot, I only fill out the ballots, the things I care about and I know about. I vote against all the judges. I vote on all the constitutional amendments. If I don't know who my state senator is, I don't vote for them. That's my thing. And it's always been that way. That's my libertarianism when I go to vote, because voting ultimately it's against the non-aggression principle in theory anyway, because you're now choosing at the end of the day who is going to run the government, that's going to point guns at you and make you do shit you don't want to do. Like, that's like wholly un-libertarian. So the Libertarian Party as a thing really has never been about the non-aggression principle. So you're already making a deal with the devil by being a part of politics in the first place. Well, if you're going to do that, well, then goddamn it, fight for it. And if you're not going to fight for it because you don't want to get your principles dirty, well, then you get Chase Oliver.
Yeah.
And then there we are. Or we get Joe Williams, the Dopey Weed guy, or Bob Barr, or any of the other fucking assholes that they've run over the last 20 years. Like, I'm done with the party. I've been done with it for forever today. Okay, I'm done.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah. So you're wearing a Make America Healthy hat again, right?
Yeah.
RFK spoke at the Libertarian Convention. He's got some libertarian views. Why don't you tell us why you're behind RFK? And let me ask you one personal question about that. Don't you think his Zionism is a problem moving forward?
I'm not worried so much about that. I think so just going to the beginning, I was not an RFK supporter during the cycle. I've probably been on Trump's train for the whole cycle, because after Chase was elected, I don't know what to do with that, because me and Chase I know Chase very personally. We both live in Georgia. I voted for him for Senate a couple years ago. And the thing about him is he's also fought against bills that I've helped write in different states across the country. So how am I supposed to vote for somebody who has actively campaigned against stuff that I have tried to get passed? And most of it's with the gender ideology being, in schools and transitioning children and stuff like that. I fought against that stuff where Chase is for that stuff. And so I've very much been against that. And so as much as I think Chase is a good person, I like Chase as individually as a person, I couldn't support him on this ballot. I'm not so much in support of any one person in the Trump campaign. I just think that each person, I think I called it the other day, I called it more like the Captain Planet, right? When all their powers combined, they make one good candidate. And so you have Tulsi Gabbard, who is amazing anti-war activist, right? You have RFK Jr., who is going after the pharma industry. I've been going against SSRIs for a while. He made a comment the other day about wanting to push more psychedelics in using psychedelics and cleaning our food. I've actually been pretty crunchy in the type of foods and stuff that I put in my own body for the last 10, 15 years. And so I've seen all that stuff. So when it comes to like the Make America Healthy Again stuff, I like RFK Jr., but I wasn't going to vote for him as a full candidate. I think when it comes to and then you have somebody like Elon Musk, who is just a tremendous advocate for, now he's talking about ending government waste, which I get is kind of hypocritical sometimes when you look at like SpaceX does take a lot of government funds and all this stuff. But I think if I was on the border coming into it and I was going to wait till the last day to vote, the fact that he posted on Twitter saying that he would love to have Ron Paul in the Department of Government Efficiency. And Ron Paul said, I would love to talk to you about that. And they actually did have a conversation about that. So now Ron Paul is on board with this movement. I think that would have sealed the deal for me at the end of the day. But I've always very much leaned more right. I was a Tea Party conservative, and it was actually the Tea Party getting so many people elected that didn't actually reduce government waste, like lower government spending. That's what pushed me into the Libertarian Party. I was a military officer for 7.5 years, and it was, after 5 years of that, it was seeing, just when we were looking, when they were teaching us to invade big picture foreign policy, when they were teaching us that, and I looked at the map at a big scale, and I go, wait a second, we have Afghanistan's over here, Iraq is over here. In the middle of that is Iran. I realized the only reason why we went into Iraq was not for weapons of mass destruction. It wasn't for oil. It was simply to have a double flank on Iran, and they were already planning World War III at that time. So that's what is my Ron Paul was right movement about foreign policy. And so, I wouldn't consider myself a Zionist. I just want the government out of all of these and stop funding all of these wars across the world. I do think that, I personally think that Israel has a right to defend itself, but I do have concerns about the way that they've done that so far. But at the end of the day, I just wish that we wouldn't be fighting a proxy war between ourselves and funding both sides of this conflict in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm. Wayne, I dig some of what Sarah and Tom are saying, but at the end of the day, there's a difference between being wrong and being compromised. I think that Dr. Shiva had one of the biggest messages that we had on the show when me and Matt had him on not too long ago. Let's end the occupation of our government. Even Massey has floated the idea about introducing a bill that would make it illegal to have dual citizenship here, right? I don't believe you can be America first if you're going to be Israel first. And I agree with Nick Fuentes here, and I'm a leftist as can be, when we say that these guys are compromised. RFK is too smart. We all know about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein and being on the plane and whatnot. It seems like he's saying those things because he is compromised. Miriam Adelson put $100 million into Donald Trump's treasure chest over there. Can you give us some insight right here? Because I think it's just crazy in my mind, whether you put it on paper or not and say he's the lesser of two evils. I think it's crazy to support or vote for Donald Trump. You have a middle MAGA America.com over here, right? Can you give us a little insight to your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy for people to vote for Donald Trump. I'm out. I am no longer a Trump supporter. I will always be grateful for Donald Trump. 2016 was magical, and he woke me up. But he's not going to drain any swamp by supporting the DOD and the deep state in Israel. And he has gone full-blown. My number one concern right now is free speech. And Donald Trump had a great digital Bill of Rights Act that he came out with when he first ran, and he destroyed it all. Recently, he said he's going to root out anti-Semitism on day one, noon, day one. I've been asking, what does that mean? Nobody's been able to tell me what that means. When he was president in 2019, I believe, he did the executive order and for college campuses using the definition of anti-Semitism by the Israel, I forget the name of it, I think it's the IHRA, and that is anti-free speech, and that's disqualifying. On top of other issues I have with him, he's not based on Ukraine. He said he would give Ukraine loans. So he's kind of phony on Ukraine. He's not based on the Middle East. He's basically said, I'll make Israel great again, basically supporting turning Gaza into a parking lot so they can develop it, is basically his and Jared Kushner's ideas. Absolutely. So if that's what MAGA is, I'm out.
Yeah. Bilderberg too, by the way. And Tom, I know you're dying to get in here. Bilderberg too. Matt, do you have something to say? Because go ahead, bud.
No, go. Tom can go ahead, and then I will respond to everything that's been being talked about. Yeah, go for it.
Wayne, I'm not. I don't really have a. I don't have a lot to say about that, other than I remember going back to looking at that idiotic Jared Kushner peace plan, that two-state plan that they had during Trump's first term. We'll see. I don't see Netanyahu as being in Trump's orbit. I noticed that Kushner and Ivanka Trump were not there at the final rallies. He brought his entire family up on stage, and Ivanka and Jared Kushner were not there. And that was the primary avenue, whatever you want to call it, that existed in the Trump in the first season of the Trump show, to put it bluntly. I'm in a wait and see mode on all that. I'm going to be honest with you. I am. And I don't trust Trump. I live in distrust but verify mode all the time. Like, I don't trust anybody. I distrust everyone. Prove to me that you're not a shitbag, to make it blunt. And I've always known that Trump has a lot of deficits. But at the same time, I don't think that the situation today is the same as it was then. We'll see what happens. Right now, I don't even think it's in his hands, because I honestly think that what I've seen recently from the DOD, and I'm talking about the DOD below the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which are all Obama political appointees. I'm hearing this from multiple layers of 05s and 06s. So that means lieutenant colonels and full bird colonels within the U.S. military. And I've done multiple live streams with people who are, and I've had multiple conversations with people who are, and they're all saying the same thing. This is not that what's happening up here and what's actually going to happen are two completely different things. Us putting troops in, even under Biden, us putting troops in Israel and continuing to put troops in Israel, and the Russians putting troops in Iran are tripwires. They're to prevent the escalation, because now neither side can really throw weight at each other in any way that won't turn this thing into a stepwise escalation function that nobody wants to deal with. And I don't think anybody other than Netanyahu, and I'm watching some stuff that was coming out this afternoon about Netanyahu firing parts of his cabinet, and there are rats leaving the sinking ship there. Everybody there is under intense levels of pressure. At the same time, of course, the IDF just blew up 500-year-old neighborhoods in southern Lebanon, right? Yeah. It's all awful. It's all awful, guys. There's nothing good about any of this. And I don't think, and none of us are going to get out of this. We're all going to be able to walk away from this situation as this period of history, angry about something that happened under somebody's watch. Okay. And that's everybody's right. I mean, I'm not here to judge anybody on that. Certainly. I have my things that are no-goes for me. We all have those. We all have those personal red lines, and that's fine. And we should have them, and if we should express them, and that's fine. And that's why we should have an open conversation. But let's watch to see what actually happens, because as far as Ukraine is concerned, it's pretty much over. The American military has already said it's over. The only ones who won't accept this are in City of London and in Brussels. And they're still desperately trying to get us to fight their war for them. And I don't want to go. This would take me an hour to lay out in terms of the bond markets and the financial market side of this. But just understand that there's the world we see it at the headline level in geopolitics, and then there's the other world, which is where the money flows. And the money flow is really what this is all about, and the long-term political control that money flow enables. And I don't think Trump is standing for any of that. I think, if anything, if you look at what Trump actually wants to do economically, I'm not sure I agree with it all, but I understand in the context of what he's talking about will actually bring about the kind of end the global empire thing faster than any other mechanism we could actually come up with. The return to mercantilism and regional economic blocks is, while not good in the in the short run, in the long run, in the short run, it's exactly what has to happen in order for this for a lot of the things that we complain about on a daily basis, the wars and everything else, those things will eventually start ending. And because that's what happens when money gets expensive and when collateral gets expensive. And the people who have been living off of the cheap collateral to extend their empires, when that ends, guess what? When the money stops, that's when the king stops invading other people. And the king right now are the central banks.
Yeah.
And they're hangers on in the military industrial complex, the intelligence services, and all the things that we all talk about and we're all worried about. So
yeah,
that's my take on that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly think that there is a chance that when we talk about money, and I mean, it's all about the money. You follow the money train. If Trump says out loud, I'm going to stop, 24 hours, in 24 hours, I'm going to stop the Ukraine war. If that even means just even the suggestion of cutting funds off, or at least attempting to, that is better than what we have now. So we have to be open to that as something that at least is making the BlackRock people out there a little squirmish, if anything. Not to mention, I know we've heard theories that BlackRock is the one behind the original assassination attempt, maybe for this reason, money being lost, not being able to make as much billions and trillions as they would have otherwise. Although they've made an exorbitant amount up till now, this far. And why do greedy people want to keep making more money after they've already made billions and trillions? Because that greed is a sickness. It's definitely a disease. It's like a heroin addict. You got to get another fix. So they want to get as much out of Ukraine as possible. Maybe, just maybe, Trump might make that difference. I know Craig disagrees, and I'm not even saying that I think it's definitely going to happen. I'm saying that there's just a slim chance that he even saying it changes something. Just that's been put out into the universe. So I appreciate that part, and I appreciate anybody that's still on or has joined the Trump train for that reason. I think it's a noble reason, even if it's not going to pan out. Tom, you mentioned about the Libertarian Party earlier. The way you've been discussing the Libertarian Party, it reminds me of kind of the stuff we've learned about the Green Party. And I personally, if you guys were watching earlier, I explained that I reluctantly voted for Jill Stein earlier today. I'm even more reluctant about it now, just understanding the optics of just how do we support these parties that just have become corrupt in of themselves, as they're supposed to be these third parties that challenge this duopoly, and they seem to all be getting captured, or they're not doing the thing they're supposed to be doing. It doesn't leave us with many choices here. So with that said, I'll throw it out to not necessarily Tom, if you want to respond to this, or either of you two as well. Sarah, either of you guys.
No, Sarah, you go ahead.
What can we do moving forward, regardless of what happens today? This is the general question. Regardless of what happens today, what can we do for the third party movement moving forward? What kind of hope do we have when we see these parties being captured, regardless of what happens at the end of today, or when they finally count the votes or don't count them? We still have this problem. We still have, and again, I appreciate jumping on the Trump train for whatever reason, or jumping off of it for whatever reason right now. We still have this problem. What the hell do we do about this? Is there a viable third party that's there for us to at least get on board with maybe next time around, or are we never going to have this again? And Ross Perot is like the last time we'll ever see a third party candidate or anybody on that stage with the two candidates.
Yeah, I think the third parties always have their place, right? So third parties, they are there for specific reasons. They create this system. And if for anything the Libertarian Party has done is made people respect libertarians. If you think about this, Trump came to the Libertarian National Convention to court libertarian voters. He's been dead set on trying to court libertarian voters. I think the biggest thing that we can do is try to get a seat at the table. We're not going to win elections. I mean, this is the thing is, yes, you want to win elections, but if anything it's showed us is our movement has actually done a good thing to where one of the duopoly candidates is at least is respecting the libertarian vote enough to even come in to the convention and speak. And not just one. I mean, you had RFK and you had Trump, and then you have Trump promising a cabinet position to a big L libertarian. So you're getting stuff done. And I think that's one thing that we have to remember is when you're working with third parties, you may there's a reason to run candidates. There's a reason to run candidates, and it's to spread your message, but at the same and give an alternate vote. But at the end of the day, I think there's two different types of people that are in third parties. You have people that as was said earlier, you have people that want to be in a social club that's anti-authoritarian, that's anti-establishment social club, but they don't actually want to do the work. They don't really see, like, they want to be like so hard line in their views that nothing would ever get done. And then you have to look at what is the best possible option to advance liberty. And this is actually why I'm actually on the Trump train right now, is because, like I said earlier, he brought so many people in. We're actually seeing a shifting of the parties. We're seeing a shifting of we're seeing just this restructuring, I guess, of the two political parties. You have the Cheneys going with the Democrats. The Democrats is now becoming the full-blown, pro-war movement.
Fascist
You have
party.
the neocons moving over there, and then you have this almost an anti-authoritarian, anti-war. I mean, Trump came in as kind of always been somewhat anti-war, obviously, within reason. He didn't start any new wars. I've kind of appreciated that. And so it's like you had this anti-authoritarian and almost an anti-establishment Republican Party. And so you have like establishment Republicans even being like, wait a second, we're going to go over to the Democrats, and the Democrats are celebrating that. And I think that is a lot of that has come from the Libertarian Party being the force that it's been, the disruptor for the last 20, 30 years, because they have been in the space, they've been making waves. And so this is why I actually give Angela McArdle a lot of credit for what she did to even get Trump to the convention.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like it, but I think it was a brilliant move to allow him to understand libertarians and at least pitch his message to libertarians. It shows that he respects us enough. He respects our vote enough to come and try to court us. And that's when, there, like I said, it's the Avengers earlier, and you mentioned Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey, it's RFK Jr. is pushing for Thomas Massey to be put into levels on the cabinet in the Agricultural Commission. So there's a lot of things that are taking place behind the scenes, and you can see it all out in the open. But it's like all this stuff that it's not Trump that is the face, and that's not the reason why I would have voted. I voted for this, and this is the first time I voted for Trump. But it's this new movement, and it does really seem a lot like the Tea Party of 2008, whereas when Barack Obama was elected in 2008, that catapulted the Tea Party. They just didn't do anything that they said that they were going to do.
No, they weren't allowed. They were destroyed from within by John Boehner and the establishment Republicans. And this is all very well documented, Sarah. Those are all great points. And this is part of the thing. It's part of the reason why I've actually now become enthusiastic about Trump. 6 months ago, I was like, I'm so over the Trump thing. It's not even funny. But then I started to watch the process of him go, no, seriously, we're going to build, for lack of a better term, we're going to build a big tent. That's about, because it's really about globalism versus nationalism here. Okay, it's about globalism versus local community or sovereignty. I like to use the word sovereigntism, not nationalism, because of course that nationalism has all these terrible overtones, and we live in a world where now nationalism is tantamount to Nazism. I'm like, no, it's not, obviously, but there's a lot of dangerous issues surrounding there's a lot of downstream effects that if this goes to that we push into if we get pushed too far. Right, this turns into what we want, some version of what we've seen in other societies in the past. But I got news for you: that's being stoked. That's a cynical Edward Bernays style manufacturing consent sign off by the intelligence communities and the various globalists, mostly coming out of the City of London, mostly coming out of the CIA and the rest of them, who are all in the tank for each other. We have what this is all done. What the libertarians have done, what the Greens have done, what people like what honest to God leftists of a classical bent like Craig have done, have created a critical mass of people who understand that it's us versus them, and them is the sclerotic aristocracy that didn't want to be dragged into the spotlight, that always wanted to manipulate everything from the shadows. That's here, and it's in front of us now. They came out from behind the curtain during COVID, thinking that they were just going to run the table on us. They had to reach for the boob too early on prom night, and they failed. No one was like, okay, that's enough. And now we're here 4 years later, and we're looking at Donald Trump, of all people, being the facilitator of this movement of a disparate group of people coming together to say, no, I'm going to handle health, RFK. I'm going to handle foreign policy, Tulsi Gabbard. I'm going to handle this. I'm going to handle that. And as the CEO, that's what your job is. When you run a company, that's what your job is. Your job is not to believe, you may or may not believe in the product. Your job is to run the company as best as the company wants to be run, what the shareholders' mission statement is. And that's in effect what Trump is doing here. Trump himself doesn't believe in anything other than, I want to make America better. And that I think that's sincere, guys. I don't, it's hard to believe otherwise. And does he have some screwy ideas about that? Of course he does. Are there things that I disagree with? Absolutely. But relative to, our other options, at the end of the day, that's what third parties are going to be allowed to do, is to push to push the new ideas into the system. But we have a first past the post majoritarian system. The math is there are two parties, and you can't get around that. And you're not going to get, and it's not going to improve with ranked choice voting or any. I've been down the math on all of these things, and they all suck. I wish they didn't, but they do. I remember, we had these arguments within the LP for years about different voting systems and the math and everything else, and we spurred out on it, and it was terrible, and it was a waste of our time. When the truth of the matter is that they're running a table on us for the last 20 years, and now we're at that moment of, okay, what do we do? And then we have to put our faith in, of all people, the shitbag property developer from Queens, Trump, and we hope that he's good enough.
Wayne, I don't know. I'm not completely buying it. For me, it's not Kamala versus Trump. It's Blackstone versus BlackRock. We talked about the $100 million coming from Miriam Adelson. Like I said, the occupation of our government. I'm still not there. He makes a lot of good points, and Tom does some amazing work when it comes to following the money. We've been saying this for years, follow the money. But we got to get you guys out of here. So give us your final thoughts, Wayne, on what you think is going to happen. I want to thank Sarah and Tom for coming on the show. It's been a loaded show. We're about 4 hours into this. We're going to get some numbers, and we have some guests waiting in the wings. But Wayne, we got to get together. We got to reunite too as well. It's going to be some crazy times. I enjoy when you come on my show and I come on yours. Give us your final thoughts on what you think is going to happen tonight, and who you voted for, if you want to tell us.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I voted for Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. Wrote him in Colorado, and I really like that bro a lot. Pick a topic, he's based on it. Middle East, pandemic, voting integrity, decentralization. He really should have been the Libertarian Party candidate. He's more libertarian than any of them over there other than the Mises Caucus. And so I was happy to do that. Tonight is, for me, the end of the MAGA campaigning season, and now begins the fight for who's going to take over the MAGA mantle. You've got your Matt Gaetz, you've got your Nick Fuentes, you've got your J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel guys. Who's going to win that battle for the future? And appreciate you for having me, man. This is great.
Thank you guys so much. Tom Luongo, Sarah Higdon, Middle MAGA, which is Wayne. We love you guys. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll see you guys soon. I look forward to working with you guys in the future. We got a lot of things to discuss. The cartoon just starts its next chapter tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Love
Thanks.
you guys.
All right,
Thank you.
Take care. Okay. Wow. There's a lot of crazy conversations. We're just getting into it, and then the time just goes like this, man. I don't know what to say. I mean, if I were to comment on the Shiva stuff, I would say I was this close to writing him in. You guessed that I did, and the only reason I didn't is because I realized how important language is, and words are very effing important. We can't call each other names. We can call out each other's behavior, because actions are the key. You judge people by their actions, and Shiva has every tool in his effing trunk. He's got every tool we need. He gets every issue right. Ideologically, he's on point. Every single problem he's got a solution for. The one thing he doesn't have is, for whatever reason, and this is by his choice, he has no filter when it comes to calling out people's bullshit. If you really want to be effective with calling people's bullshit out, call out their action. Don't call them a name, because if you call them a name, I'm not saying boo hoo hoo, I'm hurt my feelings. I'm not talking about that. I don't actually care about that part. People, get some tough skin if you want to be in politics. Get some tough skin if you want to be in the independent media market. I'm not talking about us boo-hooing. I'm saying you are not effective with your critique when you go after people as a person rather than the action. For example, if you say something racist, call somebody, don't call somebody a racist, say the thing you just said was racist. More people will pay attention. They want to know, well, what is it that they said? I want to know what it is. If you do something shady, say the action that person did was shady. Don't say that's a shady motherfucker. Why? What's the difference, Craig? The difference is more people will listen to you if you call out the action. They want to know what is the shady thing the person did. If you call them the name, you're going to lose half your audience because they don't want to listen to name calling. Sorry, that's that. And that was it, man. That was the one thing. I don't like him calling Kim Iverson names. I don't like him calling people names. It's not because boo-hoo-hoo. It's because it's ineffective and you cut people off and then you can't do your thing that you're trying to do, which is solve problems. That's my spiel.
Well, talking about somebody who doesn't have a filter when it comes to calling people names, one of the guys who's such an inspiration to me, he really is, man. He's a good friend. He's my brother. I love him. I miss doing shows with him. I really do. Getting up at the crack of dawn. I mean, we get up at 5:30 to get that show done. I also miss his dog Gomez. Ladies and gentlemen, from AM Wake Up, where you get your news a week earlier. the news from the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Poikonen has Steve Poikonen. I'll let you do it, Jayme. Steve Poikonen has joined the show. What's up, Steve?
Oh, the mic. Yep. The mute.
Yeah, happy selection day, fellas. Good to be here.
It's Happy Bloodline Pedophilia Ritual Day.
It is. I hope everyone got your I rearranged piles of shit sticker.
There's our selection coverage.
Palm trees, buddy.
All right.
On
All
Florida.
right.
Well, listen,
All right.
someone who's also joining the show he's pretty much aligned on the information and the theories that's going on there, but he's more like me too as well. Remember, the nice guy in the room. He won't go as WWE off the top ropes like Steve will. Ladies and gentlemen, Keith McHenry has joined the show.
Thanks for having me. That's great.
the stars aligned that you both came on at the same time. Steve introduced me to Keith, and Keith is the co-founder, or is the founder or co-founder?
I'm a co-founder. I'm one of the 8
Food
people.
Not Bombs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what happened. Ronald Reagan looked like he might win with the Iran-Contra thing happening and all that, and there would be an increase in poverty. And that's, we actually thought, in fact, on election night, when Reagan won, the anarchists were on the second floor of this house we were renting in Somerville, and the Democrats were on the first floor. And the Democrats were slamming the floor, freaking out, crying. And our dog Yoda ate the back cover of Living My Life by Emma Goldman. And we go, oh, that's a sign. And so we all went out we had spray paint and all kinds of stuff like that. So we just trashed Boston and Cambridge for the whole night while we were tripping. And we were already tripping by the time Reagan announced. And then the morning we were like, wow, we're going to trip to the end of the world. It was assumed while you're on acid in 80. That he was launching nuke this afternoon when he woke up and everything, so then when we came down, we're in some greasy spoon on Mass Ave, and we said, well, we just can't trip every day now until Reagan nukes us, so maybe we come up with a better strategy. So anyway, that played a role in the birth of Food Not Bombs. So
you had a rebuttal to what Matt said.
Yeah,
quickly. And look, Matt, I want to go ahead and grant that Shiva takes it way too far. He sounds like a second grader with a PhD's vocabulary.
Yeah.
The lengths that Shiva takes it to 100% take away from all of the credible observations that he has about the way that the system at large works. I want to grant that right off the bat, and then go on to say, yes, you absolutely can call people names, and people do all the time. The the reason Kamala Harris's rallies keep getting interrupted is because she's being referred to as Holocaust Harris. You know, they're being called, rightfully so, but there's a whole multi-generational line of war criminals that are rightfully being called war criminals.
Okay,
that
well, hold on. Let me
and so I want to make it like,
Okay.
if you're just going out there to try to roast somebody, the thing that matters to me is whether or not it's funny. If it actually lands, and if it lands, you get a pass because you at least you put it in a context that made it laughable. Shiva definitely doesn't do that. There are some people that
Ryan,
do
this
that
cocksucker
really well.
is funny.
And then there's also people who just, I mean, they do it to such an infantile degree that it sucks all of the air out of the room. So but I do think it's something you can do. I think it's something that people have done and continue to do and make a lot of money off of, in various forms of media. I don't see anything inherently wrong with the concept, but at least put a little bit of thought behind it.
Okay. Yeah. Let me piggyback off the putting thought behind it, because I should expand my point as well. I actually agree with you 100% on the there is some comedy, there's some humor in the little nicknames. I mean, Trump's been doing it for years, and with Genocide Joe and all these other. I mean, he had a whole slew of them for every Republican nominee that was on the stage with him back in 2015. So we know it can be funny. And Trump was a showman for that. And if Shiva was on a stage, it could figure out how to use the mic like the way Trump does, and could do Holocaust Harris. I think those work. I guess what I'm talking about is when you're trying to engage with people that aren't holding a political office, that aren't going to be killing people with taxpayer money. I think there's a different etiquette when we're talking to fellow podcasters and people where we're trying to engage with audience, where he just started calling people names that aren't holding office. They're not doing those things. They're trying to engage with him in a debate. And when he's called Kim Iverson a racist, what he did was he closed the doors of a massive amount of people that would have tuned in and listened to what he had to say in the final weeks before the election day today. And he did that to himself on purpose. And I just think it doesn't make any sense. And it was the last straw for me. Again, I thought the Booby Kennedy and the fucker Carlson, I think that's kind of funny. Okay. But this is, for me, that was the line. I was like, oh, man.
Would you have felt differently if he'd worn a boot on his head so we knew it was performance art?
So you're saying to defending performance art, could he have presented it like performance art? Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm asking if you would have felt any differently personally. Like because that's clearly performance art to me. It's bad performance art. It seems like Shiva's in a constant race with himself to see who can be the smartest and most bitter guy in the room. Yeah. And so that's the contest that he's waging against himself. It's his inner war. Inside you are two wolves, right? And then for Shiva's case, one of them wants to be the smartest guy in the room at all times, and one of them wants to be the most bitter guy in the room at all times, and they're constantly at each other's throats. And what comes out is what comes out. And I'm not necessarily saying that isn't part of the spiel and the delivery, because there's a lot of people that latch onto that. The reason Richard Lewis had a career is because he was that guy, as a comedian, for sure. Yeah. There's a lot of people that have gone that route in film, and it had been the not quite villain or the anti-hero. Remember John Travolta in Swordfish? Mm-hmm. It's like that. Go ahead, Pasta.
No, I was going to say, but you always told me, Steve, you got to be able to read the room. And you're like, I can read the room. Steve Shiva didn't clearly read the room. If you're going to be serious about running for office, or maybe he's not being serious about running for office.
He's not an American citizen, Pasta. He's ineligible for the office.
He's not ineligible to run.
No,
He's
see, that's the
ineligible
part
to
he
hold
explained.
office.
He explained to us in our interview. I think it was a great. We had a really good use of an hour and a half with him, and I think he convinced a lot of our audiences, me and Craig's audiences, to actually write him in. Like he did a great job because we talked about why he was running, what he was accomplishing, the idea that you can legally run for president and not have to take the office if you win. And there's something about that freedom of that we have the right to change our constitution. We have a right to update it. If you get in, you put a placeholder in there, and then you can. There's things you can do. I mean, the opening the door of the possibilities of citizens that what our forefathers originally intended was that we have this type of progression. We update stuff, and we figure out ways that we can evolve and keep people in check and look for new ways for checks and balances. And I think it was a phenomenal explanation. And it's too bad that more people on other shows of our friends, our colleagues, that shut the door off of that racist comment he made. That was it. They said, we're not even going to take the interview now. And Craig and I were like, well, so you don't want more people to hear this explanation? I thought it was a great explanation. That's my take.
I mean, that's, and if you're looking at it from that specific angle, and you think that there's a realistic pathway of voting your way out of an international oligarchy, then I get why that would be appealing. But there is the reality that we live in an international oligarchy just like everybody else. And that voting at this point is a consent ritual for bloodline pedophiles. And we're looking, it's not even BlackRock versus Blackstone. What it is the PayPal mafia versus the Alphabet mafia with Eric Schmidt and that particular faction. And so we've known, and there used to be significant agreement whether, you were, regardless of what independent sphere you were in. We don't play team sport politics 20 years ago, even 14, 15 years ago, right at the onset and the formation of Occupy. There was a general consensus across the board that if you weren't just an out and out partisan hack, that there were significant problems because our vote didn't fucking matter. Because they already picked these guys, and it was something that we knew, and we knew who a lot of the players were, and everybody agreed that Big Pharma was terrible. That got flipped on its ear 4 years ago, but 14 years ago, everybody knew that. Everybody knew that there was what's now referred to as the public-private partnership. We knew a lot of these people's names. There were people who are now bending over backwards for Donald Trump, who got famous for sticking a camera in anyone's face and asking them very specific questions, and so the consensus has shifted. And at some point, people got to start asking themselves, well, why is it now so fractured? And why is it now, why have people now drifted towards partisan hackery, which is going to make people do an overall examination of the media landscape in general, which is then going to make people do an overall examination of all of the specific narratives they've been pushing, including you can vote your way out of an international oligarchy.
Keith.
Yes.
If we don't go and vote for these clowns, at the end of the day, they still get the rule over us. How do you square that circle as an anarchist?
Oh, the reality is that, so first of all, when I was, 6 years old up till I was 14, my, maybe 5 years old, 4 years old even, my mother's father, who was in the intelligence world and who directed the most deadly bombing campaign in world history, Operation Meeting House, he explained to me over and over again that the purpose of the elections is to divide and conquer the American people, or any people in any country, so that they would never be a threat to the people in power. And that the intelligence community was responsible for determining who would be in power, and so they would, manipulate events to make sure they got their person in, and if there was a problem, they just have to kill him or whatever. But So that's how the political system works. Really, is got nothing to do with whether you vote or don't vote, or who you vote for or don't vote for. It's already like baked in, unfortunately. So now the only reason you would vote for somebody is not for the purpose of trying to get somebody into power. Particularly not in the U.S. election, and any election where the U.S. gains control of the country. The purpose is to, in some cases, to kind of communicate disdain for whatever is going on. It's not like they're actually, like you voted for Jill Stein because you're against a genocide. You're trying to make a message that that you don't think. I want my resources being spent on a genocide. I don't want anybody's resources spent on a genocide. I don't think you should ever have a genocide. That genocides are bad things. You're trying to say that. And it is kind of astounding, however. I mean, I have like so many friends who are liberal Democrats that are just like, oh my God, you've got to vote for Kamala. And no matter what and it's crazy. So I have like kind of a history with her in that when I was being tortured and beaten and I was facing 25 to life in prison in San Francisco, she was dating Willie Brown. And what a lot of people don't understand about Willie Brown.
Dating. Go like this with dating.
Right, dating, yes, exactly. And so Willie was kind of one of the senior members of what's called the Phil Burton machine. And the most famous people that we know of the Burton machine, besides Burton himself, unless you have to be kind of older to know who he was, but would be Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Boxer, and Dianne Feinstein. And that group of people were very concerned that the Democratic Party in California could become progressive. And they did not want that. That was up, if they were to move to the left, that was like a horrible threat. So they, about maybe a month and a half before Dan White shot Milk and Moscone, the sheriff department were selling T-shirts to raise money for his legal defense. Once he, because they assume once he shoots Milk and Moscone, then he'll need a legal defense. So that was all part of it. And then they had to kill Jim Jones as well. So because Jim Jones was, and I ended up accidentally learning this stuff by being arrested and beaten in San Francisco through this period of time, and then also I met a lot of survivors of the Jonestown massacre. So that was so the Jonestown massacre, as every single person I met that survived said, Black people aren't so stupid they're going to drink poisoned Kool-Aid and kill their families. That's like racist. And every one of them survived because they ran back into the jungles after they dusted the lunch hall with cyanide, which started to kill a lot of the people. And then anybody that ran out got gunned down. And then so these people ran and did not get gunned down, and eventually ended up back in San Francisco, which is where I ended up meeting them. And so that's how Kamala comes from that background, and that's essentially kind of frightening, really, if you think about it.
Drinking the Kool-Aid comes from San Francisco, Jonestown. It's so interesting to bring that up right now, because that does show us some historical context where that comes from, who went on the trip, who stayed behind, who did not come back, who made it back. I actually personally, my mom was supposed to go to Jonestown. She was in San Francisco, and all of her friends went. This was in 1977. She was pregnant with me and my brother. So I'm the twin. So I don't know if our audience knows it. It's pretty interesting. She at the last minute, she was gonna come. She was gonna go with them because she was all into, let's go do this crazy thing. It sounds like we're doing something. And
I knew there was something funny about you.
Is that interesting? Did you know this, Craig?
That's wild, man.
And I'll get real dark. My mom would have if it was just one of us in her stomach, she would have done the abortion. Because there was two of us. She goes, F the world. I'm going to be a single mom, raise these two kids. and I'm going all the way with this. You guys go on without me. I'll see you when you get back. And then none of them came back. That happened. That was 77, San Francisco. So I'm here today because I'm a twin, and I have a historical perspective on how cult behavior works and how drinking the Kool-Aid works. And so it's good to have that backstory. But that's the raw version of it. I just thought I'd throw it out there. But I'm glad you're making that connection to Kamala and the fact that this is like, so that mindset, it's pretty fascinating. So I wouldn't have brought that up, but I'm glad you did. Thanks, Keith.
Yeah, I got another. So I had a graphic design company in Boston in the 80s, and I had this client called, her name was Donna Franca Franzaroli, and I was designing her brochures for her travel agency, Shown General Travel, and I wondered why a lot of people called angry at her, and I because I would be at meetings and she kept getting interrupted by very angry customers. And then one day, Michael Dukakis, who was at the time the governor of Massachusetts and who was the Democratic candidate for president of the United States, he would pop in and hang out with us for like 30, 40 minutes. It'd be just me, Michael Dukakis, and Donna Franca Franzaroli, and they'd talk about the symphony and things like that. And that happened twice in 30 days that he popped in and talked about nothing really. And then I come to find out that the whole purpose of the travel agency was actually to get older Midwesterners to get all expense paid trip to Palermo, Italy, which at the time was in a mafia war of major problems. Like you couldn't. So for instance, it turned out the people were calling because they were super angry that their family members or themselves couldn't leave the hotel for the whole 7-day trip to Palermo because of the gunfire and bombings that were outside the hotel. So it turned out what she was doing was she was leasing these jets, and then she was using these tourists as their cover, and then in the holding area, baggage area, they would put the guns and the money and the drugs and everything, and they're flying them back and forth. And so, the reason that there was one of the packages went to Zurich for one night was because that's where the money was going. And then the other package was going to Rome. You could get that one. And that was because that's where one of the places they had to dump off or pick up the illicit materials that they were transporting back and forth. So it was completely impossible that Michael Dukakis didn't know she was actually the head of the New England Mafia, and that he was actually getting, obviously, there's no reason to come and talk about nothing for 30, 40 minutes when you're running a state and you're running a presidential campaign at the same time. So it's pretty clear that the Mafia and the Democratic Party definitely at that time had very tight ties with one another, which is not unexpected, because you also have the intelligence community and the Mafia and the Democratic Party and the Republican Party all being integrated into one seamless thing that runs everything. See, so that's the problem, and so I think it's I'm not too convinced. I mean, I remember I really disliked Jimmy Carter, for instance, and I used to send him an angry postcard every single day denouncing his war crimes, And now we look back on him; he's supposed to be this great icon of American, what we should be doing because he's worked with Habitat for Humanities or whatever.
But Keith, that's because we're grading on a curve, right? Like, how many times tonight did I had to hear from Clint Russell or from somebody else that Donald Trump didn't start any new wars? I mean, these guys spent a whole couple
Then you're
years
grading on amnesia.
Yeah, it is. It's just like somebody put up a tweet the other day that had all Dave Smith's tweets talking about Donald Trump and his war crimes, and all of a sudden Gore Vidal said we live in the United States of amnesia, Steve. But listen, Keith was just talking about Michael Dukakis. Some people said that Michael Dukakis lost an election because he put on a helmet and jumped in a tank and drove it around the thing over there. Look, I've been saying at the end of the day, he might have looked a little bit unorthodox, but I think we're going to have to put a helmet on and get in a tank when it comes to independent media. I mean, Manila Chan was on the show. Her and a lot of other people we know at RT and Sputnik are kind of hoping that Donald Trump wins because they think that with him, they have at least a chance he's going to lift the sanctions. Well, how do you see independent media moving forward, regardless of who wins this thing tonight or wins this thing tonight?
Independent media has already formed up. It's been the whatever imaginary lines have been drawn, and there's a mainstream alternative media. Shiva calls it the not so obvious establishment. It's been referred to as the new narrative network, but that exists. It's entrenched, it's well funded, and it's predominantly populated by people who come from the mainstream media landscape. Those are the biggest characters that you see populating it.
Yeah.
Then there's the satellite media that hangs around it, and their entire show is reacting to what those shows did, and that's it. That's the whole sum total of the content. We've all seen it. And then on the outside of that, there are the people who are the diametric ideological opposites of what the mainstream alternative media is spouting, in that they're anti-capitalist or anti-this or anti-that, and we're the exact opposite, but we're also telling you that you can participate in limited hangout elections and participate in voting your way out of an oligarchy. And then there's another layer that exists that are people effectively reacting to that.
Yeah.
And so you've got about 5 walls of media in the online space that in almost every significant way mirror the mainstream media as we've traditionally come to know it. And then way outside of that, you have people that do what the Independent Media Alliance is doing. And sometimes, occasionally, people like rub into different, sections of that massive buffer zone.
Yeah.
For sure. And bless them for it. And I'm glad that people get the opportunity to hear what they have to say, because for the most part, I haven't heard anybody that comes from my sphere of the pond alter their message in any way or pander in a way that would make me lose any kind of respect for them. But it's a massive uphill battle, especially when you have one of the greatest financial benefactors of one of the people who may become president saying, what I would like to do is copy the Chinese Communist Party's WeChat and turn it into X. And no, you can see who owns X with me, but you can't see who owns X Corp, which owns X Holdings, which owns X. You can't see who the actual owners of this are. Yeah. You're never going to be able to find out. Sure, I'm a defense contractor. Sure, I'm 100% on board with building the digital prison. Sure, I said we can coup whoever we want to in order to get our sweet, sweet lithium. Sure, I want to put a chip in everyone's brain. Sure, I have a second version of Starlink that just supplies covert information between multiple various intelligence agencies globally. But hey, I'm for free speech unless you're Garland Nixon. I'm for freedom of reach across the board, unless I don't like what you say. And then we reserve the right to brutally limit your freedom of reach. I don't know if you guys ever saw the amount of censorship tags TLAV has on them, Ryan Christian has on
it's
them.
ridiculous.
60. Yeah. There are 60 reach limiting tags on one account from my free speech guy. And when I hear Clint talk, or when I hear Tom talk, and it's just justification after justification for the sake of, and I no disrespect to Tom, but for the sake of, I'm going to be able to continue to get mine for a couple of more years. If this guy does what I think he might do, and even if he doesn't, we can pretend he does for long enough to be able to, keep it going for a little longer.
Yeah.
That's all I hear from those guys.
So yeah, Trump gives us a fighting chance. Like, we have a little bit more. You hear that from the Mel K's. We hear that from everybody. I mean, it's just it's ridiculous, and man, it just drives me crazy. With that being said, what is the antidote to solve this problem? And Keith, you can jump in on this one if you like to as well. What is the thing that the people need to be pushing for more than anything? And I'm not just talking the generalization of, eliminate censorship, open source, being very specific. What can we do? I mean, look, I was in that studios, Steve, you got me on that show. And the next thing you know, I'm doing all those shows. And I went from the Chicago convention in the streets to DC, sitting there, talking to the manager, giving my resume, having these conversations. The next day, they're under pressure, and within a month, they're gone. What specifically could we, the people, call for so we can get this information out there? Because I think that a lot of people need to listen to Ryan Christian. They need to listen to Derek Bros. I mean, did you see that? You did see, because you were tweeting, and my tweet was like, all right, 20 minutes into this interview between Derek Bros and Ian Carroll, this guy Ian Carroll's full of shit. That's what he's full of shit. This guy is, and to see him next to Derek Bros, I was like, can people not see what I'm seeing over here? Can people see the possible Fed or whatever this guy is? Because there's obviously some form of let's lift up people, not just suppress voices, but they're lifting up voices. So what can we specifically call for, we the people, to get this straight? Because I think this is the biggest problem we have.
I'm going to appeal to the wisdom of Texas Slim for this, and then turn it over to possibly my real dad, Keith McHenry. Okay, that's what's going to happen. All right. So if you guys aren't familiar with a gentleman named Texas Slim, he's a good buddy of mine. He's been coming around for years. If you listen to the No Agenda podcast at all, you're probably familiar with him. But he runs an organization called the Beef Initiative. He's on a originally one man, now several thousand man mission to reintroduce people to the local ranchers in their community, whose job it is to feed them, not a multinational corporation. And so one of his big mantras is free men don't ask permission to live freely. Okay, so the call, Pasta, is you do it and you talk about it and you lead by example. That's the only way you can get anything done. The other thing Slim says as a mantra is you have to change your consumption model. So the stuff that you put into your body, the stuff that you put into your head, the way that you approach your overall health, the things that you buy, the way that you check out, all of that kind of stuff. If you're legitimately serious about not participating in a technocratic panopticon, if you would like to find a different way, then you can't be 3/4 of the way into a life that's been a culture that's been forced upon you. If you don't create and then participate fully in the kind of culture you want to live in, you're going to be forever subjected to the culture that's been forced upon you. And I think that unless people are, willing to at least switch it to where you're 3/4 out and 1/4 in, I understand that. I do. Everybody's got to pay bills. Everybody's got to eat. There's got, not everybody can do things the way that, people who are living their life on Monero do. I understand that. And I'm sympathetic to that. Trust me, I am. But if you switch the metric,
then there's much more of a chance, because the only way out of this is economic warfare. This is an international oligarchy that trades in blood money and has self-perpetuating money laundering machines set up in various locations all over the planet for the sole purpose of enriching themselves at the expense of you. If we keep participating in that sphere economically, that's our consent for them to do that whenever and wherever they want, as often as they like, for as long as they can. So if it doesn't start with economic warfare, then there's no ability to go towards parallel systems. There's no ability to go towards parallel societies. So the more that you can learn about alternative ways of commerce, finance, and currency, and the more dedicated you are to seeing that as a reality, the quicker it's going to become a reality.
Steve's dad, so he says that you gotta, besides grow food, make your own bullets, cut out the McDonald's, mezcal, opioids, and cocaine. Your thoughts on that?
You could actually keep the mezcal. That has significant health benefits.
Yeah, you might want to keep that. Yep. But well, you know, the having local decentralized, you know, community mutual aid groups and stuff, I think is actually basically where things are going to end up being, and out of force. So there could be like a society that is sort of like miniature, like a bunch of like, you know, food not bombs and different whatever it is that your needs are, or like we, you know, so in the 1995 Food Not Bombs gathering, we were taking over abandoned buildings, this project called Homes Not Jails, and housing people in them, and that was a protest against the savings and loan crisis, but it was also, you know, confronting, you know, corporate ownership of property and then leaving it empty while the police are arresting people for living outside. So we had that. We also had workshops on how to make your own FM radio transmitters. That was a lot of fun. You know, we had about 400 radio stations and, you know, low watt community radio stations across North America by the time we were done. And the internet kind of like got rid of that in a way, because it was easier just to live stream your shows online, and you could reach a larger audience, really. But it may be something where one would have to go back to that. We also, in 1995 at the World Gathering, we set up this thing called Indie Media, and we had a convergence center, and where, so we set up a convergence center, and we had a pirate radio station for the gathering, and we already had a bunch of pirate radio stations by that time, and we were squatting buildings, and we were defying the authorities by serving food to ourselves, and which netted, I think, 137 arrests. And
Keith, 1 second. Steve's just got to take off. Steve, I'm so sorry for keeping you. Bro, you have a great day. I'm so
Take
sorry.
care. Yeah, I'll spank you later. Thank you.
Good to see y'all. Good to be with y'all.
Call him Paul.
Keith.
Okay, son.
Keith, I'm in Mill Valley. You got to take a trip up at least to the city. Let's have breakfast soon.
Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, cool. Yeah.
All right,
keep all my windows rolled down though. If I'm going to San Francisco, last time I was there, they took everything. So okay.
Later, Steve.
Love you, brother. Take care, everybody.
So yeah, setting up our own indie media system, and being decentralized like that, I think ultimately will be the, rather than you know, pushing for like a candidate. I mean, there, like on the ballot in Santa Cruz, there was nothing really to vote for. You could stop 3 strikes from coming back, or, you know, incarcerating everybody for, you know, being on drugs or whatever that was. But most of it was just voting to give rich people money. Yeah. I'm not really that excited about giving rich people more money. And, you know, so I think that the chaos, I mean, and it's interesting because like this election, we're supposed to be having riots, I think sometime this afternoon,
You're scheduled
But
for like 12:30 tonight.
yeah, and I want him to go out and take video of liberals rioting, because that would be very unusual. And then so creating our own, like, so we have, because there's been talk of, like, supposedly I guess the CIA and the FBI and everybody said there's going to be the largest cyber terrorist attack today in American history, so that doesn't seem to be happening too fast. And there's supposed to be, like riots, and we've got to get the National Guard out and all those things. So there's been all these conversations, and that seems to be kind of basically, like subterfuge, because there's actually a real live genocide and a real live threats of global war and all that happening. And so anyway, in Food Not Bombs here, we had a meeting at London Nelson Community Center, just to discuss what to do in the event that any of these things happened, that the electricity would be turned off through some power grid attack, or, well, most of which would probably be just, US CIA, projects that would be blamed on whoever they decide the target should be. And appears to be Russia. It seems to be they're already saying that Russia's sending in bomb scares in Georgia, which is like psychotic. Why would Russia's fighting several wars? They don't need that. And then and a bomb scare at a polling place, how is that going to impact the election, other than just, that's probably just a creation of the U.S. security state itself. And so so we decided what we would do is, if there were like some kind of a problem where you couldn't get phone service, or that we'd all meet at the town clock at one place, and then that way we'd figure out what to do. And then we've been setting up ourselves, even before COVID and all that, in case there was an earthquake or something, that we would have access to water, whether we have electricity or not, that we had everything that, in fact, we can feed hundreds of people every day, whether any of the systems exist, at least for a while, for a few weeks, until theoretically power would come back on or whatever. And so we've been proposing, working on that and building for that for a long time. And I think that every community should have this autonomous effort where they're trying to build infrastructure that's resilient in the case of some kinds of crazy things like that. And then the other big thing that we discussed was, if, say, we realized at the beginning of COVID, there were no food for homeless people or no water for homeless people in Santa Cruz, and they were going to put the homeless in these cages in parking lots. That was their theory. And they were trying to get me and Food Not Bombs to endorse this campaign and come out and convince the homeless people that they should get in these concentration camps. And of course, I was absolutely not going to be doing that. And but the chaos and the fright, the fear and the confusion, because it just was popped up like that, right? And was crazy. So we then realized, well, we should be prepared to have music at Food Not Bombs when this happens. Some horrible thing happens, to have to have this sense of calmness and confidence that things are going to work out. That was possibly even more important than being able to make sure everybody had food at a certain level. So I think that sadly, we are looking at a future where these kinds of ideas are going to have to be implemented. And I've been really impressed by a lot of there is a natural tendency towards this mutual aid. You could look at, like, after the hurricanes, Helena, and how American people came out and helped each other and are helping each other now. Whereas, and it was not surprised that FEMA didn't show or anything of that nature, because that I coordinated the food relief for Katrina for 8 months, and the what little bit of FEMA that did show up ate at Food Not Bombs and didn't bring food. And I was on the front lines in Sandy and Far Rockaway and Staten Island, and we fed FEMA there. So I don't think we can depend on the government, and these elected officials and these ballot measures are all related to there being this like government infrastructure that somehow is supposed to be, helping Americans in some way, because you're supposed to vote for them for that. And instead, they're just running these wars and stealing our money and poisoning us. And, they're just, they're basically out for themselves, and which is really the oligarch, and that's who Alex Karp and, Joe Lansdale and Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance and, all the horror show of both parties. Look, basically the CIA will win, and they even have people from the CIA running in their campaigns overtly, and no one seems to be commenting about that or thinking necessarily that that's a problem. Because look at how well, like the CIA is currently busy trying to overthrow the government of Georgia. How great is that? They're like, they've been in Ukraine for 20 years, manipulating that country. That's not going so well. So why do we want to really endorse that slavery that we already are suffering on? That's the other thing, is it freaks me out that they're supposed to vote for Kamala to fight against fascism, but one of the hallmarks of fascism is genocide. I mean, that's like kind of standard, fascism 101, do a genocide. Okay. Well, you're doing a genocide, you might be a fascist.
Yeah. So fascism, actually, because I'm Italian and I know this, is the merger of corporations and state. Blackstone, big part of her thing. Apple, and that Apple, Google, Eric Schmidt.
Yeah.
This is fascism at its highest level.
Exactly.
We got to get you out of here. We got some guests waiting by, but just let everybody know where they can find you. And then you got to come back on my show and have this discussion, because this is something I talked to Steve about. I talked about it with Derek Bros. I've talked about it with T-Lav. Yeah, we can create parallel systems. We can opt out with our money. We can do that. But at the end of the day, this tyrannical government is going to come for us. So we're never going to be able to do anything until we eventually get rid of them. And sometimes it's hard to understand who they are, but make no mistake about it. And this is what I see when I go to Latin America. I see a collective government. I don't see socialism. I see a bunch of people coming together collectively to fight off the empire. Come back on my show. Let's discuss that, because I know it's kind of hard to discuss that, because that talks about violence, right? I mean, that talks. They're not going to sit back. They got drones, tanks, energy weapons. They got everything. And until they go bye-bye, they're not going to let us live. They're trying to map up and grid up this whole planet anyways.
So see, this is the thing, is I think Sinwar and the Alaska flood day is that day in world history where it flips. Because the thing is that and right now there's riots in Israel as we speak, right? And things are getting real gnarly over there. And eliminating Israel and having it be like my friends over there call for the no state solution, but to have a one state solution where everybody's equal. There's a lot of people that have proposed that for decades. If this could be the route to eliminating the because Zionists sadly really control everything, and I know that that's supposed to, and they use that as anti-Semitism.
I'm going to say, you anti-Semite.
Yeah, but the reality is you have like the people running the Palantir, which is they claim is the largest, most important military contractor in the world. We run the world. Well, they're all Zionist. If there's somehow the elimination of Israel plays into originally moving those people along somehow, but you're right. It's going to be, there's no front line set militarily right now and anywhere. So I don't know really exactly how, other than in the Middle East. And I just am so impressed by the sophistication of the Palestinian resistance, their strategies. I mean, these people are, they've studied the art of war in a way that is, I think, transformative. Yep. And there's a lot to learn from them. So I've been actually in our nonviolent protests here, taking a lot of their strategies and using it, where focus on one enemy for a while, then pull off while they think that they're safe, and then go after the other. So we've been doing that on a nonviolent way, but I think you're right. There's going to have to be a, a situation where this, and maybe they're going to commit suicide basically as a political and economic system, because between BRICS but BRICS might be another digital currency backdoor thing. It's hard to say. I remember Putin spoke at the the World Economic Forum before he got responded to the U.S. aggression in Ukraine. So anyway, yeah, I'd love to come back, and people can find me at foodnotbombs.net. I'm usually hiding so I don't get taken out. But anyway.
Al-Aqsa flood. That was a bunch of Palestinians that were taking up arms because of what had happened. A lot of those soldiers had lost family members, kids, children. It was a shame it got to that point for them to eventually do that. I think a lot of people, Gloria, you're in the shot. I think a lot of people have to understand that it shouldn't get to that before they have to realize what's up against them. So thank you so much, Keith McHenry, for coming on the show. We do appreciate it. We love you, and we'll see you soon, my friend.
Yeah, put me on again soon. Bye-bye.
Oh, of course. Anytime. Yeah. Steve's father is my father. Yeah?
Father of our nation.
We love you, brother. You have a good one.
Bye-bye. Take care.
That is Mr. Keith McHenry over there.
All right. Man, sorry. So had to check out there for a minute over to Kid's show. Double duty. Man, we got so many good independent media people covering today. I am actually really excited to see it. It's like, and we've heard the word competition before, like your competition, or when we go on at the same time, or we multi-stream. It's not competition, guys. If you guys have watched all our shows, you've kind of gone back and forth. We're all on the same team here. The team is independent media. It's the team of non-tribal discussions, the team of holding people accountable, holding the oligarchy accountable, holding mainstream media accountable for becoming propagandists and not doing journalism. That's why we're here. That's why we have to do this. This is the result. Us even being here in the first place is a result of the people that were supposed to be doing this, the original people in the suit and ties that sat around on election day and told us, who red, blue, what's going to happen? Cut to a commercial for Pfizer. Those people let us down. They failed us. And so we have to battle back in numbers. So the more, the better. That's how I look at it. So yeah, I just went over there to Hardlands. I'm back now. But yeah, everyone's doing it today. So good work to everybody on the ground and all our guests too. Craig, great job today so far. I love all the stuff we've been doing here on the Homeless Left, Pasta to Go, the multi-stream show today on this election day. Greatest election day of our life. Most important one ever.
Yeah. This election is so important, right? That we got guys like here who are really, thank God, taking one for the team, right? Backs against the wall. Cenk Uygur. You can always depend upon him. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump is the worst. He took a woman's right to control her own body away, passed giant corporate tax cuts, and is a fake populist con man. He did a fake elector plot to overturn election and called for terminating the Constitution. Aren't we glad that we have somebody like Cenk Uygur? To give us some analysis on Cenk Uygur, we have some experts on bullshit. Shanda Master, the trailer park pundit from Beauty and the Boomer, who was supposed to be done for a while doing shows, decided to come and do a show with us because I told her how much I loved her and how much I wanted to do a show with her. And it's so crazy nowadays hearing people talk about this China rhetoric, blaming China for the fentanyl. Shanda, I wish that they would have watched our show. Let me just introduce our other guest. We're going to let you take it away. Also, Jay Scott has joined the show. It's very interesting. I'm kind of curious to see where Jay is at. I know he kind of supported RFK for a little while, and that was kind of interesting. And then 4 years ago during this election, there was a guy named Socialist MMA. He didn't even have the Fred Hampton leftist yet. He didn't do the circuit. But I saw talent. And when I see talent, I make it work. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick from Socialist MMA is on the show today.
What's popping, my friends? What's popping, Pasta? How you doing, brother?
4 years ago today. Remember that was the first time you came on the show. Look at us now.
Yeah, big shout out to Pasta, man. He was like one of the few people who took an early risk on me.
It was no risk whatsoever. It wasn't one of the risk. It was an easy decision. So let's jump into this, guys. It's 8:00 right now. We're gonna wait for Amber King.
Ah, my sister.
His sister of Shanda, who's gonna jump into the show.
Can we throw this up real quick? I wanted to make sure that we see the update on the.
I was gonna say this is a shit show, right?
Yeah, it's been a shit show. Not that we fully care, but you know, we kind of care. I don't know. Maybe we don't care.
What do we got?
Maybe it doesn't matter.
It's gonna be a landslide.
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Wait, I gotta blow this up here. Hold
All
on.
you do is open it up. Yeah, with your fingers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, hold on. My bad. Let's see. How am I not getting this open? Come on. Jayme, help me out here.
Damn. Open it up big.
I thought this thing
You
would
guys
just.
don't have to do anything. Just open it up with your fingers, like.
Dude, I know, man. It's going on this thing.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, fine. Jayme,
That's
can you
the
put one of
setting.
yours up?
Yeah, all right.
This is
There
the
we go. There we
electoral
go.
votes.
There we go. Okay. So it looks like the score right now is
That's the Senate race, right? No.
3. No, this is Electoral College. This is 3 to 23, and the number they're not showing is 26. That's what's going to BB right now. So it's 3 for Harris, 23 for Trump, and 26 for BB. So that I thought I'd add that in.
Yep.
Google's leaving that one off. That would be the combo of both of them. So we'll keep track on that one too as the day goes by. I'll pass it back to you, Craig.
Shanda,
Pasta.
we're gonna let you go first today because you're the special guest of honor.
Well,
if you want to talk about who you voted for too, because I'm asking everybody who voted. I know who Nick voted for. Nick voted for Jill Stein. We know that. I saw Jill. I just saw Nick at the Green Party convention. Matt voted for Jill Stein. Pasta voted for Chase Oliver. I'm going to make 2 guesses. I'm going to say, Shanda, you wrote in Dr. Shiva. And I'm going to say, Jay,
okay.
you voted for Trump.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva can call me
Absolutely not. Absolutely
I
not.
know,
I got
right?
the shirt on right here. You know, I wasn't following.
What happened to the RFK movement?
Yeah,
Listen, if
sucked by
RFK was still in the race, I would have voted for him. However, because he decided to drop out and endorse a duopoly, there's absolutely no way I could ride with him on that. So
Me too.
I decided to give Jill Stein a try because she actually has been fighting for a lot of the issues RFK mentioned in the campaign for a long time. So, and the only reason why I had picked RFK over her in the first place is because I felt that RFK was doing a better job actually reaching out to both sides. So, yeah, I voted for Jill Stein. So let's go 5%.
Well, Posse, you know I voted Green Party, and I have for the last 4 elections. You know, the biggest thing for me, this is the trailer park. We should be screaming about the price of groceries, the price of insurance, the price of fucking living in America right now. But that wasn't my number one issue any longer. It was in 2020, right? But you know what my number one issue was on voting was the genocide and seeing dead, blown up babies with our bombs and our phosphorus and our hard work and our hard money going to Israel. And people were just shocked at that. You're poor, you're in the trailer park. Why the hell is that your number one issue? Because if they can do it there, they can do it here. You know, there is no red line with these Democrats anymore. So I'm not delusional. I know the Green Party is not going to get the 5% threshold and get funding. I've been on the ground with them for many years. You know, they're very cliquey. They rig their own primaries. Like they do some shady shit too. But for me, I just felt like it was a protest. Fuck you, Dems. Deny the Dems. You know, Shama Sawant and so many are out there pushing the deny them Michigan, you know, really is what they're after, is to deny them these states that they absolutely are going to need. Pasta, you know how crucial Pennsylvania is. I mean, in 2020, 350,000 ballots showed up in the middle of the night in Pennsylvania, and we have a pretty good guess of where those came from, the mob. And and then, of course, we have to keep an eye on places like Wisconsin, Nevada. These are the states that could absolutely just surprise the shit out of the Democrats. But I think at the end of the day, it's not going to matter because it was so important for them to get that insurrection on the record and call it an insurrection and not anything else that it really was. So that way, if Trump gets elected, now we get into the court battles of can he actually hold an office because of the 14th Amendment, Section 3, because of the way it is worded about insurrections in there. So I don't think we're going to go to bed tonight with a definitive answer. I think that it's going to take a lot of lawyers, a lot of pissed off people in the streets, but they're ready for that too. You know, the Democrats in September wrote that new executive order saying they can use the military domestically on their own people. So this could get very hairy in the streets here in the next, 6 weeks.
Okay, Nick. But Shannon just pointed out there. You vote for Jill Stein, that's a vote for Donald Trump. And I don't know about you, but Donald Trump can be a worse Zionist than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will at least lie to us about stuff, and AOC will tell us that she's working endlessly to get a ceasefire. But Donald Trump is like, I'd show Iran a picture of his house, the dude, and I'd blow it up. I mean, Marian Adelson, right? Sheldon Adelson's wife, put $100 million into this dude's campaign. Jared Kushner has talked about beachfront properties in Gaza.
Yes.
Right? I mean, Nick, aren't you voting for Jill Stein is the same thing as the mainstream media is going to tell you that it's electing Donald Trump? Go ahead.
I voted for Jill Stein because, as I say, any vote for the two-party duopoly is a waste of your vote. That's when you are truly wasting your vote, voting for the corrupt two-party war machine. And there's a lot of people who are very unserious about politics. When they talk about the presidential race, they talk about like domestic policies, stuff that the president has no control over. They talk about the economy, the stuff that Congress actually performs. But when you look at what we should be voting for in the executive branch, 90% of it should be foreign policy based, because that is the role of the president as commander in chief. Is they are in control of the army, especially since Congress abdicated the War Powers Act, and they gave up their ability to the president to wage endless war. That's why the number one issue. And if you look at the Kamala Harris administration, horrible. They are essentially pledging endless war with Russia. They're pretty much going to back Israel to the hilt because of Kamala's AIPAC handler husband, and to make sure they're loyal to Israel. But to your point, Craig, and this is what a lot of MAGA people are missing, is that Trump, he's going to be very dire for the United States empire as well, because he's saying stuff on the eve of or after the BRICS summit. He said he's going to go after and punish countries that pursue de-dollarization. Essentially, the rhetoric that's coming from the right wing and Mike Pompeo's fear, and he's someone who's been floated as someone who's going to have a job in the Trump administration again, is that they're going to punish countries that align with BRICS, which will only accelerate, according to experts, that will only accelerate the de-dollarization process, because it will prove the thesis of Russia and China correct, that the United States punishes countries that make actions geopolitically that they don't agree with. So Trump is going to be horrific for the U.S. dollar. He's going to be a puppet of Israel as well, which will lead to him going to war with Iran. And the U.S. Navy said that they have a plan to go to war with China by 2027. And I think Trump and his cronies are more than happy to do that as well. So no matter what happens this election, the Zionists win, Craig.
Yeah, we showed the map all yellow before too as well. But did you hear what Nick said? And he goes, "Thank you for taking a chance." There was no chance, baby. You hit it on the nose. All the power for the president, commander in chief, is with foreign policy, right? But Jay, there are some issues. I don't know about why you supported RFK in the beginning. I went back and forth with people a couple of times. Me and Nick went back and forth about RFK and Jill Stein and whatnot. But on October 7th, I walked away, right? Because it's like, that's my red line. I'm the one who went up there to New Hampshire and asked him, hey, what's your stance right after the Roger Waters tweet on Israel-Palestine? And he didn't give a good answer. However, I expected him on October 7th to say, listen, I believe Israel has a right to exist, but we need a ceasefire right now. I totally didn't. I got blindsided, and a lot of people walked away from him on October 7th. still to this day, he's the only one talking about the things that me and Chanda talked about for a long time. SSRIs, opioids, our food, the poison in the air, the COVID situation, right? I mean, these are areas where I think that Jill Stein can be very weak, right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make a difference. The president has a lot of power in foreign policy, but his voice means a lot. And, you know, I did ask Jill Stein her position on the COVID jab. It wasn't bad, you know, it wasn't great, but it's not awful. You know what I'm saying? But what about those things that a person like RFK brings to the table that sometimes will be forgotten? Isn't it important that we have these discussions about COVID? Because COVID was more than just a shot or a bioweapon. It was about control. It was about putting people on a QR code and rearranging society. And they still have all the mechanisms in play since they started COVID 1984. Jay Scott, your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And specifically about the control aspect, and that's being ran by the WEF and the United Nations. And that's something, unfortunately, I don't see Jill Stein, touching that much on. So I really think that's a good area of opportunity for her, because she should be calling out like the folks at the top, and it's not just here in America. This is an international plan that's being managed by the WEF and the UN. But I did want to circle back really quick to, what you mentioned about, everyone leaving on October 7th. It was really tough for me, to be honest with you, when I heard how he reacted to it. And I considered also leaving too, but what I did do was a little bit more research into the history of his father and his uncle. And I kind of came to the conclusion that both his father and his uncle adopted the strategy that they wouldn't speak publicly about issues they found could be deadly until they had power. But when they were in power, they did actually use their power to fight against those issues. And RFK Sr. in particular, if you actually go look at, all his speeches about Israel and Zionism, he never actually mentioned anything negative about them, but both of them were trying to get, the predecessor to AIPAC registered as foreign agents before he died. And then, after that, he mysteriously died. So when I look at what RFK's actual plan was, he was actually talking about kneecapping some of the key parts of the powers of control in Zionism. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the history of the Federal Reserve, it is controlled by the Rothschilds when you trace it all the way back up. He's the only one who was openly talking about placing the power of the public treasury into, the power of the printing press into the hands of the treasury, which would take control of our money supply away from the Zionists and put it in the treasury. And he was also talking about closing down a lot of our bases overseas. He says he wanted to close down, I want to say 70 to 80% of them, a lot of them in the Middle East, which are only there to protect Israel for the most part. So when I looked at his plan, I was getting the feeling that he did have a plan to undercut, Zionist power. And I just had the feeling that he wasn't talking about the issue that could be the most deadly, because there's even examples of former American politicians. I forget his name, but there's a congressman who, criticized Israel, or he was a former congressman, and then right after he did that, he magically died, in a tractor accident on his farm that he's lived at his whole life. So they have a history of assassinations, even in America, all over the world. So if you're going to call them out and you have a viable chance at winning, that is a life-threatening issue. And as much as I, love what Jill Stein stands for, you'd be hard-pressed to make the case that she has a viable chance at winning the whole thing. So it may not be as deadly for her at this point as it could have been for someone like RFK. And if you're dead, you can't make any change there. But I do agree. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that it's a good comparison. You're bringing up RFK and JFK. I mean, these are two of very few people that actually challenged the Israel lobby, that actually challenged American Zionism, the American Zionists before they were AIPAC, and they paid the price. So we know that's a high bar to set. As far as going back to the COVID thing, I do think that there's something to be said about Jill Stein. And like you mentioned this part, that her chances of even getting into a position of power very slim. But could she say something now that she didn't say? I'm concerned about that. The fact that she really only said, okay, maybe mandates are bad, but she never really took on COVID to the point where you could say, we effed that up. Like, we got that completely wrong. And there's a reason we got it wrong, because of what Craig said, for control, for the purposes of funneling the money, upward transfer of wealth. The CARES Act was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in human history. These would be nice talking points to hear right now. Now, I went ahead and did vote for Jill Stein. I did it very reluctantly. This is one of my biggest concerns, is that she only said, well, maybe the mandates are bad, but that's it. She won't talk about COVID at all otherwise. And I think it is kind of, I don't know. I think we're kind of over optimistic to think, well, if she did get into a place, she might do something as bold as a Kennedy did against the American Zionists in the 60s. I don't know. I think that now's the time you want to stand up and say we got this wrong, especially because there's so many people that have lost their jobs over. There's so many people that are they've lost their lives over it. The COVID policy has killed a lot of people, and the people that aren't dead have ruined their careers over having the courage to stand up for it. You think she could at least say something about that, at least the economic part of it. And that's the part I think that Cornel West lost a lot of us, because he got so angry when we tried to say, hey, could you at least say there's an economic problem here because of COVID? And he never did it until it was way, way, way too far late for him. But that was one of my biggest concerns of Jill Stein. I don't know if I believe she would ever, if she got into a position of power, she'd ever take this issue as seriously as it needs to be taken.
Wasn't Howie Hawkins a facet kind of in control of the Greens at that point during COVID? Because there was so much infighting from 2020 into 2024 with the Green Party. Then, I have worked with all of these independent parties. I've been in there with the Greens, thinking that maybe they could be the party. They're never going to be the party that rises up and becomes the third party as hard as they want to, because of the way they are cliquey. And I think Howie Hawkins was just full on mandate, take the jam. He was more establishment than anybody I've ever seen inside the Green Party. But it's weird that they call Jill Stein up every time that they need a candidate, right? They kind of dust her off and bring her out. So I just don't even know how much influence she has in the Green Party anymore. They kind of just wheel her out and make them her mascot. She's their mascot. But it seems like the committees that are behind the scenes are the ones that have been co-opted and taken over by the likes of Socialist Alt and, these groups we all thought were going to be very revolutionary and progressive, and they've just funneled people back into the Democratic Party. And as far as RFK Jr., I cannot get over that big butt plug that he has named Shmuley. I can't get over his undying support for Shmuley. It's a deal breaker for me. And yeah, I get that RFK is going to be good and strong on food, the poisons in our food. Pasta, you and I have talked about the drug abuse in this country for years and years. But it still wasn't enough for me to want to be able to say 20 years from now in the future that I voted for frickin' Donald Trump,
Hey, can we do a quick I'm sorry, Craig. I just want a quick update from CNN, just so we can see this, so our viewers can see this. Not that it matters, but it does, but it doesn't. Who knows? But we do have this announcement on
Florida,
Tuesday.
And projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected. Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee, as expected, with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are two more projections for Trump. Alabama, CNN can project, will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. CNN projects that.
Okay.
No way. Look, this is a fascinating conversation. I want to talk about this. I want to ask Nick a question, because this is something that kind of came into my mind the other day when I interviewed Dr. Jill Stein, at the convention, at the third party debate. And it was coming off the Butch Ware's comments about the Uyghurs, which were like, oh man, that one kind of was a kick in the you-know-what. But what Jay Scott just talked about is not false. It ain't conspiracy theory. It's conspiracy truth. If you know anything about JFK got David Ben-Gurion to resign because he said, you better stop your nuclear testing over here. And David Ben-Gurion's attitude was like, that's easy for you to say. You're over there surrounded by Americans. I'm over here surrounded by Muslims. Well, David Ben-Gurion was very close to who? A guy by the name of Meyer Lansky, who happened to be the head of the mob with Lucky Luciano. So it's been talked about that the Mossad was behind whacking JFK because David Ben-Gurion, he vowed that he would get him. And there was a series of letters that were written from JFK, right, to David Ben-Gurion to kind of facilitate this. So now you look at RFK in this position where his life could be on the line. It's possible that his father and his uncle were both killed by the Mossad. What I saw the other day, Nick, and from what we witnessed in Chicago, at the end of the day, the Green Party is, and I don't want to use the word wrong, because I know you get mad when people use the word woke wrong because it's been co-opted and changed. But the Green Party is kind of like that DNC light party, right? When we were in Chicago, not a lot of populist messages, more messages to people within their base and their clan. And I see Jill Stein trying to walk this tightrope over here, where she doesn't want to upset her base or lose a lot of her support. So she has to kind of capitulate a little bit to that kind of culture war arguments, right? Is there some type of, I don't want to say sympathy, it's not the word I'm looking for, but a little bit of excuse, a little bit of wiggle room for somebody like for an RFK? I know you're going to say no and stuff like that, but isn't it like thought about when we hear these things and say, hey, if RFK got into power, it might have been different, the way Jay Scott was saying. He was just saying those things, capitulating to the people that, you know what I'm saying, wanted to kill him. And when he gets in, it might be a different story. You know, I mean, you were talking about the congressman, Jay, that disappeared. Herbert Walker Bush, Daddy Bush, he went against the Israeli lobby and he lost his job. Your thoughts on that, Nick?
Yeah, absolutely not. RFK Jr. does not share my class interests. He has the class interest and he has the loyalty of the Zionist regime, which means I wouldn't trust him on Syrian policy, on Iranian policy, and even regarding domestic policy. He has a lot of good ideas, but I have a lot of family that's in medical debt. I think healthcare is an important issue. He supports a market solution to healthcare, and that's just one of many things. So it's not just the Zionism. It's just I don't share the class interest of people like RFK Jr. And regarding the Green Party, if the Green Party doesn't hit 5% in an election year where both parties support genocide, my friends,
Yeah.
you want to know who's going to be their biggest critic? And there have to be big changes. If during a time where I see more libertarian-minded people who will never support the Green Party usually, I'm seeing those people support Jill Stein. So if you can't get 5% now, there has to be some major changes. Now, regarding the Green Party's political affiliation, Howie Hawkins, who was mentioned earlier, had such a corrosive, disgusting effect on the Green Party. And this was acknowledged by high, influential members of the Green Party. I hosted a third-party summit where I had regional organizers for the Green Party, Howie Hawkins was a disaster. And this is my personal theory. When you see what happened to the Green parties in Germany and Europe, Howie Hawkins was a concerted effort. There was a very concerted effort by some organization, some establishment to turn the United States Green Party to the European Green Party, to make them more pro-NATO, to make them pro-Democrat, to turn them to neoliberals. And that was there. There's a faction in there, especially the Howie Hawkins wing, that is very liberal in a lot of ways. And me seeing that, we have obviously had a few choices, and my choice was to create my own organization because I want to do things my own way with the RBN chapters and RBN, but also seeing an organization like the Green Party that is explicitly anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist. And Jill Stein, and despite a lot of our criticism, is strongly anti-NATO, anti-sanctions. And these are very important things. So these are very important policies that I agree with on the Green Party. But if I see in this corrosive effect, it was upon me to try my best to influence the Green Party, which I think I had some success in doing. That's why I was at Chicago. We was able to move them further left in some things at RBN, but I still have some strong criticism. I think that we need to stomp out the Bush Ware wing of the Green Party that I don't know why he felt the need to ran this campaign like he's running against Xi Jinping. You're not running against Xi Jinping. You're running against the U.S. empire. So there's still some things in the Green Party that I disagree with, but I think there were so many strong policy agreements. I tried to help the Green Party and stomp out the Howie Hawkins liberal wing, which I think the Green Party is doing a better job of expelling. Now, there will always be entryism because Green Party is not it's very open. This is what they tell us. They're down for black radicals to take over, for Marxists to take over. But if we are able to take over, that means the liberals are able to infiltrate. So this battle is never ending. And if we ever created another party, let's say if there was ever another alternative, let's say if someone created a new anti-imperialist, a pro-worker party, you will have the same problem. You will have the same problem. People try and infiltrate the party and try to make it weaker. It's a never-ending struggle. So I advocate for people to get engaged locally, try to do what you can without relying on large party structures. That's why I try to do. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but with RBN chapters, mutual aid, I try to do that. But if you can help out a party that represents your ideas, in my situation, that being socialism and anti-imperialism, I would try to do that as well. Hopefully that answered your question, Pasta.
It did. I mean, I'm just curious that if Zionism wasn't the issue, let's say for argument's sake, both Joe Stein and let's say RFK was an anti-Zionist, right? Let's say that RFK had the same position on Palestine, Israel that Joe Stein had, Jay Scott. Would he be the better candidate and why?
I do think so. And the reason I say that is just because he is good at unifying people on issues. Like, say, for example, if you care about ending fossil fuels, RFK doesn't, take the same approach that the Green Party has taken and, chalked it up and spoke and used global warming as a reasoning to do that. What he's done is essentially pointed out, how the fossil fuel companies have been leeches on our government and have been receiving a ton of corporate welfare, and how the taxpayers are the ones who are actually, subsidizing these companies. So he's good at framing, and not only that, but he's also tied it directly to the environment. So people now have a better understanding of how fossil fuels are, polluting our environment. And because of how he's framed the issue, he actually has gotten a ton of conservatives who hadn't thought about these issues before to care about it more. So the way he frames issues, he's good at identifying how they're being weaponized to control people, like the climate change agenda, for example. Jill Stein doesn't really, call out how the WEF and the UN want to.
It's almost like non-existent.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't talk about it. Yeah. Exactly. But when you speak about these programs to both liberals and conservatives, nobody likes the WEF or the UN. So if she could speak about these topics in a more unifying way, then I think, she'd be able to, get more support and attract even more conservative support than she has right now. So again, and, really quick, I just wanted to go back to one thing that, Nick has said. And, I love Nick too. I watch his show when I can. I follow him too. But he is a little bit hard on RFK because RFK never said he doesn't support the idea of Medicare for all. He said that it's not something he would push for because he doesn't believe that it would pass, at the moment. So he didn't say he didn't support it. He said that it's not the issue that he's fighting for at the moment. And when you think about how much higher our chronic disease is than other countries around the world, and how much more toxins we have in our food, if we do start to address some of the reasons why we have that chronic disease, that again is a unifying issue that's bringing people together from both sides. So we can make a dent in that problem. And one of the reasons we spend so much more is not just the fact that we don't have a single payer system. It's the fact that we got all these poisons like in the food too. So I think if you start at the common ground and you make progress, on common ground, then people will be more open to hearing some of the other ideas. But as far as his
Correct
political
me if I'm
leanings
wrong,
go,
Jay.
yeah.
And sorry to interrupt, my brother.
No, you're good.
I appreciate your perspective.
Mhm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember RFK Jr. saying that he support market solutions to towards healthcare. And to me that's a big no because that's the number one obstacle that's driving up costs. Now the pitch that RFK Jr. and many of the libertarian minded people would say is that, oh well, you guys can't push super hard for single payer healthcare. The country is not ready for it, but that's not according to the will of the American people. The American people want single payer healthcare, even among the Republican voting base. So when you have the populists on your side, that's not the time to concede. But Jay, I didn't mean to interrupt. I want you to finish.
Well, the
No,
view
you're
is
good.
screaming Obamacare is gone when Trump gets elected, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
really to
but-
tell you the truth, just to piggyback on what Jay's saying, I think Nick, it's a little bit different. Libertarians, and including myself after COVID, and I believe healthcare is a right. They don't want controlled healthcare. They don't want what's happening in Canada says, listen, you want your healthcare? Take this shot or you don't get your healthcare. Take this shot or you don't get your check. I think they're concerned about control. Me personally, I'd like to see a stipend where you get money and you can spend whatever type of healthcare you want to get, Nick. You get that stipend and you get, if you're part of the most vulnerable out there, and get it. But surely this is a problem we have. Jayme Font was on the show earlier. Shanda's on the show right now. I mean, the healthcare costs are crazy. She's battling lung cancer.
You can see
and
my
the only way to
port
get
right
it done
now.
is a give, send, go.
Yeah, that's
Well-
GiveSend or GoFundMe is the only thing that's saving my life right now. You know, I was diagnosed. I went to the hospital with the flu in August, and I was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer, which is one of the most aggressive lung cancers in the world. It's pretty much terminal. But because I'm young, we're hitting it hard with chemo and radiation. But here's the thing: 1 in 4 people in America go 100% in debt, lose their homes, lose everything when they get a cancer diagnosis like this. Now, if I didn't live in a ballot initiative state where we took to the ground and literally had the people pass what we call Apple Healthcare, which is a little bit better step up than Obamacare, but it is no single payer. But they're saving my life with it. And I never thought I would say that. I'm actually shocked at the lowest tiered welfare insurance in my state. They're approving everything I need. Everything's going through. And so I got to say, I know if we can do it locally with ballot initiative, we can do it on the federal level. The government just doesn't want to because they're hand in hand with just like everything, right? It's petroleum based. Everything that we fight against in this world is petroleum based. All pharmaceuticals are petroleum based. All pesticides and growing and of our food is all petroleum based. And a lot of these mechanisms got set in place 100 years ago with the Rockefellers and the DuPonts and the big
The Flexner
corporations.
report.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, we always say we need to start here, but I think we need to start taking the feet out from underneath these big petroleum freaking companies and showing them for the propagandists they are
Yeah.
and how they're
I
poisoning.
will say that, and I will say this, and Jay, I know you want to chime in. I do think it's very important. I do love the fact that RFK Jr. talks about the health of this country because that's something that's extremely important. I think the working class movements can do a better job pushing for that, the health of the working class, the health of the population, because there's nothing more patriotic than wanting your neighbors to be healthy. There's something we have to connect the entire picture because obviously there's a rot in the food. There's a problem with the food sources, but that's because obviously food production, the capitalist class skipping corners, and it for profit. I mean, they have us eating shit for profit. That's the profit incentive. And there's also the fact that workers in this country, you got people working 50, 60 hours a week. How much time can people really invest in waking up in the morning doing yoga? That's why I did my 20 train in the morning. You got family, you gotta do this hard work. So these are things that if we want to talk about health, we gotta be completely comprehensive, which why I think is a great thing that RFK Jr. is talking about that. I just want to see a way more comprehensive approach that will actually help the American populace be healthy. But Jay, I know you want to chime in, brother. Go ahead.
And Jay, I know you're going to say this real quick though, Jay, right? What he was talking about too, Nick, and I'm going to hand it back to Jay. We're getting sick on the front end. RFK has a history of fighting those companies who've gotten us sick on the front end with the water. And listen, I didn't vote for Donald Trump, I wouldn't have voted for RFK. Israel, Gaza, that's a bridge too far. To me, I don't believe you're wrong. I believe you're compromised, or maybe he is trying to do the cloak and dagger thing, Jay. But I wasn't going to bank on that. But getting healthy on the front end, right? Clean food, water. He said the other day on Fox and Friends in the morning that the first thing he's going to do is get rid of all the super processed food from the schools, and that affects the most vulnerable, most poorest children in this country today. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, no, great points. And, I want to circle back to your question about, his lack of support, for
Guys, we got
Medicare
10
for
minutes, by the way.
market-based solutions. Yeah, no worries. So when he was talking about market-based solutions, he just means not forcing people into allopathic medicine. So allopathic medicine is exactly what, Shonda just brought up, the Rockefeller-based pills. He believes that the Flexner report was one of the issues that kind of that undercut all the natural remedies and natural medicine that was around at the time. So he did say that he supports Medicare for all, which is a single payer system. And I think Medicare for all is really the best of both worlds, because it's not a fully public system like the NHS where the government controls the hospitals and like everything. All it is simply publicly funded insurance. So, I do think, Medicare for all is the best solution. I do wish that, he took a stronger position on that and said, this is something I'm going to fight for because it's popular. So again, I accept your criticism of him not being strong enough on that issue. I'm just saying, if you look at the reasons why we're sick, if he was to win and get into office and make some progress on some of those, then I think, it would have been harder to deny him as he's trying to put forth, just common sense solutions. And even his idea about legalizing marijuana, once that happens, we're going to get a lot more research into that. And we all know that has, a ton of health benefits. And that's one of the reasons why it's illegal, because
it makes them richer too, though.
Exactly.
A lot of the
It makes
lobbyists
them
just
richer. So,
I was in cannabis industry. I went to school to treat people with cancer, and I ran a store in Washington State. And all of that money got allocated to the fucking general fund, which went 70% of it had to be allocated to the police departments locally for education. Now all of them are driving brand new freaking SUVs and ordering tanks to do maneuvers in downtown Seattle. And us stoners that voted for that, we thought it was going to go into the roads and the schools and help our communities. No, all it did was empower the pigs of empire.
Exactly. One thing I want to add.
We got to wrap this up, guys.
So. Actually, can I just piggyback off the RFK thing, because I know we can talk a lot. We've talked a lot about on our shows about what can actually get done when people get into office. We can debate all day. Can Trump get anything done? Can RFK Jr. do these things? Can he get in there and do and hold big food accountable and get these poisons out of our food like he says he's going to do? We don't know. We have to see if that can actually happen. But one thing I can say 100%. Fact that has already happened. So we can already see results. The results I'm talking about is the public discourse. If there's one thing we can give RFK Jr. credit for right now, today, before the election results even come in, we can give him the credit that we are allowed to have these conversations now. The people that were not paying attention even a couple years ago, before COVID, they weren't looking at all. They were falling for the BS that if you question vaccines, you were crazy. They were falling for all this BS. The food pyramids that we were given at youth, that those were completely on purpose, done wrong on purpose by the companies that actually ran the tobacco industry. I know you mentioned this earlier, Nick. I'll piggyback on the fact that not only did they, as you said, they got it wrong and they're trying to make money off of us, it's even worse than that. And RFK Jr. is starting those conversations for us. They're actually in bed. Big Food and Big Pharma are actually working together to keep us sick. So not only they're making money off of us, they're keeping us sick. And RFK Jr. has put the curtain back on that, and we're allowed to have these conversations now. I'm even seeing it here in LA. I'm seeing people talk about how they're going to get second opinions now from their doctors on stuff. They're going to get second opinions about vaccine, efficacy with the childhood schedule. They're actually allowed to talk about this now and go, wait a minute, do we really need this? And I've never saw that before. So if anything, that's an accomplishment. And I think that we can have that little win, that little celebrational moment right now. And then we can talk about how do we get them to fix our Medicare system and actually get people that should have a right to the healthcare that they actually need. So I just wanted to get that out there.
It just seems so hypocritical, though, right? Children's health defense, but you ain't gonna care about children in Gaza. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I know.
I can't.
Yeah,
I just can't.
hypocrisy. Yeah, get that
But
smoothie butt
here's the
plug out of
thing.
your ass.
His rhetoric on that topic is so crazy, and it's 100% the opposite of everything else that he says. So
I know
that's why
Well, it
personally
was
I
written
don't
by his
believe his
APAC
stance on it.
handler. Yeah, his APAC handler says here.
I think
Did you
there's a
guys hear
picture from that.
Did you guys
Jeffrey
hear Max
Epstein's
Blumenthal's-
jet.
Do you remember Max Blumenthal's take on his theory? I don't know if he was 100% saying this is. It was an interesting theory that it was right after RFK Jr. had that commentary that remember the camera that was catching the conversation where he's talked about the vaccine maybe targeting different races in
I've
different
seen
ways.
it all over the news the last 2 weeks. They're regurgitating
Okay,
it.
so
right?
well, yeah. Now they're gonna do whatever they can to screw him with that whenever they want to. But it's actually Shmuley that Max suggested might have gone to RFK at that moment. Now remember, this happened before October 7th.
Yeah,
this happened before October 7th. He might, and this is why that tweet went out so immediate after October 7th, because he was already. This is a possibility. I'm not saying I believe this, but I'm saying this is it's an interesting theory that he might have been in a room with Shmuley who said, we're either ending you right now or you are going to do exactly what we tell you, and you might actually have a chance to get to the finish line. And
that's
those
how
are
American
your only
politics
two
is.
options. Those are your only two options. And he said, okay, tell me what I need to do.
Like
to
Bernie,
stay.
when he bent the knee and gave Hillary all of his delegates. Yeah, they get him in a room. They find dirt on somebody in your family. We'll smear your wife. We'll smear you. And they
Jane,
have,
right?
yeah, that's why they took. That's how they took Bernie out, was Jane and her finances with that university. But
Yes.
yeah, this is what they do, and that's why the Jeffrey Epstein list and the Diddy list are so fucking important, because these are the people that have been compromised, and we've seen it in our face with the Democrats rolling out every person that's been on the Diddy list this last week, right? I mean, we saw them all. They barely left out anybody. Cuba Gooding Jr. is the only one I didn't see up there on the stage, like. So
Yep.
yeah, it's all they're all blackmailed.
They
It's
got
all
the Avengers
leveraged.
for crying out
I
loud. They got
know,
the
the
Avengers.
Avengers.
Oh,
Did you guys see the graph with the two graphs, and in the middle was all the people celebrities who endorsed Kamala
Yeah.
Harris because they caught on Jeffrey Epstein's plane? Listen,
and they
guys,
got paid.
we got to get on to our next guest. We've held you for long enough. Nick, Socialist MMA, you were on the show 4 years ago, and here you are today, doing a great job over there at RBN. Awesome stuff done on Hotspot. Let everybody know where they can
Love
find you. And we
Hotspot,
can get
Nick.
more of Nick. If we want more Nick, if we're craving Nick and cowbell, where do we
The
go?
Trailer Park loves it.
Yeah, you guys know I appreciate my brother Pasta. I love the work that you do, my brother. Make sure you guys check me out on Hotspot. Also on Revolutionary Blackout. I will be joining Shama here in like 30 minutes for her live stream. On Thursday, we have a RBN post-election roundtable special with Jill Stein, Shama, Mark Kimberly, a few other heavy hitters in our crew at RBN. So Thursday is going to be fun. It's always good to meet up with the family and discuss the chaos in this country. We're either going to get an hilarious liberal meltdown, or we're going to get another January 6th. Either way, that's just going to be hilarious to me. So I'm looking forward to
Get
it.
Shama fired up. I love when she gets all snappy and fiery.
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me back on, Pasta. It's always fun, man.
Oh, man, it's always great to have you on. I look forward to working with you in the future because it's only the second chapter of the comic that's going to be starting. Shad the Master, Trailer Park Trailer Pundit. Where can we go to find more of you? I know you're going to take a little break.
Oz and I are going live. Oz and I are
Where
going
can we
live
find
over
your,
at Beauty and the Boomer.
Can you throw a link up to your Give, Send, Go or your
my
GoFundMe?
GoFundMe. Yeah, I dropped it in the chat over on a Rumble a little while ago. I'll drop it again. And
Yeah, you can
thanks
grab
for
that.
supporting my fight. I had chemo and radiation today. You can see they still have my port in because I'll have it again tomorrow morning. This has got a central plunger inside of it that runs into my heart, so they can just straight vein that stuff right into my heart. But I'm doing the good fight. I look like Annie Lennox now, and I'm just embracing it. It's not going to take away my love and passion of fighting for my brothers and my sisters and my grandchildren to get fresh air, clean food, get access to medicine. So I'll get off my deathbed anytime for you, Pasta.
Oh man, thank you so much, Shanda. But people don't know who Annie Lennox is. Jay Scott, sweet dreams are made of these. Where can we find more Jay Scott?
Hey, what's going on, man? So you guys can find me on Twitter at JS Ascension. I also have a podcast that I've been taking a break on for the past few months, but I'm going to be starting it back up soon. But for now, just find me on Twitter. The handle's right there at JS Ascension. That's the best way to get in touch with me. Craig, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. You're doing some great work here. Let's go independent media, man. So thank you.
Let's do it, Jay Scott.
Yes,
Thank you
thank
so
you,
much.
Matt. Appreciate it.
Thank
All right.
Absolutely.
Later, y'all.
Thank
Bye.
you for coming on the show. All right, Matt, give us an update of what we got going on before we bring on our last guest of the day. The other co-host still hasn't made it. I'm looking at my watch, which is
She got co-host billing. Isn't that she pulled a Marlon Brando Superman 2 on us? Or, yeah,
She
we got to
even
take
sent-
her out of the
She even sent
Yeah.
the Indian to come up and get the reward like Marlon Brando did, man.
Yeah.
It was
Come
Superman
on.
1 he won the award for.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying she pulled a Superman 2, pay me more money. We
Ah,
said, you
yeah,
know what? We're
yeah.
gonna have to take you off. We don't, you know what? We got enough without you. We're gonna have to do without you. We're not gonna, But no, but she got the first, he got the first billing on number 1, which is crazy. But anyways, yeah, man, this is okay. Well, look at this. I mean, yeah, this is nothing here seems okay. Go ahead, Jayme. You just
Yeah,
told us-
I've been looking at this guy while you guys were chatting. So
Can you make
there's
it bigger, please?
What was that?
Make it a little bit bigger, like open it up a little bit so we
I
can see some of the things.
if I do, it's just going to look bad. Like you won't be. I can make the map bigger, but you won't be able to see the numbers.
Yeah, we just want to see the map for a second. Yeah.
Maybe you can scroll around.
There you
on
go.
it.
All right. So
what does the
there's
pink mean, Jayme?
The pink?
That means
It
it's
means
leaning
it's
towards
leaning Trump, but
Trump.
it's not called for Trump yet.
Yeah, leaning towards
That
Trump.
leaning
Yeah, so that's
shit.
the problem with making it bigger. You can't see the key.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got some weird things going on. Like Maryland is called for Harris right now, but Trump is actually winning like 2-1 at the moment. But it's very low numbers reporting in. Baltimore hasn't come in. Annapolis hasn't come in. Those are most assuredly going to go to Harris. So that will probably swing it. But it is weird. It's like 67 Trump, 33 Harris at the moment, and they're calling it for Harris. Maybe you just wait a little bit before you make that call, but whatever.
Who's calling it for Harris? What network?
Everybody, like all of, I'm checking NPR, PBS, CNN, and Google, and they're all calling Maryland for Harris right now, even though Trump's winning. So it's
I noticed Pennsylvania went gray. Gray means it's middle of the road. Just about 15 minutes ago, it was light blue, which means it was leaning.
No,
towards Harris.
yeah. They just had another big dump come in, and it went way over to the blue side. Now it's like 69% Harris in Pennsylvania, 30% Trump.
Oh, so that
just came in like a couple minutes ago.
now. Okay.
So yeah, that one, but it's still only at 12% of the vote. So I mean, I think if you're less than 40%, it's kind of like you don't want to pay attention to it. I was nervous with Virginia, like looking at those. I was a little shocked how much that was in favor of Harris, but it's now 50-50. And now that you're getting more of the vote coming in, North Carolina, I was shocked too how many people were voting for Harris there, but that was still low. Now it's up to 23% of the vote, and Trump is starting to take a lead. I'm just shocked that anybody in North Carolina would be voting for Harris after the way they handled that the hurricane. So I would think that North Carolina would not be in play as a swing state, that it would be going Trump.
Well, clearly Trump is the one responsible for the hurricane. I mean,
Well, I mean, but it's about the hurricane response, right? And the Democrats really dropped the ball. And I mean, it's like all these people in North Carolina need help, and Joe Biden administration sending money over to Ukraine and Israel. Why are you voting for that if you live in North Carolina? Well, anyway.
Okay.
We're looking at Michigan's only at 8% in, but it's leaning towards Harris right now, 55 to 43. But it's 8%, so you can't really go anything there. Georgia, it's weird. They've called Florida already at 92% in, 56% for Trump, and 43% Harris. Georgia is about the same. It's about 55-44, but it's only a 55% of the votes are in. So Trump is leading in Georgia as well. That's why it's pink on here and it's not gray. So what was that?
Well, no, I'm saying great. Thanks for the update. I think we're gonna have some more updates soon because the polls that are closing in the next 10 minutes.
There's a couple other anomalies in here. Like Kansas is actually leaning. It's supposed to go Trump, and at the moment, it's leaning towards Harris. It's only at 28% in, so that will probably change. But it's still interesting to see some of the stuff how it's projected to go one way or the other, and it's not going the way they're projected, even with the early results. But I guess you expect those to change over time.
Yeah.
So, especially
Pennsylvania is where it's at, right? So Michigan and Pennsylvania, if those go for Harris, then Nevada or Arizona, and she wraps it up. And that's
I think she needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada, she's got a shot.
But we know Nevada's going to go for her. So is that even in play? Well,
Nevada has been, of course, Nevada, if it was a fair election, would be Trump easy.
Of course, yeah, but Nevada's is captured, so it's going to go down.
Very much captured. So, let's get to our next guest, though. So we'll come back to this map. Let's take a break.
I'm just tracking it, just seeing what's going on as it comes in. But yeah, take stuff with a grain of salt. If it's less than 50%, you really shouldn't even. Don't get emotional yet. It doesn't mean anything yet. So,
all right, perfect. We'll come right back. Let's get our
guest election report. Back to the interviews.
All right.
Do you mind if I play a quick funny commercial? I'll take the quick bathroom here and then come right back.
How long is the commercial?
Oh, it's just this. It's like less than a minute, I guess.
All right, let's do that. Let's take a bathroom break. And then we'll come right back with our last guest of the night, Kelly Lane. She's an election integrity activist. She's actually in North Carolina. Maybe she can give us an update what's going on over there. And we're going to ask her a very big question. What does it mean for the election integrity movement, right, if Donald Trump wins? We can't forget the fact that after 2020, that the election integrity movement actually was lifted. It went further. It got more energy behind it from what we saw, and there was a lot of education in which we saw the population of America get educated on, if that makes sense. So let's take a quick break. We'll do a commercial and a break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Okay, enjoy. Here we go.
Whoever the Democrat is, baby.
Without knowing where they stand on any issue? Seems ignorant.
Would it seem ignorant if I slapped the taste out of your mouth? Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. Sometimes Grandma forgets she's been saved. Listen, precious, listen. Ignorance is being unaware of the dangers of the kitten hill. So I just have to answer a few questions?
Yep. Then the app will tell you which candidate you line up with.
Oh, sweetie, I know which candidate I line up with. Whoever's Democrat.
What is your ideal candidate stance on global warming?
Global warming doesn't exist. Next.
How do you feel about building a wall on our border with Mexico?
You mean there's not a wall between us and Mexico? No wonder they keep coming over here taking our jobs.
Should local police increase surveillance and patrol in Muslim neighborhoods?
Only if we don't want the terrorists to win.
It's just yes or no.
Put yes. But say it's because we want to make America great again.
Okay.
Great again.
Finally, the death penalty should be
celebrated with a parade.
Well, okay. Well, let's see. This says your perfect candidate is Trump.
No, baby, I'm a Democrat.
Not according to this test. It thinks he might actually be Trump.
Okay, we are back, guys. We have more show, more content for you. Thanks for watching us today we're a multi-stream. This is election day coverage all day on Homeless Left, Pasta to Go. We're also on our other channel. I guess it was the formal channel of Convo Couch, the Truthwire. This is this is a historic day, guys. As we showed you in the intro, this is the biggest, most important election of our entire lifetimes. Never mind about all those past elections. This is the one we promise. We super duper promise you guys. This is the one. This is the most important one. Of course, we don't really think that, but might as well go along with all the hype today. And we appreciate you guys all joining us today. We're going to get to our next guest in a moment here as soon as Craig Pasta Jardula comes back. But I'm just going to say a little tidbit about what I'm noticing here in Los Angeles on election day, which is, we know this is a blue state. We know it's going, all the electoral votes in California will be going to Harris. That's a no-brainer. But the sentiment in the air, these vote blues, no matter who's, that really kind of populate the state. Mostly they populate, Hollywood. The people here have doubled down on their joy, the joy that was handed to them just weeks ago. I mean, you're just talking about a handful of months ago. They were handed joy on a platter, and they told them, take this medicine, and they took it. Unfortunately, and now this is the electoral update here. Thanks, Jayme, for this. Trump at 101, Harris at 71. The one you left off of here, which I have to remind people, is Bibi. So his grand total, Bibi's grand total right now would be 182. That's the total combined of Kamala and Trump together is Bibi's total. We want to remind people that Israel gets a running total as well, which is both of them combined. So, which gives them him a total advantage over the other two. Because what are we even counting these for, anyways? With that said, the sentiment in the air for the vote blue no matter who, it's very sad and troubling, because the joy that they were handed just a few months ago, that joy on a platter, they said, take this medicine, open your mouth, swallow, and shut up. Don't say anything. Just feel the joy. What unfortunately, what came with that joy was a side of rage, which is a very dangerous combination, the joy and the rage, which we're seeing in a lot of people here. And I know it's probably happening in other places as well, but just what I'm telling you guys, it's very scary. It's very dangerous. We know that Trump derangement syndrome is real. We know that it's an actual disease. I'm not kidding you guys. If you think we're joking about that, it means that people have trauma that's been left over for the last 8 years, 8 or 9 years, 10 years, really, if you go way back. The trauma of being used, to further an agenda that you actually become this victim. And I know they know this deep down. The reason we know this, that they know they're victims of something, is because this rage that comes out of them is because they know deep down that they're not actually part of a movement. They know this. It's actually a lot different than when we fell for the Obama joy train, which was actually called Hope and Change at the time. It was called Hope and Change. Get on the Hope and Change vehicle. The difference between Hope and Change in 2008 and joy in 2024 is that we didn't mix hope and change with a side of rage. The reason we didn't mix it with rage is that we actually believed in the movement. It turned out to be fake, but at the time we actually believed in it. What I can tell you right now is people that have taken the joy potion, it comes with a side of rage because they know it's not real. Because deep down they know that it's bullshit and that they are victims of something. They just don't know what to call it. They don't know what's actually wrong with them. but they are feeling the effects of the disease of the Trump's derangement syndrome. And that's why they're all at each other's throats. That's why they attack you when you even suggest the idea of voting for someone else. They say, what are you, a Trumper? And it's just like, it's insane. So we can go down that rabbit hole for all day, but I wanted to point that out that you guys, that if you're feeling any of this or experiencing any of this, it's okay. If your family members or friends are coming at you right now with any of this right now, with any of this rage, it's a syndrome of Trump's derangement syndrome, and it comes with the joy medicine they were told to take. It's a side of rage, and we just have to let them, just kind of tough it out and live it out, and hopefully they'll be okay. Hopefully, at some point they'll get over this horrible, horrible disease. Okay, we have our co-host Craig Pasta Jardula back with us. Let's bring him back in. Okay, I'm going to pass it back to you, Craig. We are at the top of the hour. This is the 9 o'clock East Coast time now. Wow, this is we're kind of here heading to the final act of today. So where are you at with everything? How you doing?
Well, this thing is, I'm tired, and 6 hours is a long friggin' thing, and yeah, man. Thank you to everybody who came on today and made this awesome show. So, let's get the last guest on and have fun, and then take a look at the. Did we have any new numbers come in yet, too, as well? Did Jayme?
He's going to get them together, but let's get our guest in. Let's get our guest in. We're going to be looking at. They just closed the polls in several states right now, like this second. So let Jayme gather it up. Let's bring in our guest. Let's have a great conversation right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Lane is joining the show. Kelly Lane is a fellow election integrity activist. She's been in the trenches with me for quite some time. We were hoping to go to Russia together to observe the elections, but they didn't let us in. Maybe next time. Damn Putin. But anyways, she's
we were invited. I was kind of on the fence about even doing that because of the smears that would have happened. But anyway, yes. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. It looked like a great conversation. I'm sorry I missed speaking to a couple of people.
That's quite all right. We're glad you're here now. So you've been in the election integrity activist world for quite some time. I put on somebody's Facebook today that was an election integrity activist, and he was voting for Kamala. And I said, listen, an election integrity activists don't play party politics. We play fair elections. And despite a lot of people being upset and trying to blame the people in 2020 who claimed that was a fraudulent election, they had a lot of proof, right, or a lot of reasons to say that they needed to protest that election and find out what's what. Kind of woke up the community. I'll never forget. I was in the Capitol, outside the Capitol, January 6th,
right,
about 200 yards from the front, and I was standing on this little stage off to the side. And some dude comes up to me, and says, who are you with? What's this, the Convo Couch? I said, we're like an election integrity group, independent media journalist. We got our start in elections from the Bernie Sanders lawsuit. And he looked at me, and he had his MAGA hat on, his MAGA shirt. He says, you know what? I apologize. We were late to the show then when we saw those elections and Bernie getting cheated. We should have said something then, and now we're dealing with this now. But if Donald Trump gets elected, all those people who woke up might go back to sleep, Kelly. What does it mean for the election integrity activist movement if Donald Trump wins tonight?
I don't think they're going to go back to sleep. I think there might be a little bit of a lull, but I think, at the point where I came into this, which was 2018, really, the election integrity activist movement, the whole movement was really Democrats. As a matter of fact,
progressives. More progressives, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Democrats, they're a little bit older. They've been in than me. They've been in this since the 2000 or 2004 election. And honestly, I butt heads with a lot of them because while I consider myself, I guess I hate to use the word progressive, but I'm where you are, Pasta, but I'm very independent. And it drove me nuts because I think that space has got to be nonpartisan. And it's kind of almost comical, some of the people involved that on both sides that call themselves nonpartisan, but they're so partisan and they can't see it. So that's kind of frustrating. But no, I think that what has happened since 2020 when the Stop the Steal people kind of rose up is, I mean, that movement is huge. And I can tell you, I join Smart Elections meetings almost every Friday, and it's a mixed group of people. They've actually done a really great, I know we've talked about this privately, but Smart Elections has really done a lot to maintain a nonpartisan stance. And just look at the facts, look at the voting machines. It's moved more into that nonpartisan space, but they have a lot of conservatives that join, and these people mean business. There's a woman, I think her name is Lori Gallagher in Texas. I mean, she is fighting it. She and her husband like took stuff to court. They were sanctioned and fined like $20,000. These people mean business. So I really don't, maybe there'll be a lull with some of it, but I don't think they're going to give up. I think they're in it. It's like once you get the bug for it too, you keep going. So that's just what I think is going to happen.
I don't know. That's you're being very, very optimistic over there. What was the area? What is the area that you think is most needed for reform in the election system nationwide right now? I think a lot of people don't realize that, when you go to a Latin American country, they have one national system. It's enshrined in our Constitution that the states will take control of their own election system. So it gets a little confusing, and I think that's by design. Also, the fact that you got to vote for 50 different people. You have to vote for, assistant dog catcher of your city. And yet, when you go, for example, in Venezuela, if you go to Brazil, you're voting for one person, the president of the United States, the president of Brazil, the president of Colombia, the president of Venezuela, wherever you're going to vote, it's one person. What area do you think is most needed for reform moving forward when it comes to our elections, where we stand in 2024?
Well, I still think the voting machines themselves are a huge problem. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing because we still have black box voting. And that's what, we had Lulu join from Smart Elections, join candidates for Assange recently. And, we talked about how you really, it doesn't make sense to say whether you believe in an election or not. Nobody can prove, we don't have the transparency. And so this kind of, we have a lot of Greens and Libertarians that come on, and we had some people saying, using the term election denier. And Lulu backed me up where I said, we really shouldn't be using this terminology because smearing anyone that questions it, that's just wanting transparency, is not the way to go. All of a sudden, you're really blurry, Post. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I know, because somebody lowered the lights.
But I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that I'm seeing is just this whole, you could say it was the same thing with COVID, this just shutting down all conversation about it is just not acceptable. And you shouldn't be called an election denier because you want transparency.
Well,
so
yeah. The biggest issue with that is that the inconsistencies of when you're allowed to talk about election integrity when you're not. And I don't know why we've tried to have this conversation so much. And I know both you guys and Craig, I've watched you firsthand just have the integrity to talk about election integrity. Like you have to have integrity to talk about it and be consistent with it. Because when you talk about it in the wrong place, they're going to, in the wrong year, right? If you're talking about the wrong year or the wrong country at the wrong time, then you're a piece of S. But you can do it in a different time and it's okay. But we have to teach people the principles of applying it even when it's not convenient for us to do so. You got to apply it and we got to be ready for it at all times. And that's why I think your question was great and a very thoughtful answer, Kelly, as far as like what happens after this, as far as if Trump wins, if it goes that way, do we stop? Like what happens to that conversation? Yeah.
I also think that, I think someone was saying on Twitter, like what's going to happen if Kamala Harris loses, will then more people on the Democrat side all of a sudden be interested.
Right. Yeah.
But I have a prediction there. I think that ultimately the powers that be do not want anybody questioning the elections. And I think there may be some of that among some of the people, but I think that at the top, they're going to kind of shut down that conversation. I think they're going to go with the, this is the best, most secure election we've ever had. But on the whole, like shutting down things as well, I noticed right after 2020 when they said that all of a sudden you couldn't use the term election integrity. Costa, you probably remember this. It was like all of a sudden the Democrat activists didn't want to be associated with the Stop the Steal movement. And so they had to change it to election transparency. They wanted to just be separated from them. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a racket, but it's a topic
By
I
the
keep
way-
talking about. So
No, it's okay. I have some results over here.
good.
2024, right there. We've been showing the Israel map all day. The oligarchs map looks like the oligarchs win. So,
That's funny.
yeah.
That seems to contradict the one I found this earlier. You guys, this is real. I thought it was I thought it went gold. I thought it was going to Israel. Yeah.
Yeah.
The 538.
Do you mind if I wanted to say something about when you guys were talking about the RFK Jr. and the food issue and all of that? And I do think it's great that people are caring about that now. It's like, I don't know, 20 some odd years, 50 years late. But I do find it a little bit odd. And I posted something recently and I got some pushback about it. But all of these Americans now suddenly concerned about the food that they're eating. And I posted a picture of the World Kitchen van with the big hole and where it was bombed. And it's like, okay, but you're so completely tone deaf on this other issue. Like that's what I find is so strange now. You go in, I used to go in some Twitter spaces and just sort of listen to RFK Jr. supporters, and they're really gung-ho on that topic, but still it's just very myopic. It's very, not paying attention to foreign policy at all. And that was, just like you, Pasta, that was a deal breaker for me with him as well. So, yeah,
I did.
The whole Israel
I
issue.
wish somebody would have took his phone away from him on October 7th. I really
No,
would. Somebody take his
Craig,
phone.
It's the opposite. Rabbi Shmuley made sure he had his phone in his hand. That's what I think happened.
Is he still in the picture? I apologize. I haven't paid any
Oh
attention.
yeah, he's still in the picture.
Okay. And Matt, it's nice to meet you. I don't know how I didn't know your name or anything before. I guess I've had my head in lots of other things, but I think I know most of the crew that was on earlier.
No, thank you. It's great to meet you, Kelly. And maybe one reason you haven't known me is because I came out of the gate and was shadow banned and terminated and canceled and punished almost immediately when I was just getting started. Homeless Left getting started like just about a year and a half ago. I was inspired after the first Rage Against War because we didn't know they were gonna be supporting Israel a year later. But at that time, I was very inspired. I went out there, had a bunch of great interviews, met Craig, met a bunch of other people. just fascinating time just as a filmmaker. So I am still a filmmaker here in LA, Hollywood. But I was then enticed to say, you know what, let's do the podcast thing, knowing full well that I was getting in late, that these other guys, have already been doing this. You've already been battling the system, battling censorship, battling the military industrial complex. But some particularly like Craig was actually battling big pharma too at the same time, which I thought was really important that we did all of those things. And that's why we started the Homeless Left and immediately terminated on YouTube. Like I barely got started. And they're telling me I can't have these discussions. And it was medical misinformation. And I told my people here about it. I said, hey, listen, guys, I want you to see all these, struggling artists and filmmakers and producers and directors doing all that. They're like, Matt, why you waste your time with this thing? I go, because we have to battle censorship. They go, well, as long as you don't do anything violent with your words, you'll be fine. I'm like, really? We got told we have medical misinformation. They go, maybe you said something wrong. Are you guys not paying attention? Like, play the tape. I'll play you the tape. Watch the whole thing. You tell me, and they won't even.
I had that happen too.
They're defending something that they don't even know. They would rather defend the thing, the monster, the massive entity, than listen to me, someone they've known their whole lives. That's how bad it is here in Hollywood. That's how bad it is. They're defending something that is working against them, and they don't even know it, and they're putting that against me.
Have you guys heard about the whole basically scrubbing the internet? I first saw it written up in the Brownstone Institute. If you go on Twitter, look up the Brownstone Institute. I actually saw Sam Husseini post about it. Yeah, basically, like since the end of September, they're like erasing all kinds of things. Like there's no longer, I guess, how Google caches like certain sites. Like you go back to it and it's like the old version. Yeah, look up the Brownstone Institute. I saw Sam Husseini post about it. He's like always ahead of everything. So
What did they say about what are they doing exactly?
let me see if I can pull it up here.
It's so weird for me. It's like for years the Convo Couch and Truthwire would always have a disclaimer anytime we went on, right? And they would put the election disclaimer. I just went over to Kim's channel real quick. Kim Iverson, she's got the election disclaimer. We don't have the election disclaimer underneath us. I'm listen. We need whistleblowers. We need people who are behind the scenes to give us information to exactly what's going on over there. Okay, this is mass censorship.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to tell me for 1 second that they wouldn't put that label underneath me.
Well, I had a
as an
YouTube
election integrity guy. I mean, there is some serious shady shit going on behind the scenes. And we need transparency. We're not going to get there with Donald Trump. We're not going to get there with. We sure as hell ain't going to get there with Kamala Harris.
Well, I had a YouTube live stream that was some 2-3 hour long conversation from 2018 pulled sometime last year, and in it was literally like a 2-minute conversation where I brought up a very old episode of Real Time with Bill Maher. Yes, I used to watch that. I don't know what was wrong with me.
So did I. No, that's what got me involved in politics.
But it was with Marianne Williamson, and she was basically talking about a gray area with am I even allowed to say it now? What are you posting on Rumble?
Yeah, we're on Rumble.
Okay, vaccines. But she was talking about this gray area and that how, much like Jill Stein has said, and you're not an anti-vaxxer just because you question one or two things or that's what she was saying. And I was talking about her appearance where she talked about that, and that got me pulled. A couple of hours was pulled from YouTube. So I don't know why at just this random point, years later. So,
Wow.
Yeah, and I think YouTube, and I worked on Randy Credico's show for years. He had very high profile guests and he'd have 20 views. Are you kidding me? With John Pilger on? So it's heavily censored.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, what can we do? I mean, I think it's good to maybe stay on some of those platforms so we don't all get siloed over and other, more mainstream people don't see us at all. But I think if you really want to have any freedom and not have your content pulled, you got to go to Rumble and other things.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely. Which is the one little hope. I mean, I know Craig's out of hope altogether. I have a little bit that at least there's the idea that if Trump gets in and he does anything about the Ukraine war, anything about those sanctions in Russia, that somehow, some way, at least some of these independent media networks will come back, and some of these guys will have these abilities to do the job they've been doing for years. I mean, we started late. We just got to know everyone. I was starting to be a regular guest on the Critical Hour, like the last month of its existence. I was coming on all the time, and it was just like I was just getting to know everyone, and all of a sudden, boom, they're done. And I'm like, what the hell, man? Did I pick a bad time to start doing this?
Well, it's nice to meet you. And Pasta, I got to ask you. So I kind of honestly wasn't involved with a lot of the election integrity stuff as heavily as you were for a while. I was doing Randy's show and other things. But I mean, you're obviously less, I can't say I'm optimistic really, but I just know that there are a lot of people in there fighting. And I mean, fighting like lawsuits. They know their shit. They know what they're talking about. And I don't think that's going to go away. So I guess I'm optimistic because of that I've seen.
The problem is that the judges that are having these lawsuits usually throw them out because they're not going to denigrate or delegitimize a system that put them into play, that gave them power. And it's just for years I've seen so many lawsuits, and even when you have lawsuits like the Jared Beck, Bernie Sanders lawsuit, the one that When
Yep.
he got Bruce Spiva of the Democratic Party to admit that they can go into the back room full of cigar smoke and pick whoever they want. There's no such thing as a Democrat. It's a corporation. And if people didn't wake up to that then, they're never going to wake up. I don't know. I mean, really, to tell you the truth, my problem is that, it gets darker and darker. I get more black pillish and nihilistic more every single day. And then you see a lot of people in the States that are just so low informed and they don't care. They don't want to do politics. I don't do politics. Well, you need to do politics or politics is doing you. And what the hell am I going to try to save these people if they don't even want to fucking save themselves? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do I have to take all this? And really, to tell you the truth, 95% of the people that I work with in this business, right? Like, there was a bunch of people I used to go work with or send, I didn't even send them invitations today because they're so full of shit and the egos come into play, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's even hard to form coalitions on the left to get things done. I mean, I don't know. I hate to sound so negative at 9:20 Eastern here, as we've just done a 6-hour and 20-minute freaking stream, and I'm falling down.
Yeah,
but,
it's okay. You probably just caught me on a good day because I have those moments too. I feel like it's just overwhelming. But recently, speaking of judges, okay, not an election integrity story, but we just recently had Bo Forte come back on our little program for the second or third time. And he had told this story about how he was sued by Representative Josh Gottheimer because he sent some emails, that were unfriendly. Anyway, he ended up going pro se and won this case against him. So I hear you about the judges, but there's another story. Lynn Bernstein here in North Carolina. I know you interviewed her once. Transparent Elections in North Carolina. She fought back against. She and John Brakey were issued trespassing citations by the very corrupt Board of Elections director in Wake County. She fought back and fought back hard, took him to court, and he ended up having to retire early. And he was going to be headed to the state Board of Elections. So maybe they're small victories, but I think, what are the choices? We either quit, stick our heads in the sand, or keep fighting, because I think it is a monster, obviously, but I take look what happened with Assange. I mean, it took so much, but it was victorious. Of course, now we have 1,000 other cases that we have to fight. So it's endless, but I don't know. Are you still in the States, Pasta?
That's what I'm saying. The other choice that you didn't mention is eventually I'm just going to get the hell out and move to Nicaragua. I'm here in the States right now, but I'm going to move. I'm just going to get the hell out. Am I gone? I'm going to pull, excuse me. I'm going to pull fish out of the sea and make pasta.
Yeah.
It's called pesce al pastina, and it's going to be fresh fish and pasta, and that's all I'm going to do. That's my life. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm going to take off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays, and that's what I'm going to do.
There comes a point, I guess, where you have to decide, is it rewarding? Do you feel like you're getting anywhere? Sometimes I have to put it down for a couple of days, but I always return to it. It's just in me, to fight the corruption and try to expose things. I've just been like that my whole life.
Fucking asleep, Kelly. It's holy shit. Oh, maybe I started this at the wrong time too, Matt, right? You said this shit too. Everybody is asleep. Okay. I mean, I'm still demonetized on the channels. It's what am I supposed to do? And then when we start getting some movement, right? I was on with Manila Chan today. She was pushing me hard at Sputnik. I was doing some work over here when she had her cancer treatment and over in Miami, and I was getting comfortable for them, and they were going to give me an election gig. I was going to work the board. I was going to be the Steve Kornacki of RT. Literally, I lose a job because of sanctions. I mean, this is just I can't even explain this to my family. Sanctions.
Look, Craig, I talk about mistiming and being, hey, should have done this. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Okay, we could do that all day. But the part that I'm maybe I have to come back to this is important. I'm glad, Kelly, I'm glad you're here on this conversation right now with us, because this is sometimes we have to stop and just kind of, take a breath. And what a day to do it, a day like this, when everybody is kind of glued. There's so many people glued to the TV right now, watching CNN and looking at the results and they're going to have a heart attack if their person doesn't win. And we're sitting here having a self-reflection moment. And it's important we do this. So let's do this right now. Let's look at, let's remember why we're doing this in the first place. Because it's not just about doing what's right and justice and principle and courage and all those things. We talk about those things all the time. We talk about non-tribal approach to life. We talk about inspiring others. And what's the point if everyone's still asleep? Craig, you just said everybody's effing asleep. They're still asleep and you can't wake them up. Okay, fine. All that's true. Okay, can't wake them up. We've already woke up everyone who will wake up. We can't do anymore. Fine. We still have our principle and our courage. Let's go make pasta and seafood and just enjoy. Fine. But here's the other thing that we're missing. Here's the one part we're missing. I'm a storyteller. I'm an artist. I'm part of a creative place, and I know you are too, Craig. And listen, the artist knows this. Even if nobody buys a ticket, even if the audience is empty with empty seats, you still had a story to tell, and you still made your film. And your film is still about something that's important. And your film might be actually about something that involves a real person and a real story that needs to be told, that hadn't had a chance to be told otherwise and won't have a chance to be told otherwise. So you're doing it for people who can't do it for themselves. The people who died unnecessarily in whatever the situation, the unfortunate place they ended up in, whether it was Gaza because they got their limbs blown off, whether it was Lahaina, whether it was North Carolina, whether it was because you took a vaccine you were told was safe and effective. Whatever the reason is, those people need their stories to be told. The relatives, the survivors that didn't get to say goodbye to the people that they on Zoom that were told to say goodbye to your loved one. We had to stick remdesivir and stick them on a ventilator. For all those people, we have to tell the story. We have to do this. There's no other way around it. Even if the people are still asleep, even if there's nobody in the seats, even it doesn't matter if Trump or Kamala or whoever the fuck, it doesn't matter. We have to tell these stories because there's people that need those stories told. And if we don't do it, they won't ever get their stories told. And I think that's enough for me to keep going.
Well, I think sometimes it's okay to just fall down and go, F it. I can't do this for a bit. I need a break, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we have to do
yeah,
that sometimes. But I think also, for me, I guess I consider myself a cross between a journalist and an activist. I do have a journalism degree, but when I feel like overwhelmed with the activism side of things, I'll focus more on the journalism side. Like, for instance, Sam Husseini introduced me to this amazing person named Cherno Ba. And I refer to him as the Assange of Sierra Leone. But his publication, Africanus Press, has exposed so much corruption in Sierra Leone that involves our State Department. It is a huge story. He's also written a book on the Ebola outbreak there. And so I'm going to be following up. I did a 3-part interview with him about a year ago. And I'm going to follow up with that. He's now at the Watson Institute, which is where Stephen Kinzer is, another big hero of mine that I met a couple of times working on Randy's show. So I would just say, when you get burned out on the activism side, is take a break. Obviously, you're I can see it burned out. Take a break, but and ultimately, some of it. Almost every person I've met in this movement says at one point or another what you just said, I'm just going to leave and go live on the beach somewhere in another country and just exit, because at some point, if you're beating your head against the wall, you're not getting anywhere, then okay. But I think right now this is a moment. I talked to my friend Laurel Krauss. You guys know who she is? Her sister was killed at Kent State May 4th, 1970.
Wow. Okay.
And so, and when I've talked to candidates that we interviewed, in 2018, a couple of older candidates, they talked about the 60s and that time where there was this uprising of people fighting back. And then everybody just kind of went to sleep. There were all these assassinations, obviously. And of course, they didn't have the internet. And as much as we're censored, we still have this tool to connect with people. And I think, are we going to just do what they did and become the yuppies of the 80s? Is that what we do, or do we keep fighting? So I guess that's why I stay in it. But I'm with you, Pasta. I feel it sometimes too. It's just especially when there's stupid infighting and I've heard all the drama, the Green Party drama, I've heard of some Libertarian Party drama. I mean, all this stuff that happens is kind of like disheartening, but you just have to kind of try to keep your head on straight, I guess, and take a break,
Yeah.
when you need it. Like maybe now, Pasta, you look like you need
Maybe
a
we
break.
take a break. Maybe take a break. We got, that's why this is a team effort. We can tag each
Mhm.
other out, sometimes, and
Right.
hey, take it.
Yeah, and if you disappear for a week, so what? People are going to keep going, and maybe you come back.
Yeah, that's a good
Refresh.
point.
So, what do you guys have on the horizon? I don't know, like what's next? You expect this? I kind of think the election might not be decided right away.
No, it's not going to be decided for weeks.
Yeah.
Although we do know that Bibi's going to probably win tonight. That we know, because he gets the combined total of Harris and Trump. So he's standing at 277 right now. So yay. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I will say I've always had a policy of not vote shaming, but that changed this year for me. So yeah, I mean, I live in a very blue area, and I don't have many friends right immediately now here because they're all like Democrats, and I don't understand. Or no, actually, I do now. This is how the Holocaust happened. You see it, and it's like I don't know how anybody can ignore it and put their head in the sand on that.
You know what's interesting, Kelly, is you talk about this is how the Holocaust happened. This isn't how they taught us how it happened. We had to figure it. You had to like use our own brains and go, because they left that part. Didn't they leave that part out in school? They left it out of my school. They didn't talk about the psychology. They just told us that all of a sudden Germany was okay, everything good. All of a sudden, this very unique type of evil overtook it. Everyone went along with it, and then they stopped. And that was just this little chunk of history where they were just exceptional, unique type of evil the world has never seen before, never will see again, and that's the end of it. And we never talked about, well, how did this happen? What is this? What actually allowed it? And what's the context of the history behind it? So we're getting all curious about it now, and I'm just like, man, isn't that interesting that that part's left out? But we understand so much because we are living through what we're living through right now. We're living through COVID. We're living through a genocide on our cell phones. We can watch it in real time, and we're starting to understand how psychology, how mass formation psychosis works. Why didn't they teach us mass formation psychosis in school? We learned about it now here in the independent media space. I think that's fascinating. We did that. We did our education for ourselves right here.
I did some digging on that, but Pasta, you want to say something, or you just?
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was really curious about this, and we had recently this guy John Rachel on who wrote a book, "War is Making Us Poor," and so I was kind of just doing a little research, and I pointed out the fact that all these people have 401ks that are invested in all these weapons manufacturers and everything, right? Like just in kind of digging into the psychology of how is this happening now, right? But I think people are benefiting from it, but they're so many steps removed from it, right? Like I said, they're involved in their retirement funds or other investments, right? And anyway, I was looking at some stuff, and back in during the Holocaust, they would have flea market type of things where people would go and they knew that these belongings, whether it was linens and furniture and stuff, came from Jewish families' houses, and they knew it, but they were so desperate themselves that they would take these things, right? And it was really eye-opening just reading about that, because I think that's that psychology of well, I'm not really complicit in it, but I'm sort of benefiting from it. And it just, I don't know, it's messed up. But I think there's something to that people don't really want to look at how are they benefiting from it. And we know Congress, obviously, they're getting all this money from AIPAC, but even your average middle or upper middle class people that have retirement funds or other investments, it's heavily invested in the war machine. So I think we should call that out more. I don't know. Well,
You'll listen. You start following money trails, you'll find so much shit. Right? It's like on every step of the way.
Mhm.
Every step of the way. It's
Yep.
just PayPal mafia, right, versus the Apple mafia. So
Yeah.
pick your form of fascism you want. At the end of the day, there's the elites. That's why I put up the oligarch bit. Oligarchs
Mhm.
here, and then everybody else none. Jayme, why don't you put that up real quick and let us know what's going on, so we can get a little insight, guys. We're here with Kelly Lane, Matt Weinglass, Craig Pasta Jardula. This is
Hey,
the
I got it.
election show.
I also have a clip while I was sitting here waiting because that's what I do. I make tons of clips all day long. I have this really great clip of the late John Pilger on Randy's show, and it's about presidential elections. If you'd like to see it, I'll play it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do you want to?
Okay. Can I just pull?
Yeah, let's see the clip and then we'll come back to the map. That'd be great. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Do I?
I
There we
reported
go.
4 U.S. presidential campaigns. I found them, the first couple I found fun. It was like reporting some wonderful circus. I'm now exhausted. It's like a tsunami every 4 years. Those of us outside the United States, we don't even have a mail-in vote. So we can't influence the thing. But so my reaction is, I'm just glad it's over, or appears to be over. But there's only one result, and that is we've all got another US president. Yep. That's all we need to say. Doesn't matter what the name is. Apparently his name is Joe.
Good guy, Joe.
That's a friendly name.
Good guy,
So
Joe.
was Donald. That was a friendly name.
Yeah.
But, seriously, Biden's record is unsurprisingly the record of a man who is the embodiment of the system. That was the difference between him and Trump for me. Trump was a caricature of the system. Biden was the embodiment of the system. But in terms of wars, Obama he's the champion. 7 wars. Now, he's a nice guy, or is meant to be a nice guy. I don't know. So, but we end up with the US president. That's my reaction, and I'm, you cross your fingers then. I've got to this stage in life and have not been blown to bits by a US president dropping something from the sky on me. That is almost a miracle.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
So wait, how do I pull? I use StreamYard all the time, but there we go. You got it. Okay, I'm not used to being on
There
this
you go.
end.
Good job, Kelly Lane.
Well, that was so cool to meet that man. Several times I recorded the show, but yeah, I'm sure I know you guys know who he is. But over 60 documentaries about what the U.S. does all around the globe and has done for many, many decades. But he kept fighting up till the end. So I don't know. I guess some of us will and some of us won't. And we just have to find that balance.
In Nicaragua fishing and making pasta. That's what some of us will be doing.
Yeah, well, there might come a point. You've done your part, You do what you can.
All right, Kelly Lane. That's it for today. We got to wrap this sucker up.
Well, thanks for having me on. It was really nice to meet you, Matt.
Thank you, Kelly. Great conversation. Love to continue in the future for sure.
Thank you for all your work in election integrity, Kelly. I really do appreciate it. It's been awesome working with you.
You too. You too.
All right, sweetheart.
Okay.
You have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye.
Wow.
All right, great. Yeah, you look like you have definitely run the marathon today.
7 hours.
Yeah.
We're coming on 7 hours, man. 6.5 hours we've been going for.
I got my reserve tank. I just tapped into my final one, just to finish this off. We don't got to. I know we said we go all the way to what is that, 11 your time? I know that's like another hour 20. We don't have to do that if you're not feeling it.
No,
but
I thought we were going from 3 to 9 East Coast.
No. Why do we stop at 9? This is what Jayme just brought us out. The thing. You were thinking 9. You're thinking we've gone 38 minutes over. Okay.
Oh yeah, I thought we were going till 11.
Yeah, we're going to 11 East Coast. But hey, how about this? Let's go over the numbers.
Okay.
And then Craig, why don't you take a little break? Me and Jayme can talk about some stuff and come back.
I'll do that. I need a break.
Why don't we do that? You want to take a break right now? I'll go over the numbers with Jayme.
You got
Yeah, we'll have fun.
Okay.
All right.
We'll have some fun. Okay. We're
All
back.
right,
We're back. Let's go over the numbers. This is why we're here, guys. This is why we're doing the show today, because the most important election of our lifetime is counting in the final numbers, the final count. This is like the Super Bowl of the independent media market. we are in the fourth quarter, final minutes counting down. Look at that. Harris, 99. Trump, 178. And of course, BB has the combined total because he gets the combined total of both, 277. Jayme, could you break it down for us? Where are we at?
Well, I mean, unlike the Super Bowl, I mean, we're not going to know the final score at the end of the fourth quarter. We're going to have to wait a couple weeks and then they'll decide. But there are some anomalies here. For example, we got Kansas. If you notice, Kansas is looking a little blue right here. It's a dead tie at the moment. But when we go and look at it, what's happened right now, this is expected to go to Trump. You've got Kansas City, Topeka, and Wichita. They're all reporting. And you got all the rest of the state is yet to come in. So this will probably go to Trump. But right now, they're currently marking it as blue for Harris. But as the rest of those results come in, I think we're going to see a change there. So again, I think they just updated it. It's now going towards Donald Trump. It's only at 44%. So yeah, that one just changed in real time. Maryland votes, remember that was going towards Donald Trump. Now that Baltimore and Annapolis have come in, heavily swung in favor of Kamala Harris, and they're now over 52%. Remember before when I was showing that it was only like a 1 or 2%. So that's happening as expected. Pennsylvania is still the one to watch. It's only at 30% in though. So right now it is leaning towards Kamala Harris. And what we've got Allentown and Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh are all reporting in, but you still got these other sections of the state that aren't fully accounted for yet. So that'll be interesting to see. This is one of the states that Kamala Harris absolutely needs to take. And it's an interesting one because this is definitely one of those states. It's kind of reflective of the United States as a whole. You got Pittsburgh in the west, you got Philadelphia in the east. They're all blue, and everything else in the middle is red. So, but it'll be interesting to see what happens when the final total comes in with with Pennsylvania. Still too early to tell. Then you got Michigan and Wisconsin. These are like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are 3 states Kamala Harris has to get. And as you can see, they're
like really tight there. I mean, she's at
well, Michigan's one of the ones we thought she was going to lose, but it is only at 13%. So I think we can just take that as a grain of salt. I don't want to really go too deep on this at the moment. Wisconsin's at 20%. Still, it's very close. It's almost 50-50 there. And but if we come back in 2 hours, this might be a different story, this trend might continue. So
the trend might continue, but also in 20 minutes from now, we're going to have some sort of statistical read on Arizona and Nevada. It seems so. We will.
Yeah. Well, also you got Oregon. Well, wait, no, Oregon and Washington are already in, or no, they're not going to be in for a while.
Yeah. Oregon, Washington, California. That's another hour and 20. So right now, I mean, obviously California. I mean, we're not even waiting for California, but
Yeah,
Nevada and Utah, that we're going to get the initial stats on that in less than 20 minutes.
That's right. Nevada's, yeah, Nevada's a biggie, and it's coming in. Yeah, less than 20
coming
minutes.
in. So we'll look at that.
So some other interesting ones right now. You got Iowa is marked blue. That's supposed to go to Trump, but it's only at 15%. So let's not worry about that just yet. Missouri has been interesting. Missouri has actually, I've been watching this one for a while. It's been Kamala Harris the whole time, and as the votes keep coming in, they're still going towards they're still going towards Kamala Harris. So, but it's only at 22%. And a lot of that has to do with St. Louis and Kansas City. But still, it keeps going up and up and up, and it's still Harris. That will probably change when Springfield, Columbia, and the rest of the state comes in, because you can look, there's a lot left to report there. But that is supposed to go to Trump, and it's just not at the moment. So it's giving the liberals a little hope. Let's see. What else do we got? Okay, Nebraska's an interesting one. That's one where all of the votes don't go directly to one candidate. They split up. So they're thinking Nebraska might actually split. Like one of their votes might actually go to Harris, and the rest will go to Kamala, to Trump. But right now they're reporting all 5 votes are going to Trump. I think though, I don't think they can count on that. Same thing with Maine. Right now they're saying Trump isn't leading in Maine. It's only 3%, but Maine also splits up its votes. So those 3 could go. You could have like 2 go to Trump, 1 go to Harris, something like that. But 3%, that's nothing to hang your hat on. There was something else that was interesting. It might have updated and changed. Everything looks pretty solid over there. We talked about Michigan. We talked about Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. New Hampshire is at 40. It looks like 41% is in, and it's 53% Harris, 45% Trump. Let's go up to New Hampshire. So yeah, it's looking very, very blue here, guys. But there's a lot there's about half of the vote, the electorate stuff to report in. So we'll see what happens there. But that's probably going to go to Harris, and that was one of the swing states. There's one other thing. Let's see. Maybe it changed since I marked it down. Oh, Minnesota. Minnesota is currently going in favor of Trump, but it's only at 1%. Now, this was one of those swing states too, which is no longer counted as a swing state, that Kamala Harris needed to win. But they were saying that it looked like Kamala Harris has this one locked up. At the moment, Donald Trump has the lead, but we got a long ways to go on that one. So the other thing I wanted to bring up is Kelly mentioned this in the chat while we were taking that quick break. North Carolina reporting is a little bit hampered by the hurricane. A lot of people in the western part of the state are struggling to be able to get their votes in.
Yeah.
So, and that was something I didn't think about when we were talking about it earlier. But as you can see, before it was kind of leaning towards Kamala. Now it's starting to really go in Trump's favor. He got 63% of the vote in, and that trend will probably continue. Still, it's a lot closer than I would think it would be, but there's probably a lot of people who just aren't going to get the vote in this election who would probably be voting for Trump. So that's something to consider.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. There's really nothing else I saw that was sticking out to me, looking interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, a lot of these, we just need bigger percentages to come in, and I think things will change. But definitely Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, those are the 3 to watch, because Kamala Harris needs all 3 of those.
Yeah.
And Trump only needs to take one of them.
Yeah.
And
okay. Well, you know, we're probably not going to get, again, tonight, we're not going to get a final winner on this, but it is interesting to see these come through. If you guys remember what happened last time 4 years ago, it looked like Trump had won this thing, and then you wake up the next day, and all of a sudden, Pennsylvania and Georgia, all of a sudden the numbers didn't look right, and you had 98% results in, I believe, in Georgia, and even if every single vote left went, if they all voted for Biden, there's no way that Trump could have lost it, and then he loses Georgia, and it's really interesting. I don't know if we're going to see any of that tonight, any of that last minute shenanigans where it looks like we're at, like, I don't know, like a 98%er is,
Yeah,
going
well,
all.
it's almost at 80% right now, and Trump has the lead. Let's take a look at that one.
Yeah, but how sure is it if they could, say, hey, we
Who
had
knows?
we
I mean,
had
look,
some
all
balance, or we
the
had-
cities are going blue. Clearly,
Yeah.
I don't know what's over here in Alabama. No, nothing. I don't know what's over here in this little part of the state. They're going Kamala Harris for some reason, but you've only got about 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 counties haven't reported, or 8 counties haven't reported yet. Trump is in the lead right now. We're at 80. We're about 80%. I don't know. That should hold, but like you said last time, it looked like he was going to win it over 90%, and then somehow, they had to do the recount, but then didn't that was the one where they had to do they did the Senate vote runoff, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then they almost were buying off votes at that point.
Oh, they totally were, and it's like it took like this long, 4 years for we're just seeing some of this evidence come out now that we knew that those numbers were skewed, and that exactly, there were votes.
Well,
being
they bought off the votes with the promise of a $2,000 check, and they gave us $1,400 checks.
Man.
Now there is some other stuff to look at. We have Senate races and congressional races. Not a whole lot to report there, but there was one Senate seat has been lost from the Democrats and swung to the Republicans. There's a long ways to go here on this the rest of the night, but at the moment the Democrats are -1 on the Senate.
Yep.
So I don't think anything. Oh, and they've lost one in the House at the moment.
Interesting.
But that could still swing back in their favor. I mean, a Republican could win somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Or Republicans could lose and a Democrat could pick up a seat. So, but at the moment, we got the Democrats are down 1 in the Senate and 1 in the House. Still a long way to go, though. So we'll have to keep up on that going through the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Am I freezing? My camera is freezing.
Mhm.
I probably need to reboot.
Okay. Well, it's okay. I can take over from here and do a little. I wanted to do something on this Avengers thing because it was really irritating me, and we didn't do it last Thursday, and it's really irritating me. I want to talk about it real quick here. Do you want to reboot, or do you want
time? I'm going to dip out. Oh wait, we just got an update. They're now saying 188 for Trump. I don't know what they called, but they have updated it to 188 for Trump.
And Harris still at 99. Yeah.
Yeah. So Trump, he needs what? 82. Is that what it is? That right?
To get to the
To
5.
get to what, 270?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He's got 270. 270. It would need 80. Yeah.
All right. 82.
Yeah. Well, he's inching there. Well,
and that means BB is up to 287. All right.
Go BB. Man, I don't know how he does it.
I'm going to dip out.
Okay.
I'm going to dip out. I'm going to reboot, and then I'll see if you need me, I'll join back with you. Okay.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thanks, Jayme. Thanks for the update. Okay, guys. We have been going along here today. I got to fix the camera here. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. I think thank you guys all for sticking around with us. Or if you came in late, or if you've been in and out, it's all good. Whatever you guys doing, if you're flipping channels, we don't mind you guys flipping channels, because we know that you're flipping to other people that are doing what we're doing, and we're all doing this together. There's no competition here. We like to elevate each other. We've actually had some great ideas about how we can even do better at elevating each other. Maybe even scheduling show times where we pass you guys along from one show to the next. That's an idea that had come up. So we're going to experiment and explore different ways to do that in the future. Let's see what's going on. Am I okay here on the camera now? I think I'm okay. Okay. and I know Craig's taking a breather. Jayme will be back with us with more numbers updates as the next polls are going to be closing here in a few minutes. We're going to get Nevada, we're going to get Utah, and some of these other ones will be further along and they can be more accurately reported on. With that said, I'm going to do a segment right now. This was actually suggested by one of our viewers who said, look into this Avenger thing. And I'm looking into it because I think that it's a great topic when we talk about building a coalition. So I'm going to call this one, F it. Let's just call it This Week in Hollywood. Why not? Let's just do it. I think it's worth its own segment outside of the Election Day special. So we're going to go ahead and do a This Week in Hollywood. And here we go. Let's go for it. It's time for This Week in Hollywood. It's Election Day special. This is our special This Week in Hollywood because we want to talk about celebrity endorsements. What does that mean when a celebrity endorses a candidate? They've been doing it our whole lives. It's nothing new. It's nothing different there. But this election cycle, it seems a little different though. A little different in the context of who the Harris team has gotten excited most recently in the last few weeks and gotten them on stage. To read a script. Cardi B, we saw her waiting for her cell phone so she can get it in her hand and she can do the speech that was told to her to do. We know that was bullshit because we know that she didn't even want to vote for a president. She just posted her own feed. She said, "I'm done voting for U.S. president," and then all of a sudden she's up there waiting for a speech to be handed to her. She couldn't say the speech because the prompt, what do you call it? The monitor was broken, so she couldn't do the actual speech she wanted to do. So she had to, hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay, there we go. She had to ad-lib the speech on her own accord. And while she was ad-libbing before they gave it to her in her hand, she accidentally said, "Guys, I'm so nervous because this is the most, I've been waiting for this moment my whole life." That's bullshit. We know she wasn't waiting for this moment her whole life because she just said that she was never going to support another presidential candidate ever again. And she was referring to the genocide going on right now in Gaza. She was done with it. Now, all of a sudden, it's the most important moment, the most exciting moment. She's nervous. "Sorry, guys, I'm nervous." And then they hand her the script, and then she does the pre-approved script. Not pre-approved script, assigned script, assigned words to her. Here's what you're going to do, and that's it. You're going to do it. So why is this happening? So before we get to that, I want to talk about what that feeling of building a coalition actually feels like. And I was debating whether to play this today because it's not we're not promoting the campaign at all. But what I am doing here, guys, is I want to show you what it looks like to put together an effective commercial, an effective ad. RFK Jr. dropped this ad just like I guess under 48 hours ago. It might have been like a day and a half ago. He dropped this, and I want to have a chance to play for you if you guys haven't seen it, just so we can reflect on how to build an actual coalition. Now, of course, we can talk about the deep state, and we've had this conversation with Craig Pasta a lot. Obviously, there's something about this that doesn't fully register as authentic. However, we don't think anybody in this video is being forced against their will to be in it. That I can tell you. Unless you guys want to challenge that notion, I think there's definitely this impulse to build something and challenge something bigger than what it is. Even if the thing itself is, oh, you're coming in, Jayme.
I'm back. Since this thing is to do with Avengers, I want to chime in on this.
Okay. So before we get to the Avengers part of it, and I was mentioning the part about these celebrities being forced to support Kamala Harris right now, like Cardi B. But before we get to the Avengers themselves, I'm going to show everybody a video that kind of feels like a coalition being built on the populist side of thing, which is the quote unquote populist side, which is the Trump side. If you were going to say one side's taking on the deep state, that I guess by default you would give that to the Trump campaign over the Kamala campaign. But let's just see what this feels like. Everybody making this video, and RFK Jr. posting this less than 2 days ago. Check it out.
How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about
We, the people, choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? The sweet emotion raining all over me.
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again. Making rock and roll.
Okay. To me, that felt like a coalition coming together, building a team as Jackson goes through the Avengers universe and gathers the Avengers.
Well, I got a different take on that. It's more, in some ways, it's like the Trumpocalypse, and he's got his four horsemen of Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Elon Musk, and JD Vance.
You know what? That's a fair critique. What I'm suggesting is that they're not pretending to be the Avengers. They're not like, it's not like you didn't see a shot of Elon Musk in his Iron Man suit in that one. For a reason. They didn't actually want us to draw that association. They just wanted us to feel this organic coming together. Now, look, we can talk about the capturing of the Trump campaign. We can talk about the Adelson money. You can talk about. I hear your dark take on it, Jayme. But before we get back to discussing how off this is from a superhero team, I want to juxtapose it with the actual Avengers and what they were instructed to do. And I say instruct. I don't say instructed lightly. I say instructed, and I'll go even further and say forced to do. So let's go ahead and watch the actual Avengers.
Before we do it, can I just make sure we tell our audience this is a cringe alert. If you can't handle cringe, you might want to look away.
We should have a cringe warning, guys. Before this is like graphic content, this is the cringe content warning. Go away, turn your head away, come back in a couple minutes after it's done, because this might actually cause you some harm, some mental and emotional harm watching this. This is the actual Avengers. Then we can discuss how we put them both and cross from each other. And then I want to go even further and talk about why this even happened in the first place. So that's another, we might go down that rabbit hole, but let's watch it first. Check this out. This is the actual Avengers getting together for their Avenger initiative. Let's see how it goes.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
Hi.
Thanks
Hey,
for
Scarlett.
jumping on the call.
Whoa. I think you mean assembling. I said
Wow.
assembling. Don, that's pretty good. No, that was funny.
Scarlett, it is our pleasure to come together and to get the vote out this election. Come on.
Yeah, how can we be of service?
How about we start with what our voting plans are going to be, who we're going to bring to the polls with us, that sort of thing.
I think Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Ooh, yes, definitely a catchphrase.
How about this? I'm just off the top of my head. I can do this all day.
Shut up. I hate it. Okay.
I mean, it's original, but
What about something punchier like, ooh, boom. You looking for this? Iron Man 2, everybody loved it.
okay, again, I think we're just trying to get out the vote.
Kamala forever.
No.
That's better.
Okay, how about I'm down with democracy? It's just clean, it's simple.
Okay, I like that. It's hard to argue with that.
Kamala Harris down with democracy.
Oh, yeah. I'm Kamala Harris, and I say down with democracy.
I don't know if that sounds the way we want it to sound, though.
I think we just need, can we get some production though?
Jarvis?
My name's not Jarvis, but whatever.
Oh yeah, that's right. Down with democracy.
Down with democracy.
Is that what we mean, though?
Yeah, together we're going to tear down democracy.
Will you stop playing heroic music under yourselves?
I'm Kamala Harris, and I am down with democracy. Did I sound enough like her on that one?
That was great. How many Golden Globes have you been nominated for? I'm just curious.
Yes! All right, that was awesome.
Oh God.
That's right, Democrats down with democracy.
I don't think they
Up with
realize.
the plutocracy.
I don't think they realize how off that joke was, and the reason they don't realize is because they actually think that Kamala is representing democracy and Trump is not. Therefore, that's a funny joke. It's a funny gag that they got the wording wrong. But yet, because we understand the optics are more accurately, that Kamala is not representing democracy by any means, shape, or form. So having a joke like that in there actually exposes how ridiculous they are, how what a contradiction they are, hypocrisy. They are. Not to mention how unaware they are that they're making fun of that problem within the Democratic Party, which we've known for years. So I mean, that sounds like the right meme to follow it up with. But this obviously was disgusting. It's horrible to watch. I mean, these are actors. They're great at their job. They know how to make us be excited about fiction when we're watching an Avengers movie. But when we watch this, it doesn't have the same read for us. It doesn't have the same effect. But I know it's working on Vote Blue no matter whose. It's working very well.
I don't know how that was awful. I mean, at least Mark Ruffalo sort of seemed normal because he's like, I don't think that sounds right, and he's correct. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Mark Ruffalo because he's the one for me that I right away when I saw him in this, I knew I could call bullshit. I know that Mark Ruffalo would not willingly do this.
Well, did you see he put out a video? Did you see the other video he put out where he's talking to Jill Stein voters and saying now's not the time, you got to vote for Kamala?
No, but that's okay.
Oh, that one's bad too.
Okay. Well, look, Ruffalo was wearing he was part of the Free Palestine movement. He was part of the boycott of his own SAG award when he was nominated and he won Best Actor this year. Okay. But during the SAG, specifically the SAG awards, which were happening right here in Hollywood, he was wearing all of the gear of all the Palestinian protesters outside of the theater. It was happening. So he and a very few others, it was a very small amount of them that said, no, I'm with the people in the street. He went into the award and he did his thing, but he wore the pins. There was like this, I forgot the name of the pin, but it said that you were with the people in the street. It was very bold. It was very brave. He did that. But how brave is it looking back retrospectively, in hindsight, it doesn't have the same effect now that he's sitting here. And maybe it's not a coincidence. You pointed out he was the only one that looked like he understood. He actually understood the optics. He understood that it's not a good look. Not a good look when you have to hand select your next puppet, pretend that you're saving democracy, and then you make a dumb joke like that. Not a good look. Not a good look. Do you want to play his?
I've got it. I actually got this in an email either yesterday or this morning, talking about it's pro-Democrat email. I'm like, I really have been avoiding those lists, but somehow this one got through.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and share this. This is bad. This is real bad. More cringe. Oh, hold on a second.
For an end to the genocide in Gaza and now the killing in Lebanon.
The solidarity with Palestinians has been historic. Together, we've raised our voices and demanded an end to this genocide, an end to this intentional starvation, and the expanding destruction by the state of Israel. We've demanded that all hostages be returned and for a lasting and just peace.
We've been outraged at the Biden administration's complicity and inhumanity as the invasion has spread to Lebanon and marches closer and closer towards a forever war.
And amidst this deep devastation that we're all feeling, we're voting for Vice President Harris.
Oh my
Not
God.
because she's done enough, but because we believe we can push her beyond
Ah,
rhetoric
right?
and into an actual
Let's push
commitment
her left.
to uphold our very own U.S. laws as well as international humanitarian law.
Okay,
And we understand how difficult this is. We've been put in an impossible position. And yet another Trump presidency will ensure even more pain and struggle for our allied communities.
Oh my
I
God.
understand the want to gravitate toward Jill Stein, but the reality is she's preying on our trauma. And worse, she's lied to us. This claim that there's any scenario in which she
right there
becomes president is just a flat out lie. The next president is going to be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, and that's the truth.
Jill Stein has no credibility or the ability to be president.
We haven't stopped raising our voices, and the horrors of genocide cannot be equivocated. And at the same time, the reality of a Donald Trump presidency will include the worst parts of Project 2025. Advocates and activists will be criminalized and jailed. Our immigrant siblings will be deported. And what's left of a woman's
That part
right
might be true.
to choose will be decimated. And our struggle for liberation for our community and a just peace will be one of many unfurling concurrent crises.
We have to be strategic about who we vote for. And with the vast majority of people in poll after poll.
I agree with him. That's why you should vote for Jill Stein.
He's reading too. He's just reading off the script.
Jimmy, let's talk about the. I think you froze up there on that one. I think I've heard enough. To be honest, I heard enough of this.
Oh, it's so bad.
Mark Ruffalo knows
wanting an end to the genocide.
There it goes.
And for existing.
Oh, it's locking up. Stupid Instagram. Yeah, it's about.
It's got to be the dumbest thing in the world.
Okay, so Ruffalo knows what he's doing right here. Ruffalo knows exactly what he's doing right here. He is saying F you to your protest, which I was part of, mind you. I was in the streets with the Palestinian protesters. I wore the pins when I walked into the theater to get my SAG award and my Academy Award for Best Actor this year. I stuck with the Palestinian protesters. So I know how protesting works. I know what it's about to sacrifice, to stand on principle, to stand on, and it is strategy. Like you said, Jayme, it is strategy to stand on principle and to push something forward that isn't genocide, that isn't funding genocide. So he knows all these things. And I'm glad we picked him out of the Avengers group, because the rest of those are just I can't even stomach it. But then maybe people can understand that a guy like Ruffalo, who knows exactly what the F he's doing, there's a reason that he had to be on that phone call with the Avengers. The reason he had to do that was because he had no choice, in the sense that his career would be over if he didn't. Yeah. I'm not just saying this in a general sense. I'm saying let's look at all the people that have been forced on that stage, whether it's Cardi B, whether it's Beyonce, whether it's any of these other musicians, other actors, especially recently, who have been forced to put their endorsement on Kamala Harris. They have done it against their will. I'm telling you guys, there's something more shady going on here. And if there's any hope, Craig, that there's something they're trying to, that the establishment elite, that the Jeffrey Epstein, P. Diddy elite are trying to stop from happening, is the mere chance that if Donald Trump gets in, he might hold some people accountable. He might actually hold some people accountable for some of this bullshit. And we do not want to get it out. They're trying to kill P. Diddy right now. They're trying to let this thing go, make it another, hey, one and done, whatever, Weinstein, Epstein, get rid of him. There's a bad apple. Get rid of P. Diddy. Let's move on. But it's not going to happen if Trump gets in it. There's even a chance that some of these people get held accountable for anything. I know it's a shot in the dark, but it's enough of a shot that you're seeing these celebrities being forced on that stage, like Cardi B, to say something they don't actually want to say. There's no amount of money that's making them say it. It's because they're being blackmailed to say it. That's my stance on this. It's blackmail. That's what it is. and those are no Avengers. Avengers would stand up against blackmail. But
they're also getting paid too. I think they're also getting paid, but they also doesn't just because they're telling people to vote one way doesn't mean they're actually going to vote that way themselves. Like,
but you're putting your name on the line. You're putting yourself out there. What Ruffalo's doing is he's doing mental gymnastics about strategy and principle and pretending that we can convince Kamala, who is funding the genocide now.
I think he has to. He's being forced to back her because he clearly doesn't want to.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
He's been right on a lot of issues. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in that voting booth and votes for Jill Stein.
Yeah.
But that'll be his private position. He won't tell people that publicly. But for some reason, he's captured by Hollywood, and he has to do what they tell him. He won't go the Susan Sarandon route, which is way more respectable. I don't know. Is it money? Do they have dirt on him? I don't know.
It might be blackmail, people that he knows and loves. Maybe not him personally. Maybe people he knows and loves. Maybe it's that, get Bernie by getting your wife or whatever it is, By getting Jane, you can get Bernie. By getting somebody. I don't know. It doesn't look like he wants to do that. I can't imagine that he actually wants to do that.
It's very cringy, and it does look like a hostage video.
And we know that Cardi B didn't want to do what she did either. We didn't play that tape, but you guys have to understand that was not an exciting moment for her. She lied to the crowd while she was waiting to get her cell phone handed to her so she could read her speech. And she lied and told the crowd, "I'm sorry, I'm nervous. It just is just an important moment for me. I'm so excited to do this." No, you're not. You're not excited. Could you at least bullshit us and tell us that you're kind of feeling like you might have to do it, but you're not totally excited?
I think you're
excited. You're not. You're faking it. You're not excited.
I think she got paid to do that. She got paid.
Blackmail.
Like, I'll say whatever you want. You pay me this money.
Blackmail to do it.
But so what is it? You think it's just Diddy blackmail, or do you think it's something else?
Yeah, I think it's Diddy buck. I think it's association to some horrific shit that we don't even know how bad it is. I mean, some of the we've stopped kind of talking about it every week on the shows, but some people are covering this shit every day, and I think we need to get back into that and say, what is it that why are they going all out right now with these celebrities?
Could some of these celebrities be victims of the Diddy stuff though?
Yes, some of them are victims / also accomplices because they get kind of indoctrinated. They get victimized at first, and then they get trained, and then they start doing the thing. Or they were witness and they keep their mouth shut. So they didn't actually do any of the actual crimes. But if they keep their mouth shut, I think Ashton Kutcher is one of those guys.
Well, I think there's a ton of people who keeping their mouth shut. Like, how many people kept their mouth shut about Harvey Weinstein for 30 years?
Right. I mean, they were able to tell us a fake ass story that we didn't see it coming. Weinstein, we knew that he liked to flirt with women. But we didn't know they all knew. They protected each other. And
Courtney Love tried to tell us. Rose McGowan tried to tell us.
I know that. So the P. Diddy thing's different because we have too many people that are going to pull this curtain back. Not just a Rose McGowan. Rose McGowan was that was great. She did what she did, but it wasn't too many of people like her. There was Mira Sorvino. There was Ashley Judd, but they had lost their careers. That's why they didn't have. They'd already. Harvey Weinstein said, "You're done. I'm never giving you never get another role in Hollywood again." And then that's so their voices it's a lot harder to listen to them. Even they can shout as loud as they want, but everybody's listening to Rose McGowan, unfortunately. But now I do think there's going to be more people that are going to be exposing what's happening with the P. Diddy cover up. It's bigger than anything we've ever seen in Hollywood and in the entertainment industry.
There ain't no party like a Diddy party. What's with that, LeBron James?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and why is LeBron James in a maid outfit? He does not have a face that looks like he liked doing that at all. Didn't want to.
Let's also contrast what we watched with that Avengers assembling video and then the Mark Ruffalo hostage video. That's what the Democrats are putting out. How terrible is that for your campaign in contrast to what the Republicans and the Trump campaign is doing? The Trump campaign has been doing banger after banger after banger. That video we watched that was showing his coalition that he's built, that was a really good video.
It's really good.
It's touching. It's heartwarming. It's kind of telling the story. Hey, these are people who are coming from they're not Trump fans, but they're realizing, hey, we got to come together and we can build something special. And in a way, it's almost convincing. But then you remember who Donald Trump is. And like, he's a narcissist. He's going to want to take credit for anything good that they do and then blame them for anything bad that happens, which he should take credit for assembling the team, because that would be an amazing thing if these group of people he's put together do good stuff. And then that's a great characteristic of leadership, to assemble. You recognized, hey, these are people that I need to be working with instead of all those neocons that I had last time.
Yeah.
So his campaign is definitely putting together a hopeful message, but it contradicts the man we know and the president he was. And why should we believe he's not going to continue being that again? Moving forward.
That's why none of us here voted for him, but I'm certainly going to keep my eye open. If he makes it through, I am curious to see if there's even a sliver of a chance that any one of those things moves the goalpost just a little bit further to the further along, or not the goalpost, we get further to the goal. Just a little. I
want him to succeed and have a good presidency. Let's say he makes through and he shuts down the Ukraine war. He says, like, it's over. Zelensky, you got to surrender. That's the only negotiation left on the table. And then he tells Bibi, you got to knock it off. Even if he tells him you got to knock it off because it's bad PR, because that's what Trump cares about, that would still would get them to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I don't think, Trump, sometimes he does the right thing, but a lot of times the right thing gets done by accident when it's with him.
Yeah. Well, Craig, if you have any thoughts on this,
but there's a chance with him. There's zero chance with Kamala.
That's correct. Any thoughts on this we did a little This Week in Hollywood here with the Avengers and with Mark Ruffalo, and I know you came in on the tail end of it, or the second half at least. Any takeaways on there before we end that part of the evening?
No, I'm good right now. I'm kind of just looking for stuff online. I'd like to get an update from Jayme on what the polls are actually doing. I'm trying to figure it out here.
Well, right now, this is the current count. We got 109 for Harris, 198 for Trump, and 307 for Bibi.
All right. Bibi's doing so, man.
Bibi's running away with this thing.
How does he do it, man? He just kind of like takes both of theirs.
He gets all of the votes that are decided. It's amazing.
So there's no way.
That's what all that money does when you buy this stuff off. It's great.
So there's no mathematical way that Bibi can lose this then.
No, he's already got 270.
Oh, he already got the 270.
He's locked it up.
So Harris and Trump are just playing for second place, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, they're to be the mouthpiece.
Okay, who's going to be the mouthpiece for the gold star winner? Bibi Netanyahu. That's the only question left that needs to be answered.
There are some interesting things that have changed since last time we looked at it. We got 52% of the vote in for Pennsylvania, and it's currently going towards Trump at 52%.
Pennsylvania is going towards Trump. It went from light blue to gray to light
pink.
Red or whatever.
Lightish red. That's what we call pink.
Wow.
North Carolina is also now going heavily in favor of Trump. Well, 72% of the vote is in, and he's at 52% versus 46%.
Yeah.
Georgia looks like it's holding on for now. It's at 82% in. Virginia is at 66%. Trump's at 49%. Oh, wait. Virginia just flipped. Like literally just now. Did you see that? To Kamala. It just right as I was reading it, it just updated and flipped. So Kamala is now got a slight lead at 67% in. So that's one to keep an eye on. Let's see. What else do we got? We have Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are now with Trump, and Pennsylvania's at 53%. Wisconsin's at 47%. So those are starting to look bad for Kamala. Michigan is still in favor of Kamala, but it's very close. It's
I heard Wisconsin's leading towards Trump, but I've been there before with that one.
Yeah.
Well,
been there before that one.
Michigan, yeah, Flint is going towards Trump. Wow, look at that.
So
But
this is
Grand Rapids, Lansing, and Detroit, they're all look like they're going Kamala. Well, wait, what's Detroit? Has got some red around it. We'll have to look into that further. But yeah, these other counties are probably all going to go Trump too. Remember, this is a state that Kamala really needs to win.
Yep.
So we'll see how that one plays out, because we haven't hit 50% yet in Michigan.
I'm gonna answer a question from I'm gonna put Leslie's question up here. By the way, Leslie and the fam are due back soon, back to LA. So we should be it'd be great because there's been a lot of that going on down. It's been a tough road last 3 weeks. But Leslie's asking, RFK Jr. has almost 270,000 votes. Isn't he behind Trump now? Well, of course he's behind. Yeah, she means he's backing Trump. Of course, he's on Trump's team. Meaning, couldn't those votes have gone to Donald? And yes, for any of you guys who were confused about your ballots, any of you guys who saw RFK Jr. on your ballot, as we have here in California, RFK Jr. is on the ballot in California, to be absolutely clear. And we're not the only state this happened to. The DNC was suing several states to remove Kennedy from the ballots when he was running. The second he bowed out of the race, they flip-flopped to, they did a 180-degree turn and went back to the same courts and made the opposite case to keep him on. California was one of the states that complied with keeping RFK Jr.
It's
on
really
the ballot.
scummy.
And as Leslie suggests in the question, absolutely, that does take away votes from Donald Trump. Because if you go to the polls and you say, I'm not voting for Kamala, I'm not really sold on the Green Party, I'm not really sold on the Libertarian Party, I don't really want to write anyone in, I'm not really sure what to do. Oh, shit, Robert Kennedy Jr. is still on the ballot? Is he running? Oh, I think I'm going to vote for him. And right now it looks like he's got nationwide I'm looking at 267,000 votes. Now this is the saddest part, guys. I mean, I'm looking at the national total. He is controlling without wanting to. He does not want this. This is the Democratic Party doing this on purpose, giving Robert F. Kennedy Jr. 0.3% of the national vote. I hate to make it even worse and pour salt on a wound, but it looks like Jill Stein and Chase Oliver both have just 0.1% more than that. They each are controlling nationwide 0.4% of the vote.
Who's that? Jill Stein and who else?
Jill Stein and Chase Oliver have 0.4% of the vote.
Who has more votes?
It looks like Jill Stein is barely ahead by 200 votes right now.
Wow.
They both have 313,000 votes. Oh, it's just changed again. It's 314,000. But yeah, Chase just took a lead. Wow. Chase just overtook Jill Stein by 400 votes nationally. That's how close they are. They are neck and neck. But the point is, the biggest problem, the biggest concern about third party, is we talk about third party all the time on the shows. The biggest concern right now is that we're sitting here on election night, a half hour before the last polls close in California, and then we have Hawaii after that. We're looking at the polls, and the fact that Chase Oliver and Jill Stein, the Libertarian candidate and the Green Party candidate, are sitting at 0.4, they can't even make up a combined 1%. That is an incredibly disappointed a reality that we have to face right now. That after all of this work on the ground, all of this work to organize a coalition against the Uniparty, we're looking at less than 1% of the two of them combined. And then on top of that, you got RFK Jr. hanging around at 0.3 when he doesn't even want to be.
He doesn't even want to be on the ballot in most states.
That is insane. What is wrong with our system? I'm sorry, let me reword that. How did our system get constructed to behave exactly like it was meant to behave, which is absolutely disgusting for democracy?
This is what democracy looks like.
This is what plutocracy looks like.
This is what plutocracy looks like.
I think a lot of those, you can't say that all of those RFK votes are a mistake. There were probably a lot of those. You might have it's hard to say what the percentage
mistakes. If he wasn't on the ballot, you couldn't vote. These aren't write-ins. These aren't
I mean, there's probably a lot of people who were probably like, I'm going to vote for RFK no matter what.
No, but that's
not. Have another group of people who are just lone phone voters, and they're like, oh, he's on the ballot, I'm going to vote for him. Okay, but I'm sure there's definitely some who are voting for RFK because that was their guy, and they're like, I don't care if he's backing out, I'm still voting for him.
Okay, if you scroll down, you'll see the other candidates. They combine them, and they don't tell us who. But I'm looking at 151,000 other candidates combined. So you're not going to. There is no way that Kennedy's 275. The percentage wise, I mean, I know we're just guessing, or we can't really look at. There's no statistics to look at this. But though I'm telling, there's no way that anything less than, I would say nothing more than 5% of that is write-in. There's no way. There's no way. That's because he's on a ballot. That's why his name is up there at 0.3. If his name was not on any ballot, which it should not be, his name should not be on any ballot.
Well, remember, he only pulled his name. He only withdrew in the swing states. He actually said he wanted to continue running on the states that were kind of already decided.
Really?
Yeah. That's what he said. He said he's suspending his campaign.
So then
he
who
said
did
he wasn't pulling out.
So the Democratic Party only was suing these swing states to keep him
They
on.
should have been. I don't know why they were not letting him take his name off the ballot in California.
It doesn't.
But I mean, I don't think he wanted to take his name off the ballot in California.
He wanted to give more votes to Kamala Harris in California? I don't know.
No, I think he wanted to stay on the ballot in California to take away votes from Kamala Harris.
But it was only taking away votes from Trump. I'm telling you, people that were going to vote for Trump.
But California is going to go to Kamala Harris anyway.
But I'm saying that there's people in California that were lifelong Democrats that did not want to support this genocide, but were cringing at the fact that they would ever vote for somebody with the R next to their name, like Trump. And they were not looking forward to doing it. And then they show up to the polls and they see RFK Jr.'s name there, and they go, "Thank God, I can say F you to Harris, and I can do that by not actually having to vote red right now." And
I don't know why people just don't show up to vote and leave it blank if they don't want to vote for the Democrat. I mean, that's an option too. You don't have to actually fill in the bubble. Just say none of the above. I mean, but it's not hard. I mean, I've done it. You just say, like, I don't like these guys, I'm not going to vote for them.
Well,
and you own it and you feel proud about it. Yeah, screw those guys. I didn't vote for the thing that caused the problem.
I would say my biggest takeaway right now, understanding the Democratic Party and their despicable behavior. They do the same tricks that I learned as I used to work for the Democratic Party. We used to learn all the tricks back in 2000, 2004, all the tricks of rigging voting machines, tricking people about how to vote, where to vote. There was all this stuff the Republicans were doing, and the Democrats knew all of the tricks. And now I know why they knew all the tricks, because they're even better at doing it. And we saw them do it to Bernie. We saw them do it to Bernie twice in a row. We see them doing it right now. And I think that the biggest takeaway isn't that they're capable and they're actually better at cheating than the Republicans. I think the biggest takeaway is that the base itself that still identifies as Democrat, that votes blue no matter who, that absolutely has Trump derangement syndrome, like it's increased by tenfold right now. I truly believe their Trump derangement syndrome is worse now than it was even 4 years ago.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I disagree with that.
I think it's worse because of the rage that they're demonstrating is worse than it was 4 years ago. The rage they have at anybody that's going to stop them from stopping Trump right now. They are filled with this just rage and just bitterness and anger. It comes from the years of being victimized and the trauma of being victimized. And they know they're not part of a real movement. They know that they have something's wrong, and they don't know what to do about it. So they just double down on their rage. I'm telling you, it's worse than it's ever been. And the biggest takeaway is, if you showed these people the corruption of the Democratic Party, you show them what type of things they go through to rig the election, they're going to look back at us and say, oh, well, you got to do what you got to do. And
Well, I think
that's the
maybe
saddest
for
part
the
of
people,
it all is that they have wired themselves to think it's okay to cheat just as long as you're stopping Trump. Do whatever it takes. Do whatever you have to do. Stop the monster. That's all I care about. And it's part of the derangement syndrome because they wouldn't be doing that normally. You would be, and then I'll just make the sports analogy really quick. Even the most diehard Celtic fan, New York Knicks fan, LA Laker fan, even the most diehard fan would if you won your championship that year and it was made clear that your team cheated, even the most diehard fan, like let's say Craig Pasta, the New York Knicks win the championship. If it was made clear after the fact that the New York Knicks cheated to get that championship, even the most diehard Knicks fan would look at that evidence, and if you could not prove it otherwise, and it looked absolutely factual that the cheating happened, you would go like this: "Oh shit, that sucks. That's fucking horrible." You would not say, "Oh well, we got to do what we got to do to win, so F you."
Oh no, they would say, "Oh yeah, oh well."
No, they would say it's not cheating, you're lying. They would do everything to maneuver out of the cheating. But if you could prove to them that it was actually cheating, they would say that's a bad look. It would be shameful, it would be humiliating, it would be awful, and then you'd want to punish the people that did it because you'd want better for your Knicks. You'd want better for your Knicks. And you'd punish the people, you go after the people that made you look so bad. That's what you would do. You wouldn't say, "Oh well, you got to do what you got to do to get your championship, so F you."
If you're not cheating, you're not trying, is what.
That's what I say. Cheat to
said.
win, baby. That's the way to go. That's what Eddie Guerrero taught us.
He goes to the
back in the
wrestling.
WCW days. I think there's less people with Trump derangement syndrome now, but you might be right. The people that have Trump derangement syndrome, it's much more severe.
It's really bad. It's really bad here in Hollywood. I can't overstate that enough. It's
coming out of Hollywood, I can definitely see it. It's probably permeated the entire region. But I just think there's less people with it having TDS across the country. I think a lot of people look at the Biden administration and they look at the Trump administration. They say, well, things were better for me under Trump. Eggs didn't cost $5 a carton under Trump. The gas prices were lower. So I think, you got to take it back to the economy on a lot of that stuff. But you might be onto something when you say the people who do have TDS, it might be worse. They're more aggressive and they're just in a lot of ways more vicious.
Yeah. It's sad.
But the anybody but Trump sentiment that existed in 2020 is gone.
Yeah.
We do not see that right now like we did back then. There's still voters like that, but it was really, really strong across the board. Like I think a ham sandwich would have beaten Trump in 2020. A ham sandwich would have done better than Joe Biden. But because I think a lot of people saw how bad Biden was, but they're like, "Oh, got to hold our nose and vote for him."
I don't know. Let's get some numbers up too as well. What about a little coverage on the difference between CNN's coverage and Fox News's coverage? Now we should start looking at some of that.
Oh, we probably should. I haven't had a chance to look into that.
Yeah, that's always fun when you start looking at the differences of coverage. It's kind of fun.
That's a good point. Well, right now we know that Trump needs 72 to claim victory. All of the Trump states are going to Trump at the moment. Let me share this one. So this is a breakdown of the states. I know you can't read it.
Too small. You got to make it bigger.
I know you can't read it, but the point is just look at the colors. This column on the left are all the states that are supposed to go to Kamala. The ones on the right are all the states that are supposed to go to Trump. The only blue ones are Nebraska for the Trump ones, and Nebraska is the state where not all electoral votes will go to one candidate. They split them up. And then over on the Democrat side, you've got Minnesota, which is now kind of in play as a swing state. Oh no, it's only 4%. So it's Minnesota is only at 4%, And then Maine, which is another state where not all electoral votes go for one candidate.
Jayme, get closer to your mic. You're kind of going in and out.
Oh, that's right in my face, I thought. Okay. So really, we only need to look at the competitive states, which is what the analysts projected from the get-go.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Virginia's at 70%, and it's slightly in favor of Kamala. And let me see if I can zoom in on that without. There we go. So I got to get reoriented here. Let's see. We got Michigan is only at 23%. North Carolina holding for Trump at 84%. New Mexico is going. Was that supposed to go? Did we talk about New Mexico? Was that supposed to go to
No, we said, Mexico was being called it just got called. So where are we at with New Mexico?
It says it's 61% and 53% in favor of Kamala.
Interesting. Oh, the other one we were looking on Nevada. What's going on with Nevada?
Nevada hasn't reported yet. They closed about 40 minutes ago. We haven't gotten any reports in yet.
Interesting.
So yeah, they're not reporting yet. But Virginia could be a surprise. Well, I guess not too much of a surprise. But right now, if we go back to the Google map, they're showing Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all leaning Trump at the moment. So I'm surprised they haven't called California for Harris yet.
Well, you got to. I mean, I think you got to let the polls close. Yeah. No.
Yeah, but polls are closed. And last time they called it exactly at 7:00.
Yeah.
They called California, Oregon, and Washington all at 7:00.
Well,
yeah,
we're
I
at
don't think California is about.
It'll be 8:00 California.
Well, yeah, California hasn't closed. They've got it closed in 20 minutes.
We have 20 minutes here, so they'll probably call it at 8:01. That's probably what's going to happen. Yeah. Okay, so we'll look at what's happening right now.
Doesn't make a difference. That state's mail-in crazy, man.
Okay, I do have what network is this?
Here, I got something from something from Clint put it up.
Does anything else jump out at you? Like right now, Maine and Nebraska are kind of interesting in that they might actually split their votes.
I don't know. Let's take a look at some of this over here. Hold on.
Oh, you got the MSNBC reaction?
No, it's CNN. And can Jayme, we have some super chats over on Rockfin. Can you go grab those real quick?
Grab them. All
right. So we're here, right? So you see it says Liberty lockdown. He was on the show today. I didn't get to finish with him. Listen to the racist over at WS and over at MSNBC as they first acknowledged the great replacement theory and then realized that brown people aren't actually their puppets. Mask off moments.
The electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats. If it's becoming a browner state, there's a bigger Latino population. And we know from Paulo Ramos' amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party in the electorate.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we have a report. Okay, this one is from Fox. I got one from Fox on the black man nationwide polling. I guess this just came out.
Oh, they just called another state too, by the way.
Oh, what'd they call?
Look at this. Wow. As expected. Here.
Oh yeah, Ukraine. Wow, they really. Zelensky, man, he did it. Isn't that crazy? He won. Wow, because we didn't even do the Ukraine election there, so they had to do it here. Oh, I get it. That's why you can't do the election over there. You got to do it over here.
That's great.
There we go. Yeah.
Ben Swan tweeted that, by the way. Way to go, Bob.
Great.
Good job, Ben Swan.
Actually, this clip isn't that special. I was gonna play the Fox. You were saying about the difference of Fox. Do you want to see
Why am I blurry?
ONN report on? Let's see, what do we got? Oh man, some of the stuff I'm seeing on my feed, it's just too outdated. It's saying things aren't called yet when they're called. So I'm trying to keep up to date here. I think honestly, I think you nailed it, Craig, earlier when you said that no one's gonna come out and project a winner tonight. It's just not gonna happen. There's gonna be too much.
No. I mean the Democrats, if they're losing, right? If this really is a not a fake thing, they'll hold on for as long as they can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They'll hold on for as long as they can, making excuses. We have to count every vote. Every vote needs to be counted. That kind of shit. You'll hear that shit, you know, and it just will be.
Oh, this is a fun one. Oh, this is a fun one. From I gotta share this one. This is great. This is great.
Let me go there.
I'm gonna do
Go ahead.
a share screen here. Sorry, give me a second. This one's good. Here we go. This is good. This is from RBN. The liberal.
Make it bigger.
Okay. Oh, you can't see that.
Do you know how to just?
No, because I'm on my desktop. It doesn't. I can't just do my fingers on it like you do on your laptop.
You don't have a. Okay.
So it's okay. So he's saying liberals are already starting their meltdown. We warned you guys about supporting genocide. Cope and seethe. Yeah, this is why you don't vote third party. Yeah, Donald. Okay, so Donald Trump's at 49.8%, and this is in Texas. Kamala at 48.8%, and Jill Stein has 0.7%.
Yeah, but the thing is that the math that's really cool is that it's like very, very close to making a difference there, right? Like it hasn't completely the difference yet, but it's getting close.
But like,
but
it's
that's
funny
out of date too.
But it's funny that you would look at this and say, this is why you don't vote third party. I would say the exact opposite. This is why you do vote third party, right? This is exactly why. You have to punish the Democrats. You have to punish Kamala Harris. This is how you do that. It's exactly like this.
But those numbers have changed severely since that meme was posted.
Oh, sure. But let's just go on the adage that it represents. This is a mindset, right? That you would respond to this reporting earlier in the day for sure. But you would respond to this and say, "How dare you, Jill Stein voters? Look what you're doing. You're allowing Trump when Kamala could have had a chance at Texas. You know." So that's all. I'm just pointing out that's their horrible takeaway. But we knew they were going to have it. So, yeah.
It says, and wokeness says, turn on CNN and MSNBC right now. This is their funeral, and they know it.
Okay, well, it's 15 to the hour as far as when California closes, and there might be some other big moments there. We did say we were going to go to, I guess that would be 11 o'clock Eastern at that point. Yeah, you guys are almost at 11 right now?
Yeah, almost at 11, 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk out the rest of the show. What do we do? How are we ending this thing? What do you guys want to do?
Do you still want to go a little bit longer than that? Do you think it's going to be worth it to go to 11:30, maybe 11:15? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll go 11:15.
I'd say at least go until California is called.
Yeah, let's go to California being called, and then we'll look at the numbers one last time.
But that might be like 11:03.
Might be, yeah. But yeah, we'll go over and change from the 11 o'clock mark. That's fine. How about before we get to that, since we got a few minutes till the hour here, we got about 12 minutes to the hour. Do you have any takeaways right now, Craig, from today's discussion? Have you changed your mind on anything? Or are you doubling down, or some of the guests? I know that
I never really held it against them, and I didn't have too much of a conversation about it with him. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I like to talk more about Clint Russell, about what happened with the Libertarian Party.
Yeah.
But Tom did give me some perspective, you know, and I was kind of swinging that way. Had I spoke to Tom about it before I went and voted, I might not have voted for Chase Oliver. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me, it was not about the person as much as it was about the party. right? But he's once again too as well. There's so much he's not a leftist libertarian. People who participate in culture wars are not leftist. That's Donald Trump rhetoric, right? It might be a woke libertarian, but not a leftist. It's just so stupid. A leftist libertarian believes in, maybe central planning or maybe, Medicare for all and stuff. They don't play into that culture war bullshit.
Yeah.
It says that Trump is ahead in all swing states, so it's kind of getting hairy at this point.
Well, he was ahead in all the swing states 4 years ago, and
Where the hell is Amber?
What's that?
I'm looking for Amber. Where are you?
Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, even if he's ahead in the swing states, I don't. Man, they might pull some shit at the last second, saying there were these, mail-in ballots we didn't get.
Of course they will. They're definitely going to do that.
Yeah.
1,000% that's going to happen. Yep. 1,000%.
Yeah. Yeah, but
All
no one's
really. Go ahead. I'm just looking at.
No one's calling it tonight because those last few states they're going to say too close to call, even if it's going to lean towards Trump. I mean, we saw this whole thing play out last time. It's the same thing. It's going to say too close to call, but it's going to look like Trump's ahead in all these states, just like you're saying. He's ahead in all the swing states right now, but it'll be too close to call, and then we'll go to bed. We'll wake up tomorrow, and then Biden will. I'm sorry, I'm saying Biden like I'm replaying 2020. And Harris will take. Those they'll say, oh, these last minute mail-ins came in and all that shit.
You see this one here? This is the electoral map if you're at Diddy's house.
That's funny, man. I can't see that shit. Oh man,
terrible.
Did that say Democrats? Oh wait, that's my blurred vision. My bad. I
had to go check.
Yeah, I don't want to start sounding like Tucker with the demon references. But hey, at this point, I don't know, man. They say now's the time to get a conspiracy theorist friend if you don't have one. They're gonna probably be able to guide you through the next year coming up here because you thought 2024 was nuts.
If this is true right here, this is big.
Oh,
this is true right here. This is big.
Oh,
Jayme, can you check this, Jayme?
Breaking.
If that wins, and that was up 3 minutes ago. If that happens, that's huge.
Trump wins Georgia.
No one else has verified that yet.
Okay, we'll wait on it, but
yeah, I'd wait on that. I got the results for Jose Vega. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, of course. Put it up.
Not great. It's kind of sad.
Let's see. I bet you got a lot of votes.
No,
like it just Richie Torres just crushed.
No. How is that? How
he got a bigger percentage than Chase Oliver did and Jill Stein did.
Hey, he got a bigger percentage than all of them added together, right?
But this is the suppression that we're facing. Like if shows like ours were getting the reach that we should get in a merit-based system, Jose Vega would have gotten a lot more reach to the audience.
I mean, look at Due Dissidence alone, being out in New York with him. Like,
exactly.
How the hell did that not reach New York voters enough?
How did he not beat the Republican?
How is 3,590 votes? Like, I'm just pulling out Due Dissidence because I know that they were there in New York doing it with them. Like, this last several weeks, they've been doing the campaign, promoting on the show. You think about just their channel alone. Why doesn't that resonate in the votes? I don't understand. The registered voters watching Due Dissidence. Why is that not enough? More than 3,590. That can't be.
We gotta break the spell of Americans where they believe they have to vote Republican or Democrat. And as long as Americans continue voting Republicans and Democrats, nothing's going to get better. Nothing's going to get fixed. The Republicans and Democrats are the source of all our political problems. And if Americans keep electing Republicans and Democrats, we're going to keep getting the same crap. And it's like in New York, they can't fathom the idea of voting for somebody who's not a Democrat.
Man, I think
so. How do we break through? How do we break through to like the masses and say, "Hey, you got to stop voting Democrat. You got to stop voting Republican."
I want to go back to 1992 and say, how the hell did Ross Perot even get on that stage? I'm starting to believe. I have no idea how that even happened.
Well, that was before the Telecommunications Act of '96.
That's right.
We started to consolidate all the media. That's one thing, and he also was a billionaire, right? So he had money to promote himself.
Yeah, he was. He was.
I mean, if we can't, like, I was hoping he'd have a better showing than this. Like that, he couldn't even beat the Republican, and he's further to the left of both of these guys, but. People just love their Democrat. People in cities just love their Democrats. They can't imagine not voting for the Democrat, even though there's so much proof that Democrats, when they're in control, even Republicans too, but Democrats aren't better. I don't know why people think they're the good guys. They're not. They're corrupt, and
I like
and
how
the party as a whole. I feel like I've watched them these last 4 years move further to the right than Republicans.
Of course.
I didn't feel that way 4 years ago, but I do now. But people just don't. They're not paying attention. They're like, I have to vote. Somehow both parties are bad, but somehow the Democrats are the good guys. I don't know how you break people of that thinking.
I wonder why Google doesn't have a picture of Jose Vega to put in the bubble. That's what an interesting slip up there.
Yeah, it's not like his picture isn't all over Google and his Twitter.
They wouldn't have an algorithm that could match a picture with a person. Like, they don't have any way to do that at Google. I mean, that would take some CIA tech to do that, and we know. Oh, wait a minute! I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? That's crazy talk.
I know, right?
All these other states are starting to swing back for Donald Trump in the red.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous right now. Yeah, my
gut
told me they were going to let Donald Trump win.
Is going Trump.
My gut told me that they were going to let Donald Trump win.
And Trump, and of the swing states, Trump took Florida, which is pretty damn huge.
He took it quickly too. Last time Florida, they were waiting.
Usually Florida waits till the end of the night to make a call. Yeah, that is interesting. The time.
I mean, Georgia's 90% in, and he's got the lead, but
wow,
you can't count on that. 86% in North Carolina is going to Trump at the moment.
So what the lucky number is
237.
237. So he's at 210 right now. Is that he just needs?
Yeah, he needs 60.
Oh, he needs.
It's 270 is the number, right? You got to be 270.
It's 270, Craig. Yeah,
it's 270. My bad.
So he needs 60 to win.
Right at the moment.
Yeah. All right. But Bibi already got it. He's already at 323. So I don't know how you catch him. Oh man. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Okay.
Well, Kamala's going to get a big boost here in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, she's going to get Washington, Oregon, California.
Oregon, Washington will probably go to her as well. So that's another 20.
Hey, Craig, I think our final guest has popped in.
Oh, has she? I don't see her face.
Oh, she's there.
I think that we.
I don't see her face.
Yeah,
trying to join.
You want to do it?
Let's try it.
Let's go for it. The final hour.
All right, I will bail out, and you guys can take control of this.
All right.
Okay. All right, Craig, you want to give a proper intro to our final guest?
She's running for office tonight. She has an election herself. She's the conspiracy mom, the truther mom of the group. No, airwaves. Sorry. You can take that up with fee. It's Amber King, everybody. Oh, look at this.
There she comes.
Is she coming in?
There we go. Oh, there she
There
is.
she is.
There she is.
How you doing, Amber King?
Got the mute on. There we go. Okay.
Hello, aloha.
How you doing?
Hey, Amber.
I am impatiently awaiting the next 2 minutes to see my first results. How are you guys? Tell me what I've missed. I am on island time, so it is a few minutes before 6 p.m. here. And the rain's just hit, the sun just set, the fires have been lit, and we're patiently awaiting results.
Okay. Sweetheart, there's a lot of room over your head. Can you tilt it down just a little bit?
I will do my best. One moment.
And that's an awesome outfit you're wearing. You were definitely getting all Hawaii'd out.
She's on this.
Well, yeah, I had a we had a scavenger hunt first thing this morning, and I was wearing all black and had to go change at the break. So this will be shown probably first on the Snohomish County Elections website. Just telling Jayme I am pulling it up right now just to wait for those results. But I'm feeling pretty good about it. You know, whatever happens. I think I'm not surprised by the rest of the results across the country. You know, the economy is the number one issue, not the laundry list of other items that the DNC tried to make. Yeah. No, that's not the number one issue. I hate to break it to a lot of people. That's a states' rights issue, and it's protected in many states, and it's changing in many states. But it's not a national issue, and that's not the reason people aren't having families or can put food on the table for their families. So I'm happy with the work I did and the conversations I was able to bring to the table, regardless of what happens here in the next minute.
Oh, we hit the hour, Amber. Are we ready to? Are we gonna get something here? Is this a big moment? I'm excited for you.
I'm looking for mine. I'm not sure if Jayme might be able to bring it up faster
as well. Let's see if we can get over there. Jayme, if you want to, we can try and get to her as soon as it. I mean,
right now we're trying to confirm too whether or not Georgia went to Donald Trump. That's the other thing. Yeah, we haven't gotten that confirmed yet, but that's going to be huge if Donald Trump is able to pick up. And right now, like they called Florida early for him. This is not the same election that it was in 2020. So this is looking like, I mean, there might be a shot. I'm just saying this, guys. And I did not say this in the beginning. I still say Nevada's going to go to Kamala Harris, but it looks like a shot. There might be results tonight. I mean, you know, I don't know. Unless we see once again in the still of the night, you know, but I mean, you're looking at some of these numbers, they're really, last time I said it was a little bit too hard to, we were calling the election at this hour last time, Fiorella and I. Well, it was like 11 o'clock Nevada time. We were calling it like, all right, Donald Trump won it. And by 12 o'clock, we went to sleep. By 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:30, everything had turned upside down.
Still nothing showing on my end. So said 8 p.m.
Now we just had California close, and we predicted this exactly the way it went. California obviously went to Harris, but they did call it at 8:01. Wow, they didn't waste a heartbeat on that one.
I told you they did that last year. They did that last year too.
Yeah, so they didn't waste a second on that. So Harris jumps to 179. So it kind of puts her in a long arm's reach, but she's definitely in reach. With Trump's 214 right now, it looks like. And of course, Netanyahu stands solid at I guess he's about to push 400 now. How good for him. Good for him. That's just so you know, Amber, BB gets the combined total of both. That's his.
Perfect.
We do a run tally of all three of them. So yeah, Jayme, will if you could update that for us so everybody can see, Jayme, that we have Harris at 179, Trump at 214, BB's almost at 400. Wow, good for him. That's oh, there we go. Oh, he is. He hit 400. Wow. Good.
Oh yeah, by the way, Ukraine has been called.
Ukraine
Ukraine has been called for Kamala Harris.
Ukraine got the election they deserved since they are a democracy. They get to have their election. They just have to use ours for it, right? Yeah. So
this is true.
Look at that. Oh yeah, see, I knew you were off by 10 there. So BB's at 393. So they're going to be celebrating there in Israel as soon as he gets that 400. That's a marker. But
so Jayme, can you put the map up really quickly for people again, just so they can see? You got Harris 179, Trump 214, California, Washington right away, of course. What's going on in your state over there, Amber? Come on.
I want to dig into the numbers a little bit more, honestly. I'm not surprised. Majority of Puget Sound is very DNC blue. We are the birthplace of the Microsoft management that the rest of the country is now enjoying. So you're welcome. But it's changed a lot. It's definitely changing, and we're seeing that. So I will be digging into the results heavily. As of right now for Snohomish County, which is right above the W on your map, they've got 363,000 votes in and counted, but they're not showing the results yet. I don't know what that means.
Let's take that off and find. Can we find that, Jayme?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I haven't been able to find it yet either.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not. They're supposed to put up a PDF of unofficial results, and it's not coming up on the county.
Also, Nevada's been closed for over an hour, and we still don't have any results from them. Geez.
Yeah,
they haven't been closed, have they? Or
no, they've been closed for an hour and 5 minutes.
It says results expected soon. But look how close, guys, it is in Arizona. Holy cow! 3,000 votes right now between those guys.
50%.
Wow. Can we see the third party vote there just for fun? I want to see it. Come on, let's see the third party. How do we can we find that? Okay. Well, there's your 0.4, which we saw nationwide. But yeah, those votes add up. Well,
14,000 right there.
It's pretty well.
I mean, who's it really add up for, though? I mean, because Chase Oliver, the Republican, the Libertarians usually take more votes from the Republican. Jill Stein, the Green Party, usually take more votes from the Democrat.
And that's only split for about 300 votes.
I'm sorry, this is not the normal Libertarian candidate, right? No. I mean, I think a lot of Libertarians have a hard time voting for Chase Oliver.
I can't believe they can't even get 1% between the two of them. That's just wow.
It is sad. I really thought the third parties were going to be pulling a few percentages away. I mean,
You thought wrong, young mister.
Well, combined, I thought I'd get like 2 or 3%.
Yeah. Well,
it's so sad how many people are still just voting in the duopoly.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to keep looking at some stuff.
I'll chime in. We are sending positive vibes your way, Amber, right now, because we need that. We need to have a big punch right now of a big FU to the system. If you know, we saw earlier, we saw what happened with Jose Vega just earlier. If you guys missed that, it was a real shame how few people came out in the New York 15 district for our friend Jose Vega, who ran an exceptional campaign out there by battling the Zionists, got a lot of exposure, got some, not just for himself, he got exposure. He pulled the curtain back on the establishment elites themselves as he went right to their faces and called them what they were, right to their faces, and broadcasted in a lot of places. A lot of people that saw what he did and saw what he exposed several times over too. So As exciting as that is, it is heartbreaking to see so few people show up for that third party candidate. Especially today, I think we need that third party. We need to challenge this duopoly however we can. So just the Amber, I feel your energy right now, your excitement. I know this anticipation. I know it's must be real, really nauseating.
Yeah, I can't believe they haven't released the results. That's very strange. I mean, they're like on the minute normally. So I'm more curious now.
Now you're more curious. Oh my God, we got to have answers. We need answers. Okay. Well, we'll get them soon, hopefully. In the meantime, I know we asked last time you were on the show with us. We had asked you about what's next. As far as whatever happens today, or whatever happens in this election cycle, what do we do next? What do we say to our people watching right now when they're kind of depressed like we are when they see these other statistics come in and they see that the independent candidates for president couldn't even amount 1% of the national vote today? What a joke that is. And that's so sad that's where we're at. What do we do from here? What do we tell people who are looking to challenge the duopoly, the uniparty, the oligarchy in future elections? Have they been uninspired, or can we keep them inspired by something today? I'm putting your personal election aside, just looking at the optics of the other stuff that's happened here on a national level.
I mean, I think we do what we should have been doing yesterday, and we should have been doing 6 years ago and 8 years before that, which is befriend our neighbors and build networks in a much more personal sense than political organizing. And I say that because I think the dynamic of the United States is rapidly shifting. We're going to be losing a lot of our baby boomers. We're going to be losing a lot of those mainstream media type, just fed information that is not necessarily the truth or reality. And so we're getting a much different dynamic, I think, in the future. And I think if we focus on that and we focus on organizing our efforts to build that community structure, then it's really not going to matter what they do. We'll have our own truths and a network of people to draw in, and we'll be safer off because of it.
Yeah, no, that's great.
It's kind of that, exit and build, but it's also you are where you are and you need a community there too. So don't wait for something to happen. Don't wait for a different president. Don't wait for an election. You've just got to be doing the thing all the time. And it's, checking out of the mainstream media and checking into what's happening without a cell phone, without technology in your face. What we do in those moments, I think, is a lot more important, and I think a lot more vital to us having and retaining our independence and liberty as Americans. Yeah. And I think that'll eventually reflect. I know it's definitely not at this time, but I think that dynamic is shifting so rapidly, and they're not prepared for that. I feel that angst from the machine, and that heightened sense of urgency on their part to, push in the real ID, push in the digital surveillance systems, push in additional technocracy to control us. Yeah. But if we can get ahead of it, if we can have a concrete system in place before that happens, they can't take that away as easily.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like we missed the boat on this. There was this window of time where there was this people's movement that I think Bernie just totally effed us all. I think he had this window before big tech really got good, and we knew they were not going to get ungood. They were only going to get better, right? So you knew that there was only this little time where you could do a real social media push, really talk to people like through technology before they started the censorship, before they started the cancellation, the termination, the disinformation, like literally building these fake ass fact checking companies to pretend to be fact checking while they're throwing out disinformation, using Google as their big mob boss that they pushed all their shit through all the other tech, the platforms, the Facebooks, all of it. And they're still doing it on obviously Twitter and even TikTok. Everything they can do to stop us from a real movement. And it's like this window. I don't know. I don't want to be pessimistic here, but I feel like maybe, and this is kind of a coulda, woulda, shoulda. Maybe if we figured it out a little earlier, we could have beat them. We could have beat them to the punch on this. Instead, Bernie captured our movement. He bent over. He took it, and I don't think we ever got a real revolution, the one he promised. And I don't know how we do it. Is if they keep getting better at this. How do we get better? We're good. We need more people to be good, so we can build more people can maybe do something. Like more numbers, the better, right? The stronger we are with numbers. But their tech is getting so good, they're not going to get on good. So how do we fight the AI machine and the algorithms that are
supercomputers?
They're so good. We're moving into Terminator 2 arena right now. I mean, we got to like get our John Connor vigilante group together and like even just for survival. How the hell to run a campaign that's successful? That's a revolution. I don't know. Like it's so sucky to me, but man, maybe the numbers, maybe that's all we have is more people. Maybe that's all you can fight tech with is more people. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
I have some preliminary results in. Looks to be about a.
Can you share them on the board?
I can't because I'm looking at it on a different computer. But if Jayme goes to Snohomish County elections, and there's a PDF, and then search for Public Utility District number 1. I am behind by about 15,000 votes, but of course, this is only the preliminary data. Okay. It's not going to have a lot of the votes that have not been counted yet, and will continue to roll in. So it could be close. I prepared for this. I've got a ballot curing page on my website. People can look for more information to help cure ballots. And we'll see the numbers as they keep rolling in and find out when the next update is.
Okay.
But it's close, so that I feel good.
Okay.
She got almost 1,200 votes in your state there.
Oh, really?
Claudia De La Cruz has more votes in Washington than Cornel West does. Don't say that.
If that doesn't tell you the local sentiment, what does?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to find out where your race is and stuff. Did you find it, Jayme?
I'm looking for it.
If you go to SnohomishCountyWA.gov and then go to
I'm
the
on
elections.
that website. When I clicked on the first thing, I saw results. It took me something from August.
Yeah, you have to go to the general, and then there's an unofficial results button. It's just one little link under the Power BI chart of returned votes.
Is it under?
Curiously,
I just can't find the this part that talks about elections. Oh, here it is.
Got it? Okay.
Current elections.
Curious too, Washington State had a number of initiatives on the ballot that we were trying to recall that were very unpopular with the people. There was a lot of money put in to collect. We're one of those signature states where you have to get 250,000 votes, or depending on what size you're going to. It's some insurmountable number of signatures you have to collect. So basically, if you don't have a paid corporation behind you helping collect signatures, like there's no way. That's why. Well, Washington's failed multiple times. There's just not the manpower available to collect signatures. So far, it looks like those are being upheld at the moment, which is interesting.
Okay.
But this again, I'm looking just at Snohomish County. The rest, Western Washington has the largest Democratic base. Eastern Washington has much fewer people in the larger Republican base.
Okay.
Also looks like Bob Ferguson is probably going to be the next governor. Everybody's favorite, Rick Larson. Also love this. Rick Larson looks like he's back in office. Maria Cantwell. Looking at my county statistics alone, I can at least say that I got better statistics than, it's a closer race than kind of the standard top of the ticket. So that makes me feel good. That means I reached out to both sides of the aisle. Again, I was an independent candidate that was endorsed by both parties, which then got me kicked off my social media.
Can you point me to where to go on the website here? I clicked on this initial results, and that doesn't look like it has what you.
Nope. Go back one, and then it's kind of hard to see. So if you go to elections, up, and then it should be general election results.
I don't see it. Where do you see that?
I think it's view election results. Yep, right there. And then look down underneath this. Right there, that first PDF, unofficial county election results. Click that and then do then you can see the county results. And then if you want to search for just do a Control F and my name, but that'll pull up a PDF on a different screen. But Washington state politics are wild. It's very, very interesting.
1,300 write-ins.
Where?
Wow. Interesting.
So that's your preliminary results. How much of that? What percentage of that is being reported?
This is. It's saying we had total ballots possible. Registered voters were just over 530,000 votes, and then this is almost 50% turnout. So it's saying that, and it's not telling you like how many are in this result box either. So we don't technically know, but you can kind of guess. And it's funny too, I have one of the larger races because I also have a portion of another county that's in my race. So it's larger than just Snohomish County.
I think they've officially called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
Ooh,
which is another big one.
That's a biggie.
That puts him at
230 right now. He's like really close. I mean,
it does look like it's official.
The fact that we won't get results by the end of the night. Looks like we're gonna get results by the end of the night.
I'm shocked that there's not too close to call being issued right now to some of these networks. I'm shocked they're just going.
I'm sure there's going to be a couple too close to call, but I think a lot of our listen. What have we been saying for like the last 2 months on the shows, right? And any show we do, our gut feeling is that they're moving it to Donald Trump. They're moving. You know what I'm saying? You could just sense it. They're like, okay, it's going Trump's way now. Everything is starting to the assassination attempts, right? The deep state wants him dead. Yeah, they're gonna send those two numbnuts. Try again. But I mean, like, it's just like the next thing you see, what's his name was saying from Facebook, Zuckerberg saying that he's a badass, and it's like you could just feel the whole the media narrative change. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like just the Democrats just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Kamala Harris just got booed every single rally she had. So I mean,
yeah.
I'm shocked they haven't called Oregon for Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah, they will.
That's interesting.
I mean, that's 58% of the vote is in. She's got 55%.
Yeah, they will soon.
She'll get that. She's going to get.
I thought
they light shade of blue.
And Arizona's moved gray. Interesting. It was light pink last time.
I think the gray means that it's. Oh yeah, that means it was pink and then it moved. It moved middle. So that means it's stuck in the middle right now. Yeah.
I mean,
and they're not showing Wisconsin and is that Michigan? I can't quite see.
Well, Minnesota is kind
of. Yeah.
Minnesota's at 14% reported though, so it's actually in favor of Trump at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we'll go to this is the Google map.
So I know we said we were going to be wrapping up the show pretty soon here. But do you guys? I know a few more of these might actually be called right in the next few.
I think we can hold for a little bit.
You want to hold for a bit, or do you want
to hold for a little bit? Arizona's really, really close. Too close to call. Nevada, what are they waiting on? I'm telling you, Nevada's so whacked. I said on the show I was on the other day that Nevada's going to go to Kamala Harris. I'm still sticking by it.
I think it's.
I mean, not because it's a town that she would win. I spent a year in Las Vegas, and everybody's packing over there. It's an easily freaking Republican town.
Let's see. I'm not seeing anything else that's odd. It looks like Kamala's going to take one of the Nebraska votes. But then it looks like. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, don't forget, polls close in Alaska in 40 odd minutes or so. So you can count the 2 delegates for Trump in that state as well.
Well, it's an hour and
hour behind.
Minutes. Yeah.
1 hour. So, well, less top of the hour, results will be in.
Yeah.
So this is kind of interesting. Right now, this is the House race. Democrats have lost 2 seats in the House at the moment. I was trying to find the details on which seats they lost, but I haven't been able to find that. So that's going to change a little the dynamics a little bit. But more importantly, they're currently losing a Senate seat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You get all 3, White House, Senate, and the House, and it's a whole new ballgame.
That's
what they said when the Democrats got those 3 things, but they didn't do much.
Well, it's a different ballgame.
They're like, oh, you could have done everything that you promised to do during the election, and you did almost none of it.
So, wait, why didn't you codify Roe v. Wade when you had the chance?
No codifying Roe v. Wade.
Well, it's really hard to do that. It's not something. Well, you campaigned on it like 3 times. Well, it's not something you do. So why should we vote for Harris? Oh, because she's gonna get abortion rights and codify Roe v. Wade. Oh, so well, why didn't she do any of that when she was vice president? Because you can't do anything when you're vice president. Oh my God,
why didn't she push Biden left to make him do it?
Yeah. Don't you see? You got to vote for Harris and then ask her to do something. That's how politics works. You vote for them, then you beg them to do something for you. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
We had an update. They called I think they called Oregon for Kamala.
Yeah, that was coming. So 187, 230. Hey, do you guys want to see Jake Tapper's face when they call Georgia? I think when we call Georgia for Trump, it's pretty funny. Check this out, because it's a 20-point difference of independent voters from 4 years ago. He seems a little shook up. Check this out.
Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is...
Yeah.
That's priceless.
Wow.
Non-college whites.
College whites.
Blame it on the non-college whites.
Those it's like Newman, right? Non-college whites.
I guess
non-college whites.
I guess this demographic's not showing up enough.
I saw that.
Kamala.
It's awesome. I love it. That's got to be the meme of the week. That's the meme of the week right there.
I want that sweatshirt.
That's awesome. White dude's responsible. Oh my God. Well, you know what? We might be proven wrong today about calling the election. I mean,
oh my God, it is possible. They might call this thing.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
need
wow.
40 votes. 40,
I mean,
40 states or 40 electoral votes.
You see this one right here? This is a great prediction. I met this girl in person. So, Nick, who was on the show earlier today, LMAO, which stands for laughing my ass off. This is on November 3rd, right? This is like a couple days ago. F it. My final electoral college prediction is that Harris sweeps all 7 swing states and ekes out a victory in Iowa. My only reservation that I don't want to jinx the results, but I'm trying to avoid the trappings of magical thinking. This is my honest assessment.
When is she finally going to get that CNN job she's been salivating on? I mean, my God, Emma, this has to do it. This has to be it. She should submit this. She should submit this tweet with her current resume and say, "You got to hire me now. I'm like literally aligned with your guys' garbage. I'm ready. Like, come on, please hire me."
Look at my influence.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Wow.
Well, she's still got a chance. It's not locked in yet. The only one that she missed, I think, of the swing states is North Carolina. That one's gone to Trump.
She had 213 for the Republicans.
Yeah. What's that?
She had 213 for Trump. He's already exceeded that. And he's about to exceed.
Yeah, I know, but she's all those swing states that she said was going to go to Harris, they could still go.
Did we read the super chats, by the way?
Oh no, we didn't. But I did pull them over.
Let's do those. Let's do those real quick.
Hey,
Amber, do you have any more time? I know you're in Hawaii. Do you want to hang out for a little bit? We have another special guest coming on soon.
We do?
Yeah. No,
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Did they call Georgia? It doesn't say that they've called Georgia yet.
That's once again. I'm looking.
No,
at
they
it
haven't
right
called
now.
Georgia.
Somebody's called Georgia. Google hasn't
don't know
called
who.
Georgia.
No, none of. Well, PBS, NBC, CNN.
It's 91%
and Google. None of them have called Georgia yet.
91% reporting, 51% Trump. Okay, so who?
He's got about 140,000 lead right now.
Yeah, they haven't called it yet.
Yeah, they would normally call that, but it's Georgia. Look, they can call Georgia for Harris, Nevada for Harris, Arizona flips because it's so close to Harris. She gets that New Mexico, right? Let's say Pennsylvania flips to Harris. And we then have either Michigan. I don't think Minnesota should be called for Donald Trump soon. I mean, he's just going to blow that out.
You think Minnesota? That's supposed to go to Harris. They were saying Minnesota was going to be a lock for Harris. Minnesota's only 25% in though.
Yeah.
But Wisconsin and Michigan.
Are these all in-person voting states too that are so late in getting there?
They're all mail-in. Every state's just about mail-in now.
Wisconsin is at 67%, and that is in favor of Trump right now. That's looking good for Trump.
It's looking good there. It's looking good. But I'm saying right now, Nevada could flip. Do we have the map that you can put the thing in your shelf?
No,
I'm gonna go look for that map. I know. Actually, you know who sent it to me? Gloria sent it to me. So let me just. She sent me the interactive map. So
I'm looking at the Washington Post map. Donald Trump has 51%, 91% voted.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
we've been at that. AP's hasn't called it yet, but I mean, if you look at
I don't know why they would unless they're stuffing somewhere.
I mean, he's up by, just to be clear, I see he is up right now in Georgia. He's up on Harris by 150,000 votes. So if that close in a less than 9%, what's left, then who knows? But as I'm looking at this, I also see Jill Stein has done the worst I've seen in any state. It seems in this state, she only got 16,000 votes. 3%. 16,000 votes. As Trump has a 150,000 lead on Harris. She's sitting there with 16,000. Wow. That's insane. I mean,
and Chase Oliver doesn't have much more either.
No, he's got a few more, which is the same 0.4 Oh, he can't even clear. Yeah, 20,000. He's at 19.5. Can't even clear 20,000. Put them together. That's peanuts of the lead Donald Trump has, and they can't even call this for Trump.
Right.
And they shouldn't even. They're not even. I mean, I'd rather see write-ins at this point. I'd rather see what Dr. Shiva's getting at this point, other than they're like they can't even clear 20,000 votes in a swing state where you should have been targeting. I mean, I don't necessarily blaming. I mean, we know the Green Party, Libertarian Party, and all their problems, but something is wrong. Something is wrong in the psyche of the voter, of the American citizen that's been wired and brainwashed to, even if they like these people, they like the idea of. Well, I like the idea. This sounds like these effed up relationships where people are like, oh, I like the idea of you. I like the idea. But when you're actually you don't want to be in you don't want to be in the relationship with a third party. You just don't want it. You like the idea of it, but when it comes down to it, you're not going to commit to that. You're saying, I'm not. At the end of the day, I'm going to vote for the red or the blue because that's the sports game that was set up, and I want to play that game. I want to play that game. I don't want to challenge that thing. I want.
Jamie, go to the map real quick.
Yeah.
I just also want to say too that these third parties are doing democracy light. They're not what they make themselves out to be on paper either. They've both got massive systems issues. They have the same problems the rest of the machine does. They just don't have the paid airtime.
I want to disagree with you on the Libertarian Party. Having witnessed their election process for Chase Oliver, that was one of the most democratic processes I've ever seen. It was painfully democratic, but I mean, possible back.
That's just one piece of it.
I don't believe Robert Tom Luongo was saying when it's completely dead. Right.
Choosing your nominee is one piece.
I don't believe Tom Luongo when he says.
Choosing the nominee.
Jamie,
is
go
one
to the
piece
map. Let's go to a big map.
Yeah. That's not the whole package of
Hold
how
on.
the party functions. Just because you witnessed a good system of democracy and choosing the nominee doesn't mean that's an example of the entire functionality of the party itself.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, it was democratic. I mean, one of the most democratic processes I've ever seen. Not saying they don't have problems, but not exercising democracy is not one of their problems.
If you're limiting the definition of democracy to choosing your nominee, then okay. But there's other ways that you need to demonstrate democracy besides the nomination process, which is privatized, by the way, which is why the Democrats get away with any of their bullshit they've done in their nomination process, because it's a private company and they can do what they want. So there's that. But there's other ways you have to be responsible as a party besides just how you choose your candidate. But how does that candidate function? How does it align with the party's values? How does it go out and reach voters? How does it move to a populist sentiment to try and get people from different areas that felt like they have not been represented correctly and they want something different? How do they do that? How do they put their hands out? Did the Libertarian Party do that? And are they doing it in an honest way? Or are they keeping in their lane for the sake of keeping in their lane? So again, I think all these things you have to consider when you're looking at the functionality of the party and whether it's honest or not, or a good actor.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I go to the big map again. Why are you going out of the big map? Go to the big map.
I wanted to see what's going on in Minnesota because it flipped back to here.
Well, it's very close. Just go to the big map real quick. So you can put on the put your arrows on Minnesota real quick. You can see how close that is. Kamala Harris is starting to pull away, actually. All right, now go to the next state, Wisconsin. Look how close that is. I mean, that's less than 100,000 votes, right? And there's over 2.5 million. Okay, so that's close. That's a toss-up. Let's go to the next one. Once again, Michigan, very, very close, right? Pennsylvania. Okay. Very close, 200,000 votes, at almost 6 million votes, 5 million votes cast.
Only 79% in. That could change. That can definitely change.
All three of these can change. There was 91% last time, and Wisconsin flipped almost 200,000 votes. Georgia, once again, not called officially, very, very close.
Yeah, Georgia's
Now,
been stuck at 91 for quite a while too.
Yeah, that's weird.
Listen, these are the states that had all the issues. Can you move out? Yeah. So these are all the states right now that are up for grabs. 1, 2, 3. Minnesota didn't do anything, but Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Those were the 6 states last time when stuff happened. These all races are close. Okay, now go.
And they're all
close.
Yeah. Now do me a favor, real quickly. Look at the numbers up above, right above it, right? No, yeah, above it. So it says 230 to 192. They're sitting there. They're going, this is great. Donald Trump's going to win tonight. Let me show you something. I got a map over here. What happens if these states flipped the way they did last time? That's not it. This is it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Emma's prediction is not too far off.
Look at this. This is 277 to 261. If Donald Trump wins Wisconsin, and I gave Minnesota to Donald Trump, but if Donald Trump flips, right? If Kamala Harris flips Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, I gave him Georgia. That's even giving him Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. Kamala Harris wins. Listen, guys, they can do this stuff again right now. Things have just changed so quickly as those numbers got so quick. You know, I'm glad we didn't go off. So I'm like, we got to get out of here. This sucks. But look how that can be right there. And that's giving Alaska to Donald Trump and Hawaii to Kamala Harris, which is going to happen anyways. But look at the numbers, 277 to 261. She still has a path to victory, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think for 1 second that this couldn't happen. You got drop boxes, mail-in ballots coming in. Nevada, Arizona are ridiculously terrible, the rules, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, they didn't change all the rules they wanted to. And Pennsylvania, once again, they just had decisions coming from the Supreme Court, and their attorney general had to get on TV and say, don't worry, there's not going to be any problems. Here's all the rules that he was saying. It's going to be no problems. Look at this. Look at this. There is a path to victory for Kamala Harris. Call, get some pizza, get some caffeine. It's going to be crazy.
Yep.
It's going to be. This is turning into what we saw last time, guys.
Oh God, they're holding out because they're trying to figure out how to maneuver this. So they're having their little check-ins. They're holding it on purpose. Like, how do we?
That's why they're holding Nevada.
Hold on let us go.
I'll be right back after I use the restroom.
That's what they're doing. They're coordinating. This is coordinated. They're saying, do we do it? Do we fake it? Or do we just let it go? They're like, no. Hold on. We can maneuver this. We can keep these too close to call. Oh shit, he's right. It looks like we're going in that direction at 20.
Well, that's what I was saying with Emma Vigeland's prediction. She wasn't too far off because those swing states could all change in Kamala's favor.
They're all going to go from pink to dark blue.
Oh my goodness!
Oh look at!
Oh my goodness!
Guy.
Pasta had a massive change there.
Look at that! A little change up.
It's going around, switching genders and stuff. So.
Okay, what should we call?
Hey, Fee.
What should we call you now, Craig?
I actually agree with Pasta. I was actually on my way here and I was listening to the mainstream media and I heard them and I heard how they were saying, hey, we just spoke to the Harris team and the Harris team says that they're looking over their data, they're looking over their information, and they really are focused on the blue wall right now, right? And that's not their only path, but they're looking at it's going to be their main path. And then they said, but we'll see you tomorrow. They said that. And with that, I cemented that what happened 4 years ago when we stayed up all night and we witnessed the mail-in ballots coming in, that's a possibility. Unless Trump is the selected candidate that has been approved by everything. And that's also a possibility. So I have had a hard time deciding what exactly is their path, right? But I heard some of the stuff Pasta was saying about how they have like rehabilitated Trump, made him look better, and I agree with that assessment as well. But I do think that it's too early to say that okay, Donald Trump's got it, because the Democrats have something up their sleeve the entire time, and needless to say, two people who have predicted the elections every single time have said Kamala Harris will win. So I'm still keeping it open. I don't put it past them to do what they did 4 years ago, but you also have to look at the numbers, and she's not getting the exact numbers. It's going to be more difficult considering you don't have the massive amounts of mail-in ballots. Granted, you don't need that. I mean, they're talking about the SD card, you're talking about a lot of things, but I Kamala Harris is not she's like Hillary Clinton in her popularity. She's literally highly unpopular, but you would be surprised that she has supporters here in Florida, in the more liberal, more, culture war type of areas, where you have people just voting for her for women's rights, voting for her for LGBTQ issues and that sort of thing. It's very, very, very like apparent. And I know some people who voted for Kamala Harris. So, they're not dumb people. And they're very smart, but at the same time they're very dumb. So I like in other ways
they're captured.
I know people who voted for Trump who weren't going to vote for Trump before. So do I think this election is significant for everybody else? No, because I literally have heard nothing except that we don't care about your dumb election from everybody in West Asia. They're mocking this election, and either way they're screwed by whoever becomes president. It doesn't matter. But like for us, I think it's in a way fascinating to watch just how we get manipulated and screwed, and how they do this behind the scenes.
Fiorella Isabel, welcome to our show, our long stream today. You came in at like such an incredible, interesting time, because we are now realizing we might be here up all night watching this drama unfold. But definitely a great assessment of where we are now. I'm so interested in that part you said about what the mainstream is saying right now, because we're not going over and listening to them right now. We're just looking at the numbers. But man, oh man, oh man, the fact that they're ready to go to bed and say, everyone go to sleep, we'll come back tomorrow, and it's going to be the same thing we saw 4 years ago, where you go to sleep and Trump was in all the pink, about to go, about to call, too close to call, almost Trump. You wake up in the morning, you're like, wait, what the hell just happened? Biden just took all these states, and you're like, this doesn't make mathematically, it doesn't make any sense. So it seems like, and I think you're right, it's going to be a little harder for them to pull it off. My take is this: I think you and Pastor are both right on two different things. I think you can be right at the same time. I think you can be ready for a Trump presidency more than you were ever ready before. I think that you could certainly have aligned all of the money, all of the optics, all the the capturing has already been done, but it's still their plan B. Their plan B is Trump. They're just more prepared for it this time if plan A doesn't work. Plan A is still plan A, and that is take this thing for Kamala however you can, do whatever it takes by any means necessary. And I think that we are experiencing that right now in real time. This is the moment that they are coordinating this and saying, are we still in on plan A? And it sounds to me like the answer to that question is yes, we're still in on plan A until further notice. That's where we're at, I believe.
So you guys
oh my God, there they are together at last. The Convo Couch back together. It's Craig Pasta Jardula and Fiorella Isabel doing it live with us today on our all-day election coverage. Election day, the most important election of our lifetime. We also have Jayme CheeseSlice and Amber King here as well. Man, what a great, powerful duo you guys are, and the rest of us here finishing up a very long night. But we appreciate everybody tuning in on all of our channels right now to watch this thing unfold in real time. It's getting real interesting now.
All right, I'm glad you're here, because we've been talking mainly to your audience all night. It's been like how many? Look, it's been
only 8 hours.
Yeah, only 1,400.
It should be higher. Everybody, go to my Twitter and go watch.
They've been waiting for you all night.
This is a moment that is actually most important right now.
Yeah.
I mean, everything. You know, it takes a while, and it's funny because I just told my mother, who's also visiting, and I was telling her how, like, in Venezuela, in Nicaragua, in Colombia, and Brazil, you could easily film everything. You could easily go into these precincts and go, but I actually managed to do that, and I have this video that I'm about to put out. But like, it's kind of crazy how you're actually told. I was told you can't photograph the machine.
No, you can't. I
And-
thought, yeah.
But it depends on who you get, because my friends, they know I need this stuff. So they're like sending me photos. I'm like, okay, you got a photo of the machine? Okay, we got a photo of the machine. My mother took a photo of the machine, snuck in and did it. It's crazy. It's interesting. In Florida, you get asked for ID. You do get asked. I didn't before, but in this election, I got asked for an ID. So I thought that was an interesting change.
DeSantis.
I don't mind the ID scenario. I think it could be misinterpreted as to how you do it, how you ask for it. Yeah, like, because there was somebody outside of the polling center that was like, "Are you here to vote? Okay, pull out your ID." It was just a little bit like, "Okay, chill out." But once we went inside, it's normal. That's where you go in, and then they ask for your ID, and then you give it to them, and then they scan it, and then they look it up, and it's this whole thing. But that's how it should be. I mean, that's how it is everywhere in the world where we go. In fact, they go through the fingerprint, they go through all these things. And we're talking about Latin American countries, and we're talking about left-leaning Latin American countries that are supportive of this. So again, I find myself in a quandary. One thing I wanted to bring up that I've been noticing for Trump, he has a lot of Latino support, and a lot of people can't fathom that. It's not just Gusanos.
Oh, no more than
It's not just Gusanos, really.
We're in Florida though. So.
I think a lot in the same way that you've seen the Black community feel sick and tired of being tokenized
And exploited
by the Democratic Party, like, for example, what AOC just did. And we can talk about that aside later, because the Puerto Rican movement for independence is really strong, and it's one of the movements that gets thrown out by everybody, including people in Latin America. But it's very strong, and they're actually winning. They're having like candidates that are like winning, and it's an interesting thing that happened, because it's like, okay, she's kind of dismissing their fight, which is independence from the US, and simultaneously weaponizing that towards Kamala. So when it comes to Trump, Latinos are tired of what they have been feeling, this sort of tokenization, but also it's also the fact that you have more than now first generation, second generation. You have multiple generations that have been in the United States, and they've sort of developed their different identity. And throughout developing this identity, they have felt more in alignment as being US Americans than they have as being from other countries. And that's a natural thing that always happens. But now you have several centuries of that. So they're not the same as somebody who just, came from these countries. You're talking about people who have lived here for now, decades, and who have roots here and stuff. And that's also a reason why you're seeing an increasing number of minorities go to a lot of the right, because they haven't been helped. They have seen the hypocrisy. And on top of that, they've developed a new identity as Americans. And that's going to overtake the identity of just being,
Now they're the greedy ones.
I mean, I've witnessed that.
We have a break update. Judith Mayorga is calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. Just want to get that in.
She called it that
Judith
was called
Mayorga?
a while ago, but yes.
That's the source she called. By the way, guys, while Fee is here, I know how you like to use clipboards. Not really, but they make you look important, right? And I went to a couple protests while you were over playing in East Asia, and we got ourselves a Never Forget Palestine We have the watermelon free Palestine. We got Viva la Palestine. We got decolonize. And then on the back, we got free Gaza. And we have let Gaza live. The free press ward. That's all messed up. And of course, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And I got it for you. There you go. As a clipboard to bring back with you.
That's such a Gen X thing.
But a bunch of stuff. Fam was like the original OG in our world for Free Palestine, you know? She had a show with Lindsay McKinney that was pretty interesting. I've been trying to get a hold of, I think his name is called Ken O'Keefe, and he's a Marine, and I think he was on the flotilla with Cynthia McKinney.
Ken O'Keefe?
Yeah. He's an ex-Marine. He's got like,
Okay, there's a really bad Ken O'Keefe, or there's
no,
another
there's
O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe,
Okay.
who's your favorite guy from James O'Keefe is from Project Veritas.
Okay, yeah.
Ken
James
O'Keefe,
Bohemian Grove O'Keefe. What are we?
It was a different O'Keefe. Ken O'Keefe is known for like just being a hardcore Palestinian advocate. He's a Marine, just an awesome dude, and yeah. So
okay,
awesome.
All right. Any new developments here from on the board, Jayme?
Let's check it out.
Yeah, I wanted to point out Virginia got called for Harris.
We saw that.
Just look at the map
Hold on, wait a
here.
second.
There was a
has called Virginia this time. Kamala Harris. Virginia has gone blue, and we are tightening up the race over here. There's still a path to victory. You have to do that. What you have to do the imitation, and not of Marissa Tomei. Don't start, but of the what's her name? The Gusano, for real though. The one whose father was a Contra, and she goes on The View.
Oh, yeah. No, I can't imitate her.
She's from.
I'll get sick. And,
She's from
and die.
Nicaragua. Her father was a Contra.
Yeah.
You know who am I talking about? She goes on The View.
Yeah, I can't imitate her. I know who you're talking about.
I know. She's great.
Yeah. So, okay. So, is there a path to victory for Harris? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do not throw in the towel yet.
We can show it. Here it is. Right there. 277. That's giving her Wisconsin, Michigan. You can see she's got Virginia. This map right here is with me even giving Donald Trump to Georgia. Because we got to see what happens. Arizona's too close to call right now. Nevada stalling, right? And I said, can you imagine Nevada's the last state to come in and Nevada decides the presidency? And I said, Nevada's going to Kamala Harris because it's not who's voting, it's how you can vote in the United States. That is a state that have automatic registration. If in other words, if you get your driver's license or you renew your driver's license in Nevada, in Clark County, you automatically get a ballot mailed out to you. And this is where they come to the thing saying, oh, illegal immigrants are voting. Nevada is very similar to California and New York, where even if you don't have to show proof of citizenship to get a driver's license there. I think the mentality is like, if you're going to be working here in California, we want to make sure you're driving okay. And also the scam to get the insurance there money too as well. So therefore, a ballot is generated. But there's also ballot harvesting in Nevada. And the only thing that changed in Nevada is they moved the drop boxes into the vote centers. But me, Fee, Judith, anybody here in this house can take 50, 60 ballots, walk it in, and turn it in. So if a ballot is generated, my thought process, or I don't know for sure, but I'm going to confidently say that the undocumented worker is never going to take that ballot, touch that ballot, vote that ballot, or turn it in. Somebody else is going to get a hold of it and turn it in. And with vote centers, it makes it impossible to audit. You're not going to your specific precinct like we see in Nicaragua or Honduras or in Colombia. You can go anywhere, right? So this is a situation that's set up Nevada to be stolen, right? And it's controlled by who? The Democrats. The only Republican I ever voted for was Jim Marchant in 2022, who's running for Secretary of State. He was a MAGA guy. We probably would disagree on so many things, but as Secretary of State, his job was to get those elections straight. Just like Mark Fincham, who we visited in Arizona, this guy having an open door to me. So we can go there and talk to him at any time. So he was serious about fixing elections. The person he ran against never even did ads. The senator of the state was running ads going against Jim Marchant. So he's a MAGA Republican. He lost. It's set up in Nevada to be hijacked. And that's all I'm saying.
Yep. And I just wanted to point out they had literally 0% reporting, so that is very strange to me.
Why?
Yes. The other thing I wanted to point out too is Michigan, where Trump's in the lead by about 100,000 or so, give or take. They're only reporting 42% of votes in there, so that is easily not even halfway through yet. So very, very
That's on East Coast
concerning.
time, right, Amber?
Yeah.
I believe it's East Coast time. So those polls have closed almost freaking, how many hours ago? 4 hours ago.
Michigan is East Coast time?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Huh.
It is. It is.
Georgia's at 93% now in, but he's gone down to 50.8. It's pretty interesting how this is playing out. It does seem like they're withholding of information right now as long as they can, and strategically, so it's released at a certain time. That's what it looks like.
All the usual suspects, by the way.
Exactly.
From last time.
Remember Wisconsin?
Yeah.
I had a $200 bet on Wisconsin. And it was like 2-1 in Wisconsin. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna take that. He was an underdog, and I'm like, fam, when they're coming back. It was like late at night. I'm like screaming in the house because we had an Airbnb. I'm like, fam, when they're coming back, they're calling Wisconsin. I'm winning my money. And all of a sudden, it just flipped. A couple 100,000 votes, it flipped. So all this stuff is set up. And, fam, what do you think about this? And, guys, you'll dig this. Kelly Lane was on the show earlier today. I didn't get a chance to ask her. What do you think about this plan that the Republicans have? You've probably heard this before. We got to overwhelm the cheating. What do you say to that?
I've heard that before, yeah, and I laugh and roll my eyes every time. And it's not just the Republicans; it's the progressives that say that. I mean,
that's harder.
Exactly like if we'll just out cheat them, right? It's I saw the Jill Stein stuff, right, where they're preventing her. What was that? Ohio? Somewhere they're preventing her from being on the ballot. She was on the ballot in Florida, so was Claudia de la Cruz, PSL, and a few other candidates that were there, including the Libertarian Chase Oliver. They were all on the ballot. But in other states, that's not the case. And I think if you're a progressive or if you're a Republican and you're trying to defeat Democrats and you're saying we're just going to overwhelm it, even though we know it's unfair and it's whatever you want to call it, I think that's ridiculous. You can't, because when we talk about the different mechanisms where this can be controlled, they're talking about, oh, we're going to insert the memory card or blah, blah, blah. It's like, guys, like nobody has to be there for this to happen. They could be in Mexico. They could be in anywhere. They could be, I'm not saying it's a foreign interference. No. What I'm saying is they don't have to be in the room. They don't have to physically do anything. This is computer generated.
I want to go back because you mentioned Georgia, and I just kind of connected the dots on something. We should have realized this earlier. If Jayme, if you could find Georgia for us real quick, I want to go back to the Jill Stein incident because we covered this when we first started the first hour of the show today. We had Due Dissidence, Keaton Wise on, and we were talking about that exact thing that happened that you mentioned, Fiorella, that you have Jill Stein signs going up in Georgia in these counties saying she has dropped out of the race. These are lies, complete lies. She's dropped out of the race. A vote for Jill Stein. Even if you write her in or no, she was on the ballot. So if you check the box for Jill Stein, your vote will not count. So this was kind of successful. So can we look at this? I can't believe we didn't see this before. She's at only 0.3% in that total.
Show the numbers there, Jayme.
It's the lowest.
Show the Georgia numbers.
So show the numbers with Jill Stein. That is the lowest percentage that she has in any state. And so I believe the reason is, and I'm just going to make this logical guess here. It's because of that effort to lie to voters and tell them that a vote for her would not count. So she has the lowest percentage, 0.3%, than any other state. I think that's incredible. So that worked. That lie worked. Apparently.
Yeah. Hey, listen, this is not the normal libertarian candidate right now. I don't know who he's pulling votes from. Normally, the libertarian polls from the Republican, but Chase Oliver is part of the LGBT community. He's not really liked by a lot of libertarians, as we had a couple libertarians on the show today. Well, Tom's not a libertarian anymore. He's libertarian minded, but he says that party is dead. And, obviously Clint Russell, The only time you got a little heated when I said they sabotaged their candidate, which they did. I mean, come on, you're the chairman of the chair of the Libertarian Party, doesn't even get her own candidate on the stage, right? Like, and is having a rally for Donald Trump. Is a little bit too far for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least fake it. And like I said, that party right now is going to have a hard time repairing itself. The Mises Caucus, when they lost, because Dave Smith dragged his feet, when they lost, they should have went over to their opponents, shook their hand, and said, "Good job, you beat us fair and square. What can we do to help you out and repair that bridge?" Because there's a civil war going in that party, and they didn't vote for Chase Oliver. They were voting against the Mises Caucus candidate. That's what they were doing. But Chase,
Well, and
yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to interject here too and say that a lot of that has to go with some of the situations that happened due to the Rage Against the War Machine, and there was some concerns there. There was a major party shakeup. I know personally the Washington State delegates were thrown out. Many of us were removed from engagement and organizing due to very questionable legal concerns that should have been addressed in a much different fashion.
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about the whole everybody jumping on the Trump wagon scenario, which is also part of this controlled mechanism. But one of the things I want to go to, I don't know if you all have seen this Mark Ruffalo video.
We played it.
You played it? Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to say something on that video.
Show the numbers on the top, Jayme, so they can see them.
That video comes off like a total like SNL video almost, because it's so bad.
Scripted,
It's so bad, and it's insulting to so many people, and I think a lot more people are just being put off by both parties now. Like, if you go outside the echo chamber of where we are in our political world, on X, on Twitter, online, if you talk to normal people, most normal people don't know who to vote for. Like, they were having a very hard time, at least here. And this is like, Florida used to be purple or swing. Now it's a Republican state. It's red. But there are a lot of pockets of people here that are, liberal, especially younger people. But it's so bad that you really, really have like, it's kind of, it's just unbelievable to some people how bad things are. And I think as we've come here since, let's go back to 2016 and the Bernie Sanders, fantasy that we were all part of, at least most of us. And going here, it's like, I'm like a different person. I am like, I have less patience with it, but simultaneously people have just had lost any sort of hope, I think, that any of this is possible. They've sort of become resigned to, this is the way things are, and that's it. And that's why an ad like that from a celebrity like Mark Ruffalo can work, because it tells you that you're an idealist idiot for thinking that you should vote your conscience, or you should not vote, or you should do something else. And that line has been used over and over again. But now we're 8 years later, and we're tired, and we're, overworked, and you have a genocide going on in Gaza that they can just push aside to, pat themselves on the back morally and feel good that, oh, we tried. Yeah. And what I see is that things are not going to stay like this. I think the light that I see at the end of this really long, dark tunnel is that people are waking up, and they are actually really seeing what's happening, because I haven't seen that level of just like, they said that there was that level in 2016, but I haven't seen that. It's much more now, the level of just like people just not knowing what to do.
So you're saying it's moving in the direction where the average person that's not in these Twitter verse with us, or not, and I'll say this, the vote blue no matter who, the total Trump derangement syndrome folks in Hollywood, which I'm around. You're not talking about those extreme people. You're saying that the average person is at a point that's further along than in 2016. That this Mark Ruffalo stuff, that they've kind of had enough. I'm with you on that, Fiorella, but I think I'm going to add this to it. I'm going to say the thing that will have to happen for it to be over for them, so they cannot control these people anymore with they're talking down and they're bullying and they're simplifying and they're saying now's the time to have transfer, now's the time to get in line. That can only stop when Hollywood itself has to be let go. It has that pin in the matches. It has to that waterbed. It has to leak all the way out to the ground. And the way that happens is the P. Diddy stuff right now that is unfolding. I think they're trying to stop it. They've been actively trying to stop it. They've been blackmailing different celebrities to do what they have to do to stop to not let this stuff be exposed. But once that is done, I think they're not going to be able to do this anymore. I think the only thing they have left is the Hollywood audience, is that they still want to believe in the Avengers. They still want to believe that these people, the Leonardo DiCaprio environmentalists, they are still holding on to that, and that the Harvey Weinstein was just a fluke, and hopefully P. Diddy's just a bad apple too. Put him with Weinstein and lock the door, and let's get back to our movies and our Avengers. I think that's the thing that has to end. Once that ends, and they got nothing left to virtual signal us with, they don't have those faces, those friendly, smiley Mark Ruffalo faces. Then they're going to be done. And I think the average person you're talking about will gain enough courage, gain enough sensibility that they're not going to be talked down to anymore, and they're going to start, doing something about it. That's my take. I think we're almost there.
No, I think we actually. I don't even think we are almost there, but I do think people are making their way there. There's this fear mechanism that the United States and people living here are ruled by. The fear of the boogeyman Trump, the fear of, what happens if his Kamala comes in and takes over, the fear of China, the fear of Russia. The Russians are going to blow up our polling stations. And this is, these are legitimate concerns to these people. For us, they're funny, but this is what they talk about, and they talk about it in a serious manner. And it's all based on fear. And we're a fear-based society and a fear-based country. We have built everything upon fear. And we have built this entire empire based on using fear to subdue people. And that can only last so long. It's the same way Israel is unraveling right now. The United States is also unraveling. Our entire political system is unraveling. Hollywood, that you mentioned, is unraveling. We are seeing the exposure of all these people. People know that P. Diddy is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, he is. I mean, that's what he is. And the reality is that Hollywood has been tainted. It's just a matter of how much good PR they're able to do to try to bring people back in. But I think these are things that have happened that are like, okay, like this is really disturbing. And I think as more and more of that happens, it's important. But I also think, like, from an outsider perspective, living, being in over there in East Eurasia and being over in other parts of the world, like, having been to Palestine, having been to Iraq, having been to the Middle East and Iran, they don't look at things the way we do. They don't care about the things we care about. They understand more about the world. And we only understand the way we look at things. Even, for example, as something as simple as like calling Gaza a humanitarian crisis. I interviewed this young woman who's a journalist from Lebanon as well. And she was saying it's not a humanitarian crisis. The UN calls it that. It's a deliberate caused tragedy. It's a deliberate tragedy that has been, fabricated to get whatever Israel needs to conduct its military affairs. And then, of course, essentially also help the United States out to have its contingent there, to have its expansion of the greater Israel, which benefits the Western world, and it's a deliberate act. So
Yeah.
even when we refer to certain things from our perspective, we're using the language of a lot of the propaganda. We don't even realize we're doing it. We're just doing it because it's what we're surrounded by. And as many people have said, we are the most propagandized country in the world. And I think that it's going to take, perhaps sadly, us to be directly impacted by something. And if we're going to war, I believe we're going to war next year at the latest. Like I genuinely believe there's going to be at least at minimum more military involvement from the United States, regardless who's president, into a global war. And I foresee that because of the way things are, it is inevitable at this point. I don't foresee some sort of diplomatic, oh, well, they're all in it together, so they're just going to get rid of it. I don't foresee that happening because there are people that are actually diametrically opposed to what the West is doing.
I can't stand the attitude that we hear from a lot of people in Boca Raton, too, as well as Fiorella was just mentioning that. I think next year we're going to have American troops. Right now, people are okay with the way things are going. I hope we just continue to fund them and not have to get our American troops involved. It's awesome that this is happening this way. Israel's defending themselves. Ukraine is doing the same thing. We don't have to spill one drop of American blood. I'm like, why is that okay for you? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is that okay to be able to? I mean, yeah, we don't have American troops dying, but what about the blood that's on our hands from all these people we're killing? I mean, the mentality is such. It's still the G.I. Joe mentality, right? And the real sad thing about Donald Trump is that he's manufactured consent for his supporters, to be so pro-Zionist. There's a lot of people I know in South Florida, even with a big Jewish population, that was still like, very kind of cautious of the Zionist movement. They didn't want to spend all that money. They couldn't understand why Israel got so much funding from the United States that it came out of their taxpayer dollar. Now they're all for it. We need them. They're an ally in the Middle East. Like, no, we don't. Like, come on, let's get your head together. But I mean, this situation, so many things are coming from all ends, and I think Fiorella is absolutely right. Whether it be Kamala Harris, whether it be Donald Trump, war is coming. Winter is coming, so it's going to happen.
Man, these are dark times ahead. I'm just happy to be aligned with people like you guys, to where we can keep talking about the important issues, being consistent, applying our principles and courage and conviction throughout all of it. Whether election integrity, really, I think is the number one thing right now. Is on a day like today, to be discussing that and just discussing these values of anti-war and the anti-censorship. And being for the people and battling this oligarchy that I just don't know how we can convince enough people that the red and the blue is all theater. This making us afraid. You mentioned fear earlier, Fiorella. Mm-hmm. I think the fear factor is the biggest problem. It's the biggest syndrome. It's one of the biggest symptoms of Trump derangement syndrome, right? It's the biggest symptom is the fear. That's the thing. That's part of the disease. And I see in Hollywood right now, there are people very close to me. I can't even open up Facebook because they are going apeshit crazy right now. They are losing their effing marbles. I've never seen anything like it. It's way worse than 2020. It's way worse than 2016. I'm not exaggerating this, and I need you guys to understand this is happening right here with very reputable people with halfway, you would think they were intelligent people that know how to make film. They know the industry. They're good people. They make good decisions about their family. They make good decisions about life in general. But the fear gets in their brain. It's a contamination. Yeah. It is the virus. And they are scared to death that the world is going to end as soon as they announce that Trump has won his second term. They believe he's going to take everything away from us. And they also, at the same time, believe they have these things right now. They believe they have their democracy right now. They believe they have this way of life that is being protected by good people that are working hard for you. And we're doing the best we can with the information we have at the time, which is the COVIDian problem. That's the other fear. So the COVIDian, it's the same brain that gets contaminated with that fear. So you become this COVIDian, you become this Trump derangement syndrome person. And it's not, I don't think it's getting any better, at least in the Trump derangement part of it. I see them getting so vicious the viciousness, and the reason I can't go on Facebook, it's so disgusting to me. It's beyond a Twilight Zone script. It's like, imagine a world like Rod Sterling would say, imagine a world where the people that thought they were fighting against this evil entity, the MAGA, right? The MAGA is the evil entity. We have to stop them. So these people that thought they were the good guys fighting against this horrible person that was filled with rage and disgust and just, everything you don't want to have in your fellow human. They become that thing. They are the most cruel, vicious, angry people right now. I don't see MAGAs behaving that way. I see the people trying to stop that from happening behaving like this. It's so backwards. It's so twisted. I am so perplexed, and I understand this might be extreme in my neck of the woods. So I'm hoping it's not like this everywhere else.
You are in
It's
Hollywood,
really,
Matt.
Really,
Come on now.
it's really, really bad.
Yeah.
Guys, it's really, really
I know.
bad.
We know.
Leslie has been telling me this. How bad? Like friends like turning on each other. Like, oh, okay. this is the one. Thanks. That's oh, there we go. I guess it's over. Show's
They're
over,
calling it
guys.
538 electoral votes to Bibi Netanyahu.
I said that earlier. I said no matter what happens, Netanyahu will win this election.
He's undefeated.
Netanyahu's undefeated.
In the United States.
Exactly.
They're undefeated. He's undefeated.
Yeah.
But that's
Well, he only lost to what's his name, Naftali Bennett, so he can take a little bit of a vacation, come back, get his job and stuff. So
He fired what's his name? Yoav Gant or however you say
whatever his name is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it the
Try
Israeli
his
way.
name.
What's the cure? What's the cure for TDS? What's the cure? I don't know. I'm asking you guys.
CDS.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I think they you're not going to cure some of them. I think some of them are going to be this way forever. And some of them will break through eventually when something happens in their life where they can't, where that changes their mind, where they see the light. But I don't think you're going to get to everybody. I don't think that's the goal. I think the goal is everybody else, because when you look at the liberals, they're getting smaller and smaller. This group of people, you're right, they're strong in Hollywood. We definitely know. I definitely feel you on that. But at the same time, they're dwindling. I think what we also have to look out to is where we look for the answer. And if you look for the answer and Trump and Zionists and a bunch of people who are just going to replicate the same thing, but with the Republican Party, then you're not really looking for a solution. You're trying to recreate the same thing. And I even said that I had a discussion again with several people about this. As BRICS, like if BRICS is going to just follow what the UN does, it's not going to work, because the UN has failed. The UN is a failed institution. It needs to be, some people say reformed, some people say completely thrown out, but I think it's run its course. But when you talk about, a different creation of something, if you want to be different from what has been impeding us from developing, has been impeding us from doing and going where we're supposed to go, like in terms of US politics, has been impeding the American people from having power, from having a say in their government, from feeling protected and trusting of a government. If you wanted to feel that way, well, going into the other side of the coin is not the answer. And I think a lot of people in this election did just that. They hopped right into the Trump train when Trump has run, in my opinion, one of the most establishment campaigns he has. I mean, in 2016, he was actually going after Hillary Clinton for NAFTA. He was going after her for economic reasons, for foreign policy. He was actually positioning himself as a true outsider. In 2020, that diminished, and now that's diminished even further. So this is why it's hard for me to say that Trump is, has been persecuted to the point of like he's the most dangerous thing to the Democrats and blah, blah, blah. I just don't buy that, because if he were the most dangerous thing to the Democrats, he wouldn't have been president. He wouldn't have been allowed to be president and then run again and then come in and have all of the things he has, all the media that hyper focuses on him. They need Trump. If they want to keep you afraid, if they want to keep you people divided. They need Trump. He's great at what he does.
Oh.
He's great at dividing people, and so are the Democrats, and they keep dividing each other, and everybody else is just stuck in this endless cycle. Misty and I called it, and I don't know if you saw the tweet.
We saw the tweet. Yeah,
it was funny because it's like it's bittersweet because it's like, okay, yeah, we were right, but did we want to be right? Because this keeps repeating, and I'm not like it's been 2 election cycles that I've like been deep in the trenches and seen all this stuff, and now here we are, like I said, 8 years after 2016, and literally nothing has changed in terms of the way people keep falling for it. Yeah, I do think in the way people have just become more aware, and some people have left politics and been completely just done with it. But I do think that it's the same tactics. And it's very sad that people keep falling for the same type of strategy. Yeah. I don't buy the whole Trump is super dangerous.
The smartest assessment of strategy for voting was given to us by Lawrence O'Donnell in 2010, who used the Democratic Party as the example. And he says the only way you can get the Democratic Party, or fill in the blank of whatever party's nearest to you, the only way you can get them to do anything for you, because they're not going to do anything for you. And the only way to change that is you have to demonstrate to them that you're capable of not voting for them. So this is something we want to apply to everyone, everywhere. This should apply to the Republican Party as well. This is the only way for this to happen is for people to get out of their mindset of tribalism, and also to listen to any media ever again. They need to be done with the mainstream media and be able to hold these parties accountable. Then you can get away with this shit. Israel, AIPAC could spend any money they want on any candidate, any politician, RD, doesn't matter. If the people went at it with the power that we empowered ourselves and demonstrated that we have the capability of not voting for them, they would have to answer to us. Trump would have to answer to his MAGAs. He'd have to answer to the people that got fed up and they said, hey, we want something different. He'd have to say, oh shit, I got 100 million Allison money here, but I got all these people here saying they might not vote for me. I might have to say something. I might have to say something against Israel. I might have to do that. Because otherwise I'm not going to actually get the votes. And so we have to educate the people to be able to do that. And that's why I get so frustrated with these Trump derangement syndrome people, because I feel like if they could just get it out of their mind that they have to be in this tribe, we could actually do something, and make a statement against all of these stupid parties that think they can just control us with bullying and shaming and baiting and dumbing us down like Mark Ruffalo did. Sorry, I'm done.
I think the team sports mentality in the United States makes people just uber tribal, right? Like now you have to go along no matter what, right? And people close their mouths. I would suspect that the abortion issue, there's a lot of conservatives who really don't give a shit about that issue, who are really like not. I mean, there's the Christian right that cares deeply about it, like that's their number one issue. But there's a lot of conservatives or Republicans and people I met who are like, we don't give a shit about that. It's like not on their mind. But yet people keep pushing it down their throat, and people just go along with it to be uber tribal. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, it's a lot different when people say in public than what they do when they go in that booth. But I mean, as we continue to look at these numbers, I mean, this is so fascinating when you look at it too as well.
One back up.
I'm gonna put it back up.
Jungle Jer had said, or did you want to put? I like that
right
assessment.
Here. I got it right here. This one.
Okay.
I mean, okay. Let me click on this here.
Yeah.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Why is it so small? There it goes. I mean, look at these numbers. First of all, there's no results expected soon. It's been saying expected soon for hours.
God.
Arizona.
Oh my God. Their polls have been closed for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours.
Half the votes are in, 51%. Look how long they're holding that for. Arizona's another one, 51%. Look at Georgia. They said Georgia was called before. No, it went from 91 to 93%. She's less than 120,000 votes. I mean, Pennsylvania, about 120,000. Well, more than that. Excuse me, about what? About 100 and
they can't rig Pennsylvania.
170,000 votes.
Oh, it's only
This one here,
52.
less
Okay,
than
no, Michigan
200,000
50.
votes.
Well, I'm sorry. What was the percentage of Pennsylvania? What's percentage reporting?
86%.
86. They can't. How could they rig that one? Oh my God. Could they do it? They could do it. With 86, you have 14 left. Oh my God. Yeah.
Maine's close.
Maine's
I heard
only
New Hampshire
39.
was called for. Somebody called New Hampshire for Donald Trump. One network did. So I mean, not for Donald Trump, for Kamala Harris. So I mean, right now, if New Hampshire does belong to Kamala Harris, she's at 214, and she's closed the gap. She's one state away from tying this sucker up.
Yeah, I think she will get New Hampshire.
Yeah.
From the looks of it, because they were already calling it for her.
Yeah.
So I think she's going to get New Hampshire. Pennsylvania, it looks like she's going to get, right? Or no, this
Pennsylvania's
is
up for grabs. This is if she wins this right
if
here.
she wins Pennsylvania, then
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and in this particular map that I'm showing, like I said, I gave Trump Georgia. I mean, there's so many ways. This is the one you can refill in. This is the actual one right here. Yeah. So that's back to there, and then we go here.
Yeah.
Back to there.
So you're giving her Georgia.
I'm giving Trump Georgia.
Yeah, you're giving Trump Georgia,
and
you're giving her Pennsylvania. Yeah, they can't. If one of them gets both, it's done.
But look at this. This is from Jungle Jerry. You put this up earlier, Craig. This shows that yes, you can give him Georgia. She can take Pennsylvania, Nevada, or Arizona, and if you do the math there, he only needs 40, right? Because he's at 230. So you could do that with a 41. If you just do
Now what I said is what he put it back up. What he put up, but it doesn't make a difference because all these 6 states are in play. They're all in play. She can win all 6 of these states right now, and we've seen this before, very recently. And these are all the states that Donald Trump was like ready to just. I remember I was screaming to Fiorella, they're going to call Wisconsin after this commercial break, and we come back and Cuomo's, starts getting all jumpy because here it goes. Wisconsin now just flipped, Pennsylvania flipped, Georgia flipped, Arizona. Arizona was the one they called early for Biden, I think, and a lot of people got pissed off about it. Or was it Nevada? One of the other two. But I mean, this is all in play right now. This is all in play.
Yeah.
I think
they're just holding on to this. They're holding on to Nevada. Wow,
that's the one. There we go.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to wait a little bit for these results to come in because I don't think they're gonna show them until after.
They're holding on them. And have we seen an announcement for Donald Trump come out and talk? They're gonna steal it again.
Well,
I said it, the radical left.
He's saying that there's election. They're stealing it in Pennsylvania. That's what he's saying.
Was he saying that?
Yeah, he is. He went on Fifth Show and said it.
By the way, how do we change our name here? Because Morgan Carey got mad at me for not.
Yeah, you gotta go to the name. There's a setting. Okay, you're gonna grab the name change. That's good because we need to give Fee her name title under her. So yeah, you should come back with both you guys in the same bubble. Man, oh man, I did not know we were going to be going 9.5 hours. Wow, we have been live 9.5 hours, guys. This is insane. What an insane day. The election coverage, all day special. This is the most important election of our lifetime. No, really, we mean it this time. This is for real, super duper real. You guys, this is the one. This is the one. The one we'll remember forever. This election today. The results not in yet. Let's see. I think they got the name deck. There we go. Fiorella and Pasta. Truthwire. Love it. Love it. We got the logo up in the top. We got the homeless left. We got Pasta to go. We're doing our selection coverage 2024. Let me just throw this one up one more time for the night because Fiorella didn't get to see this one, and I thought it was pretty cool. Just a little lead in we'll just call it our last segment of the night. We don't know how long it's going to go, but we'll just call this the final act. And we'll go as long as we need to go. Here we go. This is it.
Okay. And we're back.
We
Wow.
are back for the
I
final
love that one.
act.
That was really cool. Really
Yeah.
official.
Oh, we are official. I got my suit and tie. Oh, that's good. Look at that. There it is.
Is it on loop?
It just no, there we
And
go.
we're back, ladies
And
and
we are back.
gentlemen.
This suit and tie might look totally acceptable and presentable for any MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News audience until they see the bottom half of the tie, which is actually, wait, why is it not coming up green? This is, what the hell happened? So as you can see, this is supposed to be a Palestinian tie I've had on all day. You can't see the bottom of it. Would
No, it
not be
looks
allowed
blue.
into the studio of any of the mainstream media, studios today, which is why, as you guys know, we do this independently. This is independent media. This is what we have to do because the mainstream media won't do the job of journalism. They do the job of propaganda. And that's why we're here right now with the Fiorella and Pasta Truthwire team. Me, Matt Weinglass, with the homeless left on Rumble. We've been banned and terminated from YouTube. We know, Fiorella, you've been terminated from YouTube. We all been demonetized as well. So big tech is trying to work hard to stop us, but we keep going at it and we keep fighting back. And that's why we're glad you guys have been able to tune in with us this evening. We've been going, man, we are in our 9th hour. Wow, this is insane. But we are doing it into the night. Let's see how much more gas we have. I didn't get an intern to go get me some coffee. I don't have an intern. That was a joke. But I wouldn't be mean to them if I did have one. I'd ask them really nice. Please, can you go get me some coffee? Thank you. No, I don't have. So whatever. We'll keep going. Natural high here, baby. Natural high. Okay, pass it over to you guys. What do you got right now? Where are we at mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically? Where are we at right now, team?
I want to send a shout out to Jesse Jett, the artist. He wrote in Aaron Bushnell today. I thought that was a really awesome.
Oh, you guys know I wrote in somebody because I didn't vote for.
Did you write? Who'd you write in?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Oh.
I can't tell you.
I wanted to write in Vladimir Putin.
Because it was the only one.
Oh my gosh.
I wrote in that somebody's that I think will piss people off, but I just couldn't bring myself to vote for anybody. I probably would have voted, Green or the Socialist Party, but I just didn't really feel like any of those candidates did it for me. But I wasn't gonna vote. I wasn't gonna vote at all. But because I went in and I did everything, I was like, okay, well, I'll write somebody in and vote for the amendment for marijuana because that's a necessity in Florida. But other than that, yeah, I'm at a place where I don't care about who wins. I really don't care. I think I see if Harris wins, obviously there's going to be a push for the usual Ukraine war and all that stuff, right? But what I want to know is what I'm looking at more so is in terms of Harris versus Trump, how is the public going to react if we have a Harris presidency? All these people, as usual, are going to just go back to not caring about what's happening in Gaza. And I do see that that's going to be, they say they're going to push them left. They never do. They keep repeating this. We're going to hold their feet to the fire. We're going to hold them accountable. That never happens, ever. It hasn't happened the last 2 terms. But with the Trump presidency, simultaneously what you get is from the other end, Trump can do no wrong. And he's just going to continue doing amazing things. And from the liberals, you just get constant focus on Trump and then nothing else. So either way, I just see it being utilized that way. However, one thing I have said before is if Kamala Harris wins, I think that will be a punch in the gut to a lot of people, a lot of not just Trump supporters, because yes, they'll be really pissed off, but people who really voted against her in third party. I think that would actually create more of an impetus for those outsiders and outside independent groups, because yeah, you're going to have the usual liberals going about, but you're not going to have everybody else. And I think that's a better outcome than Trump getting the hold. And then you're going to have I don't believe for a second that he would prevent a war. Not for a second. I know a lot of people do. I don't. You're going to have like Trump come in, and it's going to be more of like the focus on him from both ends. And that's kind of the only downside that I do see with Trump. Do I see him as perhaps, war in Ukraine? Yeah, but it would shift somewhere else. So I'm not, for either of them, but I'm almost at the point where I just want it all to like just collapse, because I don't see a way out. What we're doing, what are the people who govern us are doing in our name is disgusting, and it's going to kill everybody. So if there's a way to accelerate people to do something to stop it, I see that as a potential plus, but no horse in the race at this point.
At this point, hold on.
Oh, wait, go for it.
We have breaking news in Arizona. Ruben Gallego is leading Kari Lake by 100,000 votes in Arizona for the Senate race.
Ruben is a Democrat. I'm assuming.
He is.
Okay.
He is. And I made a prediction today that Donald Trump would win, and it would piss me off because it would make everybody go back to going to sleep when it came to election integrity, right? Like our cause, my cause, whatever you want to say. And it was going to like, he won, so we got the election straight, when nothing has really changed. Things are just as bad today as they were in 2020, if not, they're permanent, these rules. Some of the rules were temporary because of the COVID restrictions. They made them permanent in Arizona, in Vegas, Nevada. So, we're moving in the wrong direction. And, the Republicans have been so duped to pay attention to immigrants. Immigrants are stealing their election. And this is something that Catherine Austin Fitts has warned people about. Don't get duped on it, Republicans. They're trying to move you on digital IDs. They're trying to move you on the grids. How are you going to close down the border? How are you going to stop immigrants from stealing your elections? Digital IDs. That's what they want to do. And I suspected, and I made a prediction that Donald Trump would win the election, but they would pick two other high-ranking Republicans, one like Kari Lake and one like whoever, and they would lose, and they would blame immigrants for that. So they would use that to make sure that, we can't let people like Kari Lake, she's great, she's beautiful, we can't let her lose, so we got to stop immigrants from voting, and this is what J.D. Vance is there for, Peter Thiel, getting people on the grid. So that is interesting, because Donald Trump is losing. He's beating, I think, really quickly. Let's pull this up. I think he's beating in Arizona. He's beating Kamala Harris by 13,000 votes. But in the Senate race, Kari Lake is losing by over 100,000 votes, right? I don't know. That math does not add up to me.
How does that? Yeah. How does the
that math doesn't add up to me, because wherever Kari Lake went, Donald Trump was with her. I've been to an event at Florida for Kari Lake, and there's a lot of people there.
But he's barely beating Kamala.
He's barely beating Kamala, but for state senator, Ruben Gallego has a very sizable lead. So I don't know. Math doesn't add up to me, but not saying it's not possible.
But yeah, that's going to be what they say, though, because Arizona does have a lot of
immigrants and whatnot. So it's the perfect spot to do that. And I guarantee you, she's going to blame the cartels. And I like Kari Lake. There's a lot of things I like about it. The things I don't like about her: anti-China, anti-immigrant. Still thinking that the cartels operate on their own without the help of the CIA. We had Scott Ritter on the show, and Scott Ritter said, plain and simple, the cartels work for the CIA. And we know this. You can provide some historical context by just looking at Iran-Contra. They got exposed. The CIA was using the Bolivian cartels as well as some of the Mexican cartels to run cocaine into the United States, turn it into crack, sell that money, buy weapons, give it to the Contras. We know this. Nothing has changed. But yet people in Congress, especially Republicans, want to make a bill that allows them to go into Mexico without the permission of the Mexican government to take out the cartels. And these are the ways they get there. situations like this. And that's been a shame because they've been trying to catch the fraudsters in a fraudulent system rather than just concentrating instead of let's look at the rolls. No, eliminate the rolls. Make sure that the rolls people have to go to the precincts. If you have a mail-in system, a mass mail-in system, and you allow that to stand, if you have drop boxes, if you have 70% of your election conducted with absentee mail-in ballots, you'll never have a fair elections. They didn't hack away at that. You know what I'm saying? They should have eliminated ballot harvesting. Is the first thing they should have done, eliminated all ballot harvesting. Go after one thing. They didn't do that. They tried to spread out and we're going to catch the fraudsters. Who is it? It's China. It's the cartels.
It's the ghost of Hugo Chavez.
Thank you.
So, hey, I hate to interrupt, but we have some breaking news from CNN. Now, AP is not announcing this right now, but CNN is. This is huge.
And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very highly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes.
She would need to get all of them, right?
Not all of them.
She would
So
need
182. So how long ago was that? That's got to be an old one.
So they're putting, I'm just saying, like, AP's not caught up to this. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why CNN is ahead of AP, because Google is linked to AP and they still aren't giving Trump those votes.
No. This is AP, correct?
No, this is CNN, because when you go to Google, it's linked to the AP numbers, and it's saying that AP has not called for Georgia yet. It's saying that right now on Google through using the AP numbers, they're keeping Trump at 230. Yet on CNN, they have him at 246. So there's a discrepancy there. I'm trying to figure out where CNN is getting this.
But Harris, because Harris has 210 in the Google.
Oh, that's interesting. So they're behind. They're not giving Harris the 210, but yet they're. So what? I just want to see, why is the AP and CNN so off from each other? That's my question.
It's
and this
interesting.
Was they're so off on both of them in 2 different directions. It's so
they're giving Trump extra and they're subtracting like 30 almost from Harris.
Yeah. This is wild. So this is coming on the Twitter feed, but when you go to Google, and we've been looking at the Google numbers, considering those kind of semi-official when it comes to AP reporting.
They are the official one.
They're completely off. How interesting. Yeah, it still says right now on Google, on the AP is saying 210 for Harris, but only 230 for Trump.
I wonder if CNN didn't get the memo.
It could be one of those scenarios where they did not. That is funny. They didn't get the memo. Oh my God.
I bet there's a phone call. Hey guys, because you all saw the what is it, the fake, or we were just testing out the results of predicting Kamala winning, and
that was just a test. It was a test.
You don't need to test these graphics. You can test them, but what are the chances of, like, that's not how it works, because I've been in the studio. That's not how it works. You just put up a graphic. That's it. You, unless you're like playing, and it wasn't like the map that they were testing. It was just like the results.
Yeah.
So you could test the map. You could test the map and see, zoom in, zoom out. That you could test. But for them to like say that they're testing like the graphic of the results, like the literal table with just like the letters, that you don't need to test that. Like and this isn't the first time. They did it 4 years ago as well, and they've done it several times. So I honestly don't trust a lot of what they're saying.
I mean, but it's like, what is their audience? So their audience is okay with this. Their audience is okay. If I'm watching CNN right now, I've seen this. This happened 8 minutes ago. That they're reporting that Donald Trump won Georgia. So if that changes later, and they use the test logic, it's just this is unbelievable. I mean, maybe
Well, they did it. They're not going to be able to use the test logic because this is live now. But what they will be able to say is, "Oh, we got new information."
Yeah, we got new
And
information.
like that's what they did last time. But yeah, I honestly, it's confusing for viewers. I mean, is there a way we can put them side by side? I mean, this is like
Let's see.
crazy.
I think we could. Let me see. I don't know if we've ever shared two things at once from two different things, but let me.
Yeah.
I can go back and forth. Let's see. So, hey Jayme, could you update our Google map while I go grab the I'm just gonna stay on Twitter here and see if I get any more new updates because these are just clips coming in. People are posting. They're just minutes, like we're a couple minutes off.
BB. Yes, correct, Jayme. BB has the most.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, BB gets the grant. He gets to have the accumulation of both of them. So he's at 440. Yeah, wow, good job, BB. That's a hard one to catch. Yeah.
He didn't even have to do much campaigning,
No, and when he comes to DC, he gets his laundry done, and then he just has to go in and say a few things and get some standing ovations and get back on a plane, go home, and it's with his clean clothes. It's pretty remarkable. That's it. That's all he's got to do. That's
Okay, so just to reiterate to everybody, what we're looking at here, this is the Google map that is from the AP. Okay.
Can you scroll that to the top? Jayme, scroll to the top so we could see. Yeah, there we go.
Exactly. So you have 210 for Harris, they're giving her, and 230 for Trump. Okay. But if you go to CNN, they have for Trump, how much?
Yeah. Let me grab that one again. Sorry. I got this. Okay. So so for CNN,
it's like 50 electoral votes off.
Because they're not updating Kamala with the ones. Okay. So this is here we go. Okay.
And it's directly from their website.
Oh yeah.
Y'all. So who's right? Because if we go by CNN's, it looks more favorable for Trump. If we go to the AP, it's still neck and neck.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know which one of them is gonna. I mean, I guess AP could catch up with Trump, and I guess CNN could catch up with Harris, and they can both be like locked and can be completely aligned. All you would have to do is just update the final number. Not final number, but the most current number, I guess, should be 210 for Harris and 246 for Trump. That's what it should say right now.
Yeah.
210 and 246. But we can't see that anywhere. Nobody is posting 210 to Harris, 246 to Trump. But that's what if the information they're getting is accurate, that should be what it said somewhere. And I'm not seeing that posted anywhere. Nobody is reporting 210, 246. So interesting. Where are they getting their info? Who's making that call? Who's going on their headset and saying, make the call, 246 Trump, do it? Where's that coming from?
Can you pull up the CNN?
Yeah.
Or can we? Okay, there we go. So CNN called it for Georgia for Trump.
Yeah.
But the AP has not called it. And they have Harris at 182, which is not 210.
No.
It's significantly less. It's 28 less than that. So
yeah.
More than that, excuse me.
Yeah.
So what exactly is going on?
I don't know. Have you ever seen anything like this, Fiorella? You've covered elections, so many of them. Have you seen anything like this on two legit, what is considered legit place to get your information from, CNN, AP, that they be so off right now at such a significant critical moment, I would think, for so many people that are glued to their devices right now?
Yeah, from what I recall, they were more in unison with their numbers that they suddenly got before. So we were discussing, you heard, right?
Everything.
Yeah, it's the so are we
2:00 we're going 2 a.m. we're going to go live with WBAI in New York. They had
So-
some people in the studio. They had to get do the little set at 1 o'clock. So we're going to go at 2 o'clock.
Wow.
Wow.
2 a.m. in New York, which will be 11 p.m. on the West Coast. So hopefully by then, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure there's a lot of New Yorkers who are staying up all night to try to figure out what the results are going to be. So they're going to hear our voice live in Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, a.k.a. Shaolin, Long Island, Queens. My borough is thorough. That's where they're doing right there. So, but hold on.
I'm going to go get something to drink. My
Yeah,
mouth
there's
is
drinks
dry.
and food. There's pizza.
I'll be right back.
Help yourself. Fam? Exactly. Moving over. Moving over. Oof.
So we're looking at the inconsistencies of the current reportings where CNN has Trump at 246, Harris at 182. Meanwhile, if Jayme, if you can bring up the other one again with the AP reporting through Google, it's still stuck with Trump at 230. But the funniest part about this is that they have Harris at 210, where CNN doesn't even mention that. So something is really, really off with these guys and how they're communicating information when Trump seems to be further along on the CNN poll, or not poll. These are like statistics coming in like in real time. He's got the 246 and she's got 210 on AP, but they aren't aligned at all. Their information is not lining up whatsoever. What are your thoughts on that, Pasta?
Well, it's not that odd, right? Certain networks can call it and certain ones won't. I mean, last time we had this in 2020, we had the whole Nevada situation where I think Fox, of all people, that's where you heard Donald Trump say that. And don't listen to Fox News, switch over to Newsmax because they know how to call a race, because they called it early and they refused to take it down as it was close. I mean, I think that's why you see the hesitancy.
Yeah.
Hesitancy. It's late. We're on 10 hours over here. Hesitancy.
Look at this. Right. This is funny. Look at that.
Georgia right now.
AP. Look at that. Oh, wait. CNN. Look at that. Oh, wait. Never mind that. Go back to AP. I mean, I'm just saying, it's kind of fun. I think it's kind of fun. It's kind of amusing. I mean, if you really were on the edge of your seat right now, you'd be very confused, right? I mean, if you cared so much and you're like, wait a minute, why am I getting missed messages? I thought these guys were supposed to be stopping misinformation, right? Google and CNN, they're working tirelessly around the clock to protect us from misinformation. And yet we are completely confused by them. This isn't coming from keyboard warriors in their grandma's basement. This is coming from CNN and from AP. Trump 230, Harris 210 from the AP right now, live. This is a live statistic. This is not a screenshot. This is on Google right now. You guys can go to Google right now, Google election results, and you will get the updated information from AP, Trump 230, Harris 210. But go over to CNN and they're saying Trump 246, Harris 182. The protectors of the information that we need to see and the silencers of the disinformation and malinformation we don't need to see because it'll corrupt our brains. CNN, AP, doing their job, yet not reporting the same information at the same time. I thought it was worth a little aha moment, I would say. Aha. So there we are right now. I know Pasta is working tirelessly on getting some more engagements as we go through the evening. I know right now we're coming up on 10 o'clock Pacific time. If you guys have been watching us, we are 10 hours through. This is a 10-hour feed. We might be going into a hour number 11. Wait, no. 10-hour feed. No, yeah, 10-hour feed. We're going into the next hour here soon. Now, East Coast, you guys are at 1 a.m. now, coming up on 1 a.m. Okay, what do we got now? We are looking at we have 71 71.5%.
This is Nevada is finally starting to report.
This is Nevada coming in, and it just looked like Trump was at 75. Now he's at 71. Okay.
It's at 4%.
Okay, it's at 4%, but we see the discrepancy here between 71% to 27, with very little reported so far. Why did they wait so long for this? I think we kind of might guess why they waited. They were looking for if the numbers were just close enough where they could hold off on this, and they realized, no chance. There's no way they can make up this difference, 71 to 27, right, Jayme? There's no way that could be made up.
Oh, I mean, at 4%? Actually, I think this might be at 5%. Yeah, they can make that up easily.
What part of Nevada has been reported, or is it a general overall report?
They haven't reported Las Vegas or Reno.
Oh, okay. Well, those are the main populated
the cities
areas.
always go Democrat. So
that would go. Those will both go Democrat. Specifically, Las Vegas would, for sure. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, but at least they're on the map now. At least they're on the map.
Yeah, they're only a few hours late. We could have used that a while ago.
They're almost 3 hours past the closing of the polls. Wow. It took them almost 3 hours to get us 5% reporting. Holy crap.
The biggies are still Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, they called Virginia at like 83%.
Mm-hmm.
But they haven't called Georgia, and it's at like 94%. They haven't called Pennsylvania, and it's at Pennsylvania is at 90%. So it's kind of weird how they decide it. I guess they just look at the cities, and if the cities are done reporting, then they can probably determine.
Nevada's got some reporting?
Yep. 5%.
What do they have so far?
5% or 6%, and Trump at 70%. But no Las Vegas, no Reno.
Okay, yeah. And Las Vegas and Reno, I'm going to definitely go to Kamala, right? So, I mean,
assume so.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, Georgia's finally been called.
Yes.
For Trump.
There we go.
Oh, over here.
There's your 246.
Yeah.
There's your 246, and there's your 210. Okay, it caught up. They both caught up with each other. CNN and AP caught up with each other. Great. Okay.
And you know what that means? We're at 456 for BB.
All right.
Oh God.
No matter who wins a state, BB wins the race.
I mean, he's just getting so far out of range. There's no way to catch him now. But oh well, it was worth a try. It's worth a try. Okay. Well, if we do the math, I think we're seeing some similarities between 4 years ago.
Ooh.
We're seeing the Pennsylvania.
He stretched out his lead a little bit though.
Yeah, it's 90%.
Huh?
It's
over 200,000. Over 200,000 lead.
I mean, look how close Georgia is, though. Like about 130,000.
94%. Yeah.
They finally called it on the AP. Pennsylvania's got a bigger lead, but they still got 10% to go. I guess Pennsylvania has some sketchy election stuff there. That's why they can't call it.
It's 19 electoral votes. How many does he have?
He's at 246.
So that will bring him to 265. So Pennsylvania won't get him over the top.
No, but Nevada would with Pennsylvania. But he's got 59% in Michigan. He's got almost 200,000 votes there. And
hey, it looks like Nevada is already at 19% reporting. And he's still at 57.
Oh, wow.
19% in. He's at 57.
Still no Vegas. Reno went for Trump.
Yeah, I figured I figured between Reno and Las Vegas, I was going to bank on Trump for Reno. Yeah.
So the whole rest of the state could go Trump, but Vegas could swing it to I was going to call her Hillary, but Kamala.
Is it? I'm honestly, guys, I'm reflecting on a time where I used to sit around and watch this on TV, right? Remember when CNN first came out, it was the 24-hour news, and then we got to our election. My first time voting was in I guess I'll be giving away a little more of my age here, but I guess 1996 was my first one voting, but I was paying attention before that. I was paying attention in 92 when I couldn't vote. But I remember the CNN coverage and looking at these states. It never once crossed my mind, and I'm sure neither of you two either, that the reporting that was being done wasn't 100% honest. I mean, it never crossed my mind. I was just sitting there going, oh, let's see what's it going to be, Clinton, Perot, all that stuff. I mean, and then 96, I mean, that one was a lot easier to see the winner. It was obviously Bob Dole didn't have a chance against Bill Clinton, but just to see the numbers come in, and I remember being excited about being part of that process and voting and just feeling excited about it. And it never once crossed my mind that anybody was working tirelessly behind the scenes, looking for ways to spin, to deceive, to withhold, to misinform, to manipulate, to lie, steal, cheat, swindle, bribe, blackmail. I mean, it never crossed my mind. And here we are, fast forward all these years later, here we are trying to report as honestly as we can, knowing that these are the things we're talking about at this time of night. We're actually talking about these things. Where are they looking to do this? What are they conspiring to do right now? Are they looking to get away with this in this state, this in that state? These are the conversations we're having now. And I just want to point that out, what a drastic change of mindset that is, and to let people know if you've had this similar experience. It's really sad that it's come to this, but you know what? That's why we're doing this. That's why we're here doing this, because these conversations have to happen, and they have to be done in an honest way. And we can't let the mainstream dominate these discussions and this information flow every election cycle, let alone any given weeknight of news being fed to us, which is all bullshit. We have to do this job. That's all I'm saying. Just wanted to throw that out.
So they finalized Nebraska. So Trump took 4 of the 5, and Harris got 1 of the votes there. So that's why we got up to 247. Chase Oliver has fallen to 5th place. Robert Kennedy got more votes than Chase Oliver nationwide.
Can you show me that whole map one more time? Because I'm trying to figure out how I'm trying to almost. All right. So what are we missing on?
Well, Alaska's probably going to go. That's 3. That's going to go to Trump. So that'll put him at 250. And then he only
I was trying to figure out a way where it was like he was less than 3 away or 3 away from getting it. And then Alaska gets called. And Alaska's the last state that puts Trump over the top. As you can see, FAM has capitulated and is voting for Donald Trump. She's wearing red. I'm wearing pink because I'm almost halfway there.
So what's the latest numbers? 247 to 310.
If you show it down a little bit, can you scroll down a little bit, Jayme? The other way. So up. I'm sorry. So she can see the numbers. Yeah, 247 with them calling Georgia.
They CNN and caught up. Yeah.
Pennsylvania's got 19.
CNN caught up?
Well, CNN and AP caught up with each other, and they did
Right now, Trump just needs Pennsylvania, Alaska, and that 1 extra vote from Maine, and that'll get him to 270.
That's it. The Maine vote.
Because he's taking 1 of the 4 votes of Maine at the moment, if that holds.
She is.
Let me show you this. This is a.
Maine is not a winner take all. Maine is like 4 electoral votes, and I think it gets split up. So
like Nebraska.
Yes.
Yeah. So the Senate race, Democrats are losing 2. Republicans have a majority.
Who are they losing?
I don't know. I can't find that information. I'm searching for it. I couldn't find it.
Marco Rubio, go to Texas quickly.
It just went.
It
just went down 1. No,
he beat Colin Eldridge. Just double check that.
I heard it was Marco.
Hold on, that's the House. Let me go over.
And then in the House, they picked up some of the. They were down 3. Now they're only down 1.
Ted Cruz did win.
Ted Cruz won.
Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, same thing.
Well, they're both Gusanos to me.
Gusanos. Dude, he won big. He won by 1 million votes. Yeah. Rick Scott won there.
Adam Schiff for Brains won again. God, I wish he could go away, man. He is the Democrats' version of Lindsey Graham.
So Ohio went to Bernie Moreno, who he beat out Sherrod Brown.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. So these are the changes in Senate right here for the races. Wow.
Well, Tom Hawley won.
Ohio. Wow. Ohio's big. But in Minnesota.
Amy Klobuchar.
How did I know that was coming from you? I knew she had to do a Marissa Tomei sooner or later. Amy Klobuchar. So I'm going to go live. We are going to go live.
Wait, so this is different? We can't. It's not this?
No, it's not this at all.
Oh, okay. All right. So we have to go.
Oh, I thought you said you're doing 2 a.m.
Oh, Tim Kaine was close.
Okay.
We're going to go live at 2 o'clock with WBAI. By the way, our song that we get introduced to is the Wu-Tang Clan.
Nice.
So what it said, gets to do a news radio show in New York while being introduced by the Wu-Tang. Checks box.
Alaska's reporting now 15%
in Alaska.
Holy sh!
It's actually closer than I thought it would be.
This might
They got
be,
guns out there.
Wait, so look, the countdown, because you guys have a 2 a.m. That's do you have something before that? Are we on this? Are we no? Okay.
We got time with you, buddy.
This could end within the hour.
Is your map still viable or no? If he takes, because he took Georgia like your map. He's taken.
So I left these plain.
You
right
left
now.
these plain.
So in this one, he has one of those over there.
Uh-huh.
So it's still viable. But this gets them over the top.
Yeah. But if Kamala, your map, it was like you had Kamala.
No, I said, yeah, if you want to go blue.
If you go blue.
You go blue and all the ones that are left.
There's no way she's going to get all this.
Yeah.
If you go blue.
But we did say that last time too with Biden.
We're talking about
then she wins.
Wisconsin, Michigan,
Yes.
Pennsylvania,
Yes.
Nevada.
Yes.
No,
Arizona?
She can't get Pennsylvania. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, Nevada's looking good for
It was still the night last time, guys.
Nevada's at 75% right now, and Trump is holding on.
Where?
In Nevada. Las Vegas has started reporting, and
If
Trump
he
is
gets
still
Nevada,
up.
there's no way, right?
Put that up. Let me see. So what's Nevada? Oh, you can go back. You don't have to get that close. But
These are the votes.
how much is into the vote?
75%.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know how
This is it right here.
Close that. I don't know how you close that.
Let me see if I go over to my map real quick.
Wait, and
I don't think he doesn't need Nevada to win. Like right now, he needs
Doesn't get him over
Pennsylvania.
the top.
If he gets Pennsylvania, he doesn't need Nevada.
Wait, is Jill Stein not on the Nevada?
Nobody's voting for Jill Stein in Nevada.
I just thought that was interesting.
Oh, she might not be on the
That's one
ballot.
part. They don't care about a green policy.
I'm saying that she got nothing. She got nothing.
She might have been in this. None of the. Oh wait,
She's
no,
in
they
the
have none of the
11th
above.
She's in
Look
the
at
11th.
that, none of the above be Chase Oliver and Joel Golson.
Pennsylvania. It comes down to Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Well,
He
yeah.
already got Georgia.
I mean,
Trump
my
already
God, Pennsylvania.
Well, these four states were the
It comes
biggies
down to
that people were
Pennsylvania.
talking about all season long.
So if she gets Pennsylvania, what? She still has to get a bunch
Something
of other
else.
states.
What's up, big dog?
No,
How you
she kind of
doing?
needs all four of these, or three of the four.
Pennsylvania. What's it at right now?
It's at 90% still.
It's been holding.
No, they're gonna do something weird. 90,
Yeah.
and he's winning.
By 200,000 votes.
There's no way. I mean,
We-
way. I know there's a way, but
Fam.
Legitimately speaking, chat. There's no way.
I threw a chair against the wall last time because
Yeah,
I
I mean,
had
if-
$2 on Wisconsin for Trump.
Okay.
2-1.
Guys, we have a report about on NBC. They're discussing.
Hold on.
Okay. A few minutes ago, it was reported on X. There's a feed. I'm going to share this right now. This is a report. They're going to discuss what is being coming out of the Kamala Harris campaign office. Let's see what is being reported. This is on NBC just a few minutes ago.
It's on MSNBC.
Oh.
No, it's NBC.
NBC. Okay, go ahead.
We can't hear it.
I have it full blast.
We can't hear it.
In the room wanted, so you start hearing several dozen people start chanting music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music. Events taking place at a hotel not far from here. The situation there.
See if you can get another feed. We can't even hear it.
I'm gonna read the tweet instead from
Please,
Wyatt,
man.
from our friend Wyatt Reed. NBC reports they've turned off the news feed at Harris HQ and are playing music instead. It's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks. At nearby Harris event, the situation there was described as that of a funeral, exactly what they deserve for sponsoring so many in Palestine. Thank you, Wyatt Reed, for the report on that. That was a few minutes ago.
That's stinging.
There it is.
Yep.
This time you can actually read it.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. But you're not gonna be able to hear it because it's such a bad video. But
You guys know that the New York Times has said that Trump has a 90% chance of winning the election with 301 electoral votes.
Fam, I've been down this road before.
Okay,
they're getting ready for
We,
Plan
we've
B,
got
though.
we've got another group that's called the election already.
Oh, here we go.
They called it. They called it for NVIDIA with all the AI technology, so they can surveil us. NVIDIA is going to be the other big winner next to Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh,
These things have been great. We got the oligarchs one. We got the BB one.
I'm not buying that one. I this is the one. This is
that's
really
fun. Yeah.
Israel.
Why not both? They can both be winners.
They can both be.
They go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand.
AI.
Pegasus. They use Pegasus.
Yeah.
Yeah, AI, Big Brother. It's all good.
They work together.
Mhm.
Green and yellow, green and gold's working together.
Green and yellow make blue.
Yeah. Oh,
That's how they're really going to win.
I think this
Let's
is
go. Let's take a second.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Let's take a second.
Okay.
Hold on.
Wait, take a second.
Let's
We
take a
have
second.
breaking
Well,
news.
hold on. Let me get it.
Hold
Hold
on.
on.
Get things
Hold on. Here we go.
And here is Alex Jones.
We want to welcome you all back to Infowars.com. Buy my penis juice if you need some help. Get some vitamin C, some zinc to go in. It's there. You can look how thin I am. I'm calling it now. The deep state has lost. We have defeated the deep state. They are going down. It's over now. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. Infowars.com. Please take a look. Let's see what he has to say. I want to see what this number.
He has lost weight, though.
He's lost a ton of weight.
He looks like
Wow.
Joe Rogan.
So excited.
Yeah,
I
he
want to
does look a
celebrate
little like
early,
Joe
but we've
Rogan.
got our champagne glasses, and everyone on Twitter is really excited. And a little cherry on top is Bitcoin is up over 8%. So again, right? If you have any crypto, this is really good for you, and it is telling. So I'm glad that you announced it first, right here on Infowars.
Well, the globalists want us to be poor to control us. The truth is humans have unlimited resources. We can do anything.
That is the truth.
And I just want to say I love the crew. They put up with me because I'm so intense. And I just want to say we've been through hell here. And the crew's been through hell, and Owen and all of us. But it's been worth it. And even if they shut us down next week, we'll continue on. And it's just a fitting end if we are shut down, because it'll just explode us even bigger like Tucker Carlson. And we don't give up because they try to convince us we failed. No, you failed. You've been total tyrants, and the world sees it. And so make a tyrant act like a tyrant.
I think that's what's happening, right? And I think when we were talking about the typical voters that would vote Democrat, so these male Black voters, the Hispanic voters, I mean, how insulting do you think it was when she was putting on these fake accents at these town halls, or when you have Obama that's emasculating a group of young Black men? Like, they're not, everyone is fed up with it, and they're showing it in the votes. So good job, America.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! But there's still a chance they can steal it. He doesn't declare. Explain that, Owen. Explain that, Harrison. That's key. I know everybody pretty much gets it. We need to go through the technicals.
Well, look, again, the numbers, it's over. I mean, Georgia is done. There's no way. I don't know. I haven't gotten any new updates, so I don't know if they're pausing it and rigging it. They've already announced that there's 50,000 ballots about to come into Philadelphia and another 40,000 tomorrow. I mean, they don't even hide it anymore. They're just saying what they're going to do. And of course, every single one of those will be for Harris.
Yeah, well, that's with Georgia.
And that's, guess what?
Went up to 250.
Exactly the number that they'll need. So, I mean, this is ludicrous. But let's just say we stop them from cheating. And maybe it's a trap. I mean, honestly, Alex, I'm looking at this like, is it a trap? Are they just going to let the Democrats do this and then catch them in the act? And then, you know, like Trump has been saying, law enforcement on the scene, we're watching. So are they going to let him drop 100,000 ballots in Philadelphia and then catch them? Are they going to do the same thing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, where they're losing right now, also losing the Senate races? The Democrats are about to lose a lot of political power. And if we know anything about these people, they will do anything for political power. They will lie, cheat, and steal. And we are in the midnight hour right now. So look, if we didn't have the most corrupt times in American history, this election is over. Trump already has 270. It's done. He'd declare. We'd be popping the bottles, clinking the glasses, smoking the cigars. Unfortunately, that's not where we're at. Now, it's being reported from inside the Trump headquarters that Trump has prepared his victory speech and he's getting ready to take the stage and declare victory. But they're not going to, the mainstream media is all in on the steal right now. Fox, MSNBC, CNN, none of them will declare Georgia. None of them will declare Pennsylvania. Those states are over. And the fact they won't declare tells me they're getting ready for shenanigans. So, I mean,
Exit. Okay, so enough of that.
Enough of Owen.
Is that his name?
They called New Hampshire. New Hampshire for Harris.
Do you want to see what's going on?
We're now 461 for BB.
Hey, do you guys want to see what's going on over at MSNBC? Apparently, Kamala is not going to speak tonight, no matter what happens.
She's pulling a Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
She's not speaking?
Well,
I heard
listen,
she was
this is what's
hungover
happening. I'm going to show you guys this. This is happening right now. This is posted by Hotspot like 2 minutes ago. Here we go.
Fee's favorite politician, Jen Psaki.
And I think it's important to say that, you know, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. She had Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every
Queen
prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties. She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think it's important to say that, you know, anyone who has experienced.
Okay. That's
don't torture me twice.
Yeah, please, no. Please, God, no, please, no.
We knew this was coming, right? Like, they're going to start blaming, you know, white, uneducated men, right? What was it? White, non-college whites is what they were talking about. You know, they're going to blame the media not being tough enough on Donald Trump. They're going to blame all this stuff now, right?
Russia.
They'll blame Russia. So hacking. It's kind of funny because I'd like to see the Democrats say that the election was stolen. That'd be nice. See what they would come up with. But, you know, they walked away from it as soon as they got the results. Listen, I think that this game has always been who can cheat better, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And that's like the best thing. That's the best scenario. The worst scenario is the fact that it's just the deep state working together. We're looking at Kabuki theater. But we've felt this for weeks now, Matt. We've been saying this, right? Like, right? People have said, Pasta, why have you switched? I'm going on WBAI tonight. We're going to go on WBAI tonight. When I first sent them my first video, remember, Jayme, when we sent them the first video that Joe made, they were like, man, you seem very anti-Biden, anti-Democratic Party. And I said, well, right now, that's the biggest threat. I'm an ex-Democrat. I think that we have to let people know that they are not the lesser of two evils. They don't care about the working man. And that was the priority at that point in time. Right when RFK endorsed Donald Trump's campaign, something in me clicked. And I said, wait a second. This does not, something smells rotten in Denver. And my gut said, they're going to put Donald Trump there. And you could just see him being the vessel to carry the war, right? We're going to move. There's nothing they can do in Ukraine. Sasha said it today. This thing has been over for quite so long. It's been long over. So when Donald Trump says I'm going to end it in 24 hours, yeah, it's already been like exhausted itself. But
yeah, they blame it on
Biden.
Biden.
You can move the taxpayer dollar right over to the war with Iran or saber rattle with Taiwan. It's just the progressions we're going through. And this whole kabuki theater right now we're seeing in front of us, I just felt that Donald Trump was the one they were going to choose. It's looking like that right now. Yeah. We don't know yet. We're not going to call it. But now he's the greater threat in my mind. The establishment's going to give us who they want. The deep state, whatever, they're going to give us who they want. We don't have elections. We have selections. Yep. We reject whoever they give us.
No, this is 100% accurate assessment, Craig. I agree with that. With both you guys are you're saying. I just don't want to skip over the part we're seeing in real time right now. Let's take a notice at the faces of the people giving us this garbage on MSNBC. Let's not skip over their instinct, their innate instinct to say Kamala ran a flawless campaign, and all the people listening to that garbage.
They know she didn't. They know she did it, and those who believe it are just believing their own lies. But come on, if you really nobody in their right mind could say Kamala ran a flawless campaign.
The people listening to that, they're counting.
Even if it was a good campaign, Trump ran the better campaign.
Yeah,
barely. Jayme, barely.
Well, I don't even know if it's barely. Some of those moments were
he
just
almost lost it,
awesome.
dude. He almost lost this
barely
thing.
this
He
time.
did, but they recovered. The last 2 months were really good. That the McDonald's stunt was really
the garbage truck.
The garbage truck. The garbage truck.
But the getting shot and the photo of him, like raising his fist in the air. That's another epic moment.
I have to agree. I have to agree with Jayme. He did run a slightly better campaign. And then, of course, the last ad that we played earlier. I know you guys both, Craig and Fiorella, you missed it, but we played the one that RFK Jr. released just 2 days ago on his Twitter.
Coalition
that's that's by far the best campaign ad of the season. I mean, it was the best one. I mean, there's no, if we're giving awards for best ads, even like that would take the gold medal. So with that, I think we could safely say, I think Jayme's assessment of it being not a flawless campaign by any means. I mean, we don't want to use the word flawless for anybody, but better than that garbage that we saw from Kamala. I mean, it's
but that's a low. What is it, like a low?
It's a low bar.
A low bar, but he did run a better campaign. Absolutely. The whole working as a McDonald's worker, working as a garbage truck operator. That is
the garbage truck.
PR wise, if I'm looking at it PR wise, outside of everything else of how I feel about him, whatever. PR wise, that is a genius move. That is understanding your audience. That is capitalizing on the momentum and the moment of what you're doing. But again, there's precisely a reason, I agree with Pasta, that they have been making Trump this victim, almost in a way like a martyr, that he's going to do something different. There are a lot of big voices, not just mainstream media voices, but independent voices that have jumped on the Trump wagon and have been pushing him in terms of this idea that he's going to end the Ukraine war. But as Pasta said, and as I've said, and as a few others have said, this is only to allow the movement of the theater into West Asia, into the Middle East, as we call it, with Iran and with Israel. And that, to me, is a potentially more disastrous conflict. And it's not going to end in terms of the battle with Russia, because at the end of the day, they have Ukraine there. What's left of it, they'll have it. And Moldova and Georgia, and these moves that they are making towards this region is not going to go away. And during Trump, of course, he did okay the money to go for Ukraine. So I think what we're going to see is a shift in the focus of Trump. Let's say Trump does edge out and wins this, of Trump doing good things from one side, and people who were seeing all of this not have the same voracious attitude towards Trump because they see him as outside of the deep state, when in reality, if he's become president already, if he's about to become president again, he is not a threat to the deep state. And
He's not.
He's not.
He's not.
And he's with Zionist Israel. He is with Adelson. He is with all these people. Am I gonna, be a little bit happy watching all the Kamala Harris supporters who have been gloating about Harris and doing all these things lose? Yeah. And I do think there should be a punishment there. But at the same time, I do think some people are too blind to what Trump is. And they're looking at him as an outsider when he has proven time and time again through his own actions that he is not. And I wish he were. But he isn't.
Yeah,
and if he were, I would be supporting him.
I got some concerns written down, and I know there's going to be different concerns from the right and the left, right? So I think most of these concerns are a lot of them from the conservatives' parts, but the CBDCs, along with that PayPal mafia we talked about, right? It's a little bit different. Now it's not Eric, now it's not Google and Alphabet. It's not Eric Schmidt, right? It's Peter Thiel, right? But it's also Bilderberg, right? We have Peter Thiel, who was the steering committee of Bilderberg. These are globalists that the Republicans say all the time. I mean, you just heard Alex Jones say, and right now the globalists don't have what they want. No, they have a Bilderberg candidate going in there. Jared Kushner, right? The stepson, whatever it was, the son-in-law. That he was also at Bilderberg with Pompeo, and Pompeo's been on the stage. Pompeo's a good guy, right? We have the AIPAC Zionism thing. We have RFK and Tulsi. Will they be included? Will they be included? Will they be kicked to the curb? Remember,
that's a good
RFK
question.
was included in a job for COVID and then was kicked to the curb once Fauci came in. They got rid of him. And, I have my issues when it comes to RFK, especially when the Zionism. But he just said the other day on Fox and Friends, if he's made head of the FDA or he gets a part, in the Trump administration to make America healthy again, he's going to get all the processed foods out of school, right? I mean, that's something big. And even if he doesn't get it done, if people start talking about that, that's huge. But will he include them? Will he include Tulsi? We also have China now. And, and Blackstone. There's a lot of people from Blackstone put a lot of money into Donald Trump's pockets. So these are things that they have to start looking. We have to start flipping the script once this is done and once he's coronated of sort. But we also have to talk about something we didn't talk about and really just say it like it is why the Democrats lost. They killed that fucking squirrel, those bastards. That squirrel didn't do anything to anybody, and they killed him.
Yep.
And it cost them the election. Kamala, don't fuck with the squirrels.
Yeah. And I want to remind people what a shitty campaign actually looks like. This is Kamala's last appearance before voting. No celebrity on stage with her. Just speaking. This is what a shitty campaign looks like.
Let's get out the vote. 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 Let's win.
Oh my God, is this real?
That was fake.
God.
That was fake.
That wasn't that close.
Was that fake?
Yeah, I think that was chopped together earlier today.
Okay,
Yeah, but you can tell the crowd's not
Yeah,
chanting.
that had to be fake.
They would have had somebody like clapping for her or something.
Something.
They wouldn't allow her to look like that. Come on.
Well, Benny Johnson, right? He did a little tweet when he had she had 100 people in the room the other day. So that's I don't know.
It's still kind of sad. That's a pretty small crowd.
I think that was fake. That had to be fake. That had to be fake.
Gotta be careful.
The audio is probably
just having fun, guys. We're just having fun.
Way to go. Way to just stir it on up.
Breaking news. That was fake. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So right now we still don't really have much news. Let's see. Nevada is at 75% reporting still. That closed the gap. She's now within 36,000 votes. That's not far, guys.
That's not far, but
that's not far.
But you were talking about 75% reporting.
The late votes are going to come in. They get drop boxes all
it's
over
not
Vegas.
About the math. It's about the late votes.
Yeah,
so how many mail-in ballots are in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin?
I don't know that. I know that Nevada and Arizona are heavy mail-in ballots. I don't know what's going on with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania as far as the rules. If they had changed them, they were trying to in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, they were trying to change some of the rules. Michigan, it looks like it's doomsday for her. Yeah, 200. It's tough. 250,000 votes.
64 reporting.
Yeah. I mean,
92% reporting, but look, it's stuck there. And she
it's been.
only has.
It was 93%. Would they go back to percentage points? They're pulling it up again. I thought it was 93%. I don't know if I'm going crazy. Pennsylvania.
No, it was at 90. It was stuck at 90 forever.
Okay.
It's actually jumped up to 92.
Don't get me started with this shit.
It's possible, Pennsylvania.
No, it's Georgia that was 93%.
So he's leading in all of them, except
in all of them. But this is when the late Dropbox votes come in.
He's leading in all of them. There's no way they're gonna. There's no way they're gonna let him just take all, unless he's meant to.
Who did I bet? I bet somebody $10 about Nevada. Was that Alex Strenger?
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, that was Alex.
All right, come on, Kamala. I got $10 on you.
Are you serious? $10? Come on.
It's $10. So, first of all, is there comments in there? Do you guys agree with me? It was the squirrel. Friendly brilliance there. I have
it was
a book.
The squirrel, but the garbage truck, that was the moment. I think that was the defining moment for Trump in the garbage truck. That was the moment.
Yeah.
Fox is called Pennsylvania for Trump. Get to Fox News real quick.
I think we could also credit Joe Biden when he put on the Donald Trump hat, the MAGA hat. That probably helped.
The MAGA hat?
Yeah, do you remember Joe Biden? He put on the hat?
I remember that MAGA hat well. I thought that was like one of his best moments because he was just real and genuine. Thank you, Morgan. $10 is $10. Let's go, Kamala. In only Nevada, okay? Don't do it anywhere else. Do we agree, everybody, that the squirrel played a big part in this whole situation?
I don't think.
Yeah, it
think-
did.
Don't forget the raccoon.
They killed the raccoon too.
Squirrel and the raccoon. Fred and Peanut.
I can give him my pet raccoons that are at my family's house. He's built a nest there. He can have those raccoons.
Nevada is close enough to steal. Nevada is close enough to steal.
They're all close enough to steal.
Did we just have we got a finalization on Pennsylvania? Do we have that?
No. Oh, it's got to 93 now.
Well, guess what? I think we do. I think we got some breaking. We got some breaking right now.
If he won Pennsylvania, it's finished.
This is it, guys. Play the theme song. This is happening right now. Play the.
Okay, I think they're short though. They'll still be like 3 minutes away. I got. Hold on.
I think so.
Hold on. Let's go. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah. All right. We have some breaking news to report today. It looks like Pennsylvania has gone to Donald Trump.
Will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President 90%. Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. We are now projecting that.
Can you go to the AP and see what they say?
Okay. Yeah, they're not calling it yet.
They're not going to
call it.
Okay, but how many votes are in Alaska?
3. He would
so
need. So look, he's winning one of the 4 votes in Maine. If he gets that one vote and he gets Alaska and Pennsylvania, that'll do it. Or if he gets Pennsylvania and any other state.
I just want it to be Alaska or Maine when they say they call the election. Alaska puts them over the top.
Fox is calling Pennsylvania. I don't see how they're able to backstep that if they're still trying to steal it. I don't see how you.
Well, of all of these, that's the one that looks most secure.
They can, but they can call it and it cannot be true. It's happened before.
Yeah, they can call it and be wrong.
Yeah.
But then they're going to be in a lawsuit when you got you got all the January 6th stuff, right? You got all the, hey, you can't protest an election, and they're going to say, Fox, you contributed to getting these people angry and riled up and trying to take over the Capitol again, whatever it is. I'm just saying they're going to be a little smarter before they do something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a little different this time. Like you can't be Fox News and do that and not have it not be held against you later if you were wrong. I don't know.
I mean,
No?
I'm surprised they're not calling it on the other platforms because of all of these that have not been called, it is the most secure for Trump.
Yeah.
It's at 94%. He's got a 200,000 vote lead. It's the biggest lead he's got in any of the other states. Why aren't they calling it? I don't know. So Fox isn't it's not out of the blue that they're doing this, but I guess there's still mail-in votes that could come in. They could find 200,000
You
of
can
them.
see what CNN is.
They did it last time, guys. They just did it, and they were close to 200,000 votes and stuff.
I mean, let's see. I mean, if CNN is calling it, does that change anything?
I don't know.
Yeah, if CNN calls it and Fox, two diametrically opposed, supposedly, mainstream media channels, then you can say that. Wow, if he gets that, it's over, right? I mean,
he still has to get 4 more votes.
But it's
pretty much all of it.
I mean, the odds are in his favor if he gets Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He only needs one more state or Alaska and Maine.
Yeah, CNN's not doing it yet. They're going to probably do it any moment.
I'm surprised they haven't called Minnesota yet for Kamala.
Yeah.
75% in. Trump is down almost by 3 points. Oh, more than 3 points. I don't think Kamala's going to lose that.
Excuse me, but I just took my country back. They're just getting nuts.
I feel like the propaganda is worse. Like it's usually worse on the Harris side, but I think after today, you guys will see like the Trump people are going to be like ridiculous
because they're just nuts at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, either way, I'm just like.
This is a pretty cool one. The coverage sucks all over the place.
Well, here's a shot from the Harris campaign co-chair. Hotspot is saying, I want to grab this because Hotspot says, exit stage left. Harris fans leave in droves from their election party as the campaign co-chair informs them Kamala will not be making an appearance. Okay, so is that one. So let me grab that here. We'll see what that, if we can.
This is just about over.
Yeah.
If they call this, they probably should.
Short and to the point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds.
Wow.
They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Short and to the.
Wow.
Yeah. So what will be interesting to see is the backlash, if there is any of these Harris supporters or whoever, and the little.
No, somebody was walking out and said, "Hey, when am I getting paid? What do you mean leave? Where's my check? I had to come here for this dog shit thing." Oh, it's kind of crazy because it's 19 minutes. We'll be going live on WBAI. It looks like we're going to get to call it live, probably on the air. And I said it'd be weeks before we can call this thing, but no. This is it's happening tonight.
Yeah,
I'm just hoping it doesn't happen within the next 19 minutes. I hope it happens when we're live on the air. So,
wow.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, that's good. That's good timing, guys. And I'm happy that this is wrapping up right now. I think it's time that we start having conversations that are more poignant as far as what do we do about these conflicts? Why do we have to keep talking about Harris and Trump and all the switching arounds and all the campaign? I'm sick of campaign news updates. I'm ready to say, how do we stop World War III? How do we stop the global takeover? How do we look at what's happening in other parts of the world, like Fiorella, what you've been reporting on? And I want to talk more about BRICS. I want to see what they're up to. What is happening with the petrodollar ultimately? Where are we headed here? And then of course the censorship stuff, which we have a little bit more, I think, of a path of understanding what the next move is, what big tech's going to do next. Now that we know it's going to be Trump, fine, let's deal with that. And let's say, how do we maneuver in the independent media market? So like I'm happy that this is kind of a weight off our shoulders now, and we can start having real discussions about what we're actually dealing with, the important shit that actually deals with us. And not to mention the genocide happening in Gaza. Actually, we can actually start talking about it in a way where we can start holding this new administration accountable next, and not just blame it on Harris and say Trump has no part of it.
Yeah,
We're gonna,
exactly. No, because this has been happening for a long time throughout Republican, Democrat presidents. So, I mean, what I do think is with the Trump presidency, it's going to take us, people who haven't jumped on that Trump wagon and who aren't Harris supporters and just going to say, oh, he's Hitler, who are actually going to give legitimate criticism, to be vocal about it. That's what it's going to take, because everybody else is just going to be like, okay, well, yay, let's all have a drink. Trump won. The deep state is defeated. We can all just go, and celebrate, and it's going to be a new America. It's going to be a healthy America, and all this bullshit that they're saying. That is another form of the propaganda, and I think that one's going to be harder to break through, because these people are going to be on a high from just having won an election.
I think they're about to call this thing. I'm seeing some stuff. Let's talk about really quickly, Jayme. Keep an eye on if they do call it. Look at the maps here. These are two areas we need to talk about too as well. Well, they're kind of the same area, and I have it written down. South and Central America, the coups.
Mm-hmm.
We know Elon is part of this administration now, right? And he's going to get the contracts. But he said before, we'll coup who we want to coup. And Donald Trump has been no stranger to trying to whack Nicolas Maduro, put John Bolton and Elliot Abrams in charge towards Latin America. If there's one area for sure we can say that the Biden administration might have been a little bit better than Donald Trump, might have been in Latin America. But with that being said, what do we have to look forward moving forward? Also, too, what about the immigrants? He's talked about deporting a bunch of immigrants, right? Now, I think he'll just go and do some stuff on the wall and leave the immigrants here, hopefully. That's what I'm hoping, right? Like, if I had to choose between the two, all right, go do something with the wall, right? Go have fun with that. It's not going to work anyways. But if you want to give your people some red meat and then distract them with other culture war stuff, please do so. But the thought process of him deporting 1 million immigrants, and he's talked about that, somewhere up the lines, 1 million, 2 million people, 2 million immigrants, 3 million. We hear this. That's scary. Will he try to make a move like this, Matt? What do you think on that?
This is a tough one. I don't know if anything. I don't know if he's going to be able to make a move. I think he can talk about it. I think that we can report on. I think you're going to see a lot of the right wing, supposed independent media journalists. They're going to be reporting on it, trying to push it. Is there an actual move going to be made? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What are your thoughts on it? What do you think?
I think it's going to be difficult to separate those of us like us that are actually criticizing the imperialist aspects of Trump's policies, his Zionism, his warmongering push against China and Iran, and his inability to really do much different in terms of the domestic issues of the U.S. versus the neoliberals who are just going to say he's Hitler and he's sexist and he's, this racist misogynist. And so what I find difficult is the right lumping everybody in to one, just like the left does it when we criticize the Democrats or the liberals do it. So I think that's a really hard, that's going to be a hard battle to fight. I think that's going to be like, because people don't like nuance anywhere on social media. They like black and white. They like to know what's left or right. What team am I on? They don't like to know the nuance. For example, on the immigration and border issue, there's a ton of nuance. On the issue of like, when you talk about even something like abortion rights, there's a ton of nuance. When you talk about, you know, the foreign policy aspects of what's happening in West Asia and BRICS and all of that, there's nuance to that. There are different aspects and dynamics that people don't understand. And so I think people just want to have a specific answer right away, and they don't want to delve into this deeper understanding. So I think that's going to be the difficult part, especially with the Trump administration that's going to have a bunch of, for example, idiots having a protest that he won like tomorrow, because that might happen. If he wins, they're going to go out in DC and they're going to protest, you know, Trump's racist, sexist policies. But they don't realize, like, literally what's been happening under the Biden administration has been horrible and terrible in its own right. How do we fight two fronts? Because that's what we always have to do, people like us, is we have to fight battles on multiple fronts at the same time. And it's exhausting and it's difficult and it's tiresome. And most people don't do it. They eventually pick a team that they can be comfortable in. And when you refuse to pick a team and when you go with the truth, despite of how difficult it may be to say it, then, you know, you're censored and you're shut out and all of these things. So get ready, because it's not going to go away anytime soon.
Nevada's getting a little bit closer, by the way.
Harris?
For Harris, just a little bit. She's gaining a little ground. One of the good tweets, you know, I was really critical of this guy later today. Dave Smith, he made a tweet. Is democracy over yet?
I will say this about fighting two fronts. At least for us, it's a little easy because we just have to punch right, and they're both in the same direction. So
no, we gotta punch up.
We're punching up, but we're also punching right.
Yeah, but we're not punching in the same way. Like,
no, we're not. We don't have the punching. We don't have the power behind our punch.
Yeah,
we got to wake people up. It's how do we get masses of people to leave the matrix? Like, all these people are plugged in, and they don't want to unplug. I mean, we see that in like the voting for third party is just not even hitting 2% combined. And like the majority of people don't want to leave the system. They're too comfortable in it. They don't want to imagine being in anything else.
You know, Jayme, I have to say, guys, that realization today that the third party candidates could not even add up.
I was about to say,
or even hit that 1 to 2% total combined in basically in the national poll, no matter what state you went to. You couldn't even get 2% combined. That is the saddest bit of information and realization I think we have to have right now.
Matt,
I can't.
They didn't even get 1%. They didn't even get 1%. Jill Stein and Chase Oliver together.
No,
they can't even get 1%. The two of them together, and you add in all the write-ins and all the protest votes. Maybe you just barely clear 1%. You can't even get to 1.5%. Oh my God!
Yeah, it's a 1.4% for all the
everything that's not Kamala or Trump is not even a 1.5%.
No, it's
wow.
We've got our work cut out.
Is it official? Who called it?
I don't know why the music's playing.
Can you send me a link?
Is it official?
Maybe that's the breaking news on
we
the.
We have our researcher right now.
Yes,
she's working on a couple things.
She's just an intern, so please let her. We feed her and.
Did you get me some coffee here?
We need coffee to Matt right away.
She gave me some grapefruit juice.
Oh my God!
Okay. She said to look at my phone. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
I need to.
I want to hear Donald Trump speak. Listen, we're gonna have to sign off right now and get on the other thing. Yeah, I know. I'd love to keep on, but it's an awesome night. We didn't read the super chats. Throw those up real quick, Jayme. You have them?
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's get them.
Okay, that's not a super chat. I think we did this one.
started,
Okay,
right?
here we go. Oh, that's not a super chat, but it's funny. But let's start with this one.
For a 60-year-old guy, Pasta, you look great. Okay, shut up. Let's go. Let's move on.
That's from Oz.
Let's go.
All right. Here we go. This is the beginning of them.
Jen Jones tipped $5. Thank you so much. This was over on Rockfin. This has been a beautiful smattering of minds and opinions and intellect. First time tuning into the Convo Couch. Thanks for bringing a range of perspectives. That was over at the Rockfin.
Awesome.
Also, from, how do you say that? Dudon?
I have no idea.
The Convo Couch received a tip. Thank you so much. Dudon.
Okay, the intern didn't send me anything new, just that Trump won Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
Okay, the intern is getting fired. TD tipped. Thank you so much, TD. That's a very generous tip. Down with democracy, up with plutocracy. Jayme, thank you, Pasta, Matt, Jayme, Leslie as well, and all for tonight's stream. Thank you for every episode. You weren't here, so they didn't thank you.
And
TD, thank you so much.
Last live stream,
People
he had a
humble
bunch of tips
themselves.
too.
If my people humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive thee.
What?
It's like a scripture or something.
Forgive their sin and heal their land.
Okay,
Thank you.
There it is.
Sorry. I was way off. I was distracted. Thank you so much, Fiorella, too.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's it.
And you read ours from our Rumble earlier.
You did
yes?
read that one.
Okay, great.
All right. We
Okay,
have
well, I
to
know
go.
you
We're going to
guys-
sign off. If you want to stay on for a little bit, do your thing, Matt.
I don't know. I might want to go to.
You should stay and call it because it's going to happen soon.
Okay, I'll stay and call it. But I want to say I appreciate what we did together here, guys. I know Fee came in late with us, but
You guys
I
are
mean, man,
wonderful.
what a
You did a
team,
great
what a
job.
show, what a stream. We did almost. I mean, my God, we're almost 11 hours nonstop today. Unbelievable. I never would have thought. And I want to thank you guys for allowing me to be part of this experience. This is important. This is our Super Bowl, right? This is our election day. This happens every 4 years. I'm happy to be in this place. I would not want to be in any other place than right here, right now with you guys for this special day. So thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you. We really do appreciate it. We love you.
Awesome, Matt.
And we're going to go over to WBAI, guys. If you want to go over to WBAI in New York, we'll be going live. We'll see you in a little bit, guys. Thank you so much. We are out.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right.
Finish on up, guys.
I will finish it up. We'll finish it up. Cool.
Oh, boy.
Crap. Holy crap, Jayme. What a day.
I'm so tired. I've been up for almost 24 hours.
You know, I only stood up one time. Oh, you've been up since.
Oh, actually, I have been up for 24 hours.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So I stood up. I got a little bit of sleep last night. I got more than you did. I got more than 0 hours. I think I had 5 hours last night, which is okay.
No, I slept for like 7 hours, but I crashed at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And then got up around like after midnight.
Yeah. Well, here we are now. And like, I think for the last, we've been on the air for 10 hours and 48 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think I stood up one time and went to the bathroom.
You didn't eat.
No,
Did
I
you
didn't
eat
eat.
anything?
No, I didn't eat.
I haven't eaten in like 8 hours.
I haven't eaten the entire time, not to mention the entire morning either.
Oh,
So I
boy.
haven't.
You need
I
an
haven't
intern.
eaten, I have not eaten in 24 hours. I ate last night around this time. Yeah.
You need an
24 hours,
intern
no
making
eating.
you some food, bringing it to
So
you.
as soon as we log off, I'm getting myself a big snack. That's for sure. I can't wait, man. I'm gonna make this big salad. I'm gonna make a big salad, well, like a Seinfeld style big salad. That's what I'm going for. I can't wait.
Oh boy. So we're waiting on Pennsylvania, which is at 94. 94% at Pennsylvania, they still won't call it. 88% in Wisconsin. They won't call that one either. Maine, I don't know what's going on with Maine. They're just taking their sweet time.
Alaska's at 26. Nevada is at 78. It is slowly trickling in. Actually, I think Trump has increased his lead there a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's not. We go back to that one. There's no 78%. Look at that lead. I know the vote count doesn't seem like much,
It's
but
almost
I mean, look at
45.
the percentage. That's pretty big.
43.
You can't come back from that. Now with
I mean, if there's write-in votes, mail-in votes in Nevada's kind of shady. Yeah, it could.
Look, I just want to remind everyone, Kamala basically told her crowd to go home. Like they left. They went home. There is no Kamala crowd. It's gone.
Well, yeah, but that could just mean that we're not going to have results until tomorrow, so no sense in sticking around. Like, we got to figure out how we're going to cheat these last few holdouts.
Good point. That's okay. Fair point.
But they got to cheat if they don't cheat Pennsylvania, they got to cheat all the rest of them. So
what kind of optics are those when you know that Trump is getting his speech ready no matter what? Even worst case scenario, if he has to adjust his speech and say something like worst case scenario, he has to say something like, "We got this. We're almost there. Hold on, guys. We're gonna have the official speech tomorrow. We can't wait. We're saving the champagne. We're right." Like he's gonna say something cool. Well, so she's just gonna I'm not gonna say shit. I'm going home. You go home. So and that's worst case scenario is that it, like you said, it kind of hangs over to the next day. But no, she just says, I'm done. I'm not even gonna pretend to give a speech of encouragement or, putting all her heart and soul into all this joy. But she's like, fuck your joy. I'm going home. I don't need the joy. I never wanted it in the first place. You made me do this. I didn't want to do this. God damn you, Obama, making me go through this joy shit. I didn't want it.
Oh, I mean, that was just, some of the campaign slogans out of Kamala's camp was just, the joy thing was terrible. It's all this stuff was to distract you from the real problems and say, yeah, well, let's worry about things that will help you feel better and not address any of the problems that are making your life bad. I mean, that was the crux of their campaign. At least Trump is paying lip service saying, yeah, things are bad. And when I get in there, everything's going to be better again. I know that's not true, but at least he's kind of framing his speech in reality, saying, yeah, things are bad. The Biden-Harris can't admit it. They got to say, no, our economy is great. And they keep gaslighting everybody, telling you, oh, the economy is doing wonderful. It's doing wonderful when people can't buy eggs.
Yeah.
So the economy is, it's shocking to me that it's been this close with the economy being as bad as it is. And you got a genocide. So those two things, but maybe the abortion issue really is a driver.
It's surely
a massive driver for Democrats. But the evidence shows that the Democrats don't care. They've had 50 years to codify Roe versus Wade.
No.
And they failed to do it.
They con their voters every single election, not just to vote, but to give them money. And it also allows them to sleep at night about a genocide that's being funded. I'm telling you, it works like a charm here in Hollywood. Every post, if I open up Facebook right now, I don't know what they're going to be. They're going to be going crazy right now. But yesterday, day before, all last week before that, go on Facebook in at least in LA here. And all they're doing is talking about women's rights. And if you're not on board with Kamala, you hate women. And that was the language they had. They were just so high on their horse about women. If you don't vote for Kamala, you're voting anti-woman. And that includes voting for Jill Stein. That includes they are completely brainwashed that you vote for Jill Stein, you're voting against women because abortion. That's it. That's the thing. And I'm telling you, it works like a charm. Whether they don't you're right, they don't give a shit about Roe v. Wade. They only care about scaring us about Republicans and conservative Supreme Court and give us more money. We need your money. We need your vote. The judges are coming for you. The Republicans are coming for you. Trump is coming for you and your women and your daughters and your wives and your mothers. They're coming for your grandmas too. Your grandma can't have an abortion either. Oh no. they're coming for you. You better give us money. You better give us your vote. It works like a charm, man. I can't stand it. And this time, let me just reiterate, and I'll pass it to you. The additional element that it worked well this time, which we never seen it this bad. It also works at relieving their consciousness when they vote for Kamala, and they can actually sleep well at night, not worrying about the kids that have been blown up and the women that we don't care about in Palestine, the women the children we don't care about in Palestine, that we're funding their deaths, literally funding their deaths. As long as it's about pro-choice, abortion, that's everything, man. And it worked like a charm this time.
Yeah, it's sad. I never wanted to actually see what it was like, how Germany became a Nazi country, and I feel like we're watching it here. It's just there some of them are propagandized so hard. Others of them no, but they're just virtue signaling because they got to play the game to keep their jobs and continue working in Hollywood. I'm sure there's a lot of that too.
Yeah,
but
yeah, but
the output's the same either way. The result's the same.
They
I mean,
really
if you're going to work
believe it,
that
man.
way, even if you know better, you're still contributing to the problem.
Yeah. Hey, we have a little pre-celebratory dance happening right now. Check it out over on the Avengers on the the Avengers side. That's not the Ruffalo gang. The other Avengers.
Is
They're
that
having a
Joe
little-
Rogan in the red shirt?
Oh yeah, they threw him in there because he did
There's
the endorsement.
Peanuts. Oh,
so here's their little dance. And you got Mr. Squirrel in front. Check it out.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my voice, I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Music loud, with me, one thing came around since I was born.
Wait, is that Joe Rogan or Alex Jones?
We can try to understand the New York Times, the best of man. You're looking away, you're nothing, staying alive, staying alive. In the city, breaking and everybody shaking, you're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Well, you can tell by the way I.
All right. That's enough copyrighted music.
Yeah. You know what's so funny, Jayme, is that we're dancing, we're having fun, and obviously our audiences know our nuance and they understand our critique of the entire system. And I want to tell you, like, it's so bad here that I know that if any of my fellow colleagues here in Hollywood happen to flip by our channel while we were dancing just now, they would be like, "Yeah, son of a bitch," and his Trump channel, and it's not even understanding, like I think Fiorella said earlier, the word nuance, how important nuance is, and they just don't have it. They don't care about it. They don't even know that me dancing like this along to that there's nuance to that we're mocking really the whole thing, but we're also understanding that there's people dancing right now and there's people pulling their hair out on the other end. So these things are happening right now, and we need to comment on it and do it in an honest way. And that's all. I just wanted to vent about that again.
I'm able to separate my joy, my schadenfreude for watching the shit libs have to eat crow and shed a bunch of tears. I'm able to separate that from my disappointment that the other side wins.
Yeah.
I'm glad the one side's losing, but I'm not happy the other side's winning. And I can be in that position. Look, I've never voted in the presidential election. I've never voted for the president, the person who became president. I've always voted against them. Or I've always voted for a loser, if is one way you could look at it. And things just keep getting worse and worse and worse. So you can't blame me. I didn't put those people in power.
Yeah. Hey, I fell for Obama, man. I was on that train. I was on the hope and change train, and it felt really good. And I will point this out. This part's important. I will point this out because we were fooled by Obama. But the difference between being on the hope and change train in 2008 and being on the joy train of 2024, the difference is, it's a massive difference, is that we actually believed it back then. And the reason I know we did is because when somebody said they were going to vote for McCain and Palin, we didn't come at them and attack them and bully them and yell at them and scream at them. What we did was we said, hey, I guess you're going to be missing out on this movement because this is happening. It feels good and you don't have to be part of it. I invite you to be part of it, but if you don't want to be, that's your choice. And that meant that we really did believe it. Even though it was fake, we believed it. The reason I think these people now don't actually believe the joy garbage that was fed to them just a few months ago is because the way they treat us. When we tell them, and we're not even telling them we're voting for Trump, we're telling them we're not voting for your person, and they go ape shit banana crazy on us. And the reason they do that is that there's not actually a movement. There never was. It was always fake, and they knew it deep down. They knew it was fake. That's the hard part for them. That's why there's so much disgust.
Well, it's also they really operate like a cult.
Yeah.
Like you're told what to think from the cult leader from the top down, and anybody who criticizes the cult is just persona non grata. You're not allowed to associate with people who aren't in the cult. Everybody who's outside of the cult is a horrible, awful person.
Yeah.
It's really kind of scary. I mean, that's why we say it's easier to talk to Republicans than it is to talk to Democrats.
Yeah.
Because Democrats aren't allowed to talk to anybody outside of the group.
Yeah.
I mean, when we've all probably been there having like perfectly level-headed civil discussions about politics. We're not supporting Republican positions, but you get with a Democrat and then you could just start seeing the fire in their eyes and like the venom and the sheer disappointment that you're not on the same team as they are.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest things to talk about, especially like when you're single and you think you're chatting up a chick and then you realize, oh, she's a full-blown shit lib. and then you're just like, oh, can I fix her? Can I bring her around? But no, if they're Democrats, probably not. Republicans, they'll at least listen because they actually, a lot of them, I can't say all of them, some of them are cultish, but a lot of them do think for themselves. A lot of them know the Republicans aren't what they're supposed to, what everybody thinks they are, but they're not. They also know they're not Democrats.
Yeah.
And because so many people are trapped in this two-party system, they can't imagine not voting for a Republican or Democrat. The only opposition to Democrats is Republicans. The only opposition to Republicans are Democrats.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that blows my mind. It's just how all we've been doing is in our space is working to try to convince people vote third party. Just don't vote for these two parties. And I look at those results and think, man, we are really failing, or the suppression is way worse than we thought.
Yeah. Because
we're not reaching people. We're not convincing people that just stop voting for the two-party system.
Yeah.
And that goes for all of our shows. That goes for Due Dissidence and Hardlands Media, Revolutionary Blackout Network. I mean, how bad would the third-party voting be if we weren't here? It might not even be at 1%.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. So if we didn't exist, if we just, said, F it, we're not going to do this. Yeah, they'd be even worse. Well, they'd be at where the socialist party's at because they didn't go and do any interviews. So that's a good example of what happens when you don't engage with our arena. There you go. They'd all be more like Claudia de la Cruz. That's what they would all be like. Because they wouldn't have this. She's an example of what happens when you don't engage, right, with all of us, which she for some reason didn't want to do. I thought that was strange. She didn't take any.
I just can't believe that Chase Oliver and Jill Stein each didn't get 1 million votes.
Something is so off about it's almost
it's
like
just
it doesn't seem.
I mean, now you could say, well, there was cheating in Ohio to convince people to not vote for Jill Stein at the ballot box. That's pretty huge. That probably cost her a few thousand votes.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to make up that gap getting to 1 million. It's just that's the part that stuns me. I mean, that shows how small the population is that wants to actually change things.
Yeah.
Because all the people who I believe the people who vote Republican and Democrat don't really want to change things.
Yeah.
They want to keep the system the way it is. they think, well, it's not a bad system. We just got to tweak some things around the edges. No, the whole system is corrupt, and corrupt systems fail. They always fail. Like if you have an engine and it gets corruption, or it's going to seize up, it's going to stop, and you have to clean up that corruption, or you're going to have a terrible crash.
Yeah.
And we're not doing anything about it. And when we keep putting the people in causing that corruption, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And the longer the thing runs without crashing, the worse the crash is going to be when it happens.
Yeah. So any new? I don't see anything being announced yet. I know that Fee and Pasta have gone on their radio show to.
Yep. Well, Pennsylvania is creeping up. It's up to 95% now. Trump's still in the lead. He's got almost a 200,000 vote lead.
But we know that Fox News had already called that, but we don't.
They've already called it, but the AP has not.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is at 89% now.
We got to share her. Let's share.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
There you go. Okay.
Wisconsin's at 89% now. Trump has still got. He's got a pretty comfortable lead there too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the mail-in voting is going to work in terms of the counting in Wisconsin, but that if they bring in mail-in voting, there's opportunity for fraud there.
Yeah.
And just because there's opportunity for fraud doesn't mean there will be fraud. It's just the thing is, when we speak about that, we're speaking about how we have a low integrity system. A low integrity system means there's plenty of ways to commit fraud, and we don't have any way to audit the system to prove that fraud occurred. So it's a really brilliant. It's a brilliant way to have a system where you can cheat if you want to cheat. It doesn't mean somebody did cheat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if Trump's going to give a speech tonight. Still, it's what is it? 3:15 in the morning? No, what is it? 2:15 in the morning there. Yeah.
I think he's got to wait for at least one more state to call it.
Yeah. I did find this on CNN. This was posted about a half hour ago, but this is I'm gonna throw this up real quick just to give a little take from what's the guy's name that used to be on Fox? He's gonna give them a little rude awakening about what a Trump administration will look like. Check this out. This is about a minute. Yeah, this is Chris Wallace. That's who.
Chris
Wallace. Yeah. So he's gonna give them a little rude awakening. Let's see how this goes over on CNN.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, I mean, and if all they want is war, then he'll give it to them.
Oh, but they're not going to discuss that part. They're only concerned with abortion, Jayme. They're only concerned with but
if they leave it up to the states, which is what they've kind of been doing.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that the discussion on CNN will never be. Let's talk about
war. You're right.
Let's talk about the type of stuff he can do now, as far as speeding up the genocide. We're gonna take care of business. We're gonna finish the job. Oh my God, that should be the real conversation. But they won't have that conversation.
No. Well,
man, oh man, I don't. So you're saying we need to have one more state called, and then Trump will do a speech. If they don't call one more speech, I would say in the next.
If he's going along with Pennsylvania,
yeah,
from Fox, and
which isn't an unreasonable call to make. It's at 95%. And if he gets one more state, that's enough to get him to 270. Well, except for Alaska. But I mean, he'd be one away then. I think you gotta get one more of those states. You gotta get Wisconsin. It's probably the second closest after Pennsylvania. Wisconsin's at 89.
Okay. We do have oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish that. Finish your thought.
No, that's the second closest. So it's Pennsylvania at 95, Wisconsin at 89. I don't know why they're not calling Pennsylvania. Like there's a reason they're not calling Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
They've called a lot of other states that were not as close, that were closer than Pennsylvania, and they had less of a vote in.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I was just looking at something. They are calling.
Oh, wait.
What do we got?
Trump has got 248. Did he get the main vote? I think he got the main vote. Yeah, they called the main vote. So Trump pulled one vote from Maine. Kamala pulled one vote from Nebraska. So that kind of offsets each other. All right. So he only needs one other state. He just needs Alaska, which we could almost probably certainly give that to him. So once something else comes in officially, I think then it's speech time.
I think it'll be speech time. Yeah, for sure.
All right, and that's one vote closer for BB.
He has to do the speech before. He has to do it before 3. It has to happen. So this
Why?
is going
Because
on.
I go to bed.
No, it's just the optics of that. You can't. No, I mean, I don't know for us. I mean, I'm just saying that for his optics of his fan base in that moment of, he's gonna. They're getting it ready right now. They got to be getting it ready right now.
Where do you think he's going to speak? I guess all the platforms will cover it.
Oh yeah, I mean, he doesn't see. That's the thing. He doesn't care about the mainstream. He's going to be on all of these other networks. He's going to be on all the right wing.
He should do it exclusively on InfoWars.
He should do it exclusively on it. But he'll be. I mean, yeah, he should just do it on Rumble. Say if you're only if you're streaming on Rumble, so he can get all the channels and just do Rumble, right? That JD Vance would love that one, huh?
Oh yeah,
that would be good. That would be a good move. I would have if I was on his team, I would have suggested that for PR move. Say you can only watch my speech on Rumble, or somebody's streaming it from Rumble.
And it looks like he's going to take the popular vote. And the good thing is, the Democrats won't be able to blame Jill Stein and Robert Kennedy and Chase Oliver, because all of their votes combined won't help her reach Donald Trump's popular vote.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to pull a Hillary and say, but the American people voted more for Hillary than Trump. Does the popular vote?
You can argue that, like, the Robert Kennedy votes pulled from Trump and the Chase Oliver votes pulled from Trump, which is almost twice as many as the Jill Stein votes that pulled from Kamala.
Great point. Look at that. Very astute of you, Jayme. Look at that.
Yeah.
The RFK
Although
Jr.
we know
vote,
that you're not pulling any votes away from them, because those people weren't going to vote for the top 2 people anyway.
Yeah.
I wonder what the percentage of non-voters is this time.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that.
Can we double check the totals from 2020? Did Joe Biden on paper have more than 67 million? Did that happen? Let's find that one out. That's a good question. Biden total popular vote.
Well, remember, these numbers are still going to go up.
Right. So I just want to see if he's exceeded that one yet. That's what I'm saying. If he's done it already, then he's done it already, right? And remember, because they said it was the most ever. Okay. It looks like it was 81 million to 74 million, apparently. So we're not. I mean, we could hit that. We could hit that.
Trump could hit 74 for sure.
Yeah, Trump had gotten 74. It looks like that Biden had the record of all time, right? The 2020 Joe Biden's popular vote was the most ever in the history of ever. And you're just like, how the hell did that happen? That makes no effing sense.
The anti-Trump sentiment in 2020 was tremendous. It was huge in 2020. Yeah. It just that didn't exist now. I think a lot of people realized, because it wasn't as bad under Trump as it has been under Biden.
Yeah. Well, let's see if there's any indication. God, the AP is so
information. This is crazy.
AP is so slow. They just do not want. They don't want to give them Pennsylvania. I can't believe that. How the hell can AP not be done with?
What do they know that we don't? Like, what about that last 5% of voting is enough to sway 200,000 votes?
This makes no sense. How do you have 5% not reported when he's up 30? So it's 3.3 million to 3.1 or 3.38 million to 3.19 million.
It's almost 200,000.
You can't catch 200,000 votes in 5% that's remaining. You can't do that.
Yeah, even if it's split 50-50.
You can't split those in half or less than that. You can't. What are they waiting for? And Fox News called it like an hour ago. Fox News called this an hour ago.
Yeah, I don't know what they're waiting for. It almost feels like they know something we don't. Michigan's got a bigger gap, and they're at 72.
It's hard to be as frustrated when it's only 72 than a 95. When we're looking at a 95, and you're like, what is...
And they won't call Wisconsin either. Wisconsin's at 90%.
Yeah.
And he's up about 125,000.
He must be waiting right now very patiently. He's got it. He's just like, dude, give me the call. I want to do this. Let's go. And I bet he's telling these people right now, they better not let this go another half hour. That's what he's saying right now. He said, this can't, you got to put this out. This shit's over. Kamala went home. She's getting ready for bed right now.
She's not sleeping right now.
No, I didn't say she's sleeping, but she's getting ready for bed. She ain't getting any sleep tonight. But I'm just saying she's done with her appearances. She's done with her speeches. She's done making any sort of. She's done. She threw the. She's like, I can't. I'm done. My joy is out. I'm out of joy. I'm on joy withdrawal.
Do you have Nico House's number? He's up. Here, we got a tweet from Nico.
Okay.
He says, "Hold up. You're actually saying that the most unpopular VP in history didn't beat the most popular incumbent in history? Who could have possibly predicted something so far-fetched?"
Love it.
Oh, I wish we had. You don't have his number. You should call him or hit him up. Nico, jump on with us. We're still going live. He'd like to talk some trash.
Oh yeah. Do you want? I don't have his direct. I'm sorry. I don't
either. Possible here. He'd call him.
Hey,
he'd call him up right now.
Hey, do you want to hear a little Jank freaking out a little bit here? Apparently.
Sure. Yeah. Let's. It might be time to start going for some liberal tears.
Yeah,
that's the sustenance we need at 3 a.m.
Yeah, we might be there. This is a quick one. I don't know if he says it. Let's see if he does anything here. This will be funny. Okay, here we go.
Now, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong. Now,
poor Jake. Well, at least he's I don't know. Although at least he's being a little more honest than
Now,
the Joy Reid camp is
yeah.
telling you that Kamala ran a flawless campaign.
Well, you remember Joy Reid was very much a progressive until she started getting that big check to work for the corporate news. I mean, she was already working for corporate news, but she got that promotion, and then her rhetoric online completely changed.
I'm going to tell you something about Joy Reid. I met her in Denver in 2008 when we were covering Obama. We were making a documentary, and we were she was just coming up, man. She was running one of the offices there.
Yeah.
And she let us keep our we had to do a battery charge for our cameras. So she let us charge our shit in her office. And we went around, we were just getting interviews from people. And right outside, right when we were about to go back to her, and she would never agree with this. So it was really funny because we ran into this other African-American woman outside her office who I never heard. It was so crazy because she got on camera with us and said, Obama getting elected is not going to change anything. The military industrial complex is going to do what it's going to do. We're going to start more wars. She predicted everything. And we were like, holy shit. And then I was like, I remember because my guy was with, he knew Joy better. I just met her. So I wasn't going to go have a discussion like that with her. But I said, hey, what do you think Joy and what do you think she thinks about that? She must not like the fact that this woman's talking like that outside her. And she goes, whatever, she doesn't care. Well, anyways, I was informed that Joy Ann Reid was a careerist. That's what she was. Yeah. She doesn't care. She I just want to be clear. She never cared what the truth of anything was. She was about climbing her way up, and she'd say whatever you want her to say. And if the paycheck was outside with the woman outside saying Obama's not going to change anything, it's going to be the same shit. It's going to be business as usual. If there was a paycheck for her, she'd be out there nodding her head along. So that's my point. She's exactly who she was from the beginning, who she is now. But like you said, she's taking the paycheck, but she would say whatever she has to say to get that check. And that's what they all have in common. They all have that in common. They'll say whatever they have to say.
That's all they want in the corporate media. They want actors to act like news people, to present the rhetoric that's coming from the people who are paying their salaries.
Yeah.
Which is the military industrial complex, big pharma, all of our favorite institutions that rule our lives.
Yeah.
This is something that I was thinking about, and I wanted to talk about it earlier. So if Trump wins, then obviously people are going to start looking at 2028. And this is something with Tulsi Gabbard, I think is why she was making a calculated ploy going with the Trump team.
Great
because
point.
The Trump base loves her. You heard when she said, I'm now a Republican, that cheer she got, that was genuine. And also when she said she was months earlier, when she said she was endorsing Trump, they embraced her. I'll tell you, my mom loves Tulsi Gabbard, even when she was a Democrat, because she wasn't just following the Democrats' orders and doing what they were telling her to do. So there's that showed a little bit of integrity.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people respect that. So 2028 is going to be interesting if this administration goes through and he keeps Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. on his staff.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, before you play that, we do have breaking news. We have the AP calling.
Oh, it did.
Pennsylvania. It happened.
So they did.
He's there. He is he's 3 away from the
270
officially.
Oh, and all he needs is Alaska, and that's going to go to him.
So go ahead. Yeah, show the scroll up to show the number. Did we see that? Just so people can see. This is official. This is not just Fox News saying this now.
Yeah.
This is AP. This is official. Trump is at 267 electoral votes, 270 to win. He is 3 away. That's going to be it. This is it. There's nothing else that Harris can do. It's over. It's official. We're calling this right now. Does he need one more of these to put him over the 270 before he can speak? I don't know. What is your thoughts, Jayme? What do you think the one last nail in the coffin would be, unless this already is? Or is this already the nail in the coffin? Your thoughts?
The question is, when do they call Alaska? Everybody thinks it's going to go to him. It's supposed to go to him, but he's only up by 28,000 votes.
Yeah.
So, and it's only half of the votes are reporting. But then you got Michigan or Wisconsin. It's at 90%.
Okay, we got to
Why
go
aren't
to
they calling
CNN.
Wisconsin?
We got to go to
Wisconsin's good
CNN.
too.
It's happening right now. We got to wherever Trump is doing the speech. It's happening right now. Let's find it. We got to find this is happening right now. We'll get this on, guys. Sorry, let's grab.
And just to do the update, we got 214 to 267 at BB. He's got his 481. Looks like he's going to run away with this thing.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Are you looking for that? I'll keep talking about Tulsi and like what the Republicans are going to do in 4 years while you look for that. So I wanted to show this tweet here. This is a Donald Trump supporter Twitter account. So would you support Tulsi Gabbard being the first president in one day? Yes or no? And I'm guessing that this is going to be a lot of yeses, but you got too early, more qualified than Kamala. Absolutely. Mark Cuban's going to have a problem. I'd vote for Huckabee first. Oh,
I got it. I got to put this up, man. This is happening right now.
Okay, let's go with that.
Here we go. Here we go. We'll get some volume on that.
Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators.
Can you hear?
And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
It's really low.
Okay. Maybe I can find another one. This is streaming from a stream Okay. I'll find one more. Give me 1 second here. Let me find another.
I'm surprised it's not broadcasting on Twitch or Twitter.
Terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Here we go. Live shot of Trump, his victory speech. This is officially happening right now.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
So that's what I want to talk about. What's going to happen in 4 years?
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp.
Better choice.
And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them.
That tall?
Say a couple of words.
Holy crap. He is tall.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Is that Ivan Ranklin on stage to the left?
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back.
Come out right.
We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago. And I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes and he was holding. But this spaceship came down and I saw those engines firing and it looked like it was over, it was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side and it put it straight. And it came down so gently and then it wrapped those arms around it and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
Wait, can Israel
And you know,
do
when
it?
we had the tragic hurricane Helene, and it hit, particular hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
So he doesn't have to talk the whole time. That's that Dana.
So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
That's Hulk Hogan's not here.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
The karma is that
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, that's another moment during the Trump campaign.
That
was
is a
huge.
piece of work.
Remember when he went to the
Now
UFC
he's
match?
an amazing.
And the
He's really
crowd
an amazing
erupted
guy.
on
But
the
most
field?
of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Well, this is the day that the Democrats were taught a lesson of what happened.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again.
That's what they're trying to. If he keeps RFK, and they do try to do that.
A moment though, the crowd is chanting Bobby.
And now he's a
Right.
great guy,
Moment,
and he
right?
really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
That's something we don't talk about enough. Did that actually
that
change
reason
it?
was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And go Israel.
Yeah, right.
That one.
He did avoid that.
Yeah, he did. He did avoid that. So looks like they're
He
putting
didn't
on.
talk about Tulsi.
Yeah,
That was interesting.
they just put on. Oh, that's a good observation. Admission of Tulsi. It could be because he's tired.
Yeah,
But
she might not have been there. If she'd been there, he might have pointed her out.
no mention of Israel. That might have been strategic. Not a bad move. We were joking about Israel during it, but he didn't actually mention it. To be very clear, he did not mention Israel. That's a good.
He
That's
talked
very
about
good.
he talked about the American people, and trying to do. He said he wanted to make America prosperous and safe and healthy and free again. I mean, when you look at the Democrats, they're doing the opposite of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're going to wrap this up. I want to give us a chance to get one final thought here. But
All
if you guys hadn't seen,
have a final thought.
What's that?
Well, first of all, they did call Minnesota for Harris, so she's at 224. Trump still technically hasn't won yet.
He's still 4 away. He's still 3 away.
He's 3 away, but Alaska's there. He's leading in 5 of 6.
Yeah.
So, odds are in his favor.
Yeah. I mean, I think they understood the odds were in his favor enough to let him do the speech just now. So, and I knew it would be done before 3 a.m. Eastern. He got it done before midnight Pacific. So we're still here. We're still 6 minutes to midnight, and he finished, and he said thank you, and I won't let you down. That was his last little plea to the audience to let him know. His promise is I won't let you down. Well, amen high, a lot of words. The Kennedy stuff, I think, was the most effective in that audience. I felt the crowd got loudest and actually started chanting for Bobby. I thought that's a phenomenal moment when you really think about the Kennedy family, lifelong Democrats, and you have a Republican president being at his victory speech. They're chanting Bobby at the victory speech of the Republic. It's a fascinating moment. You think about it.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Well, I think it speaks to the character of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I mean, the Democrats could have had him if they would have embraced him.
Yeah.
And they kicked him out.
Had everyone. They could have had.
They could have had Tulsi.
They could have had Elon even. They could have had.
Yeah, they could have had Elon too.
They could have had Joe Rogan. They could have had.
No, but the Democrats. they are they are not the good guys. They are a massive problem. They are fascist. I mean, and we could say the Republican Party establishment is fascist too. I'm not saying one or the other. We got two different brands of fascism. The ruling class of America, they are fascists. And the Democratic Party is a party of the ruling class, and the Republican Party elite or establishment is part of the ruling class.
Yeah.
But MAGA is something different. It might be fascist too. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But it might be something different. It's acting very populist.
It's
Maybe
acting very populist. On
Maybe
paper,
it's real.
It's looking very populist on paper. It's the feeling. I mean, feelings
It's got
are
a feel for populism.
It's feeling like populism.
Yeah.
The campaign messaging feels populist. It feels
Yes.
especially with the health, with the taking on big pharma and big food, and elevating it beyond COVID, beyond you screwed us with the COVID shit and we're going to punish you for it. They're actually saying, no, we're going to go fix our food system. We're going to go fix the entire system.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he
we've never seen
did the
anything like
COVID
that.
jab. He did the Operation Warp Speed. And now he's bringing in one of the biggest critics from Operation Warp Speed to maybe fix that mistake. So I think that's why a lot of his base was able to forgive him.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be my takeaway. My big takeaway for today is, I mean, on the good side, on the bad side, we know the bad side takeaway is that are we still on this? I'm sorry, because I want to do. Did you want to give one more update?
Yeah, we're still on. We probably got to shut down in 10 minutes because we're gonna stop recording in 10 minutes automatically. So
we're gonna stop. We're gonna say goodbye here within under 10 minutes. We're gonna be off the air. So let's wrap this. Why don't you do one more? How about this? One more look at the Senate, the House, and the final total, what they're reporting, and then let's do each of us do good and bad final takeaway, and we'll end it.
Okay, so here's the Senate. The Republicans have taken the Senate. They have gained 2 seats. Oh, and look who's back.
Let's bring him back in. Wow.
We're going to wrap up in 10 minutes because the stream's got to stop recording. So
we were doing one final thought. Look, we're looking through the Senate and House stuff, and we saw the speech. And I assume you guys saw the speech as well. I hope your guys' radio spot went well.
Yeah. So can I share a video?
Yeah,
with
go
you
for
guys?
it.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the doc. Keep talking. I'm gonna put it in the doc.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Jayme. You want to show us?
All right. So the Republicans have taken the Senate. They gained 2 seats. At this point, it's going to be 51 or better. And the House, it looks like they're going to have the House as well. But the Democrats had lost 3 seats earlier. Now that's back to even. So it's no change at this moment.
They got the governorship too.
Yeah.
They have more governors.
Yeah.
They maintained it. They maintained
that too. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they got everything now. They got everything.
Okay.
And then we're back to 222, 267. Trump still hasn't clinched yet, but we know he's going to win.
Yeah. Yeah.
They ran her because they wanted to lose.
Yeah. I think
They
so.
wanted to lose. That's why they ran her.
Yeah, because they can blame all the stuff
fundraise like crazy
on him
now.
when it goes bad.
Okay. But we were talking about Bobby Kennedy before you guys came in, and I want to say, like, even if nothing happens, we're having a discussion about food. We're having a discussion about pharma, and you got a Republican president giving a victory speech where the biggest moment during that speech is the crowd chanting "Bobby, Bobby, Bobby," a lifelong Kennedy. A Kennedy who was a lifelong Democrat. The Kennedys being lifelong Democrats, it's a pretty significant moment. In that moment, regardless of what happens tomorrow or the next day or on January 6th or January 20th or whatever and beyond, this is happening right now, and I think that is something to celebrate. At least that it's a little milestone, I think, for us to say that we can discuss this stuff now, and we have a Kennedy as the mouthpiece for it. And the Republicans have embraced it. It's pretty phenomenal. And that part gets lost. We talk about Kennedy endorsing Trump, but the bigger story is that Trump and the MAGAs and the community of the Republican community and the populist community on the right embraced Kennedy. That's huge, really huge, even if nothing happens from here on out.
Yeah, even if he gets fired tomorrow and never gets part of the cabinet. Remember, he's been promised a job before and never got it. So That's
But we're
something where
having these
remember the
discussions.
COVID, what was it called? The COVID team. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but Trump pushed Operation Warp Speed. I mean, the Canada and Israel is one of the biggest testing grounds for that stuff, and yet you have Kennedy, Trump, and Adelson all on board for Israel. So you have actually, this is part of the thing I want to show you guys.
Okay.
I will put it in the video. There are going to be a lot of people celebrating. There's going to be a lot of people basically acting like this is a win. I don't think it's a win. I think it's going to make it harder for us to criticize Trump, like I said, because we're going to be stuck with the people that criticize Trump for the wrong reasons. But I put it in the doc. This is a video of Rabbi Shmuley, our favorite rabbi, our most conscientious, normal, not sexual and not pedophilic rabbi Shmuley. And he's literally cheering that Donald Trump has won, or that he is on his way of winning, right?
We don't have time to play that video.
Oh, you don't?
No, it's 5 minutes, and we've got.
Okay.
StreamYard's going to kick us off.
Yeah, the